Recently graduated from university, Lin Feng's girlfriend left him for a wealthy heir. I desire Gucci, LV, Chanel. Can you provide these for me? I wish to weep amidst luxury cars, to reside in a lavish penthouse, to travel the globe. Can you grant me these wishes? I yearn for a life of extravagance. To enter the entertainment industry, is there any of these you cannot fulfill? Lin Feng, face reality. What do you possess apart from this face? Take your cheap flowers and leave. Do not seek me again, for we are destined to be strangers. Lin Feng hurled the vibrant roses to the ground with force. Emotionlessly, he turned to depart, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. Years of affection culminating in such a conclusion did not evoke sorrow within him. It was not due to a lack of effort, nor a deficiency in love. Rather, it was the realization that he faced a woman who ultimately did not love him, but instead chose to belittle him. Such a scenario was simply not worth mourning. In a bar, Lin Feng consumed drink after drink, losing himself in inebriation. The following day, he awoke groggily in a grand bed, his head heavy with fog. Feeling a weight pressing uncomfortably upon his chest, he reached out, freezing in place. To his astonishment, it was an exquisitely delicate arm of a woman. Following his gaze, Lin Feng's pupils dilated in shock. Next to him lay a woman. She was unadorned, her beauty breathtaking, with her dark tresses cascading freely, veiling her rosy skin. Lin Feng gasped, cold, is that you, teacher? Goodness, it was the goddess adored by countless boys at school in Menghan. What on earth was happening? At that moment, the slumbering woman stirred, and Lin Feng's heart raced to his throat. Confusion, disbelief, clarity, and astonishment washed over him. Then came her piercing scream as she abruptly sat up. Her face, a radiant beauty far surpassing Jiang Zhehua, left Lin Feng momentarily speechless. As the blanket slipped away, she glanced down at her chest, followed by another scream. Lin Feng finally feasted his eyes upon her indeed. She was a goddess with an enviable figure. Lung Menghan, filled with indignation and embarrassment, flushed a deep crimson. What are you staring at? Don't look. Don't look. Reluctantly, Lin Feng turned away, hearing the rustling of fabric behind him, accompanied by her frustrated voice. Little did she know, a large mirror stood beside the bed. Lin Feng had already taken in her flustered attempts to dress. Her sulking expression, tearfully regretful, hardly resembled the aloof elegance rumored about her. Once she finished dressing, Lin Feng turned back. A glimpse of a vivid red on the white sheets sent a jolt of shock through him. I'm so sorry I was drunk last night, but I will take responsibility for you. Mingxiang possessed a swan-like neck, adorned with strawberries upon her chest, prompting her to let her hair cascade down to conceal them. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, she appeared somewhat taken aback. There is no need for responsibility. I was drunk last night as well. Let's consider this matter closed. With that, she leaned against the wall and staggered away. When Lin Feng checked out of the room, he discovered a delicate necklace beneath the pillow, presumably hers. He pondered whether he would ever have the opportunity to return it to her. Unexpectedly, that opportunity presented itself the very same day in the afternoon. Lin Feng visited the school to retrieve some belongings and passed by a classroom. At the lectern, it was none other than Mingxiang, clad in a white shirt paired with black wide-leg trousers, topped with a black coat. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her exquisite, flawless face was lightly adorned with makeup, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, she was simply irresistible to the male onlookers. As her gaze swept the room, it finally settled on Lin Feng, whose striking appearance drew considerable attention. A fleeting look of shock crossed her face before she quickly averted her gaze, maintaining her composure. Lin Feng stood silently at the doorway, listening intently. Throughout the class, Mingxiang delivered an outstanding lecture, showcasing her remarkable expertise. Lin Feng. She seemed to radiate brilliance from the lectern. However, as soon as the class concluded, she hurriedly gathered her materials and dashed away, as if pursued by a specter. Lin Feng was left speechless. Was he truly that intimidating? A month later, at the first hospital of Nansha, due to a malfunctioning elevator, Lin Feng was compelled to take the stairs. As he passed the obstetrics and gynecology department on the third floor, he overheard a name that struck a familiar chord. Mingxiang, your B ultrasound report is ready. Lin Feng halted in his tracks, pivoting to head towards gynecology. To his astonishment, it was indeed her. Amidst the crowd, cold Mengxiang's star-like aura made her impossible to overlook. Was she unwell? He thought it prudent to check in on her. After all, she was a woman with whom he had shared an intimate connection. Emerging from the office of the attending physician, cold Mengxiang was oblivious to Lin Feng's presence, lost in thought as she clutched her report. Lin Feng stole a glance at the report, the words early pregnancy glaringly prominent. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Are you pregnant? Is the child mine? Cold Mengxiang jolted back to reality, her eyes widening in astonishment as she turned to Lin Feng. What are you doing here? Lin Feng pressed on, are you pregnant? Is it my child? Her lips parted slightly, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to such an unexpected question. Everything was too sudden. She had not braced herself for this. In the CAF adjacent to the hospital. The two sat in a state of turmoil, Lin Feng producing the necklace he had failed to return previously. I intended to give this back to you the day you came to class, but I never found the right moment. I thought I had misplaced it. I didn't realize. You had kept it on you all along? Is the child mine? Long Mengxiang was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the abrupt shift in conversation. After a brief pause, as if she had made a momentous decision, she finally responded under Lin Feng's expectant gaze. Yes, Lin Feng's tense demeanor relaxed, a joyful expression breaking across his face. Recalling Long Mengxiang's earlier countenance, he tentatively inquired, do you plan to keep the baby? I can take responsibility. I will strive to earn money and do my utmost to provide a good life for you both. I have been working summer jobs since high school, and during university, I delivered food and completed orders. All in all, I have saved up a total of 160,000. I understand that raising a child entails substantial expenses. This amount may be insignificant, but I will work even harder. Lin Feng spoke fervently, his sincerity palpable, fearing that Long Mengxiang might decline his offer. Ultimately, she expressed her stance. Gently caressing her abdomen, she wore a soft smile. I intend to bring them into this world. Looking up at Lin Feng, she added with a playful grin, you might not know yet, but I am expecting twins. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. With a half-joking tone, Long Mengxiang remarked, perhaps you will need to double your efforts. Detecting host and baby DNA match. Novice father system activating. Activation in progress. Point 10, 30, 50. Binding user overload detected. System upgrading in progress. 10:50. Activation successful. Binding successful. System upgrade successful. New novice father gift package has been dispatched. Please check your account. Suddenly, an emotionless mechanical voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations, host has acquired the chef skill. As the mother of the babies, she must eat well every day to ensure they develop quickly and robustly. Pregnant mom. Nutritional supplement has been automatically sent to the spouse. The baby's mother must not only eat well, but also maintain her health. Both are indispensable. The novice father's startup funds of 200,000 have been successfully transferred through legitimate channels. Please check your account. In the next moment, Lin Feng received a bank notification confirming the deposit of 200,000. Lin Feng exclaimed. Noticing Lin Feng's peculiar expression, Long Mengxiang inquired with concern. What's wrong? Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and explained, I am just overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of having 2 children. I hardly know how to respond. I had always planned to have children early if possible, ideally 1 boy and 1 girl. Long Mengxiang could see that Lin Feng genuinely adored children. His eyes sparkled at the mention of kids, and a smile lingered on his lips. At the conclusion of their discussion, Long Mengxiang conveyed her desire to keep this matter private for the time being, that it had all happened so suddenly she needed time to come to terms with it. Lin Feng expressed his understanding as he shared the same sentiment. Suddenly becoming a parent, he felt the need to take a moment to pause. After all, the two of them were still far from being as familiar as acquaintances, despite their slight familiarity. Long Mengyan hoped to seize this opportunity for them to explore their relationship. Am I a competent father? A deserving husband? Long Mengyan resided in a luxurious community off campus, a place Lin Feng had visited during his deliveries. Without the homeowner's permission, the security guard adamantly refused him entry. Even if he were allowed in, he would still need to register with a photo. The management was exceedingly stringent. It was precisely this aspect that had attracted Long Mengyan to rent in this location. What would you like to drink? I'm fine with anything. This community offered a variety of residences, from 140 square meter apartments to 45 square meter studios like Lung Menjian's. The layout was splendid, the decor was exquisite, and the cleanliness was impeccable. Apart from the one-bedroom and living area, there was also a small study, tastefully arranged. I should move in with you, so I could take care of you and the little ones. It'll handle the rent, you needn't worry about daily matters. Just focus on taking care of yourself. Lung Mingyin didn't put on airs. After becoming a mother, she found herself easily fatigued, lacking energy, and prone to excessive sleepiness. As her pregnancy progressed, it would undoubtedly become even more challenging. When a lease expires, we should find a more affordable place. 8,000 a month is rather steep. She hadn't thought much about it before, but now that they had children to care for, saving wherever possible was essential. Lin Feng pursed his lips. I will work hard to earn more. He currently had 360,000 yuan, sufficient for a down payment on a home. But what about the renovation costs, which could reach over 100,000? And the expenses for raising their children? What do you feel like eating tonight? He rose to rummage through the refrigerator, discovering a fair amount of ingredients. Perhaps due to the chef skill granted by the system, recipes swiftly flipped through his mind as he surveyed the ingredients. Lung Mingyin yawned. I'm fine with anything, I'm not picky. Lin Feng began to busy himself. You should take a nap, we'll call you when dinner is ready. Lung Mingyin wished to help, but Lin Feng, donning a little yellow duck apron, gently ushered her out of the kitchen. Be good and obedient, go sleep. His indulgent tone made Lung Minjian's cheeks flush with shyness. After a restful sleep, she awoke to find the room shrouded in darkness. Lin Feng was nowhere to be seen, but the aroma of delicious food lingered in the air that a note was affixed to the refrigerator, penned by Lin Feng. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake you. The ribs are simmering in the clay pot, the vegetables are warming in the steamer, and the fruit is already sliced. I've gone back to the rental to fetch my belongings. I should return around 9. If you wake up and I'm not back yet, feel free to eat without waiting for me. A warm and sweet sensation enveloped Lung Menjian's heart, and she couldn't help but smile blissfully. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was busy tidying up. The situation left his friends utterly perplexed, unsure why he was preparing to move away. Have you started cohabiting with a girl? Lin Feng smiled in silence, ready to leave with his belongings, only to be encircled by his companions. Come on, tell us which department she's from. Have we met her? Wow, you've been so quiet, yet you've been harboring a big secret. If you don't clarify this today, you shan't take a single step out of here. Each of them felt a sense of betrayal from their brotherhood. Lin Feng grinned, call me daddy, and he'll spill the beans. His 3 friends eagerly called out, and Lin Feng reveled in their compliance. She's indeed from our school, but I cannot divulge further details, just yet he'll share them when the time is right. Upon hearing this, he was met with a flurry of playful punches. Only after treating them to a meal did he manage to escape, his lips curling into a smile the entire way home. Everything that had transpired today surpassed his wildest expectations. On his journey back, he remained in a daze. Cold Minghan, the twins, the system. Now, everything was unfolding positively, and Lin Feng was filled with anticipation for his future. Ding dong, ding dong. Cold Minghan opened the door. You're back. Lin Feng was taken aback and back. In that moment, the 2 strangers shared a connection akin to that of a married couple. At that instant, a neighbor opened their door. Before Lin Feng could react, Cold Minghan swiftly grabbed him, pulling both him and his luggage into the house. What's going on? Our neighbor is a freshman. How exhilarating. This was the only single apartment building in the community, with 3 units per floor, and a freshman resided directly across from them. What a coincidence. We'll try to avoid crossing paths. Freshmen are usually so busy, they can't just run into someone. Cold Minghan chuckled lightly and assisted Lin Feng with his luggage. Lin Feng hurriedly took over. These things are quite heavy, don't touch them. They'll manage. Have you eaten? Is the food to your liking? Cold Minghan dutifully followed behind, responding obediently. Having an unexpected housemate brought about a sense of unfamiliarity, yet also a hint of excitement. Lin Feng settled in the small study, sleeping on the sofa bed inside. After tidying up, Lin Feng finally got to enjoy a meal. Surprisingly, with the system in place, even a simple pork rib stew turned out delectably. Under the warm orange glow of the lights, one dined while the other watched. The scene was heartwarming. Cold Minghan propped her chin on her hand and suddenly posed a serious question. I've been meaning to ask, do you have a girlfriend? No, I broke up on the day of my university graduation. Before bed, Lin Feng thoughtfully prepared a glass of warm milk. If you need anything, just call me. On the first night of their cohabitation, both found themselves tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The following morning arrived early. As Lin Feng stepped out to purchase groceries, he unexpectedly encountered his neighbor across the way. The other party was a charming young girl clad in cartoon pajamas, who was just stepping out to collect a delivery. It seemed she had caught wind of some intriguing gossip, her eyes darting about curiously. Lin Feng, are you also delivering takeout here? Coincidentally, the young man delivering takeout to the schoolgirl was someone Lin Feng recognized. He did not respond directly, diverting the conversation as they both entered the elevator. Upon descending, Lin Feng made his way to a nearby supermarket. He procured half a chicken, a sea base, along with an assortment of fruits and vegetables. Passing by a baby supply store, he couldn't resist taking a glance inside. To his surprise, a strikingly handsome man was the only customer, and the staff greeted him with cheerful smiles. Sir, are you buying for a friend's child, or perhaps a relative's? Neither, am purchasing for my own child. The staff member widened her eyes, scrutinizing Lin Feng once more. Could it be that this young man was already a father? If I may ask, how many months is your little one? We currently have promotions on clothes, formula, and toys. Glancing at the myriad of baby products, Lin Feng found himself momentarily lost. My wife is just over 2 months pregnant with twins, and we do not yet know the genders. Upon hearing this, the staff member quickly offered her seasoned advice. Then you should stock up before their arrival. Diapers and baby clothes are absolutely essential. Our store has significant discounts. All the clothing is made from premium cotton. Lin Feng gestured to his hands laden with groceries. We'll come back another day to browse together. For now, I need to return home to cook. Of course. And congratulations on becoming a father. Thank you. Exiting the elevator, he fortuitously ran into his neighbor once more. Her eyes roamed over him, finally resting on the groceries, her expression one of curiosity. Upon returning home, he discovered that Lung Menghan had not yet awakened. Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and began cooking, striving to keep the noise to a minimum this year. The enticing aromas roused Lung Menghan, who sat up sleepily, ready for breakfast. Suddenly realizing something, she hurried to freshen up, emerging looking splendid. Is this a lunchbox? You have class this morning, right? This is for you to take to school. Lung Menghan was genuinely surprised. Lin Feng's attentiveness was remarkable. He truly was a devoted homemaker. After breakfast, Lung Menghan changed into her attire, and Lin Feng escorted her to the door. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Exiting through the north gate of the campus, their community served as the starting point, with a subway directly connecting to the school, only a 10-minute journey. This convenience had been one of the selling points of the neighborhood. Lung Menghan arrived at the office carrying her insulated lunchbox. Although she still bore the same ethereal presence, her colleagues felt that she had changed in some subtle way. Ms. Lung, you've brought lunch today, opting not to eat out? Let me see what delicious treats you brought. Wow, it smells divine. Did you make this? Teacher Lung, didn't you say before that you couldn't cook? Who prepared this? Could it be a heartfelt breakfast? Oh, Teacher Lung is in a relationship. Who is it? Introduce us. With so many admirers, I wonder who will win her heart. Teacher Lung exudes an air of aloofness at school. However, as one spends more time with her, it becomes evident that she has an endearing, playful side, presenting a stark contrast. Amidst the playful banter, Teacher Lung found herself at a loss for words. Realizing there was indeed something brewing, the crowd refrained from further teasing, understanding the moment's gravity. Eventually, left with no choice, Lung Menghan hurriedly grabbed her lesson plan and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng finished tidying the kitchen and called his parents back home. Mom, do we still have any free-range chickens? Yes, if you want some, I'll send a few over tomorrow. How about I come back to fetch them myself? It saves you the trip. No need, you focus on your work. I'll call you when I arrive. With that, she abruptly ended the call. In the afternoon, Lin Feng went out to deliver takeout. Who would have thought that the school would have the highest number of delivery orders? Senior, can I add you on WeChat? No. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? How about we date? I don't have a girlfriend, but I do have a wife. Really? I want to have kids with you. No, I already have 2 little ones courtesy of my wife. Is that true? You're pulling my leg. To deceive you would be a small dog's game. Senior, I heard you moved out. Want to consider quarantining? Lin Feng reflected on how much times have changed back in his freshman year. Things were not this intense. Though delivering takeout can be arduous, diligent effort each month still yields a decent income. Now, he is also a family man, striving to provide for his wife and children. Finding a moment of respite, Lin Feng called Lung Menghan. Just wait. 10 minutes later, Lung Menghan received a bouquet of flowers. The sender was none other than Lin Feng. Teacher Lung, here are your flowers. Taken aback, Lung Menghan accepted the bouquet. Thank you. Lin Feng flashed a smile at her, reminding, there's a card among the flowers, be sure to take a look. With that, he trotted away, humming a cheerful tune. As the campus goddess, Lung Menghan often received flowers, chocolates, clothes, bags, and jewelry in the past. However, she had always declined them. Everyone assumed she would do the same this time. Yet to their surprise, she joyfully sought a vase and began arranging the blooms that it was evident that these were gifts from a boyfriend. Little did they know, it was from the delivery boy. The flowers are remarkably fresh, yet Lung Menghan is oblivious to where he procured them. She takes a photograph and shares it on her social media. Without uttering a word, it is simply an expression of affection. Her best friend, brandishing a metaphorical large sword, inquires, who sent this? Lung's mother. They're quite lovely. Will you be home for the new year? The two comment almost instantaneously that a sense of dread washes over Lung Menghan as she hurriedly deletes the post and reshares it, blocking them both. Within 3 minutes, her best friend, Gao Huihui, calls to confront her. Lung Menghan, what do you mean by blocking me? Isn't it perfectly normal to block you? Your response leaves me momentarily speechless. I merely posted a status. Nothing more, please do not overthink it. If there's no ulterior motive, then why block me? Because you're bothersome. Do you dare to believe I would fly over and confront you? You're busier than a dog. Do you really have time to concern yourself with me? We'll be on a business trip in a couple of days, and I plan to swing by and visit you. Is that for real? Absolutely. Surprised, aren't you? Make sure to treat me to a grand meal when I arrive. Lung Menghan feels a wave of panic. If her best friend were to discover her pregnancy, she would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of scolding upon her. But it's all right, there will always be a way to navigate through this. When the time comes, she will simply mention that her home is undergoing renovations, suggesting her friends stay in a hotel. After a few days, she would have departed, allowing her the opportunity to gradually reveal the truth. Meanwhile, Lin Feng is also feeling a twinge of anxiety. His mother has come to the rented apartment to seek him out, and those unreliable roommates have betrayed him. They claimed he is cohabiting with a girl, exaggerating that there is even a child involved. Upon receiving his mother's call, Lin Feng is left utterly astonished. Chapter 4. Lin's mother pays a visit. Lin Feng's roommates could hardly have anticipated that the whimsical tales they spun in jest would turn out to be true. This time, Lin's mother arrived bearing 2 lively hens and an assortment of fruits cultivated in their hometown. She had taken her son's classmates' words at face value, harboring no suspicion. She believed her son had moved out to cohabit with Jiang Jiehua, and that the young lady was indeed expecting. Thus, Lin Feng's sudden request for hens made perfect sense. The thought that her son had fathered a child before marriage ignited her ire, prompting her to call him in a fit of rage. Xiaofeng, I heard from your classmates that you've moved out to live with your girlfriend. Is Xiaowan pregnant? How could you do this? Where are you right now? Come pick me up. Seeing Lin's mother genuinely furious, his roommates hurried to intervene, fearing that Lin would face severe repercussions upon returning home. Auntie, we were just joking. Lin Feng isn't living with any girl. Yes. The pregnancy talk was a complete fabrication. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Lin Feng and Jiang Jiehua had parted ways upon graduation. With whom could he possibly have a child? Lin's mother remained unconvinced, suspecting they were merely covering for him. The roommates, unable to defend their claims, shrank back when Lin Feng finally appeared, resembling quail trying to flee. Mom, I broke up with Jiang Jiehua right after graduation. Why? I thought you were getting along splendidly. You even mentioned proposing after graduation. Our personalities clash. I cannot provide what she desires. Lin's mother had met Jiang Jiehua once, and neither held a fondness for the other. Yet, for her son's happiness, she would never express such sentiments. Now, witnessing her son's nonchalant demeanor and good spirits, she felt a sense of relief. Her son, raised with integrity, was thoughtful, filial, mature, composed, and frugal. It was not mere maternal pride. Lin Feng was more handsome than many celebrities on television. Therefore, cohabitation and pregnancy seemed utterly implausible, absolutely impossible. Xiaoping and the others were just teasing me, claiming you were living with a girl and had her pregnant. I almost believed it. Let us not dwell on that. Come, Mom. I'll treat you to lunch. What would you like to eat? I'm fine with anything. At the noodle shop, Lin's mother, noticing her son's heavy heart, inquired with concern. Are you short on money? Or is work proving difficult? Your father and I have saved a bit over the years, and with his pension of 2,000 a month, we're not a burden to you. You're our only child, and we don't expect you to become a dragon among men. We just hope for your health and safety. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If work isn't fulfilling, consider resigning. Life isn't solely about work. There are many other delightful pursuits. Lin Feng felt warmth enveloping his heart. Mother, I want to share everything with you, he said. But please, do not be angry with me. Lin Feng possessed an exceptional appearance, undoubtedly a result of genetics. He perfectly inherited the best traits from his parents, such as his mother's facial structure and gentle features. With a warm smile, Lin's mother encouraged her son, saying, Go on, I promise I won't be angry. Truly, I won't, and I certainly won't resort to punishment. What reason would I have to hit you? You are no longer a child. You should know how to conduct yourself. Despite her words, Lin's mother's expression turned serious, as if to convey, You better not cause me any trouble. Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. It's a long story, but I shall keep it brief. Clearing his throat, he hesitated. Actually, Xiao Peng and his friends weren't entirely wrong. I have indeed moved out to live with my girlfriend, and now you are going to be a grandmother, for I am to become a father. Lin's mother widened her eyes, feeling as though she had been slapped in the face, her expression a sight to behold. You reckless child. How have I and your father raised you? Young people may have their fun, but one must not go too far, and certainly not engage in premarital pregnancy. We must respect one another, and engagements and marriages cannot be taken lightly. Do you treat your father and my words as mere whispers in the wind? Seeing the curious gazes from those around them, she stifled her anger. Come, let us find a private place to discuss this matter. 20 minutes later, Lin's mother gazed at her son, her expression a mixture of frustration and joy, angered by his reckless actions yet elated at the prospect of becoming a grandmother, double the joy. Indeed. Now, go and prepare these 2 chickens for cooking. Upon arriving at the rental apartment, Lin's mother instructed her son to heat water while she closed the bathroom door to prepare the chickens. The mother and son busied themselves, cleaning the 2 birds, one to be stewed and the other temporarily stored in the refrigerator. The bathroom smells strongly of blood. Wash it thoroughly to spare your future daughter-in-law from discomfort. As Cold Minghan opened the door, an aromatic scent of stewed chicken wafted through the air. The chicken she had bought could not possibly produce such a fragrance. Drawn by the aroma, she entered the kitchen, only to find not just Lin Feng, but another woman as well. You've returned. This is my mother, Lin Feng introduced. Before he could finish, his mother wiped her hands and exclaimed, Ah, you must be Teacher Long. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Xiao Feng's mother. Cold Minghan felt as though she were experiencing the awkwardness of meeting parents for the first time. Ah, hello, Auntie. Please have a seat in the living room. The kitchen is filled with smoke. Let Xiao Feng prepare some fruit for you in the meantime. Taken aback by Lin's mother's warmth, Cold Minghan turned and dazedly made her way to the sofa in the living room. Lin's mother turned around and playfully twisted her son's ear, unable to suppress her laughter. You possess an extraordinary fortune, having encountered such a beautiful individual. Lin Feng grimaced in pain. Mother, it hurts. Please loosen your grip. Lin's mother cast a glance at the living room, her tone laced with disapproval. Why not go wash the fruit? I'll handle it. You keep an eye on the stove. She carried the fruit into the living room, her gaze on Lung Minghan radiating fondness. These fruits are from my hometown. Do taste them. They are truly delectable. Thank you. Auntie, Lung Minghan replied, sensing Lin's mother's scrutiny and softening her tone. I initially sought out Xiao Feng. I only recently heard about your situation. It angered me so much that I gave that rascal a good talking to. Our Lin family has not treated you well this time. I regret not preparing a proper gift for our meeting, so please accept this. With that, she slid a splendid jade bracelet off her wrist. Recognizing the bracelet's considerable value, Long Minghan promptly declined. Auntie, this gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. This bracelet was a gift from Xiao Feng's grandmother. It holds some value. So consider it a token of our meeting. Lung Minghan felt even more reluctant to accept. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin's mother adorned her wrist with the bracelet, marveling at the softness of her future daughter-in-law's hand. Do not remove it. It looks lovely on you. Before Lung Minghan could respond, Lin's mother stood and headed towards the kitchen. I shall check on the chicken stew. During dinner, Lin's mother fussed over Lung Minghan, serving her dishes and ladling soup. Throughout the meal, Lung Minghan behaved obediently, expressing her gratitude to Lin's mother. Are you on a diet? You seem rather slender. Young ladies should eat more. Being able to enjoy food is a blessing. My son is quite the cook. Whatever you wish to eat, let him prepare it. He's also quite adept at household chores. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. I must leave shortly after dinner. In a few days, I will bring some chickens to visit you. After dinner, Lin's mother hurried off. Mother, allow me to see you out. At my age, I do not require an escort. You should spend more time with Xiaohan. Pregnancy is quite arduous for women. Then let me at least accompany you to the door. I am perfectly capable of finding my own way out. There is no need for your assistance. She needed to return quickly to inform her husband about these events. Once the meal was finished, Lung Minghan felt drowsy and, after washing up, fell into a deep sleep. It seems I forgot to mention something to Lin Feng. What was it again? Lin Feng, meanwhile, was busy on the 68 city platform, searching for suitable housing. He browsed various online marketplaces for baby supplies, encountering posts titled Essential Items to Prepare Before Childbirth, How to Stock Up Before Delivery, and Hospital Checklist for Delivery. Lin Feng made notes on items such as baby blankets, bottles, formula, and diapers, particularly focusing on the formula, as it would nourish the baby and required careful selection. Before long, he noticed commotion outside. Given the hour, it was unlikely that his father would be calling now. I find myself feeling hungry. Let us see what food is available. I could prepare some dumplings for you, filled with cabbage and pork or a mix of seafood. Which would you prefer? Either option is fine. I shall only have a small bowl. Cold Minghan, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at Lin Feng diligently working in the kitchen, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. In the early stages of her pregnancy, she experienced nausea and was beset by feelings of despondency. She had speculated whether she might be pregnant, grappling with anxiety and seeking to escape her thoughts, continually reassuring herself. If she were indeed pregnant, would she seek the father of the child? What kind of person was he? What was his temperament like? What thoughts would he harbor? It was only when confronted with the truth that she felt a profound panic. Lin Feng acted as a potent sedative. From the moment they met at the hospital, she observed his demeanor and words, his steady emotions offering her solace. Now, not only had her nausea dissipated, but she also relished her meals and enjoyed restful sleep. Her spirits greatly lifted. Here, I have prepared a dipping sauce for you. I hope it suits your taste. Is there none for you? I am not hungry. Cold Minghan took delicate spoonfuls, striving to present her most graceful self before Lin Feng. Am I disturbing your rest? Not at all. I was not asleep. Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and entered the room to retrieve a piece of paper, placing it before Cold Minghan. This is for our baby, as well as supplies for your delivery. Please take a look. Cold Minghan paused and inquired, were you working on this last night? As a first-time father, I lack experience. I have been reading posts online. Cold Minghan felt a stir within her, believing that Lin Feng would undoubtedly make a wonderful father. Were these purchased online or from a physical store? After some contemplation, Lin Feng replied, from a physical store. It allows us to see the items in person. Cold Minghan expressed no objections, suggesting that on a day when she had no classes, they could go shopping together. The next day, both had classes. As they stepped out, just as the elevator doors closed, a first-year female student hurriedly entered, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Upon noticing Lin Feng and Cold Minghan, she paused momentarily. Hello, Teacher Lung. Cold Minghan was a notable figure at the school. A photograph uploaded by a classmate of her teaching had garnered significant attention online. The contrast between her and other instructors had sparked considerable interest. Outside the confines of the school, Cold Minghan transformed back into her aloof goddess persona. Greetings. The first-year student cheerfully inquired of Lin Feng. Are you also here to deliver takeout today? Lin Feng smiled briefly, his silence seemingly indicating agreement. At that moment, someone was moving furniture, likely in the process of relocating. Lin Feng unobtrusively shielded Cold Minghan behind him, cautioning the individual to be careful. Turning around, he noticed the first-year student's eyes sparkling as she gazed at them, leaving Lin Feng utterly perplexed. If he were aware, he would comprehend. That glance conveyed, I am smitten. At the starting station, Lin Feng sat beside Lung Minghan, the handsome man and beautiful woman drawing considerable attention. What shall we have for lunch? Once I deliver the takeout, I will go grocery shopping. Anything is fine. I am not picky. Remember, the day after tomorrow we must go to the hospital for the prenatal checkup. And there's also the matter of establishing the medical file. The day after tomorrow? I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. Forgetting is not an issue. I have it all noted. Last time, when Lung Minghan visited, the doctor provided her with a checklist of examinations to be conducted and thoughtfully informed her of the next appointment. We will also need to establish the medical file next time. The two sat closely together, appearing to engage in no conversation. Yet their minds were abuzz with unspoken dialogue. Upon reaching their stop, Lin Feng stood to wait for Lung Minghan, softly advising her to take her time as they exited the subway. All of this was keenly observed by a freshman girl. That day, an inconspicuous post appeared on the school forum. I am enamored with an unrelated pair at our school. If this is true, the school forum might just explode. What's the matter? Are you planning to blow it up with a grenade? Indeed, the implications of someone capable of igniting such a stir on the school forum are quite substantial. No pictures, no truth. Speculation is all we have. Who knows? It has been revealed. It is I. My affair with the goddess is no longer concealed. It has been revealed. It is I. My affair with the campus beauty cannot be hidden any longer. I apologize, but I have a child with the goddess. To the one above, it can be obscure, but not malevolent. I state this clearly. It is undoubtedly a story between teacher and student. How delightful. I apologize, but I am brother to the principal. It is time for you all to know. Everyone here is my brother. Haha. Ultimately, the building is leaning ever more precariously. Chapter 6. Lin Mother's lifelong performance. Art Lin Mother hurriedly returned home, her heart a tumult of joy and sorrow, predominantly filled with concern that her husband might harm their son. Lin Father, cloaked in the starlit night, returned from the fields with a hoe slung over his shoulder. At first glance, he noticed the absence of the bracelet on Lin Mother's wrist, which elicited a faint smile. Where is your bracelet? Did you put it away? What's the matter? Do you wish to join me in the fields? This bracelet was passed down from Lin Father's grandmother to his mother, and ultimately found its way to his wife, bearing significant meaning, symbolizing a legacy. Lin Mother resided in the city, enjoying comfortable circumstances, with siblings who all possessed certain skills. As the youngest in her family, she resolutely chose to marry Lin Father. Since donning the jade bracelet, Lin Mother frequently concocted excuses to avoid household chores. What if I were to chip or damage this bracelet? I intend to pass it down to my daughter-in-law. This is a family treasure. It must not sustain any loss or damage. Why take it off? Have you not heard that jade nurtures the wearer? I shall wear it perpetually. Over time, whenever Lin Mother displayed her bracelet, Lin Father understood her sentiment. The elder generation remaining in the village gazed enviously at Lin's father, who indulged his wife. One managed the household while the other provided for the family, and the couple consistently radiated affection and harmony. I returned late, yet you couldn't have prepared dinner earlier. There are still tasks left undone in the fields. Besides, I simply relish the meals you prepare. He continued. You could have called to check on my whereabouts or suggested I stay overnight in the city. I did call, she retorted. And you said you would take the last bus home. I prompted you to call. It wasn't your initiative, he replied. Lin's father fell silent. Lin's mother served him a bowl of vegetable noodles, with an egg nestled within. Lin Feng joyfully devoured his meal, casting a glance at his wife, who was busy washing dishes. How is Xiao Feng doing? Did you give him the money? Lin's mother suddenly recalled that she had brought 2,000 yuan in cash for her son, but had forgotten it all day, her mind consumed with thoughts of her future daughter-in-law and grandchildren. After finishing dinner, Lin's father quietly washed the dishes, wisely avoiding any conflict with his wife. As they prepared to extinguish the lights and retire for the night, Lin's mother retrieved a thick wooden stick and placed it by the bedside. Lin's father recoiled slightly and timidly inquired, "What are you planning to do with that?" With an expressionless face, Lin's mother replied, "Tomorrow. We shall take this stick to the city and deal with Xiao Feng once and for all." This startled Lin's father, causing him to sit upright in shock. What has Xiao Feng done? He gasped. Lin's mother composed herself and began her tirade. That scoundrel has caused a girl to become pregnant. Lin's father, upon hearing this, was incensed. What sort of upbringing did he receive from me? Just then, he witnessed Lin's mother brandishing the stick in the air. Tomorrow, we shall use this stick to deal with this scoundrel and provide an explanation to the girl's family. Lin's father clutched his chest, terrified by Lin's mother's fervent gestures. Had he not dodged swiftly, it might have been he who bore the brunt of her ire. Calm down for a moment and tell me the details of the situation, he urged. Lin's mother sat at the edge of the bed and recounted the affair between their son and Lung Minghan in meticulous detail. You should have seen her. The future daughter-in-law is stunning, more beautiful than a movie star. With our son's character, he hardly deserves her. Lin's father disagreed, asserting, Xiao Feng is quite a good-looking lad. Once, they said I was unworthy of you. Look at how well we complement each other. Lin's mother shot him a disdainful glance. Stop digressing. You've disrupted my carefully organized thoughts. She continued, and you may not know, but our future daughter-in-law is expecting twins. Lin's father sat up straight, astonished. Twins? Now, that is something. Lin's mother immediately glared at him. What do you mean something? Have you forgotten how we raised our son? How dare that scoundrel do this? With that, she prepared to wield the stick once more. Terrified, Lin's father quickly seized it, fearing for his own safety. Please, take a moment to calm down. While this young man may be at fault, his actions are somewhat understandable. After all, he was unaware of his daughter-in-law's pregnancy. Let us first seek resolution to the issue at hand. Remain composed. Lin's mother, with a stern expression, inquired, What do you propose we do now? They have only just begun cohabiting. And I visited today. It would be inappropriate to intrude again tomorrow. Given that our future daughter-in-law's pregnancy is becoming apparent, the Lin family must express their stance. We cannot pretend as if nothing has transpired. Lin's father, equally bewildered, suggested, Let us prepare some gifts and tidy up before we visit the day after tomorrow. I will call our son to make some arrangements. Lin's mother pointed to a stick by the bed and added, Bring this along. Give him a good thrashing. Lin's father sighed. Discipline is indeed necessary, but let us refrain from inflicting severe harm. We should be gentle. Lin's mother let out a heavy sigh. True. If we are too harsh, how will we care for our daughter-in-law and future grandchildren? By the way, prepare some money for tomorrow. Expenses for the child can be considerable. That night, Lin's father found himself unable to sleep, rising to smoke a cigarette. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a trap. Lin Feng received a call from his mother at noon, learning that his parents would visit the day after tomorrow, which made him anxious. Mom, what does Dad think? Will he truly be violent? Lin's mother scoffed. Son, after exhausting my knowledge last night, your father has decided to go easy on you. You cannot escape this punishment. Brace yourself mentally. Sung Minghan, upon hearing the news, felt both anxious and apprehensive. Lin Feng reassured her. Do not worry. My parents are actually quite easy to get along with. After the examination, let us share a meal together. Before long, the day of the prenatal checkup arrived. I researched and discovered that this examination required fasting and no water intake. We shall dine after the examination is complete. In just a few days, Sung Minghan had grown accustomed to Lin Feng's care and arrangements. For this appointment, identification, household registration, and other documents were necessary. Upon taking a taxi to the hospital, Sung Minghan asked, Should we register first? No need. I have already registered through the official account. We only need to check in now. Lin Feng carried Sung Minghan's bag and held her hand as they made their way to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Sung Minghan gazed at their intertwined hands, momentarily lost in thought. To avoid being recognized, she wore a mask, yet her elegance, striking features, and tall stature made her stand out amidst the crowd. Let us sit here and wait for our number to be called. Surrounding them were families accompanying expectant mothers, all noticeably pregnant. Lin Feng, a youthful and handsome young man, drew considerable attention from those nearby. Chapter 7. Rewards from the System. An elderly woman sitting nearby scrutinized the pair. Young man. You appear quite youthful. Soon to be a father, I see. Congratulations. Thank you, dear aunt, and congratulations to you as well. Lin Feng possesses a remarkably affable demeanor, and his smile radiates warmth, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The doctor, an elderly lady with silvery hair, adjusted her reading glasses and smiled. Oh, you young couple are quite youthful. I presume you are here for your registration and prenatal examinations. Have you brought the previous checkup documents? Lin Feng held a bag containing the materials for this registration, as well as past prenatal records. Here they are. This is the ultrasound report, and this is the routine blood work. The doctor glanced at the documents and inquired, You haven't eaten or had any water this morning, have you? Cold Ming Xiang shook her head. No? The doctor nodded. I will proceed with your registration. Please hand me your identification and household registration booklet. Lin Feng passed the materials to her. The registration was completed swiftly, and the doctor prepared the orders for today's examinations. You may pay via QR code, or, if you have a public account, you can settle it there. Alternatively, you can make your payment at the first floor payment hall. Lin Feng then asked, Pardon me. On which floor do we draw blood? Can I eat afterwards? Being generally healthy and unfamiliar with hospital procedures, he was naturally uncertain. The doctor, with a kindly demeanor, replied, "The blood draw is on the second floor, just right of the elevator. Once the report is ready, please bring it back to me." The queue for blood tests was extensive. "I'll stand in line. You stay seated here. We'll call for you when it's your turn." Cold Ming Xiang, expecting twins, was undoubtedly more fatigued than the average expectant mother. In less than 10 minutes, it was her turn for the blood draw. "Doctor, when will the test results be available?" "That is uncertain. However, we will expedite the process." The doctor had ordered a considerable number of tests, intending to cover anything previously overlooked. Lin Feng took out some milk he had prepared beforehand and offered it to Cold Ming Xiang. "Have a little something to settle your stomach. I'll take you for breakfast afterward. The hospital has a cafeteria, and there are restaurants outside, so food is not a concern." However, Cold Ming Xiang realized that the taste was far inferior to Lin Feng's cooking, leaving her only partially satisfied. "If you're not going to eat it, then give it to me. We shouldn't waste food. You want to eat my leftovers?" "What is wrong with leftovers? I used to eat my father's and mother's leftovers at home, just never the leftovers of the big yellow dog." A chuckle escaped Cold Ming Xiang's lips, unable to contain her amusement. "If I were to eat the big yellow dog's leftovers, it would surely retaliate." At the dining table, Lin Feng shared numerous anecdotes from his childhood, eliciting peals of laughter from Cold Ming Xiang. She was already beautiful, and with her recent good nourishment, her cheeks had become slightly plumper. When she smiled, it was impossible to look away. Some of the test results were ready, while others still required waiting. This waiting extended for a full 2 hours. Lin Feng checked the public account and announced, "Let us go. The reports are all out." An elderly gentleman was fidgeting in front of the printing machine, muttering to himself, "Why won't it print? Why can they and I cannot?" "Sir, please align the barcode here and remain still, otherwise it will not be recognized," the elder instructed. The indicator above signaled that the printing had commenced. A look of gratitude was cast towards Lin Feng from the elderly gentleman. "Thank you, young man. I am utterly clueless in this regard." "It's nothing, merely a small effort," Lin Feng replied. When presenting Lung Minghan's examination report to the doctor, they found the office empty. Only a couple was present. The woman was clutching her swollen belly, perspiring from the pain. Lung Minghan, usually reticent, could not hide her concern. "What troubles you?" she inquired. The woman grimaced, her grip on her husband's hand turning white with the strain. "I'm about to give birth. The doctor sent someone for assistance." "Oh, the pain is unbearable." "It's all your fault. Why must men not endure childbirth?" she exclaimed, her frustrations evident. "It hurts so much, you scoundrel. This is all you're doing." Her husband quickly offered apologies. Yes, it's my fault. Had I the ability to bear children, you wouldn't have to suffer so." As the pain intensified, the husband hastily called for the doctor. Shortly thereafter, medical staff arrived to escort the couple away. Lin Feng and Lang Minghan exchanged glances, wordlessly acknowledging the situation. The elderly doctor soon returned, seated himself, and requested the examination report. "All indicators appear normal. Do not forget to return for the Down syndrome screening next time." Upon exiting the hospital, Lin Feng noted that it was nearly noon. There was a nearby market, and he intended to purchase some groceries to take home. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat were essential, alongside an array of vegetables and fruits. With a bag slung over his shoulder and both hands laden with produce, he reminded Lung Minghan not to wander off. She chuckled, "I am hardly a child. Should we buy some grapes?" "I've heard that consuming grapes can lead to babies with larger eyes," she suggested. "How much for these grapes?" With the grapes in her hands and a scallion pancake in her mouth, she followed Lin Feng closely. Notification: the system rewards the host for accompanying the expectant mother to her first prenatal checkup with a Harvard 15 vehicle. Please check your rewards. The system has automatically acquired the necessary insurance and paperwork. The vehicle is en route. Please be attentive to its arrival. Lin Feng was taken aback. The system had rewarded him with a car? What did it mean by on the way? Was it driving itself to him? In the next moment, his phone rang. Lung Minghan answered it for him. "Yes, this is she." "All right, we'll be there shortly." Lin Feng inquired, "Are my parents here?" After hanging up, Lung Minghan glanced at him and shook her head. "No, it's the dealership calling to inform us that your car has arrived. It's parked over at the hospital lot, and we need to go pick it up." Only then did Lin Feng comprehend the system's message. Lung Minghan pondered asking about the car purchase, but decided against prying. The Harvard 15 was a newly launched model this month, receiving accolades for both its aesthetic and performance. Upon seeing the vehicle, Lin Feng was instantly captivated by its elegant design, It exuded a sense of grandeur. The interior of the car is quite exquisite, spacious, and devoid of any unpleasant odors. The young man handed over all the documents and the car keys to Lin Feng. Here is my contact information. Feel free to call me at any time with any questions. I'm available 24/7. After placing the groceries in the trunk, Lin Feng opened the passenger door and smiled at Lin Menghan. She entered the car, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Lin Feng obtained his driver's license in high school and later worked as a chauffeur during his university days. Although he had never owned a car, he felt completely at ease behind the wheel. Navigation home. Now that he had a vehicle, he could drive her to class, take paternity leave, and even enjoy leisurely drives together. He had previously contemplated purchasing an affordable car priced around $100,000 for convenience. With a car, traveling anywhere would be a breeze. And when he was alone, he could simply ride his electric bike. Who would have anticipated that the system would reward him with a vehicle worth over $300,000? Such a delightful surprise. Oh, how I adore you, dear system. Chapter 8. The awkward meeting with the in-laws upon arriving home. Lin Feng promptly entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. Lin Menghan was tasked with washing and peeling the vegetables. The duo worked harmoniously, and soon, several dishes were ready. The delightful aromas made Lin Menghan's stomach rumble. Lin Feng served her a portion of each dish. Let us have a little something before my parents arrive. Lin Menghan politely declined, opting instead to retreat to her room to tidy up and adorn herself. A palpable sense of nervousness enveloped her, akin to a bride meeting her in-laws for the first time. When Lin Feng's parents arrived, he was just finishing up the last dish. Mom, Dad, you're here. Please come in. Lin's mother greeted them with a warm smile, while Lin's father merely grunted, casting a look that hinted at unspoken expectations. Both parents appeared well-groomed and in high spirits. They had brought 2 chickens, a duck, and some locally sourced pork, along with vegetables free of pesticides. Did you prepare all this? Lin Feng's mother inquired. Yes, Mom, my culinary skills have greatly improved. However, Lin Feng's father entered the house without offering his son a friendly glance. His mother subtly signaled to him to gauge the situation and avoid provoking his father today. Whereas Lin Menghan, is she sleeping? Lin Feng asked. I'll go check. Upon entering, he found Lin Menghan anxiously looking at him, forcing a faint smile. I'm a bit nervous. Noticing her changed attire and fresh appearance, Lin Feng reassured her, it's all right. My parents are quite easygoing. Besides, I'm here with you. So there's no need to be anxious. Aren't you hungry? Come, let us eat. Lin Feng extended his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, Lin Menghan grasped it firmly. In the living room, Lin's mother warned her husband, when our future daughter-in-law comes out, do not wear that grim expression. You'll frighten her. Lin's father rubbed his face, adjusting his demeanor. I just wanted to give Xiao Feng a good thrashing upon seeing him. After dinner, you can do whatever you like. But for now, please smile. Cold Mengxiang greeted the 2 elders with a sense of restraint. Hello, uncle and aunt. This is Xiao Feng's father. He has looked like this since the day I met him. Please do not take offense. As she spoke, Lin's mother took Cold Mengxiang's hand and urged her to sit down for dinner. Let us eat first. You must be hungry at this hour. Quickly, eat up. Cold Mengxiang turned to Lin's father and said, Uncle, please sit down and join us for a meal. Lin's mother smiled brightly, saying, Little Cold is quite sensible. It is a pity I do not have a daughter-in-law to cherish. Turning around, she adopted a more serious demeanor. What are you standing there for? Do you need an invitation? Just as Lin's father was about to sit down, he found himself at the dining table, accompanied by Lin Feng, with Lin's mother enlivening the atmosphere. Cold Mengxiang gradually relaxed, obediently eating while listening to Lin's mother's chatter. Lin's father remained silent throughout the meal, yet his thoughts were tumultuous. That brat, when did his culinary skills improve so remarkably? And I must say, this future daughter-in-law is truly stunning, both in appearance and character. A university lecturer, no less. I feel my son is simply unworthy. He truly is unworthy. How should I deal with this? Should I be stern or lenient? Regardless of the approach, I must make my stance clear. Oh, this bracelet was meant for the future daughter-in-law. After dinner, Cold Mengxiang planned to wash the dishes with Lin Feng. Lin's mother, with a beaming smile, took the bowls and plates from her son's hands. After preparing such a feast, you must be tired. Xiao Feng, go keep your father company. Little Cold, have some fruit while I take care of the dishes. Lin Feng understood the underlying message. You, my boy, are in for a reprimand. Slowly, he approached Lin's father. Dad. Lin's father turned to Cold Mengxiang and uttered his second sentence since their meeting. Good child. I have some matters to discuss with Xiao Feng. Perhaps you should return to your room and enjoy some fruit. Cold Mingxiang glanced around, hesitating. Obediently, she picked up a plate of fruit and entered the master bedroom, unable to quell her curiosity as she listened intently at the door. Your mother has informed me about your situation with little Cold, and I am exceedingly disappointed. How have we raised you? Shouldn't you treat relationships with seriousness and maintain integrity? Just wait and see how I handle this. At this moment, Cold Mingxiang abruptly pushed open the door and froze. She witnessed Lin's mother handing her husband a bamboo stick, while Lin Feng stood motionless before the coffee table, awaiting his fate. All three turned their gazes towards her. Lin Feng smiled reassuringly at her, conveying a sense of calm. Lin's mother approached with a smile, taking Cold Mingxiang's hand and leading her inside. Auntie. Cold Mingxiang broke free from Lin's mother's grasp and stepped in front of Lin Feng, shielding him with her presence. She met Lin's father's gaze directly. Uncle. This matter is not solely Lin Feng's fault. I share in the responsibility. Initially, he wished to take responsibility, but I turned him down. Upon learning of the child, he accepted his duties. He is a good person, truly a good person. Uncle, please do not punish him. The three members of the Lin family were momentarily taken aback. Lin's father sighed and sat down, casting a fierce glare at his son. The Lin family must provide you with an explanation. Lin Feng, do speak. What are your intentions regarding Xiao Long and the child from now on? Lin Feng cast a serious glance at Lung Menghan and replied earnestly. I will cherish her for a lifetime, striving to ensure she lives a good life, and I will never betray her. As for the child, I will be a dutiful father, providing them with a happy and harmonious home. Lin father turned to Lung Menghan and spoke gently. Xiaolong, our Lin family is not one of wealth, and Lin Feng is not a scion of affluence. Should you choose to marry into our family, we will treat you as our own daughter. However, it is often said that love is a matter between two individuals. If you find that Lin Feng is not suitable for you and wish to part ways, you are free to do so. And our family will not shirk from our responsibilities regarding the child. Lin mother retrieved 2 bundles of money from the bottom of her basket. Take this money for your use. Consider it our assistance as elders. I initially intended to come and care for you, but seeing your discomfort with my presence, I shall leave you to your world for now. Lung Menghan felt a warmth in her heart. She could sense the sincerity of Lin Feng's parents, and their goodwill towards her was genuine. As the elderly couple prepared to leave, Lin father remarked, if this lad treats you poorly, do let me know, and I shall discipline him. Lin mother added, Lin Feng, ensure you take good care of Xiao Long, and do not mistreat her. Lin Feng attempted to return the money, but the couple dismissed his gesture. This money is not for you. It is intended for Xiao Long and the little ones to buy food. Lin Feng persisted. Mom and Dad, allow me to drive you to your sister's house. The journey via the highway would take over 2 hours, making it a swift round trip of 4 hours. However, Lin mother declined, stating, no need, we are staying at your aunt's house today. We have already informed them. Tomorrow, we will take the bus back ourselves. Just take good care of Xiaolong. Lin Feng's 2 uncles and aunt resided in the same city. Then, let me at least drive you to your aunt's house, he insisted. As the elderly couple prepared to refuse once again, Long Ming'an quickly interjected, Uncle and Auntie, please allow Lin Feng to take you there. After a brief hesitation, the elderly couple readily agreed. Very well, let him drive us to your aunt's house. Chapter 9. Old matters of the Lin family. Upon discovering that the brand new car before them was just acquired by Lin Feng, Lin mother was the first to react, twisting her son's ear in frustration, nearly fuming with indignation. Have you lost your mind? You now have a wife and child to support, and you haven't even purchased a home yet you dare to buy a car? Who gave you the audacity? She was aware that her son had saved over 100,000 for future family expenses. How could he possibly think of purchasing a new car, which would surely cost at least that much? Lin Feng, covering his ear, pleaded for mercy. Mom, please let me explain. It hurts. Lin mother huffed and released her grip. The car may be priced high externally, but I acquired it from a friend who did not charge me a commission, so it turned out to be quite affordable. Moreover, you are aware that Xiaoling is expecting twins, and it would be more convenient for her to attend prenatal checkups with a vehicle. It is unreasonable to rely solely on my electric scooter for transportation. While it may be manageable in the early months, it would be impractical as her pregnancy progresses. Furthermore, in the future, having a car will ease trips for the baby's health checkups, kindergarten, outings, and visits to our hometown. A vehicle would undoubtedly enhance our comfort. Additionally, while I aspire to purchase a house, that endeavor is not immediate. However, acquiring a car is feasible, and this decision has been reached after much contemplation. Lin's mother, her demeanor softening, found her son's reasoning compelling. Lin's father had already entered the car, appearing in good spirits. Let us proceed. Purchasing a car is inevitable. Lin Feng's aunt resides not far away, a drive of approximately 40 minutes. She is in her second marriage, and together with her husband. They have a daughter who is currently in middle school. The aunt's husband travels extensively for work, often away from home for long periods. Meanwhile, the aunt remains at home, assisting her daughter with studies and occasionally indulging in games like cards or mahjong. The relationship between their families is quite close, with frequent visits. Whenever they prepare a delicious meal or dine out, Lin Feng is usually invited. Lin Feng purchased a box of milk and some fruit, and he and his parents went upstairs to visit. Little Feng is here. Come in and sit. Have you eaten yet? We had dumplings for dinner, and there are some leftovers in the fridge. The aunt, sporting a chic short haircut, is an energetic and enthusiastic person. We just arrived after eating. Where is Xiaoya? She is in the back room doing her homework. The workload for her third year is quite intensive, keeping her up until the early hours of the morning. Indeed, children today have it tough. Who can argue with that? I feel somewhat helpless. I can only prepare meals for her, focusing on being present. Lin Feng rose to take his leave. Aunt, I must be going. I'll visit again when I have the chance. All right, go back safely, and next time, don't bring anything. It feels too formal. After Lin Feng departed, Lin's father completed a brief wash-up before retiring for the night, leaving the sisters to share whispers and gossip in the room. How is Lin Feng getting along with that Xiaoan? Are they on the verge of marriage? Don't mention it. They broke up right after graduation. I've seen that girl. She is quite beautiful, but they seem incompatible. At this juncture, Zhao Ju leaned in to contribute. Sister, I know a girl who works at a bank, just starting her career, and she is quite remarkable. She is a year older than Lin Feng, and her family is well off, with both parents enjoying pensions. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to show Lin's mother a photo. What do you think? Is she attractive? If you're not satisfied, I can introduce her to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang is her son from her previous marriage. After the divorce, he changed his surname to Zhao and is currently single, living alone in their old house. Zhao Ju and her current husband had gifted him a second-hand car, allowing him to make a living as a delivery driver comfortably. He had dated 2 girlfriends, neither of which worked out, leaving Zhao Ju increasingly anxious about his future. Perhaps I should introduce her to Xiaoyang. It seems Lin Feng has found someone already. Zhao Ju expressed her envy. Observe how effortlessly others manage their offspring's lifelong commitments. The matters concerning Lin Feng and Lung Menghan remain unresolved, and thus, Zhao Ju was not informed beforehand. Since they are here, should they visit the second brother's house tomorrow, allowing him to assist Lin Feng in securing employment? Lin Feng's maternal uncle possesses some capabilities, being the most accomplished among the 4 siblings. From a young age, he understood the value of education and aspired to excel academically, aiming for a prosperous future. Although now retired, his connections still hold significance. Lin Feng attends the finest university in the city, excelling in his studies, making it relatively easy for the second brother to assist. Unlike Xiaoyang, who merely graduated high school, is not only unappealing in appearance, but also stubborn and lacking in qualifications. Lin Mu chuckled, inquiring if Xiaoyang was aware of such remarks. Zhao Ju, however, displayed indifference. He is fully aware of his own circumstances. Does he truly require my commentary? As for Lin Feng's employment issues, let him navigate those himself. Zhao Ju contemplated voicing her thoughts, yet ultimately remained silent. Zhao Lubiao and Lin Mu share a history of bygone grievances. Had it not been for Zhao Lubiao's intervention years ago, perhaps Lin Feng's family would have fared better. The trouble began when Zhao Lubiao borrowed a sum from Lin Mu, claiming it was urgent and promising to repay shortly. At that time, Lin Mu's husband was keen on purchasing a second-hand house in the city and intended to use that money. Considering it a rare request from Zhao Lubiao, Lin Mu lent him the amount without a written agreement, relying solely on their familial bond. He promised to return it within 10 days. Yet the repayment was delayed for several years. Eventually, the money was returned, but without any interest. Meanwhile, the house Lin Mu's husband coveted was no longer available, prompting them to save the funds for Lin Feng's future bride. Did they believe the matter concluded? To their dismay, the neighborhood faced demolition. Indeed, demolition. Lin Mu was nearly overwhelmed with anger. The 2 families had already distanced themselves due to this incident, and now they were completely estranged. During festive seasons, they refrained from gathering as a family, and Lin Mu would not visit Zhao Lubiao's home even when in the city. Upon returning home, Lin Feng found Lung Minghan engaged in a phone conversation. From the outset, he sensed an air of deception. Come over another day. I am away on a business trip for studies. All right, I shall treat you to a meal another time. You may choose whatever you desire. After concluding the call, she turned to face Lin Feng. My friend is coming to visit, and I'm still uncertain how to explain my current situation to her. So I intend to delay. Lin Feng remained oblivious to Long Minghan's family background. Today, her household registration indicated she hailed from a major metropolitan area. Lin Feng did not press her further, replying, "Well, it's your decision." Lung Minghan resumed her script reading, though her mind wandered. "I'll step out to deliver a document. Call me if anything arises." "Oh, all right. What would you like to eat? I'll bring something back for you." "There is nothing in particular that I wish to eat. Do return home soon." The absence of Lin Feng has left Lang Minqing feeling somewhat disoriented. She glanced at the clock, noting it was past 10. The television drama that had previously captivated her had now lost its allure. Stifling a yawn, Lung Mingqing rose to tend to her personal care. Time passed, and she heard some movement, realizing it was 3 in the morning. Upon getting up, she spotted Lin Feng stealthily returning home. A wave of emotion washed over her, and she softly murmured, "You're back." Lin Feng smiled. "Did I wake you?" Chapter 10. Two adorable individuals. Lung Mingqing shook her head, inquiring as she opened the refrigerator. "Are you hungry? There are some leftovers. Would you like me to heat them up for you?" "I'm not hungry. It's quite late. You should go to bed," Lin Feng replied. Following closely behind him, Lung Mingqing asked, "Would you like some water? How about some fruit?" "No, I won't eat anything. I plan to sleep soon." "So you should too." Noticing his evident fatigue, she thought of the small sofa bed in the study that seemed rather cramped for his tall frame. How about you come and sleep with me tonight?" she suggested shyly. Lin Feng looked at her in surprise. Long Mingqing, her cheeks flushed, stammered an explanation. Unable to meet his gaze. The sofa bed in the study is too small. The bed in the master bedroom is quite spacious. She had purchased the master bed herself, with the combined cost of the bed and mattress exceeding 20,000 after discounts. When she moved in, her sleep quality had been poor, prompting her to buy a bed from the same brand for her home. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Lin Feng chuckled. "No need. I'm quite comfortable on the sofa bed. Don't feel obliged. I insist. You should sleep with me." Lin Feng washed his face, catching a glimpse of her in the mirror. "I am a man. A vigorous man. Aren't you afraid?" Lung Mingqing's eyes widened in surprise. "I'm pregnant," she exclaimed. "Fine then," she added, "it's decided. I'll go fetch your things." With that, she hurried to the study to grab a blanket before making her way to the master bedroom. Once Lin Feng had finished washing up, he heard Lang Minqing calling from the bed. "Come on, let us sleep together." Unable to help himself, Lin Feng chuckled. Long Minqing puffed her cheeks out like a pufferfish. "What is so funny? What is amusing about this?" Outsiders often referred to her as the cold goddess of the mountains, unyielding and distant. After a moment, she continued, "However, during our time together, I found you rather endearing." Having likely seldom been called cute, Lang Mingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Less chatter, come to bed. It's already 4 o'clock. All right, since you've so warmly invited me, I can hardly refuse. I won't waste my breath on you." They each lay on opposite sides of the bed, exchanging glances. Lung Mingqing yawned, unable to keep her eyes open any longer. With a murmured good night, he succumbed to a deep slumber. As Lin Feng himself had proclaimed, he was indeed a man of youthful vigor, lying beside such a stunning beauty. With the sweet fragrance wafting from her nose and the bed's comfort enveloping him, one would be hard-pressed to remain awake. After scrolling through his phone for a brief 10 minutes, Lin Feng too fell into a profound sleep. Outside, a gentle drizzle began to fall. The following morning, Long Mingyong awoke, stirred by hunger. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find herself nestled in Lin Feng's embrace. It seemed he was blissfully unaware of her awakening. His gaze filled with curiosity and excitement as he stared at the ceiling. As Lung Mingliang pondered this, she noticed a large hand gently and cautiously caressing her abdomen. Oh, it appeared he simply wished to feel for the babies. 3 months along, her belly had begun to show. Closing her eyes once more to feign sleep, she was betrayed by the grumbling of her stomach. The hand on her belly withdrew, and she slowly roused. When she opened her eyes again, Lin Feng had already risen and left the room, yet the warmth of his presence lingered on the bed. For reasons unknown, a soft laugh escaped Lung Mingliang's lips. She found Lin Feng rather endearing. It was a beautiful morning. Today, Lung Mingliang had no classes, so the couple decided to purchase some baby supplies to stock up. Having risen later than usual, they agreed to have lunch first before heading out in the afternoon. After a night of rain, the sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow. Wearing a stylish hat and loose-fitting attire, Lang Mingyang exuded an effortless elegance. Her oversized clothing concealed her pregnancy for the time being. As a short holiday approached, shops both in malls and along the streets commenced their promotional activities. The couple, armed with a shopping list, strolled while browsing. Their first stop was to gather items needed for Lang Mingliang's delivery: disposable undergarments, baby sleepwear, shaping belts, adult pads, and more. For the baby, they selected swaddles, diapers, baby powder, bathtubs, and other essentials. They had done their homework and were well prepared. Uncertain of the baby's gender, they opted for one set in yellow and another in green. I have olive oil here that can help reduce stretch marks. Would you like to take a look? A salesperson offered. You're expecting twins, so the stretch marks will surely be more pronounced than in a typical pregnancy. It's best to begin prevention now. Lung Mingliang perked up at this suggestion. Show me. After perusing the introduction, regardless of its efficacy, she decided to purchase 3 bottles. The deal was too good to pass up. Buy 2, get 1 free, and it was said that this product required long-term application. She chose the most expensive option. At that moment, Lin Feng approached with a pair of maternity underwear. These can be adjusted for comfort. Should we buy a few? Lung Mingliang felt her cheeks flush and turned her face away. Let us buy a few. Did he not feel embarrassed, being a man in such a situation? Lin Feng then earnestly consulted the store attendant before dashing back over. How about some tops? Upon seeing the clothing in the staff's hands, Lung Mingliang couldn't help but blush once again. Perhaps you should take a look at the store next door. I will join you shortly. The adjacent shop specializes in baby formula. All right, I'll find you once I'm done. After Lin Feng departed, Lung Minxiang finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over her. The shop assistant, concealing her admiration behind her hand, remarked, "My dear, your husband is truly considerate. He is so meticulous in selecting these items. Unlike some men who, for the sake of pride, wouldn't even touch such products." While Lung Minxiang felt a twinge of shyness, she was equally moved by his thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was engaging in an amiable conversation with the shop owner, who spoke knowledgeably about the various types of formula suitable for each stage of an infant's development, from 0 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months, and so forth. When inquiring about the prices, the owner candidly stated, "It's much too early for you to purchase this now. You should come back when the time is right. Otherwise, it will just sit unused. Our brand rarely has promotions, and the prices are consistent with those on our official website. I can't offer you a significant discount, as I need to make a profit too. If you doubt me, feel free to check the historical prices and any promotional offers." Lin Feng chuckled softly. "This is my first time becoming a father, and I am not very familiar with the different brands of formula. I merely wish to gather more information." The owner smiled in agreement. "Absolutely. It's essential to be cautious about what you choose for your child." Noticing Lung Minxiang waiting at the entrance, Lin Feng took his leave from the owner. There were still items on the list that needed to be purchased, so he decided to return another day. "What shall we have for dinner?" he asked. "Anything is fine. I am not picky," she replied. Chapter 11. Brothers who brush against the truth with bags in hand. They entered the elevator. The last to join them was a freshman neighbor. Her eyes lingered on the shopping bags as she cheerfully greeted Lung Minxiang. "Hello, Teacher Lung." It seemed that upon stepping out, Lung Minxiang had a unique ability to switch personas. "Hello," she responded. The freshman, with a bright smile, inquired, "Are those baby products you bought? Are you expecting a child?" Finally, Lung Minxiang reacted beyond her usual aloofness. "Are you genuinely concerned about my affairs?" The freshman, taken aback by Lung Minxiang's frosty gaze, recoiled slightly, falling into a quiet demeanor. As they exited the elevator, the freshman blinked curiously, glancing back multiple times at Lin Feng and Lung Minxiang as they entered their home. Teacher Lung seemed so distant and unapproachable. Yet, how could one resist her beauty? She had already discovered that he had once attended the same school, and he was quite the handsome senior. Are they expecting a child? Surely, they must be. Or why would they be buying baby products? She pondered excitedly. How thrilling. A teacher-student romance is unfolding right before my eyes. Once inside, Lung Minxiang shed her icy demeanor, transitioning into a more relaxed state. Are children today this enthusiastic? Lin Feng chuckled, tidying up the items before beginning to prepare dinner. Over the course of their time together, they had developed a harmonious dynamic, akin to that of a married couple. After dinner, Lung Mingxiang retreated to the study to work. Lin Feng washed the dishes and received a call from his roommate, inviting him out for barbecue. "You poor souls are willing to spend money to treat me to barbecue?" he remarked. "What a thing to say. Even if we're broke, we can't let our brother suffer. Don't play tricks on me. I might end up footing the bill." "No. Tonight several of us are treating you, and we hope you will grace us with your presence." "All right then, send me the location, and I shall honor you with my presence. Same place as always. Remember to bring your girlfriend, or else this meal will be on you. Haven't I mentioned before that I need some time? Just wait a little longer. It's been many days already. A true brother should be honest. Even if your girl isn't the prettiest, we will support you." Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived at the familiar spot on his electric scooter. A few of his friends from Xiaoping glanced at him curiously. "Where's your girlfriend? Didn't he bring her? Then this meal's on you." "Fine. You rascal. I want 10 skewers of big waist meat. And some beef skewers, 20 of them, please, and 20 lamb skewers. Give me 3 brain skewers and load them with chili. I don't mind if it's too spicy. Boss, bring 5 beers." After an enthusiastic ordering spree, the way Lin Feng's friends looked at him seemed to suggest they were ready to pounce. Lin Feng feigned getting up. "If I'm so unwelcome, then I shall take my leave. You can leave, but you still owe us money. I haven't even eaten, so why should I pay? Since you said you were treating us, you should cover the cost." Playfully, they turned the conversation back, insisting they must meet this mysterious girlfriend of his. Lin Feng reiterated his usual line. The timing wasn't right. It was inconvenient. Suddenly, Xiaoping slammed the table, a look of enlightenment on his face. "Brother Feng, you don't actually have a girlfriend, do you? You're just teasing us. It's possible. Otherwise, why would Brother Feng be so secretive? Brother Feng, if this girlfriend is so elusive, could she possibly be a man?" This line of thinking was unprecedented. The other 3 conspired, determined to get him intoxicated that evening. Lin Feng, who could hardly hold his liquor, soon found himself drunk as they took turns pouring drinks for him. "I can't drink anymore. I'm getting tipsy." "No way. Brother Feng can handle at least one more." With a foggy mind, Lin Feng stood up, swaying slightly as he prepared to settle the bill. "You all go ahead. I paid, and I'm heading back." Xiaoping stood up to support him and exchanged glances with the other 2. "Brother Feng, how about we call your girlfriend to come pick you up? Right? We're worried about you getting home alone while drunk." "Brother Feng, what is her number? We can call her." Lin Feng shook his head, insisting he could manage on his own. "I'm fine. I can do this." Xiaoping, taking matters into his own hands, pulled out Lin Feng's phone. Since they all shared the same dorm, they were familiar with each other's passwords. Xiaoping scrolled through the contacts, puzzled. Who is this baby's mother? Is it an aunt? You fool, it must be Brother Feng's girlfriend. Oh, I see. Looks like I'm a bit tipsy too. Hasten to inquire and request her to welcome Brother Feng. Lin Feng intended to seize the phone, demanding its return. Who would even entertain him at this moment? Lung Mingyan was at home, perusing a classmate's thesis, her brow furrowed in frustration. Were it not for her concern for her baby, she would have certainly erupted in anger. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. It was a call from Lin Feng. The expression on her face brightened instantly, and her tone softened involuntarily. However, to her astonishment, the voice on the other end was unfamiliar. Excuse me, are you Brother Feng's girlfriend? He is currently intoxicated. Could you come to fetch him? We are all inebriated ourselves. Otherwise, we would have taken him home. Please hurry, he is rambling incoherently. In a swift motion, Lung Mingyan stood up. Provide me with the location. 30 minutes later, she arrived at a barbecue stall, leaving Xiao Peng and his companions utterly astounded, particularly Xiao Peng, who struggled to articulate any coherent words. The trio, upon seeing Lung Mingyan, sobered up considerably. See, cold goddess, cold teacher, what brings you here? Naturally, I came here to enjoy some barbecue. What else would I come for? Cold teacher. What would you like to eat? It's on us. Lung Mingyan's gaze fell upon Lin Feng. Was he truly intoxicated? Lin Feng squinted at her and staggered to his feet. Wow, you are so beautiful. A subtle smile graced Lung Mingyan's lips. Xiaoping and his friends hurried to restrain Lin Feng, all sporting awkward smiles. Cold teacher. My friend is drunk. I apologize for his behavior. Lin Feng shrugged off their hold and wobbled toward Lung Mingyan. What happened next was astonishing. He abruptly embraced her, resting his chin on her shoulder, already inebriated. I want to go home. Xiao Peng and his companion's eyes widened, preparing to intervene. You rascal. How could you indulge in such fortune? Seeing him in such a predicament was more painful than if they had been the ones to suffer. Lung Mingyan sighed and inquired. Do you know where your home is? Lin Feng replied with unwavering certainty. I know. The expressions of Xiao Peng and his companions contorted in disbelief. Cold teacher. P.S. Just rambling due to intoxication. We will take him home shortly. Yes, yes, his girlfriend will come to fetch him soon. Suddenly, Lin Feng shouted erratically. I don't have a girlfriend. Xiao Peng and his friends exchanged glances. Lung Mingyan addressed them. In that case, I shall take him home. Xiao Peng and the others watched helplessly as Lin Feng clung to Lung Mingyan, refusing to let go. They both entered a taxi together. Chapter 12. The jealousy of brothers. As they watched the taxi drive away, Xiao Peng and his companions were left in disbelief. Had they known, they would have clung to the cold goddess, pleading for her to take them home. What nonsense! With your looks, the cold goddess would kick you away in an instant. The icy goddess is indeed beautiful and kind-hearted. How fortunate for that rascal Feng. Suddenly, they recalled a pressing matter. The payment for the barbecue was still outstanding. Truly, it was like moving a stone only to injure oneself, incurring losses on both sides. But is that baby's mother truly Feng's girlfriend? What do you expect me to know? I only know that tonight, Feng is quite the fortunate one. Let us not discuss it, for the mere mention of it makes my appetite vanish. This barbecue feast was particularly bitter. Tears unbidden flowed from my lips. Thankfully, Lung Minghan, with her height, found it less of a hassle to support Lin Feng. Upon returning home, Lung Minghan intended to fetch him a glass of water. Don't go. She allowed him to embrace her, gently inquiring, Aren't you thirsty? Not at all. I wish to hold you, he replied. Standing there in his embrace, Lung Minghan noticed Lin Feng, gazing intently at her abdomen. Remembering his furtive actions that morning, her heart softened. She took his hand and placed it on her small belly. Are you thinking of our little ones? Lin Feng remained silent, his gaze tender, his touch gentle. I will ensure a good life for you and our children, he stated earnestly, his eyes fixed on her. A wave of emotion washed over Lung Minghan, her heart brimming with happiness, nearly bringing her to tears. I do not seek immense wealth. I only wish for our family to be safe and healthy. Had she truly desired riches, she would have married long ago. Lin Feng held her close, his face resting against her abdomen, smiling like a child. This is my first time being a father. I hope for your guidance. Lung Minghan smiled softly in response. This is also my first time being a mother. I hope for your guidance as well. Time slipped away, and when Lung Minghan grew weary of standing, she looked down to find him fast asleep. She carefully tended to Lin Feng, helping him out of his clothes, removing his shoes and socks, washing his face, and wiping his hands. Lastly, she placed a wastebasket beside the bed. After completing all these tasks, fatigued yet drowsy, she lay down and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke to find Lung Minghan absent from his side. Awake? Come eat, she called. Breakfast consisted of fried eggs, milk, and buns purchased by Lung Minghan from downstairs, although the fried eggs did not look particularly appetizing. How did I return home last night? He asked. I brought you back, she replied. Lin Feng immediately realized he had been outsmarted by those three rascals. This morning, Lung Minghan had also devised a plan. They still remained unaware of our relationship. Didn't you come to pick me up last night? Just then, a call from Xiaoping interrupted. Upon seeing a plethora of missed calls and video messages in his contacts, Lin Feng called back. Tell me, what happened last night with Teacher Ling? The sound was deafening, not an exaggeration in the least. Lin Feng cleared his throat, deliberately piquing the curiosity of his interlocutors. What do you think might transpire between us? Oh, I could devour you, you scoundrel, daring to lay a hand on my goddess. Do you think you are worthy? The goddess ought to be peerless. What do you amount to? Have you glanced in the mirror? Besides Xiaopeng, the furious voices of the other two resonated from the phone, reminiscent of a comedic duo. You wretch, you wretch. Do you consider yourself worthy? Go look in the mirror. Observing their frenzy brought Lin Feng immense delight. Ah, you are merely envious. Xiaoping shrieked, fury be upon you. Speak, quickly. Noticing cold Minghan's laughter, which was as lively as a blooming flower, Lin Feng inquired with a smile, thanks to you all last night. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Teacher Long, nor would there have been such a splendid encounter. Brothers, you are truly my good brothers. This statement nearly drove Xiaopeng and the others to a frenzy. The grudge over the goddess was irreconcilable. Today, it was either your demise or mine. Xiaopeng, calm down. Don't heed Feng Ji's boastful nonsense. Why would the goddess take a liking to him? Why not? He is quite handsome. Cold Minghan nearly choked on her milk upon hearing this. Sensing her discomfort, Lin Feng hastily changed the subject. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. Nothing transpired. for it had already occurred previously. Upon hearing this, the anger of Xiaopeng and the others dissipated, giving way to a new wave of mockery. I told you. The lovely goddess merely has a pure heart and was simply escorting you home. But you, young man, ought to be grateful. Last night, you clung to her without letting go. TSK, shameless fellow. Let us settle the score for last night, plus an additional 200 yuan as a token of appreciation. After hanging up, Lin Feng transferred the money. What 200 yuan for gratitude? Nonsense. Cold Minghan laughed. Your conversation is quite amusing, Lin Feng replied. We share a dormitory and maintain a good rapport, so our banter is often devoid of restraint. You are their goddess, should they discover our relationship. They might brandish a knife at me. Today, Cold Minghan had classes both in the morning and afternoon. Lin Feng first drove her to school before heading out to buy groceries. As soon as she sat down, the gossip from the neighboring teacher began. Teacher Lung, who was that lad last night? What lad? You don't know? It's all the talk today. They say a young man embraced you, and you both left together. As for this matter, I merely escorted a student home. Really? Indeed. As noon approached, everyone began discussing what to eat. A new restaurant serving braised chicken rice has opened. Shall we try it? Too far. I don't feel like going. I'll just order takeout. Teacher Lung, what would you like to eat? I can bring it to you. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed outside. Teacher Lung, there's a delivery for you. Lung Minghan glanced at Lin Feng, who was carrying 2 insulated containers, momentarily taken aback. Thank you. Have you eaten yet? Thank you for your concern. Teacher, I have already eaten. You've worked hard. I have a cup of milk tea here. Please take it. Thank you, Teacher Lung. Enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Once Lin Feng departed, the teachers gathered around. Did your boyfriend bring you lunch today? It's a mystery delivery. It smells wonderful. I'm already feeling hungry. So sumptuous. It's clear that it is a feast for the senses. Teacher Lung, would you mind sharing just a little with me, so I can savor the flavor? Lung Minghan obliged, sharing some with the food-loving teacher, who exclaimed in delight, this is incredibly delicious. It's simply at chef-level quality. After finishing, the teacher's gaze was fixated on Lung Minghan's meal. Seeing her pitiful expression, Lung Minghan's heart softened. There's plenty. I can't finish it all, so I'll share some with you. The food-loving teacher, despite feigning reluctance, was already off to fetch a bowl and chopsticks. Chapter 13. Realizing her affection for him, Teacher Lung. It seems you've gained a bit of weight recently. With such delightful meals and exceptional culinary skills, who wouldn't? Indeed, I'm thrilled to indulge in such delectable dishes, even if it means gaining a few pounds. Enjoying Lin Feng's cooking brought immense joy to Lung Minghan. Before long, a short holiday arrived. Lung Minghan felt unusually fatigued, lacking the motivation to do anything, preferring instead to lie down and scroll through her phone. The two agreed to avoid the crowds and stay home. After preparing 3 meals a day at home, Lin Feng would deliver takeout during the day and drive at night. During the holidays, both delivery and driving orders were plentiful. The freshman girl diagonally across had not been seen by Lin Feng in recent days. She must have gone out to enjoy the break. That evening, thunder and lightning suddenly struck, prompting Lung Minghan to unplug the appliances. When she called Lin Feng, a torrential downpour had already begun outside. Lin Feng, are you still driving? It's thundering and pouring outside. Hurry back. I can't return just yet. This order is headed to the county. If all goes well, I might be back by 3 or 4 in the morning. Lung Minghan was startled, her heart filled with concern as she looked out at the storm. That's so far. How will you come back? I'll see if I can catch a ride back. If not, I'll have to wait until tomorrow morning. Where will you stay tonight? I'll find a hotel. Enough of that. Get some rest. I need to head out. After hanging up, Lung Minghan couldn't shake her worries about Lin Feng. Pacing anxiously around her home, suddenly, there was a clap of thunder, and the power went out. Without any spare candles, and only 20% battery on her phone. While her tablet had 50%, she distractedly scrolled through the tablet in the darkness. Occasionally, a thunderclap startled her, causing her complexion to pale as she reminisced about the times when Lin Feng was by her side. She yearned to call or message him, yet hesitated, fearing it might distract him. After perusing her list of friends, she ultimately decided to reach out to her close friend, Wu Xuan. Darling, what prompted you to call? Is there thunder on your end? Yes, there is a tempest raging here. Listen, the rain is pouring down fiercely. Are you frightened, my little darling? Oh, how wonderful it would be if a man were by your side right now. Speaking of men, only deepened Lang Mingxiang's longing for Lin Feng. Wu Xuan, however, grew more animated. Sweetheart, you're not getting any younger. It's time to savor the taste of love. Did you see the pictures I sent? Pick one, and I shall introduce you. There are all sorts, puppy dogs, wolfish types, and even mature gentlemen. The choice is yours. Lung Mingxiang rolled her eyes. I'm not interested in them. Wu Yishuang immediately adopted a teasing tone. Are you perhaps interested in me? I wouldn't mind, haha. Long Mingxiang pouted. Who would want you? I can't afford to keep you. Wu Yishuang sweetly replied. I can take care of myself, and I'm easy to please. Just shower me with love. With her friend's company, Lung Mingxiang gradually began to relax. Xiaoduo, stop playing around and find a man to settle down with. Marriage? Are you out of your mind? I'm still so young. I haven't had my fill of life yet. Wu Yishuang urged Long Mingxiang to choose someone quickly. This is pointless. I'm not interested in any of them. You don't even know them. How can you be sure you're uninterested? Then she inquired. Have you returned from your business trip? Let us gather soon. Lung Mingxiang remained silent. Why are you not responding? There's a power outage in the community. And my phone is about to die. Oh, poor thing. Come here for a hug. Xiaoduo, we are best friends, right? Of course. We've been friends since childhood. What's wrong? Do you have other friends outside? Wu Yishuang's voice dripped with mock irritation, causing Lung Mingxiang to chuckle. Come visit me when you have the chance. But you must send me a generous red envelope. Wu Yishuang was taken aback. Why would I give you a red envelope? You're not a child. Their banter continued until her phone finally died. Unable to resist her fatigue, Lang Mingxiang clutched Lin Feng's pillow and drifted off to sleep. Yet, her slumber was restless. Upon awakening, she believed she had slept for an eternity, only to discover it had merely been an hour. The power had not returned, and Lin Feng was still absent. Her heart was filled with a profound sense of emptiness and worry. Perhaps influenced by her condition, she felt particularly distressed and on the verge of tears. The inability to express her emotions left her restless. Lin Feng, when will you return? I wonder where you are now. Her murmurs were solely about Lin Feng. The more she repeated his name, the more she longed for him. Unbeknownst to her, she had likely fallen for him without even realizing it. The next time she stirred, it was from a sudden awakening. A sudden sound startled her, causing her to sit up abruptly, her eyes wide in the darkness. Could it be an intruder? Why was this chair here? In the night, a mumble emerged. It was Lin Feng's voice. Cold Minghan felt a mix of surprise and joy. Lin Feng, you're back? He responded with a simple, Why is your phone off? Cold Minghan stood, groping in the dark to find him. I lost track of time chatting with my best friend. Did you manage to catch a ride? Gradually adjusting to the dimness, she could discern his figure. Lin Feng helped her return to bed. Tonight, I was particularly fortunate. Upon arriving in the county, someone happened to be heading back to the city and was also looking for a driver. So I came back. Cold Minghan embraced him tightly. I'm so happy. The unexpected hug took Lin Feng by surprise. I called you when I got to the county, but your phone was off, and you didn't reply to my messages. I was quite worried. Did you get scared? It's all right, I'm back now. All the emotions Cold Minghan had bottled up found an outlet upon seeing Lin Feng, leaving him somewhat flustered. Why are you crying? Tell me what's wrong. Cold Minghan shook her head in silence, and Lin Feng refrained from pressing further. The short holiday passed in the blink of an eye. Since that night, Cold Minghan's demeanor towards Lin Feng shifted. Where they had once maintained a respectful distance, she now clung to him affectionately, growing closer. Her obsession with baby products began to blossom. Look at this adorable set of baby clothes. And this one too. This one. So cute. Go ahead and buy whatever you like. That evening, Lin Feng received a notification from the system. Detected that the host has prepared nutritional meals for the babies for a month. Reward, 10,000 cash. Please check your account. Shortly thereafter, a notification on his phone indicated that money had been deposited into his bank account. Chapter 14. An unexpected visit from a close friend. Lin Feng's mother called him, intending to use her life savings to purchase a home for her son. In the village, we can grow whatever we wish to eat, avoiding unnecessary expenses. Plus, your father has his pension, which is sufficient for our living expenses. Throughout your high school and university years, the money you sent home has been saved. All told, it would be more than enough to cover a down payment. As for the mortgage, we can manage it for you until you're able to repay us. Lin Feng felt deeply touched by everything his parents had done for him. Mom, I've made some money from an investment with friends a few years back. When I find a suitable house, if I don't have enough funds, I'll borrow some from you. Lin Feng's mother was displeased. What do you mean borrow? We're family. There is no need for such formality. Lin Feng replied earnestly that money is yours and Dad's hard-earned savings. I will definitely pay you back. This child has always been sensible and opinionated. Then it's settled. If If you need more money for the house, just ask Mom. You are the only child in our family now, and we will certainly do our utmost to support you. Cold Mingxiang perked up her ears to listen as Lin Feng made a phone call. That evening, Cold Mingxiang handed Lin Feng a bank card and revealed its password. There are 500,000 in this account. Let us purchase a house together. Lin Feng glanced at Cold Mingxiang and returned the card to her. I will find a way to secure the funds for the house. This money is yours. Keep it as your personal savings. My mother always said that a woman should never be without her own private funds. Cold Mingxiang was taken aback by Lin Feng's refusal. Aside from this 500,000, I have other funds. You should take this for your use. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng insisted, you keep it for now. We are not at that stage yet. Seeing his determination, Cold Mingxiang chose not to press the matter further. As the weather grew increasingly warm, a pregnant woman's body temperature naturally rises. With her advancing pregnancy, she felt even less inclined to move. Lounging under the air conditioning while enjoying watermelon became her greatest delight. A slight exertion left her drenched in sweat. Aside from attending classes and taking evening strolls, she truly felt lethargic. On this day, after Lin Feng returned from completing his orders, Cold Mingxiang was still asleep. He began preparing the ingredients. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Someone was using a key to unlock their door. Lin Feng, holding a knife, stepped outside to investigate and came face to face with Wu Yizhuang. They both spoke in unison. Who are you? Wu Yizhuang assessed Lin Feng's domestic demeanor, and her eyes sparkled with intrigue. I am Cold Mingxiang's close friend. Are you her live-in boyfriend? It's no wonder she shows little interest in other handsome men. She has such a striking gentleman at home. Lin Feng acknowledged her with an O, sheathing the knife and inviting her in. She is still asleep. Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Watermelon juice, lemonade, or plain water? Wu Yizhuang wheeled her suitcase into the room, her gaze sweeping over piles of baby supplies, which left her utterly astonished. What is going on here? Overwhelmed by curiosity, she headed straight for the master bedroom. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Cold Mingxiang sprawled out, resembling a sleeping beauty, if one could overlook her pronounced belly. Wu Yizhuang gasped, stepping closer to Cold Mingxiang and staring intently at her abdomen for a long moment. Upon reaching out to touch it, she was astounded to find it was indeed real. Cold Mingxiang sensed someone entering the room and felt a hand on her belly, followed by a familiar scent of Dior perfume that vividly registered in her memory. Finally, the piercing gaze from the bedside compelled her to awaken. As her eyes fluttered open, she was met with Wu Yizhuang's mischievous yet stern expression. Darling, you better explain your belly to me, as well as this man. Cold Mingxiang shot Lin Feng a glance. You should step outside for a moment. I will handle this. Wu Yizhuang may not have possessed conventional beauty, but her allure lay in her sophisticated charm, making her the type that becomes increasingly captivating upon closer inspection. Her figure is just perfect, standing half a head shorter than Lung Mingxiang, adorned in designer labels. This time, she wore a sun hat, with her sunglasses perched atop it, and her fiery red lips parted in astonishment. As you can see, I am pregnant. Wu Yizhuang pinched her own philtrum, referring to that handsome guy outside. Lung Mingxiang nodded, indeed. After Wu Yizhuang calmed down, she moved a chair closer. Have you married? No. Have you registered? Not yet. So, you are cohabiting while expecting a child? Lung Mingxiang pursed her lips. We intend to register, and we'll plan the wedding after the baby is born. After a lengthy pause, Wu Yizhuang remarked, your parents will be furious about your actions. It seemed as if Lung Mingxiang had made a firm decision. Therefore, I plan to inform them only after the child is born. Wu Yizhuang was momentarily at a loss for words, repeatedly asking, are you serious? Have you thought this through? Lung Mingxiang nodded. After uttering this statement, she had indeed made up her mind. Wu Yizhuang lifted her chin. What about that handsome guy outside? What is his family background like? Lung Mingxiang once again pursed her lips. It's acceptable. Primarily, he possesses good character and treats me well. Wu Yizhuang comprehended. From your evasive remarks, I can roughly surmise his family situation. I don't understand. With so many well-off options around, why did you choose him? All right, I admit he is quite handsome. Even someone like me, who has seen it all, must concede that. But marriage is not the same as dating. One cannot solely rely on looks. There are other factors to consider. As Lung Mingxiang sat up, Wu Yizhuang immediately displayed a look of exasperation, gazing reproachfully at her belly. Lin Feng, you have not interacted with him. He has a wonderful character and many virtues. As for his family background, you know only my parents care about that. I do not. Wu Yizhuang poked Lung Mengxiang's forehead. Consider your own family's circumstances. Compatibility and status is undoubtedly important. Lung Mengxiang countered. Then among our group of married individuals, are they truly happy? Wu Yizhuang was momentarily speechless. It depends on what kind of happiness you seek. Some believe that living separately is happiness, while others find joy in mutual respect. It varies. Lung Mengxiang, drenched in sweat, reached for a fresh nightgown. I do not desire a marriage that resembles strangers, nor one defined by mere formalities. What I yearn for is a grounded life. Even if it revolves around the mundane aspects of daily existence, as long as we love each other, that is happiness. Wu Yizhuang felt her sister was being naive. Since childhood, everyone had been fooled by her aloof demeanor. In reality, this silly girl is just a sweet naif. You want love, huh, sister? Such a thing is serendipitous, not something one can seek out. I believe love exists in this world, but I do not believe I will encounter it. Lung Mengxiang fell silent for a moment. There's also something else. My acquaintance with him began from that melodramatic encounter. Wu Yizhuang felt as though this was the opening of a novel. Are you suggesting that had he not encountered you, you intended to raise the child alone? Lung Menghan changed her attire and nodded. I too recall that night. We both share culpability. Chapter 15, The Goddess's Secret Weapon. The attitudes of the Lin family towards themselves, as well as the myriad moments spent cohabiting with Lin Feng, were all recounted to Wu Yizhuang. Covering her face, Wu Yizhuang implored for a moment of solitude, yearning for quietude. Her close friend was unexpectedly pregnant. She was to become a godmother. Yet, a smile eluded her, completely absent. We had promised to marry together. Yet you secretly conceived behind my back. Lung Menghan cupped her friend's face, offering solace. I genuinely believe Lin Feng is a good man. I had hesitated to commit to him for a long time, but now I have resolved to do so. Wu Yizhuang managed a smile that was more sorrowful than crying. Regardless of her friend's disheveled makeup, Lung Menghan continued to comfort her. Fear not. Even if life becomes difficult, we still have our dear Shuangbao. Wu Yizhuang brushed her hand away, her spirit rekindled. Indeed, if he mistreats you, I shall ensure he regrets it. Divorce him, leave him with nothing. I have connections to send him abroad. Live your desired life, and I shall bear the burdens for you. Touched, Lung Menghan sniffled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Shuang, you are truly too kind to me. Our friendship, forged since childhood, is invaluable. Though somewhat naive and sweet, Lung Menghan possessed a strong-willed and tenacious spirit. As friends who grew up together, Wu Yizhuang had seldom witnessed her cry. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss. Naturally, I am the best in the world, stronger than the father of the child. From now on, I shall be the principal, and he the subordinate, understood? Enough, enough, cease the tears. Why are you crying so fervently? Hearing Lung Menghan sobs, Lin Feng knocked on the door, inquiring about the matter. Wu Yizhuang swung the door open, wearing a displeased expression. Go comfort her. Lin Feng, thinking the two friends were in a quarrel, was about to console them when he saw Lung Menghan burst into laughter at him. Lin Feng, Shuang said that she will be the main wife, and you will be the subordinate. Haha, how amusing. Do you not find this funny? Lin Feng glanced at Wu Yizhuang, who rolled her eyes in response, casting Lung Menghan a look that suggested she might be a bit foolish. After removing her makeup, Wu Yizhuang revealed a fresh face and sighed into the mirror. I hope my friend's choice proves to be the right one. Shuang, come eat. Lin Feng's cooking is delightful. Why do you fluctuate between tears and laughter? Lin Feng chimed in, smiling, for she is a pregnant woman, and her emotions are more sensitive than usual. Wu Yizhuang was dazzled by Lin Feng's smile, internally acknowledging his striking good looks. Among those I know, none can compare. Upon tasting Lin Feng's culinary skills, Wu Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Not bad. Are you a chef? She inquired. No, I learned from my parents and some online tutorials. He replied modestly. You possess quite a talent, she remarked. As for her, she is utterly inept in the kitchen. Her shortcomings are almost unbelievable. Lin Feng's interest was piqued. Don't say it. Please. Cold Menghan exclaimed in alarm. Wu Yi, initially reluctant, felt compelled to share. Once, we had an assignment at school to make chocolate and bring it for sharing the next day. Although my creation was rather unsightly, it at least resembled chocolate, somewhat. Logically, since we worked together, our results should have been similar. But she managed to blow up the oven. That was the first time I encountered a fireman and the first time our home alarm blared. Lin Feng inquired why. Was the oven broken? Wu Yi was equally perplexed. At the time, they had overlooked her personal shortcomings. On another occasion, she visited my home while my parents were away. Feeling famished, she eagerly volunteered to cook for me. Haha. This time, the oven didn't explode, but the kitchen did. Wui animatedly waved her arms, her eyes wide as she recounted the scene. I was playing a game when I heard a loud bang, thinking it was my new headphones. Then I saw her, covered in soot, rushing towards me, urging me to run. I was utterly bewildered. Upon witnessing the kitchen ablaze, we hurried outside to call for help. Thankfully, no one was harmed. But the house was half burned down. At that moment, we believed it might not be related to her at all. My last vivid memory of her cooking was during a festive gathering when we opted for a hot pot at home instead of dining out. She once again volunteered to prepare the soup base. We were foolishly confident, thinking that with so many of us watching, there was no way anything could go wrong. Lin Feng, astonished, asked, "It didn't blow up again, did it?" Wu Yi gravely nodded. Indeed, the kitchen exploded. All the ingredients were prepped, and the soup was nearly ready. So we assumed nothing could go awry. We vividly recall that day. She said she would fetch the soup pot, and I followed closely behind. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, something shattered, and then the stove ignited. Fortunately, with many hands present, we all rushed to extinguish the flames. From that day forth, we believe the kitchen was cursed for her. In my home and at the houses of close friends, she is strictly forbidden from approaching the kitchen within a meter. Lin Feng, after hearing this, could not contain his laughter. Cold Minghan felt both embarrassed and wronged. I don't know why this happens. I always follow the proper steps. If the kitchen explodes, what can I do? Lin Feng chuckled. The breakfast you prepared for me last time was quite satisfactory, and the kitchen remained intact. Wu Yizhuang gazed in astonishment at Lung Minghan. You dare to enter the kitchen? Are you not afraid for your life? Is it really that exaggerated? I occasionally cook as well, and nothing has ever exploded, she replied, though the last statement carried a hint of guilt. While nothing had exploded, her culinary endeavors often resulted in chaos, leading her to resort to takeout over time. Lin Feng found it amusing. From now on, you should refrain from entering the kitchen. I shall take on the tasks of cooking and washing the dishes. Lung Minghan pouted, clearly displeased. Wu Yizhuang smacked her lips. That handsome guy, with your culinary skills. May I place an order? Lin Feng laughed. Certainly. Tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you. Wu Yizhuang grinned. But I must warn you, my taste is quite discerning. Lung Minghan raised her chin, asserting that Lin Feng's cooking was exceptionally delicious, rivaling that of any professional chef. Wu Yizhuang scoffed, you only know how to bend your elbow outward. Chapter 16. Acknowledgement of Lin Feng's culinary skills on a sweltering summer day. The two friends whispered secrets in the bedroom. Darling, you're truly remarkable. You're expecting twins. If they turn out to be a boy and a girl, that would be even better. Sigh. I had initially planned to take you skiing, but now it seems I shall be the only one basking in beauty. Lung Minghan yawned and reached for the large red envelope. Wu Yizhuang rolled her eyes, a bit annoyed as she rummaged through her suitcase while complaining. I withdrew cash just to prepare a big red envelope for you. Indeed, it was a substantial envelope. Lung Minghan weighed it in her hands, her eyes crinkling with delight. Thank you. Love you lots, moi. I love you too. If you're tired, hurry and sleep. You're a pregnant woman now. With a yawn, Lung Minghan rested her head on the pillow and drifted into slumber. Wu Yizhuang supported her chin, watching her friend's peaceful face, feeling her genuine happiness. Lin Feng returned from grocery shopping. Wu Yizhuang set aside her phone and sat down. Let us have a chat. Folding her arms, she scrutinized Lin Feng's face. Raising an eyebrow, your beloved has shared everything with me. Since she has decided to be with you, as long as she is happy, I shall support her in any decision she makes. However, if you betray her and cause her distress, I, Wu Yizhuang, will not let you off easily. You may not yet understand my nature, but time will reveal it. I will demonstrate my capabilities. Unlike her, who appears astute, I am indeed a fierce creature beneath the surface. I possess skills in black belt martial arts and combat sports. I could easily incapacitate you without a second thought. I am not joking, do you understand? Wu Yizhuang regarded Lin Feng with an icy stare, devoid of any hint of jest. Lin Feng reciprocated with his own resolute demeanor. Speaking excessively now would seem insincere. Life unfolds gradually, and I will prove that she has not made the wrong choice. Wu Yizhuang let out a soft huff. It's best that way. Given the circumstances, it was evident that her friend intended to commit to him for a lifetime, even if she opposed it. With her friend's stubborn disposition, she had no alternative. The beloved confided in me that she intends to obtain a marriage certificate before organizing a wedding. What are your thoughts on this? Lin Feng candidly admitted that she had not disclosed this to him. Wu Yizhuang rolled her eyes, remarking, "Now that I have shared this, does it not imply that a diamond ring must be purchased for the proposal? Although there are no immediate plans for a wedding, an engagement is certainly necessary. My beloved must not be deprived." Lin Feng inquired about Xiao Lang's parents and relatives, which posed a dilemma. Wu Yishuang furrowed her brow in contemplation. "Shall I invite some performers to liven up the event?" Lin Feng was left speechless. "You truly have some intriguing ideas, my dear." Wu Yishuang likely also found that suggestion rather unappealing. "Perhaps I should discuss it with my beloved and persuade her mother to attend the engagement ceremony. It would be improper for none of the bride's family to be present. My beloved favors this brand. A 2-carat ring should suffice, considering Lin Feng's financial circumstances. A 1-carat ring would also be acceptable." After assessing Lin Feng, she concluded, "Since I am here, let's select the engagement ring together. I am well aware of her preferences and can ensure her satisfaction." Lin Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Wu Yishuang, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "Do you think I want to? Men are all such oafs." The evening's dinner was lavish, consisting entirely of the dishes Wu Yishuang had ordered. Seated around a small table for 3, they marveled at the culinary creation before them. "I must say, I did not expect you to actually prepare this. It looks splendid. I wonder how it tastes." "Do try it. Lin Feng is an excellent cook." "Do not rush me, my dear. It is still hot." "Ah, feed me." After taking a bite, Wu Yishuang sang its praises. "This is quite remarkable, truly at the level of a master chef. Should you decide to open a restaurant, your business would undoubtedly thrive." Not only was this dish delightful, but the others were equally delectable, and Wu Yishuang found herself unable to stop eating. "See, I told you he is an exceptional cook," Cold Ming said triumphantly. Wu Yishuang gave a thumbs up in approval. "There are many men who can cook, but few who excel at it, and even fewer possess the skills of a master chef." After finishing the meal, Wu Yishuang leaned back in her chair, filled with regret. "What a blunder. I have eaten too much today. I shall have to sweat it out at the gym tomorrow. I must get up and walk a bit to aid digestion," she declared. Lin Feng began to clear the table. "You two can take a stroll around the neighborhood." Wu Yishuang hastily gathered her things. "Come on, let's go." As nearly 3 hours had passed, Lin Feng initiated a video call with Cold Ming. "Where are you now?" "We are over by the square, showcasing what we are up to." The camera shifted to reveal a group of elderly women engaged in a lively square dance, with one rather out-of-place individual among them. Wu Yishuang was enthusiastically chanting slogans while dancing, clearly having fully integrated into the group. "Xiao Shuang, when are we leaving? Let me ask the auntie when they plan to finish." "Oh, we still have a little while longer." The scene changed to Cold Ming's exasperated expression. After a brief wait, "I will prepare the fruits for you. Upon my return, I will make a call and head out for errands. You may attend to your tasks. I can manage on my own." Wu Yishuang danced for 2 hours to square dancing, her feelings of guilt somewhat alleviated. Having a boyfriend who cooks well can be a double-edged sword, as it often leads to weight gain. Lung Minghan remains unfazed, believing that being healthy is what truly matters, regardless of weight. Wu Yishuang shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, "With your metabolism, you cannot fathom the plight of someone like me, who gains weight merely by drinking cold water. Do you have any idea of the effort I exert to showcase my figure in summer? I spend countless hours in the gym and swim daily, daring not to indulge even once. After today's indulgence, my stomach is filled with regret." Weight loss is a lifelong pursuit for women, a concept that the slender may never truly comprehend, especially someone like Lung Minghan. Recalling her childhood, Wu Yishuang had a frail constitution, seeking various renowned physicians and consuming numerous supplements, yet to little avail until her adolescence. It was as though she had tapped into some hidden energy, rapidly gaining weight uncontrollably, thus embarking on her prolonged journey of weight loss. After so many years, she could only assume that the supplements she once consumed had finally been metabolized. As she gradually slimmed down, she became vigilant about maintaining her weight, resolutely refusing to gain again. "It's all your fault for dating such a talented cook," she chided. "Wu Yishuang, have some shame. You overindulged and now blame me. If not me, then who else? And why didn't you stop me back then?" Lung Minghan picked up a twig, warning, "Try saying that again, Wu Yishuang." "Huh. I can certainly handle you, pregnant or not. Calm down. It's my fault for being shameless. I admit my mistake." Chapter 17. Lang Minghan, please be more mindful. One night, as Wu Yishuang was soundly asleep, she was awakened by Lung Minghan. "You should sleep in the study. I cannot rest with you beside me. Is it because I snore, or because I'm a restless sleeper?" "It's both. You disturb my sleep and could potentially harm the baby." Upon hearing this, Wu Yishuang instantly became alert. Fine, then I'll switch places with your boyfriend. After a moment, she realized something was amiss. I don't snore, and I do sleep soundly. How would you know? You were already asleep. Her retort left Wu Yishuang momentarily speechless as she gathered her belongings to relocate. Knock, knock. Knock. Lin Feng opened the door. Wu Yishuang pouted. You should sleep in the master bedroom. I'll stay here. Lin Feng changed the sheets and pillowcases before leaving. Wu Yishuang appreciated this thoughtful gesture. Upon returning to the master bedroom, Lung Minghan was eagerly awaiting her arrival, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, dressed in a cool summer nightgown. Come quickly, let us sleep, she urged. In less than 2 minutes, Lung Mingxiang fell into a deep slumber, while Lin Feng tossed and turned restlessly. Indeed, he felt utterly uncomfortable. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke with 2 dark circles under his eyes, leaving Lung Mingxiang perplexed. Have you been sleeping poorly lately? Should we consider consulting a doctor? I haven't been sleeping poorly. I merely spent a little too long on my phone last night. Wu Yishuang, observing her best friend's foolish demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. You should really be more mindful. What do you mean? Lung Mingxiang was confused, while Lin Feng felt a hint of embarrassment. That morning and afternoon, Lung Mingxiang had classes, providing Wu Yishuang and Lin Feng the perfect opportunity to select an engagement ring. There must be roses and a romantic candle at dinner. I shall discreetly capture every moment on my phone. Rest assured, I am quite tight-lipped and will not divulge a single word. Nanshur, a city that could be considered a third-tier metropolis, boasted 4 jewelry stores. Lin Feng drove to the largest one. Welcome. What kind of diamond ring are you 2 interested in? This year, we have new arrivals. Would you like to see the styles? The display cases were adorned with diamond rings, bracelets, and other exquisite jewelry. Lin Feng, unfamiliar with such items, nodded in response to the sales assistant's words. With the new styles showcased right before him, Lin Feng couldn't discern what was novel about them, thinking they all seemed quite similar. However, he did take a liking to one particular ring, which featured the largest and most dazzling diamond, with a unique design. How much is this one? Sir, you truly have an eye for quality. This is one of our flagship designs for the year. Wu Yishuang approached for a closer look and nodded in approval. Not bad. It suits my darling. Glancing at the price, which was 38,000. She mused that it wasn't overly expensive. I just wonder if Lin Feng can afford it. Perhaps he should choose one that suits his budget better? We offer free engraving inside the ring. Would you like to add something, sir? Certainly. Let us engrave 2 words with a heart in between. Not a problem. So, sir, are you certain you want this particular one? Indeed. The sales assistant was elated to encounter such a decisive customer. Sir, please bring your ID over here, so we can record your personal information. Wu Yishuang couldn't resist stealing another glance at Lin Feng, who was making the purchase so readily. Once the ring was secured, the next step was to arrange the proposal scene. Let us have the celebration at home. Xiao Lung is pregnant, and some outside food may not be suitable for her. Absolutely. The baby comes first. We must go buy some supplies. Just then, a hesitant voice interrupted. Brother Feng? 3 roommates unexpectedly appeared, startling Lin Feng. Brother Feng, you're buying a ring. Are you getting married? Xiao Peng shifted his astonished gaze to Wu Yishuang, his eyes wide with inquiry. Is this lady your secret girlfriend? Our sister-in-law? Though this beauty might not surpass the goddess Long, she certainly outshone Jiang Jahan by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, she bore an air that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Lin Feng clarified, do not overthink. She is not my girlfriend. Xiao Peng and the others were perplexed. If she is not your girlfriend, why did you bring her to buy a wedding ring? She is a friend of my girlfriend. Xiao Peng was momentarily speechless, and after a while, he replied, So, do you intend to get married? As your good buddy, I have yet to even meet your future sister-in-law. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Once the matter is settled, I will introduce you to her. I have things to attend to today, so I shall take my leave. We will connect another day. With that, he patted his brother on the shoulder and departed with Wu Yishuang. Xiao Peng and the others exchanged glances, pondering. Oh dear. I forgot to ask that young lady if she is single too. Are you all right? She clearly seems like a spicy one. Can you handle that? What are you saying? She can certainly handle me. I am easy to manage. It seems you are quite desperate for a woman. As if you aren't. The 2 purchased balloons, a pump, flowers, candles, and various ingredients. Wu Yishuang grew weary and observed Lin Feng inflating balloons alone, taking a moment to catch her breath. You go cook. I will handle the balloons. They divided the tasks. While Wu Yishuang watched a drama, she stepped on the pump. Lin Feng busied himself in the kitchen. occasionally coming over to assist. After much hustle, the proposal scene was finally set. Flowers, balloons, a candlelit dinner, and the engagement ring were all in place. Wu Yishuang felt a strong sense of involvement. Looks great. Now, I will go pick up my darling. You should practice your proposal speech at home. Don't end up stammering when the time comes. Wu Yishuang cheerfully went to fetch someone, leaving Lin Feng alone at home, feeling anxious. Lung Minghan did not expect that the person coming to pick her up today would be Wu Yishuang. What's wrong? Are you disappointed that it's not Lin Feng? Not at all. I'm super happy that Xiao Shuang is here to pick me up. That's more like it. Let us go. I'll take you home. Where's Lin Feng? Did he run off to deliver food? Yes, he said he needs to work hard to support the family. After all, he has a family to care for. Seeing Lung Minghan smile slightly, Wu Yishuang felt exasperated at her lack of ambition. Look at you. I truly look down on you. Upon returning home, they found the house shrouded in darkness. Is there a power outage? That can't be right. The community has electricity. Perhaps you forgot to pay the bill. Behind her, Wu Yishuang took out her phone and began recording the scene, unaware of what was about to unfold. Lung Minghan hurriedly took out her phone to pay the electricity bill. Oh my, I need to recharge more. My life relies on air conditioning. How could I survive without it? Wu Yishuang casually remarked. Then let us just stay at a hotel. Lung Minghan disagreed. A hotel can't compare to the comfort of home. As they passed through the entryway, a sudden sound echoed. In an instant, the lights in the house flickered on, startling Lung Minghan. What is going on here? Chapter 18. The successful proposal in the living room. A heart shape formed by red balloons adorned the wall, while colorful balloons were scattered throughout the space. Lin Feng stood amidst a carpet of rose petals. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She turned to Wu Yishuang, her hand covering her mouth in an attempt to stifle her surprise. Wu Yishuang held up the camera, her tone gentle. Go ahead. Ling Minghan covered her mouth and walked towards Lin Feng, her heart brimming with bittersweet emotions, on the verge of tears. At that moment, Lin Feng retrieved the ring from his pocket and knelt on one knee. Will you marry me? His heart raced with anxiety as he gazed at the woman before him, holding the ring. He had practiced this gesture and phrase throughout the afternoon, and even now, his voice trembled with nervousness. The man before her was strikingly handsome, kneeling like a valiant knight. His gaze was tender, yet laced with uncertainty. He endeavored to appear calm, yet Ling Minghan could sense his apprehension. After all, under the air conditioning, he was sweating profusely. Lin Feng repeated his question, will you marry me? There was no urgency, only a serene wait for her response. Ling Minghan took a deep breath and slowly extended her left hand, uttering those 3 words, I do, with a slight tremor. Lin Feng slipped the ring onto her finger and rose, beaming at her with a silly grin. Ling Minghan looked at the ring on her hand and smiled in return. They shared a moment of joy, while Wu Yishuang remained solemn. If not for the atmosphere, she would have exclaimed, how long are you two planning to keep smiling? She felt like an awkward third wheel, wishing to declare, I have things to do tonight. You don't need to wait for me. Goodbye. With a loud bang, the door closed. The two, lost in their delight, finally snapped back to reality. Ling Minghan gestured for Lin Feng to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Who chose this ring? She inquired. I did. Do you like it? It's beautiful. I love it. She had intended to ask about its cost, but felt that discussing money in such a romantic setting was somewhat inappropriate. Did you both decorate the place together? Yes. Are you hungry? Let us eat. With the lights dimmed and candles lit, the ambience of a candlelit dinner enveloped them, perhaps due to the shift in their relationship. Both felt somewhat uneasy during the meal. What made you think of proposing to me? Lin Feng smiled, recalling the saying that one looks more beautiful under the light. Since becoming pregnant, Ling Minghan had only occasionally applied lipstick for a touch of color, foregoing makeup altogether. Her natural beauty was undeniable. Her skin was flawless. And even without cosmetics, she radiated an exquisite charm. The coldness had faded, replaced by an alluring freshness. Wu Yishuang mentioned that you were ready to get the marriage certificate. She thought, slightly reproaching her friend for divulging such information. She glanced at Lin Feng, clearing her throat to mask her shyness. Since you've already proposed, when shall we go to obtain the certificate? Except for tonight, any time is fine. Quickly changing the subject, it is naturally best to act swiftly. Both individuals have made a decision, and they are the ones who will implement it immediately. Cold Mingyang tilted her head, her eyes beaming with joy. So let us do it tomorrow. Lin Feng smiled in return. Great. In the evening, Wu Yishuang sent a message asking how it felt to be proposed to today. Very happy. I feel completely dazed. Come on. Can you not be so unambitious? I roll. We are going to get our marriage certificate tomorrow. 40-meter large knife. Suddenly, Wu Yishuang teasingly asked, Isn't it a bit messy with the roses scattered on the floor? I didn't sweep them up. I like them just as they are. Sweetheart, you've become quite cheesy. I asked you, how much did that ring cost? 38,000. Cat shocked, only 38,000? How many engagement rings can a woman wear in her lifetime? Even if it were 380,000, I would still think it's worth it. It can't be that you made him buy it, right? Our family is just starting out, and doesn't he have much money? He picked it out himself, made a decisive choice, and bought it in one breath. Wu Yishuang let out a cold laugh. Your family is just starting out, so what? Are you running a family business? Cold Mingyang caressed the ring, growing more enamored with it. I won't talk to you anymore. I am going to sleep. You alone. While I am 3 people, don't send me messages. It will disturb my sleep. Good night, darling. Wu Yishuang was left speechless with anger. This woman changes her demeanor too quickly. After Lin Feng finished his shower and entered the room, he saw Cold Mingyang inspecting the ring from different angles. Noticing his entrance, she quickly feigned nonchalance. Just finished showering. The next day, Lin Feng got up, prepared breakfast, and organized all the necessary documents for the two of them. Only then did he rouse Cold Mingyang from her slumber. I want to sleep a little longer. I'm so sleepy. Don't you remember? We are going to get our marriage certificate today. Get a certificate? Nothing is more important than my sleep. In her groggy state, Cold Mingyang suddenly opened her eyes. A marriage certificate? She turned to Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded. If you're tired, you can sleep a bit more. We can go later. Cold Mingyang struggled to get up, saying, No more sleeping. It's time to get down to business. After breakfast, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau by 9 o'clock. One side was handling divorces, while the other was processing marriages. Both sides were quite lively. On the marriage side, newlyweds basked in sweet affection, while on the divorce side, some couples were in a heated argument, and others were amicably chatting like friends. Cold Mingyang quietly discussed with Lin Feng. Do you think there could be a peculiar situation? Like a couple about to register for marriage being influenced by the divorce side, resulting in them not successfully obtaining their certificate? The response did not come from Lin Feng, but rather from a staff member. Such a tumultuous scene unfolds, with some individuals impulsively tying the knot while others abruptly seek divorce. On occasion, couples return to remarry, only to part ways once more, creating a lively atmosphere. One inquisitive observer posed the question, why not separate the two venues? The staff replied that previously, divorces were conducted on the second floor and marriages on the first. However, an incident occurred when a couple, embroiled in a disagreement over their divorce agreement, fell from the second floor. The man suffered a broken back, while the woman broke her leg, prompting the decision to consolidate the processes. Another curious individual inquired why divorces could not be held on the first floor while marriages took place on the second. The staff, with a peculiar expression, recounted a familiar tale. A newlywed couple, seemingly in bliss, began to quarrel when the man received a phone call. Did they fall as well? You might wonder. Indeed, they did. Thus, the decision was made to host both ceremonies on the first floor, where those celebrating marriage and those eavesdropping on the divorcing couples were enveloped in silence. With a smile, the staff announced the completion of a new civil affairs office, set to open next month, where marriage and divorce would be conducted separately, allowing for amicable interactions. After waiting for over an hour, it was finally Lin Feng and Long Mingxiang's turn. Following the procedures of photographing, document verification, and repeated confirmation of mutual consent, they signed and stamped the paperwork, receiving 2 red certificates in hand. Upon exiting the civil affairs office, Lin Feng promptly shared the joyous news with his parents. Mom, I've obtained the marriage certificate with Xiaolong. Chapter 19. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by the news. His hometown was currently in the throes of the harvest season. When Lin's mother answered the phone, she could hardly comprehend her son's words. What? Please repeat that. I didn't catch it. You got married? Is that true? When? This morning. Oh, my child. Doesn't this call for a celebratory meal? At that moment, she became acutely aware of the curious gazes surrounding her and felt a jolt of realization. Xiaofeng, I'll call you back once I finish here. As soon as she hung up, longtime neighbors began to bombard her with inquiries. Is it true that Xiaofeng has gotten married? Is it that girl named Xiaohan? Isn't it a bit early for him to be tying the knot before graduating from university? Well, if Xiaofeng is already married, my child hasn't even found a girlfriend yet. Xiaofeng, you must host a grand banquet to celebrate and introduce us to your new bride. Lin's mother beamed with delight. If Xiaofeng had indeed announced his marriage, it was clear he had chosen not to inform them beforehand. It's not that girl. They broke up a while ago. When you meet Xiao Feng's wife, please refrain from mentioning it. As for the celebratory meal, that would certainly be arranged. She would inform them once the date was confirmed. You all are busy. I must return to tell your father. Lin Feng moved as if he were gliding on the wheels of the wind, vanishing from sight in an instant. Being handsome certainly has its advantages. Just look at my aunt's son, who earns a modest income of 200,000 to 300,000 a year, yet remains single. From a young age, Xiao Feng has been strikingly handsome and possesses a commendable character, making him quite popular among the ladies. Thus, his early marriage comes as no surprise. It is rather curious, however, how they managed to tie the knot without any prior celebrations or rumors. This is not unusual. Contemporary youth have their own perspectives on marriage, and decisions regarding marriage and divorce are often independent of familial influence. Enough of that. My head is pounding. My daughter is adamantly refusing to marry, claiming that remaining single ensures her safety, which is driving both me and her father to the brink of exasperation. As for my son, now that he is married, just look at the chaos that ensues daily. Lin Feng's parents have always resided in the village and maintained excellent relations with their neighbors. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had registered his marriage, the community was genuinely delighted. Discussions ensued about hosting a banquet and presenting red envelopes. Lin's father, seated in the courtyard with a freshly lit cigarette, was startled to see his wife rush in with great urgency. He instinctively prepared to conceal the cigarette. But little did he know that his wife was moving with remarkable speed today, reaching him in no time. You listen to me. Xiao Feng and Xiao Lung have registered their marriage. What? Did you say Xiao Feng got married? Lin's mother exclaimed, clearly annoyed. Have your ears gone deaf with age? She glanced at the discarded cigarette, disregarding it. Now, what are we to do about this sudden marriage registration? Only then did Lin's father fully comprehend the situation, realizing it was indeed a cause for celebration. What are we going to do? Lin's mother pressed anxiously. What else can we do? The registration is already done. We must meet with the in-laws, of course. And what about the banquet? We must host one. This is a momentous occasion. Lin's mother nodded in agreement, clearly in support of the idea. Now that Xiao Lung is expecting, a simple banquet would suffice for the time being. We can always plan a grand wedding celebration once the child is born. This girl seems to have been spoiled by her family. She must not be treated poorly in our household. As for the in-laws, I suspect they are unaware of Xiao Lung's pregnancy. Lin's father, slightly troubled, inquired. But what if the bride's family doesn't attend the banquet? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Would it not make Xiao Lung feel somewhat awkward? I shall call Xiao Feng this evening to inquire about the young couple's thoughts. Very well, do so, he replied. Today marks a joyous occasion with the registration of their marriage. Lin Feng and Lung Menghan decided to invite Xiao Peng and the others to share a meal together. Lung Menghan had no objections, stating, "You make the decisions." Lin Feng further questioned, "Now that we are married, perhaps we should also consider changing how we address one another?" Noticing Lung Menghan's confusion, he clarified, "Wife? What? I won't call you that. I call you husband." Lung Menghan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at the sudden shift in address, finding it a bit difficult to adapt. Lin Feng did not press her further and proceeded to call Xiao Peng and the others. "Are you not curious about what my girlfriend looks like? Come over tonight with some fine wine and delicious dishes. It would be remiss to arrive empty-handed, otherwise. I might just kick you out. You can buy some groceries now. That would be splendid, especially since I could use an extra hand in the kitchen." Lin Feng then inquired, "Darling, do you have anyone in mind that we should invite?" The term darling made Lung Menghan's heart flutter. "I have just arrived in Nanshur and am not particularly acquainted with many people, only having made friends with 2 teachers from my school. Once I find an opportunity, we can invite them to dine with us." Lin Feng thought this arrangement was quite agreeable. Upon returning home, Lung Menghan, feeling fatigued, retired to the master bedroom for some rest. Wu Yishuang learned that Lin Feng had a gathering planned for the evening. "That's fine. Just call me when the meal is ready, and I shall return." After sending his location to Xiao Peng, Lin Feng began preparing the ingredients. Before long, the doorbell rang. Xiao Peng and 2 others stood at the entrance, grinning broadly. "Where's your sister-in-law? Why isn't she here? She is tired and resting inside." The trio appeared slightly disappointed, but quickly became intrigued by the baby items in the living room. "What are you preparing these for? Are you planning for a baby? It's also possible she is already pregnant. It seems a bit premature for preparations, doesn't it? What is so early about it? You don't even have a girlfriend. Do you spend your days just gazing at adorable children?" Lin Feng signaled for them to lower their voices. "No other business. Just come and lend a hand." This time, they brought ready-to-eat dishes, hand-pulled chicken, spicy rabbit cubes, and marinated delicacies. Each of them had brought something they enjoyed. No issues there. Feng, you still haven't explained why you've gathered so many baby items. I have good news to share. I'm going to be a father. The three were half convinced, and Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further. Xiaopeng assisted in the kitchen while the other two tended to the vegetables in the dining area. Feng, that beautiful lady we encountered at the mall, does she have a boyfriend? What a good brother you are. Lin Feng could tell what was on his mind. When she arrives, you can ask her yourself. She is coming too? That's splendid. I am so close to being single no more. Lin Feng contemplated saying something, but ultimately decided against discouraging his friend. Core family mission completed. Provide a home for the little ones. System rewards the host with a home. Congratulations on acquiring a residence at Yiping Jiangshan Community, Building 5, Unit 2, 1502 in Gaodu District, Nanshi. All related documents have been processed, and the house is on its way. Please keep an eye out for its arrival. Lin Feng was utterly bewildered upon receiving this news. Chapter 20. Curiosity about the sister-in-law. The system's reward was unexpectedly abrupt. Were it not for the presence of master skills, Lin Feng feared he might have severed a finger in shock. Xiaopeng was equally startled. Feng, are you all right? Lin Feng shook his head, his mind swirling with uncertainty, while he maintained an outward facade of composure. Nanshi consists of 3 districts and 6 counties. Currently, they reside in Shiping, and reaching Gaodu District is merely a matter of crossing a bridge. The esteemed Yiping Jiangshan is the most sought-after residential development in Gaodu District, having sold out entirely within a month of its launch. The primary reason for its remarkable success lies in its exceptional cost-performance ratio. The community boasts splendid greenery, resembling a lush park, complete with all the amenities one could desire, including an artificial lake, priced at just over 10,000 per square meter. The common area allocation is remarkably fair, with the largest unit measuring 180 square meters and the smallest at 79 square meters. Lin Feng, having delivered meals to this very community, found himself enamored with it even more than he had anticipated. He was utterly astonished when the system bestowed upon him an entire apartment. While contemplating this delightful surprise, he received a phone call from a real estate agent, who informed him that the property contract and related documents had arrived and required his personal signature. The agent was even courteous enough to deliver the materials in person. Mr. Lin, here are your documents. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me. Here is my business card. I am available around the clock. If any buyers express interest, please reach out, the agent said. Lin Feng, grinning as he received the hefty folder of documents, bid the guest farewell, even extending an invitation for dinner, which was politely declined. Everyone understood this to be mere pleasantries. Once alone in his study, Lin Feng eagerly opened the folder, finding all the necessary paperwork. The system had gifted him a splendid 140 square meter unit, featuring 3 bedrooms, a living room, 2 bathrooms, and a balcony. Lin Feng was utterly smitten with the system. "Oh, how I adore you," he exclaimed. After carefully placing the documents aside, Lin Feng emerged from his study transformed, radiating joy. His friends, Xiaopeng and others, speculated that he had merely been house hunting and were puzzled by the high quality of service from the agents. "Brother Feng, what type of apartment are you looking for?" "A relative of mine works in real estate. I can have him assist you," offered Xiaopeng. With the housing situation resolved, Lin Feng turned his attention to preparing dinner, aware that time was of the essence. Among the 4 roommates, Lin Feng is the youngest. Yet he possesses a strong sense of independence and a considerate nature, gradually earning the affectionate title of Brother Feng within the dormitory. Once the meal was ready, Lin Feng called Wu Yishuang to invite her home and sent Xiaopeng and the others to purchase some wine. "Rise and shine. Dinner is ready," he announced. Cold Mingxiang mumbled in response, "Just a little longer." Observing her evident fatigue, Lin Feng busied himself for another half hour until the wine was returned. Upon Wu Yishuang's arrival, Cold Mingxiang still had not stirred. In the living room, a handsome young man sat beside Wu Yishuang, diving straight into the matter at hand. "Hello, I'm Zhouan, a friend of Lin Feng's. May I inquire if you have a boyfriend?" Xiaopeng and another friend watched the unfolding drama with keen interest. Wu Yishuang appraised Zhouan with a glance, conceding that he was reasonably attractive, though he paled in comparison to Lin Feng, yet was more appealing than the other two. "Do you think, with my looks, I would lack suitors?" she retorted. Zhouan persisted, "Given that you haven't denied it, I assume you might be single?" In truth, Wu Yishuang was indeed without a boyfriend. "Handsome, you're just not my type," she replied. "Not to worry, You are my type, and we could explore this further. Zhou encountered. I'm afraid I'm not interested, she dismissed. How can one ascertain disinterest without making an attempt? Wu Yishuang expressed her growing impatience. Do you have any idea how many times I have heard those words before? Out of respect for your friendship with Lin Feng, I am tolerating this conversation. Do you understand? With her words delivered, Xiao Peng swiftly intervened, attempting to ease the tension. Miss, my brother tends to be quite blunt. I apologize on his behalf. Wu Yishuang responded with a nonchalant hum before rising to head towards the study. Xiao Peng reproached Zhou. It's evident that this lady has a fiery temperament. You should refrain from provoking her. Zhou sighed, yet she truly captivates me. Xiao Peng paused, his expression growing serious. I advise you to abandon this pursuit. Not only is her temper fierce, but she also hails from a wealthy background. Did you notice that handbag in her possession? It costs 120,000 yuan. Can you believe it? Zhou gasped in astonishment. 120,000? Is that for real? Xiao Peng rolled his eyes. Of course it is. My aunt is particularly fond of that bag but cannot afford it, so she purchased a high-quality replica to satisfy her craving. Just as Zhou was about to respond, Xiao Peng interrupted him. With her air of superiority, she would never settle for a replica. If she's not interested, it's best to seek solace elsewhere. Zhou sighed. I'll heed your advice. Meanwhile, Lin Feng called out repeatedly, but Lung Mengxiang refused to rise. Reluctantly, Lin Feng began searching for clothes while stating, Then I shall assist you with your outfit. As he spoke, he began to unfasten his belt, startling Lang Mingxiang awake. I'm awake. Oh, you're awake? I truly am awake. I can dress myself. Do you not require my assistance? Lung Mingxiang shook her head vigorously, observing her bashful demeanor. Lin Feng decided against teasing her further. I shall step out to attend to other matters. Go ahead, she replied. Upon exiting, Lin Feng sensed a peculiar atmosphere. What is going on? Xiao Peng remarked. Brother Feng, you ought to apologize to that lovely lady. Zhou has been pursuing her for a relationship. Zhou felt embarrassed. Brother, I already apologized to her through the door. Please help me plead my case. Lin Feng nodded resignedly. Very well, but do not let this happen again. Although Zhou may not possess Lin Feng's striking looks, he was not unattractive. Coupled with his sunny disposition, he was quite popular among the ladies. He had had several girlfriends, yet his romantic endeavors were fraught with difficulties. Brother Feng, has sister-in-law been asleep for an extended period? It's been 4 hours since we arrived. Is she still sleeping? Perhaps you should wake her. I'm feeling quite hungry. At that moment, the door swung open. It was Wu Yishuang, emerging with a frown while holding her phone. Is the darling still asleep? She really can sleep for an eternity. I'll go wake her. Lin Feng called to his friends to set the table, inviting those who wished to drink beverages and those who preferred alcohol. Suddenly, the door opened again. I must inquire. My dear, how many hours do you intend to sleep in a single day? Is it common for pregnant women to sleep this much? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Chapter 21. If you're a brother, let me take a bite out of you upon seeing the person who emerged from the door. Xiao Peng and his companions were utterly taken aback. Were their eyes deceiving them? Why was it the ice goddess who walked out? Xiao Peng hesitantly inquired, See cold teacher? Lung Menghan nodded slightly, politely greeting everyone and confirming her identity. Goodness, it really is the ice goddess? What on earth is happening? The three of them exchanged knowing smiles and, with Lin Feng in tow, headed towards the study. We'll excuse ourselves for a moment, but we'll be back shortly. Lin Feng found himself cornered against the wall, with no escape in sight. The trio's expressions were fierce, their envious gazes ablaze. Lin Feng forced a smile, tugging at his lips. Hey, let's talk this out. No need for hostility. I'm scared. Keep pretending. Look at how happy you are. It's even more painful than if you had taken a bite out of us. Now, tell us, how did you get together with the ice goddess? And now you have a child? We only just found out. Your intentions are truly suspect. Is this how you treat your brothers? Do we mean nothing to you? Finally, Lin Feng interjected. How could you think of yourselves as nothing? The three of them were unimpressed by his attempts at humor, and Xiao Peng feigned an attack. Lin Feng anticipated this, but his hands were swiftly pried apart by the other two. Xiao Peng, standing at 1.8 meters tall, but with a youthful face, could easily be mistaken for a high school student. He grinned. Brother Feng, if you don't explain yourself properly today, I'm definitely taking this peach. Lin Feng did not hold back and recounted everything truthfully. The four of them exchanged glances, completely unconvinced of Lin Feng's claims. Do you think we believe you? Do you think we're reading a novel here? Huh? You woke up from a drunken stupor and found the ice goddess? That essay dream too good to be true, and you dare to say it happened. You've been reading too many novels. Confess honestly, or face the consequences. Lin Feng was at a loss for words, feeling quite helpless. What can I do if you don't believe me? During our university days, did you ever see me with anyone besides Jiang Jiahua? Don't you know what kind of person I am? Xiao Peng lamented. To be honest, we don't really know you that well anymore. The other two nodded in agreement. Lin Feng raised his hand in a solemn vow, concluding with, regardless, I assure you, everything I said is true. Believe it or not. It's up to you. After a moment of silence, Xiao Peng, still frustrated, remarked, it's not that we don't want to believe you. It's just that why does such good fortune always favor you? Given the situation, they gradually began to accept this shocking revelation. Xiao Peng solemnly patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Take good care of the ice goddess. She is now in your hands. Indeed, if you mistreat her, the three of us will take turns dealing with you. Unaware of the importance of cherishing her, I could truly care for her. Ah, and your child as well. Lin Feng, in a moment of frustration, delivered a sharp slap. How dare you? Speak another word, and I shall see. Oh dear, I was wrong. I shall never utter such words again. To even contemplate it is a crime. All right, I shall refrain. I cannot betray my brother. Is that satisfactory? The four engaged in playful banter for a while before finally leaving the study. At the dining table, everyone savored their meal. Yet Lin Feng found himself in a dire predicament. He had barely taken a few bites when Xiao Peng and his companions took turns pouring drinks down his throat, showering him with congratulatory and well-wishing remarks that he could not refuse. By the end, Lung Menghan and Wu Yishuang retreated to their room, leaving the others to drink at their leisure. Brother Feng, if your wife's admirers were to discover this, they would be utterly envious. Not only have you won the heart of a beauty, but she is also carrying twins. I could just devour you out of jealousy. Seeing your happiness causes my heart such anguish. The alcohol was soon depleted, prompting Xiao Peng to rush downstairs to buy more. Unless he avenged his grievances over the affection of a wife, he felt he could not live another day in peace. Lin Feng, subjected to their relentless toasting, soon lost all awareness and slumped over the table, succumbing to slumber. Xiao Peng and his friends offered their apologies to Lung Menghan. We sincerely apologize, sister-in-law. We were simply too exuberant today and ended up inebriating Brother Feng. We shall tidy up now. Sister-in-law, we wish you and Brother Feng a lifetime of happiness. Don't forget to invite us to the wedding feast. Long Ming assured them not to worry. There is no need for you to clean up. I will take care of it shortly. You all seem quite inebriated. Would you like to lie down and rest for a while? I have some hangover remedies here, should you need them. Xiao Peng and the others, in a state of heightened emotion, lamented, Goddess Lang, what do you see in Brother Feng? Apart from his handsome appearance and his ample endowment, he is utterly lacking. Indeed, why not remain the serene goddess you are? Why descend to this realm? Oh, my heart aches. Goddess Lung, why not consider divorce, allowing Brother Feng to wallow in solitude? Lung Menghan, perturbed by their increasingly absurd remarks, felt a throbbing headache. Wu Yishuang inquired, where are you staying? I can escort you back. Zhou grinned. Yes. Xiaoping belched and playfully slapped the back of Zhou's head. She is a fierce tigress. Do not provoke her. Given their inebriation, Wu Yishuang chose not to hold it against them. Among them, the one who drank the least was Xiao Guan. Due to poor health from a young age, he rarely indulged in alcohol. If he drank too much, he would break out in hives and endure unbearable itching. When they first met, Lin Feng and the others found it hard to believe. Eventually, they had to take Xiao Guan to the emergency room for ensuring he survived. Xiao Guan, possessing a reserved nature, lacked the boisterousness of Xiao Peng and the vivacity of Zhou. No need for a beauty to escort us. We can find our way home ourselves. What is the address? No need for pleasantries. Just give me the address. Wu Yishuang was driving Lin Feng's car, and today she had not touched a drop of alcohol. As they departed, she and Lung Mingxiang supported Lin Feng as he lay down to rest. The responsibility of caring for him was entrusted to Lung Mingxiang. Should anything arise, I will return shortly after ensuring he is safely delivered home. Once everyone had departed, Lung Mingxiang began to tidy the dining table and subsequently wash the dishes. After completing the chores, she felt too exhausted to move. After sitting for less than 5 minutes, she rose again to boil water for Lin Feng and administer a hangover remedy. When Wu Yishuang returned and saw everything neatly arranged, she felt a hint of dissatisfaction. These tasks could have waited for my return. Why should you, a pregnant woman, exert yourself? I am indeed pregnant, but that does not render me incapable. I can manage some household chores. Later that evening, Lin's mother called. Lung Mingxiang hesitated momentarily before answering, unaware that it was Lung Mingxiang on the other end. Lin's mother began without delay. Xiaofeng, have you and Xiao Lung registered your marriage? What are your thoughts regarding the wedding? Should we hold the banquet now, or wait until Xiao Lung has given birth to celebrate properly? We should visit the in-laws, and regarding the betrothal gifts. My inquiry revealed that our side can offer a maximum of 88,000. Your father and I discussed it, and believe we should not shortchange Xiao Lung. How does 150,000 sound to you? Xiaofeng, why are you silent? Chapter 22. This is our new home. Lung Mingxiang cleared her throat. Auntie, it's me. Lin Feng has had too much to drink and is currently resting. Oh, it's Xiao Lang. Did you hear everything I just mentioned? Yes, I did. Regarding the wedding, I would prefer to wait a bit. I have yet to discuss it with my parents. I see. Once you are ready, we should arrange a meeting between our families to discuss the wedding. After hanging up, Wu Yishuang inquired about Lung Mingxiang's plans. Originally, her intent was to wait until after the child was born, believing that they would soften due to their grandchild. However, with the wedding now on the horizon, it seemed inappropriate for the bride's side to remain absent. How about this? I'll persuade Annie to come over, and you two can have a proper discussion. Given that your pregnancy isn't too advanced yet, you could still fit into a wedding dress. Noticing Lung Mingxiang's indecision, Wu Yishuang felt distressed. I will pack my things and fly back immediately to bring Annie over. As for the resolution, that will be up to you. But rest assured, I will assist you. Half an hour later, Wu Yishuang left with her bag, booking the soonest flight. When Lin Feng awoke, night had fallen, and the sounds of a show filled the living room. Wife, addressing her as such, had begun to roll off his tongue with increasing ease. Lung Mingxiang hurried over, inquiring, "What is it?" Lin Feng, nursing a throbbing headache, went to wash his face and asked about Xiao Peng and the others. They have gone home. And Xiao Shuang has left too. What about you? Are you hungry? Should I heat up some leftovers for you? Lin Feng shook his head, gesturing for Lung Mingxiang to come closer and join him. Cold Mingxiang was bewildered when in the next moment, Lin Feng enveloped her in his embrace, leaving her momentarily stunned. Let me hold you for a while, he murmured. Mingxiang remained still, softly responding with a gentle Now that we are officially registered. You Haventy even called me husband once, he said, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Indeed, having obtained the marriage certificate. Why was it so difficult to utter that simple word? She reached out to cradle Lin Feng's head, only to realize that his hair was remarkably smooth and pleasantly fragrant. Husband. The single utterance of the word brought a radiant smile to Lin Feng's face. Nestling closer into Mingxiang's embrace, he made a request. From now on, you must always call me husband, understood? With the ice broken, the rest seemed trivial. Mingxiang smiled, her lips curving as she replied, All right, I will call you husband from now on. The following day, while Mingxiang attended her classes, Lin Feng took the initiative to inspect the house, rewarded by the system. Access cards and facial recognition had all been arranged seamlessly. Even the parking space had been neatly assigned. Building 5, Unit 2, Apartment 1502, correct? Lin Feng retrieved the key and opened the door, instantly falling in love with the interior design. The 140 square meters of minimalist decor exuded elegance, furnished with brand new appliances and furniture. 3 rooms awaited, 1 master bedroom, 1 secondary bedroom, and a study. Initially, Lin Feng had assumed it was a shell unit, planning to invest around 200,000 for renovations. To his astonishment, the system had provided such a beautifully finished home. Everything appeared immaculate. However, for safety's sake, he decided to conduct a formaldehyde test. The system has conducted special treatment on the property. There is no formaldehyde, ensuring a safe environment for the little ones to move in. The system cheerlessly attempted to be endearing, lacking any semblance of charm. Overjoyed with his new abode, Lin Feng eagerly set off to fetch Mingxiang. Today, Mingxiang adorned a stunning 2-carat diamond ring, instantly capturing the attention of those around her. Hey, Teacher Ming, you're wearing a ring? Are you getting married? They inquired. You must invite us to the wedding feast. We want to see who the handsome man is that has won your heart. That SA 2-carat, isn't it? It looks absolutely beautiful. Congratulations poured forth. Remember to treat us to wedding candies. Prepare the red envelopes in advance. Don't forget about us. They were utterly uninterested in the wedding banquet. Their sole curiosity lay in discovering the identity of the man who had managed to thaw this icy beauty. Lin Feng parked the car in the basement, and as Mingxiang entered, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Why is your face so red? Are you running a fever? Let us go, he urged. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Feng caught sight of several teachers standing beside another vehicle, familiar faces stretching their necks in curiosity towards them. ISNT that a Harvard 15? The purchase price seems to exceed 300,000. It's a new model and quite popular. I assumed Teacher Ming South husband would drive a luxury car worth millions. Teacher Lung is typically quite low-key. She is not the type to refuse marriage unless it is to a wealthy individual. In fact, if she desires to marry, she has an abundance of suitors from whom to choose. Soon enough, at Teacher Lung's wedding, we shall see that the groom is none other than Hisu. I feel a sense of familiarity with her husband. It seems I have encountered him before. His hands are quite exquisite, reminiscent of a character from a comic book. Long Mingong gazes out at the scenery, when suddenly she realizes something. Lin Feng, where are we headed? This is not the way home. Call me husband, he replies. Husband. Where are we going? You will find out shortly. Their destination turns out to be a residential community, leaving Lang Mingong somewhat perplexed. It quickly dawns on her that this must be a newly rented apartment. Their current rental agreement is set to expire in a week, so it is time to move. What do you think? Upon entering, Lang Mingong is greeted by a grand floor-to-ceiling window, revealing a stunning view of the river. The night scene of Nan City, which has received accolades, must be breathtaking from this vantage point. As she surveys the interior, Lang Mingong appreciates the decor and layout. However, her initial excitement gradually wanes as she considers the monthly rent. It must not be inexpensive. Now that she recalls, this development seems quite well known. With such exquisite decoration and high-end appliances, the rent must be at least 10,000. Lin Feng places the key into Lang Mingong's hand. Here, this is now our home. She is taken aback, then joyfully inquires, what do you mean you bought it? Surely it costs around 150 to 60,000. Where did you acquire such funds? Previously, Lin Feng had mentioned saving up 16,000. It has not been long since he purchased a car, and now he has acquired a house. The thought makes her anxious. You didn't resort to high-interest loans, did you? Lin Feng shakes his head reassuringly. How could that be? This is from an investment I made years ago with a classmate from the finance department at school. Over the years, I have continued to invest gradually, and only now have I begun to see returns. Lang Mingong possesses some understanding of finance. What kind of investment? She wonders, but Lin Feng seems unaware. I am not well versed in these matters. It is managed by my classmate. His family is quite well off, and I invested a bit when he was preparing to start his own business. The dividends have been deposited into my account punctually each year. Chapter 23. Visiting Auntie Lang Mingong has great faith in Lin Feng, and she does not doubt him after his explanation. In their circle, many individuals have ventured into entrepreneurship away from their families. Those with a sharp mind can earn millions in just a few years through connections. Some, lacking in natural business acumen, merely dabble in entrepreneurship, gaining experience before returning to inherit the family business. Despite Wu Yishuang's current carefree lifestyle, in a few years, she too will likely be tethered back to her parents to take over the family restaurant industry. There was no other choice. After all, they had only one child. On the way home, Lang Minghan felt elated. She discussed the upcoming move with Lin Feng. Their belongings were minimal, primarily consisting of baby supplies. 3 days later, Lin Feng called upon Xiao Peng, Zhou En, and Xiao Guan to assist with the move. The trio arrived grumbling, and upon discovering that their beloved goddess was absent, their reluctance intensified. You remember us for this laborious task, but not for the good times. Truly, you are our dear brother, they lamented. Lin Feng chuckled. We are all brothers. Such words bring sadness. I promise a grand feast in return. With a helping hand, their work became remarkably efficient. This place is quite nice. I presume the rent is not inexpensive? One of them inquired. Indeed, Feng Gu is quite generous. Such conditions for a rental are rare these days. They continued. Now that you've wed the goddess and have a child, you've reached the pinnacle of life. We cannot compare. Lin Feng smiled, revealing, I actually purchased this apartment. The trio gasped, feeling the chasm of disparity between them and Lin Feng grow wider. The price of the housing market in Yiping Jiangshan was well known, and they understood the valuation of second-hand properties. This apartment was worth no less than $1.5 million, and with renovations and appliances, it approached $2 million. Adding to that the $30,000 for the vehicle, and considering the expenses of childbirth, a total of $3 million was certainly required. Xiao Peng grasped Lin Feng's hand, declaring earnestly, in wealth and prosperity, do not forget your friends. The other two hoped Lin Feng would lend a hand, even if it was just for a bowl of soup. Lin Feng recounted his previous explanations to Lung Menghan, and Xiao Peng and the others had a vague recollection of the matter. Who could have anticipated that their investments would yield such fruitful results? Rest assured, I shall not forget you when benefits arise, Lin Feng assured them. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Xiao Peng and his companions faced numerous setbacks in their job hunts, with their applications being rejected time and again. Fortunately, their youth and optimism shone through. With mutual encouragement, they did not dwell on their misfortunes. As good brothers, witnessing Lin Feng's newfound happiness and gradual improvement in life genuinely filled them with joy. Any feelings of envy were non-existent. When Lang Ming'an returned home, everything was in order, with the bed linens neatly arranged. Thank you for your hard work, dear husband. This is but a trivial task. You are the one who has endured more. Wow, our home is so beautiful. I absolutely adore it. I adore it as well. This will be our very own home. Lin Feng took her on a tour, checking for any additional items needed. Lung Menghan shook her head. Everything seems quite complete. I cannot think of anything else we require at the moment. We shall see later. In the evening, Lin Feng began to prepare dinner. Lung Menghan settled into a cozy sofa, gazing at the river view outside. Dinner is ready. Coming. In the evening, Lang Menghan took a bath and noticed that her belly had grown slightly larger, seemingly bearing signs of stretch marks. After finishing, she hurriedly applied olive oil. Lin Feng was in his study, answering a call from Zhaoju. Have you truly registered your marriage with the girl? Is she expecting your child? Zhaoju inquired. My mother mentioned it to you, right? I had intended to tell you myself, but I was unsure how to broach the subject. Upon hearing this, Zhaoju became irritated. It wasn't me who told you. I heard it from people in your village. I outright denied it at the time. They all claimed it was your mother who confirmed it, so I called her to find out the truth. What is wrong with you? Such significant news. And you didn't inform your aunt? That's quite unreasonable. Lin Feng explained. I didn't think to keep it from you. I assumed my mother would share it with you. Furthermore, this matter is difficult for me to discuss. I've been rather busy lately, and simply Haven T found the time. Zhaoju couldn't genuinely be upset. Lin Feng had only recently graduated from university, and encountering such issues surely left him flustered. She felt a pang of regret for not having learned sooner, as she could have offered support. You, my dear, come over for dinner tomorrow. I'll prepare something delicious. All right, but don't you dare bring any gifts. I'll just throw them away. In their city, Lin Feng had only two relatives. One was his second uncle, with whom he had little contact, and the other was his aunt, with whom he maintained a close and frequent relationship. Lin Feng's father had two older brothers and one sister. 2 years prior, Lin Feng's second uncle passed away from lung cancer, and the family resided elsewhere, with only occasional communication. His eldest uncle was also living afar, but remained in touch with Lin Feng's father. The third uncle was engaged in a home decoration business out of town, and they would exchange greetings during holidays, though they seldom communicated otherwise. Lin Feng's eldest aunt had married into a neighboring village, and their families had a strong bond, visiting each other regularly. However, due to her declining health in recent years, she had not been able to visit, although they maintained contact via phone. Darling, tomorrow evening, we will dine at my aunt's house. Your aunt's house? Should we prepare any gifts? Perhaps a box of milk and some fruits would suffice. Although his aunt insisted he leave gifts behind, he wondered if she had ever actually discarded any. She was a tough exterior but had a soft heart. Later that evening, Lin Feng and Lung Menghan discussed his aunt. His aunt's ex-husband was a lazy man who, despite having a child, refused to work and spent his days idling about. After their divorce, he abandoned the child. It was now rumored that he had found another partner, while his aunt had married Uncle Xiao, who was also divorced. Together, they had a daughter who was now in junior high. The following afternoon, Lin Feng called his aunt. I'm at the market buying vegetables. The keys are in the usual place. You can go inside and sit. I'll be home shortly. Who will pick up Xiaoyu from school? If you're buying groceries, I could go collect her. Xiao Yang will fetch her. He is also coming over for dinner tonight. Lin Feng didn't ascend the stairs, but instead took Lung Menghan for a stroll around the area. As soon as my aunt made a call, they arrived at the door with gifts in hand. You silly child, I've told you not to bring gifts. Why do you never listen? She exclaimed. Come in quickly. It's quite warm outside. Her gaze fell upon Lin Feng's companion, and her eyes sparkled with delight, her smile wide and infectious. Oh, you must be Xiao Feng's wife. Do come in, do come in. With a playful elbow nudge, Lin Feng was gently ushered aside. I heard you were expecting twins. How arduous it must be. Is there anything you would like to eat? The meal isn't ready yet, but I can offer you some fruit. Would you like some watermelon? Let me cut some for you. Xiao Feng, come help in the kitchen. Chapter 24. Even Aunt is envious. Lin Feng genuinely believed his aunt wanted him to assist in slicing the watermelon. Little did he know. She was grinning broadly while holding half a watermelon, taking a thorough look at him and his wife from head to toe. That girl is truly stunning. Even more so than the stars on television. You've done well for yourself. And twins at that. Your mother must be so envious. Aunt Xiao expressed with admiration. If Xiaoyang had your talent, I wouldn't he have to worry so much. As she cut the watermelon, she reflected, once you are married, you must learn to cherish your partner. Pregnancy and childbirth are quite challenging for women. You must care for and empathize with her. Carrying one child is difficult enough. And your wife is expecting two, double the effort. Lin Feng felt warmth swell in his heart. Now that you have established a family, I wonder when Xiaoyang will settle down. If there are suitable girls, do introduce them to him. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Feng asked. I heard from Mom that you were going to introduce the girl from the bank to him. Did that not work out? Mentioning this caused Aunt Zhao to become flustered, her head buzzing with frustration. That brother of yours is utterly useless. He sits around like an old monk. He is not handsome, lacks conversational skills. And his family situation is mediocre. He doesn't seem the least bit anxious. Lin Feng tried to reassure her. Aunt, fate has its own timing. Just look at me. Aunt Zhao rolled her eyes. What you experienced was fate. For him, it would be mere luck. Let us not dwell on him. Please hand the watermelon to your wife and call him to ask when he will arrive. Cold Minghan nibbled delicately on the watermelon, appearing entirely different from her usual self. Lin Feng called Zhao Yang. Responding to his aunt, Brother Xiaoyang said he would arrive in about 10 minutes. Please ask him to bring a bottle of soy sauce. 20 minutes later, the two entered. The young man was in his 20s, slightly plump, standing around 175 centimeters tall, and bore a resemblance to Aunt Zhao. Following him was a slender girl, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a school uniform, her beauty quite striking. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the similarity in their features. When Zhao Yang spotted Cold Minghan, he became suddenly tongue-tied. Why you hello? Cold Mingran greeted him with a smile. Hello. Xiaoya, displaying her boldness, said, Hello, Brother Feng, Sister Feng. I will head back to my room to finish my homework. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang entered the kitchen carrying a bottle of soy sauce. Would you like to watch television? I can cast it for you. Aren't you currently watching that show? I can stream it for you. With the prospect of television, Cold Mingran felt less constrained. You go ahead and watch. I will check on the kitchen. Upon entering, she was surprised to find Lin Feng had taken on the role of the cook. Zhao Ju and her son stared in astonishment. Zhao Ju encouraged her son to learn some culinary skills, remarking that with today's demanding young women, a man should possess at least one special talent. If you lack any skills, why would anyone marry you? For dinner, they prepared braised fish, stir-fried beef strips, rib soup, twice-cooked pork, seasonal vegetables, and 2 cold dishes. The remaining 3 dishes were purchased from a nearby deli. Little cold. Would you prefer orange juice or coconut milk? Aunt, plain water is just fine for me. As dinner commenced, Zhao Ju removed her apron. I initially considered dining out, but knowing you are pregnant and have certain dietary restrictions, I opted for a simple meal at home. Once your child is born, you can have whatever you desire on my treat. Cold Mingran replied, Aunt, this is more than sufficient. Zhao Ju grew increasingly fond of Cold Mingran, admiring her beauty, gentleness, and eloquence. Xiaoya was the first to leave the table, as she had much homework awaiting her. Zhao Yang finished his meal and retreated to play on his phone. Zhao Ju, ever hospitable, served Cold Mingran a generous bowl of rib soup, even offering her the finest tender ribs. Cold Mingran, overwhelmed, glanced at Zhao Ju with a pleading look. Understanding her unspoken words, Cold Mingran suggested, If you have leftovers, I would gladly take them. Instantly, her face brightened. As they prepared to leave, Zhao Ju asked her son to drive them back. No need. We have our own car. Oh, you bought a car? What kind? Let Aunt have a look. Zhao Ju admired the vehicle before her, exclaiming how beautiful it was. Can Aunt take a ride in your car sometime? Absolutely. Zhao Ju smiled as she waved goodbye to Lin Feng's car, her grin unwavering. Now that Xiao Feng has started a family, your aunt's life will be all the more pleasant. By the way, how much did that car cost? It looks rather expensive. Zhao Yang replied. It depends on the configuration. This one cost over 300,000. Zhao Ju was momentarily taken aback, both surprised and bewildered. Over 300,000? Where did he get that money? Did your aunt give it? Or was it from the bride's family? Zhao Yang was equally puzzled. Mom, Why are you asking me? How would I know? Zhao Ju smacked her forehead, recalling. Your aunt mentioned that Xiao Feng invested with his classmates and seems to have made some profit. With that, she hummed a tune as she ascended the stairs. Many were skeptical when Lin's mother resolutely married Lin Feng's father all those years ago. Lin Feng's maternal grandparents were quite well off at the time, and Lin's mother was also quite capable, fully capable of marrying someone of even better standing. Subsequently, the couple began farming crops in the village, and life improved for them. However, it could not compare to city living. When Lin Feng was born, the expenses of education and other necessities placed a considerable strain on the family, causing Zhao Ju to feel anxious. During that period, the harvest was particularly poor, and the family found themselves borrowing money from various sources. Reflecting on those times, Zhao Ju genuinely felt happy for her sister. One evening, Zhao Ju called Lin's mother and lavished her with compliments about cold Minghan. Lin's mother was overjoyed, unable to stop smiling. I'll send 2 chickens to Xiao Feng and also bring 1 for you. No, let the chickens be for Xiao Feng's wife. We shall do without. It's fine. I can always buy more after I finish here. Xiao Feng's and also invited me to her home for chickens. All right then. Whatever the cost, we shall settle it later. Sisters should not concern themselves with money. Indeed, it's hard to find free-range chickens these days. 2 days later, Lin Feng took cold Minghan for a prenatal checkup. The scorching summer heat made venturing outside a trial. They decided to leave around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Soon, the summer vacation would commence, and cold Minghan eagerly awaited it. During the checkup, they decided to have lunch in the hospital cafeteria while waiting for the test results. In the afternoon, when the reports were finally available, Lin Feng found them incomprehensible and realized they needed to wait for the doctor. After a brief visit to the restroom, they returned just in time for their name to be called. Everything is normal. Remember to come back for the detailed anomaly scan next time. As novice parents, Lin Feng and cold Minghan felt a wave of relief wash over them. The next patient entered before their number was called. Doctor, please look at this report. What does it mean that there is no fetal heartbeat? Chapter 25. I hate that you were such a blockhead. Just as Lin Feng and cold Minghan were about to leave, they instinctively halted. A mother and daughter entered, resembling each other quite closely. The doctor glanced at the report and explained that the child had not survived. Can we administer a preservation injection? The baby has no heartbeat, and your daughter is already experiencing bleeding. The injection would be futile. What should we do? My daughter has struggled so hard to conceive. Please, doctor, think of something. I am afraid I cannot assist. If we proceed with surgery now, it will adversely affect your daughter's health over time. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng took cold Minghan's hand, leading her home. In the car, cold Minghan spoke of someone she knew. This individual had graduated from a prestigious university, was exceptional in every aspect, and shared a harmonious relationship with her husband. The woman became pregnant just a month after their wedding, during their honeymoon phase, not wanting to rush into parenthood. However, when they eventually desired a child, they found it impossible to conceive, leading to profound regret. Such a proud person. Yet now she is not living well. Later, my friend Xiao Shuang mentioned she developed depression and was sent abroad for treatment. Lin Feng sighed. Some people who don't wish for children seem to have a predisposition to conceive. Some individuals yearn for children, yet find the journey exceedingly arduous, seeking remedies and solutions. Long Minghan candidly confides that she suffers from a cold womb, fearing that she may never conceive, and that future attempts to bear a child may prove even more challenging. She does not wish to experience the regret that her friend feels whenever the thought of children arises. Despite having moved into a new home with a car and savings of 300,000 to 400,000, and being free from any mortgage or car loan, Lin Feng cannot afford to become complacent. He must strive diligently to provide for his family. As the conversation unfolds, a notification of a cash reward for a pregnancy checkup arrives via text message. Observing Lin Feng preparing to leave amidst the sweltering heat of nearly 40 degrees, she feels a pang of concern. Darling, please stay with me while I sleep. I cannot rest without you. Lin Feng contemplates the sincerity of her request but soon dismisses his doubts, realizing that she must be earnest. Very well, I shall keep you company as you sleep. But do not leave when I drift off. Without your presence, I will awaken. Lin Feng is perplexed by her words, particularly her mention of presence. All right, sleep now, and I shall attend to other matters once you are awake. Though Long Minghan feels a tinge of embarrassment after expressing her need, she knows she speaks the truth. While pregnant women typically enjoy restful slumber, her sleep is notably enhanced by Lin Feng's proximity. Within a minute of lying down, she falls into a deep sleep. After 5 minutes, Lin Feng rises to prepare for his delivery job. Just as he is about to step out, he hears her groggy voice calling, "Darling, where's my husband? My big husband?" Peering in, he sees Lung Minghan sitting up in bed, her eyes still heavy with sleep. He approaches her, saying, "I merely went to the restroom. Please continue to rest. I am here with you." She turns away, wrapping her arm around his, and quickly resumes her slumber. As a married couple sharing a bed for such an extended period, apart from Lung Minghan drawing closer, they have not shared any intimate gestures, not even a simple kiss. Lin Feng believes that he must take the initiative, for with Lung Minghan's oblivious nature, they may remain as respectful as guests even after the arrival of their child. At that moment, a voice message from Xiao Peng interrupts, eliciting an annoyed huff from someone nearby, clearly disturbed by the noise. Lin Feng hastily silences it and sends a message to Xiao Peng. "I cannot take the call right now. Please communicate online." "Brother Feng, we are considering renting a storefront to sell barbecue. What do you think?" "Sounds great. Count me in. We are currently scouting locations. We will invite you to join us to check them out once we find a suitable one." "That works. You are aware of my current situation, so please do not hesitate to explore options." "Understood. You focus on your tasks while we venture out to see what we can find." After months of unsuccessful job hunting, their spirits nearly faltered. It was Xiaopeng's suggestion to embark on a small business venture together that reignited their hope. As we have already entered the latter half of the year, let us take action and see how it unfolds. If things do not work out, we can all return to our respective homes. Each of them possesses a modest sum of savings, typically around 20,000 each. Among the trio, Xiao Guan has managed to save the most. He has always had a frail constitution, and his parents, engaged in business, have accumulated some wealth over the years. Being their only child, he receives a generous monthly allowance, as they hope he will not deprive himself. The four of them share a rental apartment, where they can prepare their own meals, a decision wholeheartedly supported by Xiao Guan's parents. They promptly transferred 20,000 to ensure he could enjoy better meals. Regarding employment, they did not impose any pressure on him. If necessary, he could always return to assist his parents. Xiao Peng has an older sister, and their sibling relationship is harmonious, with parents who are also quite supportive. Although their financial assistance does not match that of Xiao Guan's parents, their living conditions are certainly better than those of Zhouan. Zhouan's parents divorced when he was in middle school, and he subsequently lived with his father, resulting in a strained relationship. They rarely communicate, often resembling strangers, nevertheless. His monthly allowance is consistently deposited without fail. Zhouan has leveraged his handsome and charismatic appearance to earn a considerable sum through live streaming his singing online. Currently, he is in a transitional phase but feels rather lost. In this era, there are countless handsome individuals. With makeup, filters, and appealing visuals, anyone can attain beauty. Even those with a modicum of singing ability can invest in quality equipment to enhance their vocal charm, making them superior to the average person. Given the fast-paced nature of the online world, without a memorable face, who would remember you? Thus, Zhouan has also decided to participate. By 5 in the afternoon, Lung Mingxiang had awakened, and Lin Feng had not managed to deliver his takeout. It was evident that she had slept soundly. Lin Feng pondered whether her current abdominal swelling might be affecting her sleep quality. That evening, he called Xiao Peng to inquire about any progress. A rueful chuckle came from the other end. Finding a suitable shop was quite challenging. Prime locations demanded exorbitant rents, while cheaper spots were poorly situated. Today, he had found a place that was reasonably acceptable, with an annual rent of 80,000, excluding the transfer fee. What was the transfer fee? In total, it amounted to 130,000. Since it was still a viable option, they decided to continue searching. If nothing appropriate was found, they could always set up a stall to sell goods, which was also a consideration. Lin Feng had anticipated such an outcome. It all boiled down to whether they could find a suitable shop in the end. Just after hanging up, Lin's mother called to inform him that she had brought some free-range eggs, chickens, and ducks, asking him to pick her up at the station the following morning. Chapter 26. Lin's mother exhibited a hint of humble bragging. The countryside has its advantages, with an abundance of local produce that is both green and healthy. Seeing her daughter-in-law's eagerness, Lin's mother aimed to catch the earliest bus, starting her preparations at 5:30 in the morning. She first filled her backpack with coarse bran, followed by a layer of free-range eggs, then another layer of bran, and finally another layer of eggs. She packed 4 or 5 chickens and ducks into a bag, leaving an opening for their heads to breathe. One hand carried an assortment of seasonal vegetables and some homemade dried goods. Although these items held little monetary value, they were treasures in the countryside. As they set off, Lin's father called his son. After a journey of over 2 hours, Lin's mother finally arrived at the bus station, where the dawn had already brightened the sky. The morning sun heralded yet another day of brilliant sunshine. Numerous vendors had set up stalls beside the station, selling breakfast fare. Famished, Lin's mother settled down to indulge in a bowl of porridge and half a steamer of dumplings, engaging in cheerful conversation with the vendor. "My son is coming. I will visit again to dine at your establishment. That must be your son. He is truly handsome." Each time Lin's mother heard others praise her son's looks, her heart swelled with delight. "You haven't seen my daughter-in-law. Her beauty surpasses even that of television stars." On the return journey, Lin's mother clutched her stomach, pouting in discomfort. "Next time, I shall refrain from eating there. The food was unclean." She then cautioned her son. "Xiao Lung is pregnant now. She can have occasional treats from outside. But moderation is key." The news is so troubling, first this issue, then that, it's enough to drive one to despair. Upon arriving at the community, Lin's mother noticed that the place was different from her previous visit. "Have you moved to a new home? Did the lease expire?" Speaking of housing, Lin's mother broached the subject of purchasing a property once more. "No need, Mom. I have already bought a house. I'm taking you to see it now." Lin Feng carried a basket on his back, each hand grasping a plastic bag. Lin's mother trailed behind, astonished. "What? You bought a house? How sudden? Why didn't you inform us? Did you purchase it with a loan?" In the elevator, Lin Feng explained, the owner of this apartment originally intended to move in after renovations. However, due to a failed business investment, they urgently needed funds and sold this property. "I happen to know someone in real estate and acquired the information firsthand, so I purchased it." Lin Feng had always been obedient, diligent, and composed in his actions. His parents trusted his words implicitly, without a hint of doubt. "How much did you pay for it? Is it sufficient? Your father and I have some savings. I made some investments with classmates and earned money. Both the car and the house are returns on those investments, so you needn't worry about your finances." Lin's mother gasped in excitement, eager to see her son's new home. "Mom, Xiao Lung is still sleeping in the room. Let's keep our voices down. I understand, but hurry and open the door so I can see your new abode." Upon entering, Lin's mother was thoroughly impressed with the decor of the house, her smile unwavering as she admired every corner. "It is evident that great care went into the renovations. It is truly beautiful. Is this a robotic vacuum? Technology has indeed transformed our lives." After a tour, they found themselves in the kitchen, which boasted a double row of cabinets with a spacious layout of approximately 1.2 meters apart. "Come, let us prepare a chicken for lunch to make soup for Xiaolong." A mother and her son arrived at the public restroom, and after a series of tasks, the chickens were properly prepared. "I have brought you 3 chickens and a duck. Your great aunt is aware of your situation and has given you 2 chickens and another duck. Additionally, I took a chicken for your small aunt. If you find the time, do visit her, as she misses you dearly." Lin Feng nodded. "And I plan to call my great aunt at noon to express my gratitude." Lin's mother, with determination, slaughtered the remaining chickens and ducks for Lin Feng, neatly storing them in the refrigerator. As she plucked the feathers swiftly, she remarked, "Your great aunt says you are a good child, always sending her money during festivals. She mentioned that if you ever crave chicken, you may visit her home, where they have plenty. Yet, I would not dare take anything without payment. Her daughter-in-law and daughter would surely be displeased." Lin Feng replied, "Just buy it with money." The chores were completed by noon. Lin's mother, noticing her daughter-in-law still asleep, wore a face of concern. "Should we let her have breakfast before she goes back to sleep?" Lin Feng checked the kitchen to see how the chicken stew was progressing. "This morning, before I came to pick you up, I prepared some thin congee for her. She ate it, and then continued to sleep." Upon hearing this, Lin's mother felt reassured. Lin Feng tidied up the guest room, suggesting that Lin's mother take a rest first. "I'll call you when lunch is ready." Lin's mother was busy taking photographs around the house, beaming with joy. "You carry on with your tasks. Do not mind me." Although she felt tired and sleepy, her spirits were exuberant. The house her son purchased was spacious and beautiful, and she was filled with excitement. Lin's mother sent the photos to her husband. "Look at the house our son just bought, paid in full. Isn't it lovely?" She then turned to share it on her social media, indulging in a bit of humble bragging. "This child has always been considerate. He bought a house without even informing us, taking matters into his own hands." Following this, she created a collage of 9 photos, each carefully selected. Meanwhile, Lin Feng busied himself with preparing lunch. When he had a moment to himself, he heard his mother's cheerful laughter from the guest room. The soundproofing of the house was quite effective, making it somewhat difficult to hear clearly. Seizing a moment, Lin Feng sat down to scroll through his phone, noticing a flurry of messages from friends. Did Xiao Feng buy a house? Impressive, it looks beautiful. Where is it located? How many square meters? How much did it cost? His small aunt also sent a message. You rascal, buying a house without even telling your small aunt? That's rather aloof. Where's the address? I'd like to come and take a look. Lin Feng checked his mother's social media posts, finding it entirely unsurprising. She enjoyed capturing every moment of life. Her social media presence was vibrant. Reading through the comments and likes, along with his mother's responses, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile, rising to return to the kitchen to continue his work. Xiao Feng, prepare your small aunt's meal as well. She will be coming over for lunch. Also, she has inquired about the address. Once she had the address, his small aunt hurried over. Is this a video call? Hey, has the door been opened? Upon entering the house, my aunt immediately began to extol its virtues. From the decor to the layout, from the arrangements to the furniture. I had just finished steaming the rice and was about to stir-fry when I saw your moments on social media. I rushed over. It was only today that I learned he had purchased a house. Come, let us enter, I said. The two sisters stepped inside, unsure of what to say. Lin Feng went to call Lung Menghan and discovered she was awake but reluctant to rise, expressing a tone that was somewhat playful. I wish to remain here. Shall I bring your meal over to you? I long to hear the voices of my mother and your aunt. Have they arrived? Upon realizing that elders were present, Lung Menghan hastily got up. Chapter 27. This is my husband. Let us dine in the dining room. We can eat here as well. You do not understand. I must leave a favorable impression on the elders. My mother and aunt do not concern themselves with such matters. As Lung Menghan prepared to change her clothes, she noticed Lin Feng still seated, smiling at her. Oh, you please step outside first. What? Am I not allowed to see you change? Seeing Lin Feng's unwavering stance, Lung Menghan pulled him up. Lin Feng, wary of her strength, assisted himself to his feet. Very well, I cannot look now, but I shall eventually. Their interactions grew increasingly familiar, and Lung Menghan found herself blushing less frequently, a soft hum escaping her lips. Inside, the two sisters were smiling broadly. Witnessing their children marry and settle down, what parent could be unhappy? Lin's mother was unaware of the housing prices in this neighborhood, but Zhao Ju was well informed. This house must cost around $1 million, at the very least. As she spoke, she opened a real estate app to check the second-hand listings for Pinjiangshan. Goodness, even the smallest, at 79 square meters, is over $1 million. The information for a 140 square meter second-hand house indicated a price exceeding $2 million. Oh. Zhao Ju inquired curiously, where did Xiao Feng acquire such wealth? Lin's mother had no inkling. I heard he invested with friends a few years ago, and only now is reaping the rewards. With Lin Feng's character as a guarantee, they did not dwell on it further. Moreover, investments are inherently long-term. One does not expect immediate returns. My aunt grasped her sister's hand, her eyes glistening. Your life has finally taken a turn for the better. Lin's mother smiled, having never considered her life to be difficult. Perhaps, to outsiders, it appeared so. At the dining table, Lin's mother reminded Lin Feng. Pregnant women should also engage in more physical activity, as it is beneficial for delivery. You ought to accompany Xiao Long for an evening stroll. Lin Feng nodded, I understand. Mom. After the meal, Lung Menghan felt drowsy but was hesitant to sleep with the elders present. Thus, she assisted Lin Feng in washing the dishes. If you are tired, you should rest. That seems inappropriate. Eating and sleeping. Wouldn't that make me appear like a pig in the eyes of the elders? How could that be? You should go to sleep. Come with me. Your presence would alleviate the awkwardness. Lin Feng washed his hands thoroughly and took the hand of Lung Menghan as they entered the house. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng emerged. His mother inquired softly, is he asleep? Lin Feng nodded and returned to the kitchen to tidy up. Once finished, Lin's mother gestured for her son to come over, indicating that the two sisters had something to discuss with him. Xiao Feng, you must earn a living now. Would you like me to come and help you take care of Xiaolong? Mom, there's no need. Just look after Dad at home. What do I need to care for him for? He is capable of taking care of himself. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng spoke candidly. Mom, while your intention to help me with Xiaolong is appreciated, it may make her feel somewhat uncomfortable. He cited the earlier incident as an example, emphasizing that it was merely a minor aspect of daily life. Mom, I value your goodwill. If I ever need assistance, I will reach out to you. What do you think? Lin's mother remained silent, fully aware of Lung Menghan's discomfort, yet she was reluctant to see her son struggle. Zhao Ju, assuming Lin's mother was unwilling. Quickly interjected, if Xiao Feng doesn't want you to help, then don't. The lifestyle of the younger generation differs from ours, and our perspectives vary as well. If they live together, they may end up arguing. After all, Xiao Feng and his wife are getting along well. We don't want to cause any discord. Regardless, if my daughter-in-law becomes pregnant, I will be there if needed. If not, so be it. Lin's mother chuckled lightly. All right then, just let me know when you need me. Zhao Ju feigned disdain. Is Xiao Feng's cooking really that good? Can you handle the appliances in this house? Last time, when Xiao Yu bought something, I couldn't figure it out after fiddling with it for ages. The matter was set aside for the time being. The sweltering heat made napping during the day challenging. In the secondary bedroom, the sisters engaged in light conversation. I Haven Tea contributed much to Xiaolong's pregnancy. I'll send some money their way later. That sounds good. If you can't help physically, then monetary support is a fine alternative. In the afternoon, Lin's aunt brought back some chickens and ducks. Speaking of Lin Feng's aunt, she could not help but express her admiration for her character, remarking how she had not anticipated that she would think of her this time. I'll bring the money to you later. Please give it to Lin Feng's aunt. As an aside, Lin's aunt invited Lin's mother to stay at her place. You needn't linger here as a third wheel. Let them enjoy their time together. Lin's mother left with a cheerful smile. Auntie, why are you leaving so soon? Stay a few more days, Zhaoju teased. Xiaolang, why call her auntie? You should call her mom. Xiaolang blushed and sweetly urged, Mom, please stay a little longer. No need. Once you finish the chicken and duck, I will bring you more next time. She took her daughter-in-law's hand. Just let Xiao Feng cook whatever you desire. Remember to take care of yourself and get out for some fresh air when you can. As summer vacation approaches, one might consider returning to their hometown for a spell. While mother did not insist on it, the decision ultimately rests with you. Long Mingxiang replied, once my break begins, I will accompany Lin Feng back to my hometown. While I still have the chance to step outside, it would be more inconvenient to travel as the month progresses. Lin's mother, delighted, exclaimed, Excellent. I shall prepare the house, ensuring it is spotless for your arrival. In the evening, Lung Mingxiang and Lin Feng strolled leisurely through the neighborhood. The city of Nan is quite compact, so encountering acquaintances is hardly surprising. Teacher Lung? The couple, ambling at a relaxed pace, suddenly heard a voice. The newcomer was unfamiliar to Long Mingxiang, yet anyone addressing her as teacher must either be a colleague or a student, judging by the voice's tone. It was difficult for her to ascertain the person's age, as some young individuals appear older than their years. Teacher Lung, who is this? This is my husband. Lin Feng replied with a gentle smile, Hello. Although the visitor had anticipated this revelation, hearing it directly from Lung Mingxiang still came as a surprise. The newcomer observed that Lin Feng appeared quite youthful, prompting speculation about a potential age gap in their relationship. Holding Lin Feng's hand, Long Mingxiang said, If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Ah, certainly. The entire school was abuzz with the news of the esteemed goddess Lung getting married, and rumors of her pregnancy circulated, with some in denial insisting that she had merely gained weight. Lung Mingxiang had a talent for selecting garments that concealed her midsection. Coupled with her tall and graceful figure, she had indeed taken on a fuller appearance, making the notion of her weight gain plausible. With fewer classes, the goddess Lung was rarely seen around campus. Now, even her colleagues in the office found it challenging to catch a glimpse of her. After finishing her lessons, she would vanish. Was she with child? Was her husband simply youthful in appearance? Regardless, he was undeniably handsome. Perhaps one should inquire about which building they resided in. But then again, they were already married and seemed quite content. It was one thing to admire Teacher Long as a student, yet it was entirely another to disrupt their happiness. Moreover, he might not even measure up to her husband. Best to let it go. Chapter 28. A rather poor idea. Who was that? I'm not sure, probably a teacher. You two are on the verge of vacation. I have little left to teach. Just a class or two, and then I'll be free. You promised my mother you'd return to your hometown for a while, right? Of course. I wish to see the place where you live. When one loves another, there is an irresistible urge to learn everything about them. Wu Yishuang had been back home for a few days, but her circumstances were not progressing favorably. She had been summoned back by her father and was now starting as an intern. After several days of work, she found herself in tears, longing for handsome men and freedom. Yet, she did not forget the weight of her responsibilities. The Cold Mother's tour is set to conclude in just a few days, and she will undoubtedly devise a way to coax her over. Lung Minghan has always been quite curious about this. I would like to inquire. What do you plan to do to persuade my mother to come? She is such a busy person. Would she truly invest her time and energy in this? Wu Yishuang chuckled softly. Thus, I intend to deceive her into believing that you are gravely ill, perhaps on the verge of death, compelling Annie to come and see you one last time. Xiao Shuang, you are quite clever. Can you not wish for my well-being a little? I am currently looking after 2 little ones as well. They both burst into laughter again. Do you truly believe that my mother would take such a ridiculous idea seriously? Absolutely hysterical. Do not dismiss this. It is, after all, the best plan I could devise. You might as well say that there is an organization in Nanshire seeking her collaboration. Perhaps my mother might deign to visit. You are the one who is hilarious. Just wait until your mother checks the counterpart's credentials and discovers it is a shell company. She might even consider legal action against them. The two exchanged playful banter. Yet no resolution emerged. Eventually, Wu Yishuang decided to abandon the charade altogether. How about we simply tell her, Auntie, your daughter has secretly married without informing you. And now she has a child? That could work, but if my mother finds out, she would come to strike me dead. Yet, if she comes, it would be effective. Wouldn't it? The conversation abruptly ceased, and both fell silent. Long Ming'an sent a message. Where are you? I was caught slacking off. Let me pretend to be busy for a few minutes. 10 minutes later, Wu Yishuang replied. Let us leave it at that. After all, it is you who must weather the storm, not me, so I am indifferent. The moment to demonstrate our friendship has arrived, when my mother strikes me. You must come to my aid. Fear not. Even if she strikes me, I shan't let her harm you. You are my cherished darling. After that, silence ensued once more. Presumably, slacking off was discovered again. Originally, Lung Minghan had 2 classes left before the summer vacation, but it was ultimately reduced to 1. Joyous, exhilarating. In the final class before summer, Lung Minghan found her workload quite light, merely overseeing everyone's exam assignments. In the office, a group gathered around. Teacher Lung, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. Lung Minghan had shifted her style, donning a black strapless gown, her hair styled in an elegant bun, and adorned with black-framed glasses. She appeared both aloof and graceful, and having gained some weight, she unexpectedly exuded an air of charm. Long Minghan lifted her gaze, casting a cool glance at the speaker. As if to say, I see through your intentions. The other party smiled sheepishly, pleading, Teacher, please do not let me fail, I implore you. Just a single point, please. Lung Minghan adjusted her glasses. I would need to assist you 3 times for you to pass. The individual was taken aback, not realizing the disparity was so great. Another young girl approached with a pitiful expression. Teacher, I am just 1 point short. I beg you, just this once. It won't take much effort. At that moment, more students arrived. Lung Minghan felt a headache coming on. Everyone, please leave. Those who come to seek her out are indeed warriors. Warriors never retreat. Thus, they have no intention of leaving. One moment, they plead for this, the next for that. Step aside, let me through. The crowd naturally parts. And a handsome young man kneels before Lung Minghan, approaching with a determined stride. Startled, she exclaims, What are you doing? Oh, teacher, I implore you, please help us. We truly cannot afford to fail any more courses. Long Minghan is rendered speechless. Rise, she instructs. However, the young man's resolve does not waver. No. Please give us a chance. With a sigh, she expresses her impatience. You may leave. I will do my utmost to assist, but your results must speak for themselves. If the gap is too vast, no amount of effort on my part will suffice. Her words provide a sense of reassurance to the students. Thank you, teacher. Wishing you ever more beauty. Teacher, you are becoming increasingly gentle. Here, I brought you some of your favorite snacks. When you marry, we will surely give you a red envelope. The students chatter enthusiastically, and Lung Minghan cannot help but smile. Very well. In truth, Lung Minghan is not much older than them, yet she seldom mingles closely with the students. Coupled with her stunning beauty, she often seems distant. However, when she smiles, her unparalleled beauty shines through. Teacher, if I were a man, I would marry you. I could too. Teacher, you are so beautiful. Teacher, you belong to all of us. How could you marry and break our hearts? Setting down her pen, Lung Minghan asks, Are you all leaving or not? Do you all wish to fail? Her words carry a weight that sends the students fleeing in a hurry. Today, she must spend the entire day at school. At noon, Lin Feng, the considerate delivery boy, brings lunch along with a bouquet of flowers. The card bears his handwriting. Thank you for your hard work, my love. Below, he draws a heart and writes I love you. His colleagues are envious, though rumors suggest that the goddess of the school is wed to someone of mere average looks. Nonetheless, this revelation seems to bridge the gap between them and their idol. After Lin Feng and Lung Minghan moved away, It took quite some time for a freshman across the street to realize, they have moved. Soon after, news of their engagement and pregnancy began to spread. What can I say? My ship has vanished into thin air. Lin Feng rides his electric scooter with a few friends to scout for shops. This is the third one. What do you think, Brother Feng? Not much, he replies. We feel the same, Xiao Peng says, squatting on the ground while enjoying an old popsicle. If we can't find a suitable place, we could always set up a stall to sell barbecue. We don't necessarily need a storefront. Lin Feng voices a long-held curiosity. Who among you can actually barbecue? From what he knows of these friends, they are only adept at eating. Xiaoping, Zhouan, and Zhao Guanxuan all turned their gazes towards Lin Feng. He had anticipated this moment. Their previous plan for a shop had been dismissed. And now the issue of setting up a barbecue stall had arisen. Where should they establish their stall? Lin Feng contemplated a suitable location, and the four of them, riding on 3 electric scooters, set off. Upon arrival, they discovered that others had beaten them to the spot. Xiaoping remarked, "We've dined at this establishment before. It has been operating for nearly 2 months. Zhouan suggested, let us seek another place. Zhao Guanxuan added, their food is rather unpalatable. I believe they will soon face closure. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, that seems plausible. We shall wait and see. Chapter 29. She always knew what she wanted. The 4 friends playfully made their way to a modest hot pot restaurant. After a long day, they had barely eaten and found their appetites lacking. The small hot pot place was bustling with patrons, and the service was commendable. They sampled the flavors and found them pleasing. Care for a drink, Fengge? No, I have to pick someone up this afternoon. Xiaoping teased. Having a vehicle certainly has its perks. You can't even indulge in a drink. Zhouan poured himself a beer, lamenting, unlike us. We can't even dream of riding a bike, let alone seeing a wheel. Zhao Guanxuan, typically reserved and quiet, observed, this spot has great potential. I'll inquire about the rental fee when the owner arrives. When they learned that the annual rent was a staggering 150,000 yuan, a hush fell over the group. Lin Feng remarked, that's to be expected. Just look at the location. There's a shopping street in front, a park behind, a vocational school to the left, and a residential complex to the right. In prime locations, rental costs are justified. As they prepared to leave, Lin Feng discreetly settled the bill. The subsequent dishes and drinks would be on their own tab. I must go pick someone up. You all take your time eating. The trio waved him off. In the future, when we go out for games, drinks, or karaoke, we can't bring Fengge along. He surely won't mind, right? Haha, haha. Can he really compare with us single guys? Silly bird. Shall we go sing tonight? My treat. Let us go. Lin Feng drove to fetch Lung Mingqi. What's wrong? Your expression seems rather sour. The students' grades are dismal. I'm beginning to doubt my teaching abilities. Lin Feng had attended her lectures and found them quite excellent. It's not your fault. They are simply lacking in intellect. Lung Mingqi seemed to ignite with passion, passionately discussing her students' assignments to Lin Feng. I spent the day at the computer, and I tried my utmost. It's so exhausting. I plan to take a nap when I return. It's mentally taxing. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of the hot pot aroma lingering on Lin Feng. Her eyes widened. Did you eat hot pot? I went with Xiaoping and the others to scout for a shop, and we ended up having hot pot at mealtime. He turned and smiled at Lung Mingqi. Would you like some? I can prepare it for you when I get back. Lung Mingqi hesitated, recalling that pregnant women should avoid spicy food, as it could upset their stomachs and potentially cause eczema in their babies. The truth of the situation eludes her, yet regardless, she must remain attentive. No worries. I shall prepare a mildly spicy meal for you. Mildly spicy, indeed, that will suffice. Upon returning home, Lung Mengxiang decided to take a brief respite. When she awoke, Lin Feng had already prepared the hot pot, and the aroma was simply delightful. Given the presence of a pregnant woman in the household, along with an impressively spacious refrigerator, a plethora of ingredients had been procured. Succulent beef, duck intestines, and tripe were all plentiful. For reasons unknown, as Lung Mingxiang savored her meal, tears began to well in her eyes. Sniffing back her emotions, she spoke of her family while eating. This was the first time she had broached the subject with Lin Feng. My parents were perpetually busy, and in my memories, the individuals who accompanied me the most were Xiao Shuang's mother and our household maid. Each time I visited Xiao Shuang's home, her mother would have a meal prepared, and her father would occasionally return to dine with them. I cannot pinpoint when it began, but I often found myself at their table, relishing their warm atmosphere. Eventually, my mother dismissed the maid, allowing me to dine at Xiao Shuang's home instead, providing me with a stipend for meals. Xiao Shuang's parents would quarrel and engage in cold wars. Yet for the most part, they appeared to be a happy family. During that time, I often mused about finding a husband who could cook, possess a good temper. And while wealth was not a priority, I wished for him to cherish me in his heart and life. Lung Mingxiang held a deep admiration for Xiao Shuang, a sentiment that persists to this day. She was nurtured amidst her parents' affection, while she felt as if she was, yet at the same time was not, in a similar position. Lin Feng also shared anecdotes about his parents. The villagers were well aware of the strong bond between his parents. They often exchanged playful banter. Yet their feelings remained steadfast. My mother initially chose to marry my father for his character. Although life was somewhat challenging, she never seemed to mind. She would often say she preferred a humble life filled with love over a lavish existence devoid of affection. Perhaps it was due to such upbringing that Lin Feng's demeanor mirrored that of his father. He was adept at cooking, capable of managing household chores, and approached tasks with a well-thought-out plan, displaying a sense of responsibility in the face of adversity. Lin Feng's mother was spirited and somewhat haphazard in her cooking and housekeeping. Yet she bore a strong sense of duty. When the time came for him to pursue his education, coincidentally, Lin Feng's father fell ill. She took on all domestic responsibilities and farm work while caring for her husband. Later, Lin Feng's father remarked, "My swift recovery is entirely thanks to your mother. Her cooking is simply dreadful." Though he jested, in truth, Lin Feng's father treated his wife with even greater kindness. That evening, Xiao Shuang rang Lung Mingxiang. During this time, Xiao Shuang had been calling and messaging her daily. As soon as work ended, however, not a single message arrived. I cannot explain it, but I find myself compelled to message you when I'm at work. Perhaps it is the thrill of procrastination. Haha. My dear, my precious one. Do you know what I am doing right now? I am revising a proposal. This marks my 5th version. I feel utterly defeated. Oh, I long for a hug. I have yet to eat, and in just a few short days, I have lost weight. In a moment of distraction, Lung Minghan sent a message to her students, responding absent-mindedly. What do you intend to do? Abandon your work, or continue to languish until your relatives take drastic measures? Are there alternative solutions? Indeed. You could seek a husband to manage things for you, allowing you to indulge in leisure and culinary delights. What do you think? That seems rather unfeasible. And there are no suitable candidates available. Then consider arranged marriage. I believe your relatives would be eager to assist you in finding a partner to share the responsibilities. Wu Yishuang remained silent, finally exhaling a sigh. This year, we are introducing an entirely new flavor of beverage. Do you have any suggestions? You know I prefer plain water for health reasons and am unfamiliar with these external drinks. What good are you, my dear? Besides your beauty, what else do you bring to the table? I can cuddle with you. Truly, you are my precious gem. With you, who needs a man? I must strive to earn a living for my 2 children. What on earth is a... Lung Minghan ended the call, only to receive another from Wu Yishuang shortly thereafter. Darling, call me back in 10 minutes. I have something very important to discuss. You jinx. My parents are genuinely arranging a match for me. Then you should gather some information and reconsider. No need. You know this person as well. Who is it? Pray tell. Feng Qinwan, who is nearly bald now. The one who once straddled 2 boats. I truly wonder if my parents are matchmaking or attempting to sabotage me. I'll hang up now. All right. I shall call you in 10 minutes. Sisters and brothers for life. 10 minutes later, with precise timing, Lung Minghan called back. Wu Yishuang, I urgently need to speak with you. Come quickly. What? You want me to return for overtime? Do you possess any humanity? This was followed by a barrage of expletives. Lung Minghan firmly believed that Wu Yishuang was subtly criticizing her. It seemed she had endured quite a bit at the office. Chapter 30. The young couple returns to the countryside. Sister, thank you. I managed to escape. You scolded me earlier. You owe me compensation. All right. A 200 yuan red envelope coming your way. Recently, my parents have frozen all my credit cards. I am quite impoverished. Never mind. I shall support you, my destitute friend. A 200 yuan red envelope was sent, leaving Wu Yishuang deeply touched. This rendered Lung Minghan both amused and exasperated. Later that night, Lin's mother received a call from her son, and sleep eluded her. Rolling up her sleeves, she energetically began tidying up the house. Lin's father, who was preparing for bed, was perplexed. What is happening? He rose to clean, knowing his son and daughter-in-law would be returning soon. The house must be spotless. Since they are coming back in a couple of days, why not clean tomorrow? Lin's mother shot him a glare. When I ask you to work, just do it. Why the incessant chatter? What are you staring at? Is it my beauty, or do you have something to say? After a prolonged silence, Father Lin finally spoke. I suggest you sleep while I tidy up. No, it will be quicker if we do it together. Lin Feng's ancestral home, built in recent years, stands 3 stories tall, boasting a stylish exterior. Initially, Lin's mother had decorated the house with the intention of it becoming a marital residence, resulting in a high-quality finish. Their family is well-liked, and many villagers lent a hand during the construction, recommending trustworthy workers. The total expenditure for this residence was approximately 400,000, a considerable sum in their village. The front yard is adorned with fruit trees, while the backyard houses chickens, ducks, and pigs. The first floor comprises a kitchen, a living room, a restroom, and a bedroom. The second floor features 2 guest bedrooms, another restroom, and a master bedroom complete with an ensuite bathroom. The upper floor also includes a master bedroom with a bathroom, a study, and a small room, along with an open-air garden currently utilized for drying items. The couple resides on the first floor, while friends and relatives stay on the second floor during holidays. The third floor is reserved for their son's future marriage. Lin Feng would only stay on the third floor if the second floor was fully occupied. As the elderly couple busied themselves with chores, time slipped away, and before they knew it, it was already 2 in the morning. Father Lin, feeling weary after a night of toil, insisted he needed rest. Go to sleep. We can clean up in the morning. You sleep. I will be busy for a while longer. At the break of dawn the next day, Lin's mother rose early to tend to the pigsty and chicken coop. To facilitate maintenance, she had opted for cement flooring with proper drainage systems. When Father Lin awoke, he was astonished to find Lin's mother bathing the 2 pigs. Indeed, she was washing the pigs. The chickens and ducks were not spared either, each drenched in water. The cement floor was spotless. Is this really necessary? What if our daughter-in-law visits and is repulsed by the smell? Their neighbor, holding a bowl of rice, watched the spectacle while eating. Father Lin inquired, shouldn't we wash your pigs too? Lin's mother paused momentarily before asserting, absolutely. Today, Father Lin's task was to remove all the curtains, duvet covers, and sofa covers for washing. After finishing with the pigs, she intended to wash the dog as well. Once completed, she planned to head to the supermarket to procure fruits and snacks, ensuring nothing was amiss. Where are you off to so early? Xiaofeng's mother. I'm going to the supermarket to buy a few things. And you, auntie? By midday, Lin's mother returned, her basket laden with food, even carrying a large watermelon. Father Lin was both astonished and concerned. Why didn't you let me accompany you? Doesn't tea carrying all that hurt your shoulders? Not at all. I feel quite energetic. In matters of household chores, Father Lin often outperformed Lin's mother. However, she was simply too delighted to manage everything herself. The vendors, familiar with Lin's mother, recognized the abundance of goods she was purchasing and immediately understood that guests were expected. With playful banter, the villagers were already aware that Xiaofeng was bringing his wife home. Additionally, the neighbors spread the word. They were amused to learn that Lin's mother had even washed the poultry, bringing laughter to everyone. After tidying up both the interior and exterior of their home, Lin's mother felt that something was still amiss. In a flurry, she dashed away, leaving Lin's father bewildered. Upon her return, Lin's father couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation at the sight of what she carried. Had she ordered takeout? Lin's mother had procured a vase from somewhere, filled with a lovely assortment of wildflowers. Little Cold will surely adore these blooms. I must gather more, she declared. Perhaps we should purchase some? There are none available in town. Would plastic flowers suffice? They lack fragrance. Then let us go flower picking. Thus, the elderly couple set off in search of blossoms and appealing vases. That evening, they also cleaned the air conditioning unit. To prevent their son and daughter-in-law from being bitten by mosquitoes at night, they hung a mosquito net, a charming pink one at that. Lin's father had grown accustomed to this. He simply followed his wife's instructions without question. Any expression of his own opinions was merely a sign of his misunderstanding of women and current trends. Lin father, Lin mother. Please do tell what else is lacking in the home. Am I allowed to voice my thoughts? Of course, what is missing? I think it's quite lovely as is. You needn't express your opinions any further. He understood. Now, they awaited the return of the young couple. Xiaofeng, have you set off? When do you think you'll arrive? No rush. Drive slowly and be cautious. Your father and I will be waiting at home. Dinner is already on the stove, so you can eat as soon as you return. All right. I won't keep you any longer. Drive safely. After hanging up, Lin's mother glanced at her husband. You should change your outfit. Those pants do not match. Didn't you say this outfit looks nice? Hurry, go change. Fine, whatever you say. Chapter 31. Their enthusiasm was overwhelming currently. The village is predominantly occupied by the elderly and children, with few young people returning, all striving in the big cities. The Lin family is well-liked, and given their amusing antics throughout the day, everyone now knows that Lin Feng is bringing his wife home, sparking immense curiosity among the villagers. Along the path leading back to the village, there were already those waiting. Hey, isn't that Xiao Feng? Look closely. Let me put on my glasses. Oh, it truly is them, driving back. I heard from Xiao Feng's mother that he is doing well now, having bought a car and a house. Xiao Feng has always been obedient and hardworking. It has been long since he graduated, yet he has already sorted out such significant aspects of life. Here they come. Is that Xiao Feng's wife sitting in the back? Let us take a look. I can't see. The car window is in the way. But there is indeed someone there. Let us go greet them. As Lin Feng drove to the entrance of the village plaque loomed above. A few elderly individuals, whose faces bore a familiar resemblance, approached him with smiles adorning their countenances, their eyes eagerly peering into the car. Is that you, Xiaofeng? Oh my, it truly is. You've returned today, have you? Xiaofeng halted the vehicle, lowered the window, and greeted them. You've bought a car. It looks splendid. My goodness. Is this beautiful young lady your wife? She is truly stunning. More beautiful than the actresses on television. You are indeed fortunate. The inquiries regarding the car's price paled in comparison to the attention directed towards the enchanting figure seated in the back, Lung Minghan. As she prepared to greet them with a smile, she noticed them clamoring to peer through the window, their heads bobbing in excitement. Their compliments were heartfelt, albeit repetitive, making Lung Minghan feel somewhat bashful. Uncles and aunties, aren't you supposed to be working? The sun will be up shortly. We heard you were bringing your wife back, so we came to take a look. Your parents have been quite industrious these past few days, tidying up the house, and even cleaning the pigsty and chicken coop. But enough chatter. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? You should head back. Your parents must be waiting anxiously. Lin Feng chuckled. All right then. I'll take my leave for now. I'll visit you all when I have the chance. With that, he raised the window and drove away. While the elderly continued to discuss amongst themselves as they followed the car back, intending to drop by Lin Feng's home for a chat and some gossip. Such is the nature of entertainment in the countryside. Lin Feng's home was easily accessible via a direct road, as the village had constructed pathways to every household. The village had actually developed quite well, contrary to the memories of the past. From a distance, Lin Feng spotted his parents' figures. They've arrived, Xiaofeng is here. Lin's mother, brimming with joy, hurried alongside the vehicle as it passed. The yard was spacious enough to accommodate 2 cars comfortably. Was the journey all right? Little long. Are you tired? Come inside and rest for a bit. Noticing Lang Minghan's pale complexion, Lin's mother felt a pang of concern. After a 2-hour drive on the highway, they were anxious about their daughter-in-law's condition. I'm fine, perhaps just a bit weary from the ride, she reassured them, not wanting to cause any worry. Though she was indeed a touch fatigued. Behind them, Lin Feng and his father were carrying various items, including gift boxes and food. Will you be visiting your aunt this time? Yes. I haven't seen her in ages. I miss her dearly. Meanwhile, a neighbor, having finished breakfast, sat in the yard picking vegetables, waiting for Lin Feng's return. Lin Feng greeted him. Deshu, come, have a smoke. Lin Feng rarely smoked, having quit due to the presence of a pregnant woman in the household. Deshu had been their neighbor for over a decade, and indeed, it is said that close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Their families shared a strong bond. Uncle De now resides alone in the countryside, with his children pursuing their careers in distant cities. During festive occasions and birthdays, they often transfer money, yet they always return home for the New Year celebrations. Lin Feng has known their son and daughter since childhood, and they maintain a warm relationship even now. This time, upon Lin Feng's return, they entrusted him with a box of milk, some pastries, and a tin of formula for the elderly. Uncle Da, here's what Dong Go asked me to buy for you. Uncle Da, puffing on a cigarette, joyfully accepted the gifts, though he remarked, you've troubled yourself again. I could have bought these myself. No need for you to make a special trip. Lin Feng chuckled. What trouble? Next time I come back, just let me know what you need. Don't be so formal with us. We're neighbors, after all. Uncle Da's eyes glistened with emotion as he nodded and smiled. In the past, when Aunt was around, she would manage the neighborhood relations, while Uncle Da was rather reserved, focusing solely on his own responsibilities. Now that Aunt is gone, he has become even more taciturn, speaking only with Lin Feng's family. When he encounters others, he merely exchanges brief greetings. Over time, people have ceased to engage him in conversation. Upon entering the house, Lin Feng was taken aback. It was quite eclectic in decoration. For instance, one wall displayed a vibrant peony painting symbolizing prosperity, while another featured an abstract triptych of roses. Lin Feng's father whispered to him, "Your mother wasn't sure what style Xiaolong prefers, so she hung both." He gestured towards the fresh flowers on the table. "We picked these early this morning." He pointed to the curtains at the front door, which were installed to keep mosquitoes at bay for Xiaolong. Lin Feng felt a surge of gratitude. "You've both worked hard these past few days." Indeed, Lin Feng's father was quite exhausted. Yet the sight of his son and daughter-in-law's return made all fatigue vanish. "What is there to be tired about? Just bring Xiaolong back whenever you have time," he replied. Lin Feng's mother, concerned that Long Mingxian might be hungry, asked, "Would you like some porridge? I've been simmering it." Before Mingxian could respond, Lin Feng's mother hurried to the kitchen to serve the food. The kitchen was equipped with both a wood-burning stove and a gas range, allowing for convenience in cooking. "Mom, what about mine? I'm hungry too," Lin Feng inquired, noticing his absence of a serving. "You can serve yourself. You're grown up now. Do you expect me to feed you?" she playfully chided. "It's not fair, Mom. Why pick on me?" The slowly simmered porridge was indeed fragrant, and Mingxian savored 2 bowls. Additionally, the stir-fried peanuts, marinated tofu, and homemade pickles were delightful. "Your rooms are on the 3rd floor. Let me show you," Lin Feng offered. The staircase featured wooden handrails and anti-slip tiles. Lin Feng's mother followed Mingxian closely, advising, "Take your time, no rush. This is your room, this is the bathroom, and this is the study." The master bedroom features a semicircular balcony, offering a breathtaking view of the mountains and lush greenery. "Please take a rest, and call us if you need anything." "All right, Mom." The simple call of Mom brought great joy to Lin's mother, who hummed a tune as she descended the stairs. Chapter 32. Lin's father is an enthusiastic fisherman at this moment. Several villagers had gathered outside. They sat on the long bench, chatting amiably with Lin Feng and his father. Lin Feng was enjoying a cigarette, while others munched on sunflower seeds, all engaged in lively conversation. Nowadays, how many young people are willing to sit down and converse with the older generation? Lin Feng was indeed well liked by them. Cold Ming Han stood on the balcony, taking a deep breath. The air in the countryside is refreshingly pure, though she couldn't quite discern the topics of their discussion. Looking down, she saw the villagers chatting in the yard. Their dialects were so rapid that she couldn't comprehend them at all. After yawning several times, she decided to retire for the night. As the sun began to rise, Lin's mother urged her son to prepare dinner. "Mom, considering I've just returned home, must I really cook?" Lin's mother shot him a glance. "What's the matter? Do you still consider yourself a guest? Your father's cooking has become quite heavy lately. Xiaolang surely won't be accustomed to it. She prefers your cooking. Perhaps it's just a matter of age, and taste buds have changed." The refrigerator was stocked with vegetables and meat, and the fields were abundant with seasonal produce, providing Lin Feng ample opportunity to showcase his culinary skills. However, cooking in the sweltering heat felt akin to enduring a sauna. Nonetheless, food cooked over an open flame has its own delightful aroma. Before long, Lin's mother returned to assist him. They exchanged light-hearted banter. "Let us stew the pork knuckle. I bought the leaner cut, which Xiaolong should enjoy." Turning around, Lin Feng noticed his mother tending to the fire. "Mom, I'll handle the cooking. You should go chat with them. I bought 3 watermelons. Why not slice one and take it out for them to enjoy?" Lin's mother, halfway through slicing, suddenly recalled the garlic lingering on the knife. "Oh well, it's quite normal for a knife used for garlic to be used for watermelon." The house Lin Feng's family built is ideally situated, providing shade from the sun. As noon approached, the sun was just beginning to peek in. The people sitting outside, recognizing the time, began to disperse. Lin's mother distributed sunflower seeds and candies to everyone. Lin's father handed out cigarettes, the stronger variety that cost over 20 yuan, and this time his son had purchased several packs for him. "Xiaofeng, go call Xiaolong for dinner." He paused, then added, "On second thought, it's quite tiring to go downstairs. Let us eat upstairs." Shortly after, Lin Feng descended, followed closely by Cold Ming Han. This was their first meal at home, and it was important for the family to dine together. "Xiaofeng, take this to Uncle Da." He carried a large bowl of rice and a platter filled with a variety of dishes, both meat and vegetables. Uncle Da led a rather frugal life, and cooking for one was quite a chore. Coupled with the demands of farming, he often found himself alternating between feasting and fasting. When Lin's mother finds herself with some spare time, she often prepares meals for Uncle Da as well. It requires merely an extra set of bowls and chopsticks, which hardly adds to the workload. Moreover, Uncle Da is not fussy about food. He can relish a simple bowl of plain noodles with great satisfaction. Meanwhile, he busies himself with farm chores indoors, which makes Lin's mother feel somewhat embarrassed. Uncle Da, you are truly too kind. We are neighbors after all. So please refrain from such formality in the future. After saying this, Lin Feng returned to his meal. Once lunch was finished, the sun was already high in the sky. After Cold Menghang took her afternoon nap, Lin Feng joined his parents in the living room to shell corn. Most of the corn was husked by the machine, leaving only a handful that could easily be done by hand. The three of them watched the news while they worked. Outside, someone called for Lin's father, inviting him to go fishing. Lin's father glanced at his wife and then at his son, remaining silent. The cheerful expression on Lin's mother's face darkened. Lin Feng chuckled. Dad, you should go. The earlier you leave, the earlier you'll be back. Instantly, Lin's father brightened up, hastening to gather his gear, fearful that his wife might change her mind. I promised to return early, he exclaimed, rushing outside. Faintly, Lin Feng overheard their conversation. Oh, can little Feng's mom let him go today? Enough chatter, let us hurry before something changes. All right. Even using idioms now, Lin's mother huffed lightly. Although she wished to be angry, she didn't want to spoil their joyful day. Ever since your father took a liking to fishing, he spends his days and nights at it, hardly returning home or tending to his chores. Lin Feng understood his father well. It couldn't be that exaggerated, as chores must be done. After all, if he didn't do it well, his father would have to take on double the work. So why put himself through that? Lin's mother shot a glare at her son, but then couldn't help but laugh. The Lin family used to have a considerable amount of farm work, but a portion was coincidentally transferred to contractors. Thus, there are not many crops left to tend to now. Fishing has, almost unconsciously, become Lin's father's leisurely pastime. Lin's mother was not opposed to it. After all, everyone has their hobbies. She herself enjoyed square dancing when she had free time. But you have no idea to what absurd lengths your father will go for fishing, she continued. Lin Feng, intrigued, leaned in closer. One night, I woke up to find your father missing. I searched everywhere but couldn't find him, so I hurriedly called him. He claimed he was invited by Uncle Gu for drinks. Had I not heard him say something about being hooked at the end, I might have believed him. Curious, Lin Feng asked. Did you not get angry? Lin's mother scoffed lightly. When I hung up the phone, I figured that if I were to catch him, it would have to be in the act. So I waited. That evening, your father was unusually industrious, which made me suspect something was amiss. Sure enough, after lying down for over 20 minutes, he claimed he couldn't sleep and got up to watch television. I didn't expose him. I merely wanted to see what tricks he would play, urging him to sleep quickly. I waited and waited, and in a drowsy state, I sensed movement beside me, instantly becoming alert. His father stealthily donned his clothes and quietly slipped out through the back door to go fishing with Uncle Gu. Lin Feng chuckled and asked, Did you follow him? Lin Mu pouted. How could I keep up? He rode away. I locked the back door behind me, eager to see how he'd fare upon his return. Shortly after 5 in the morning, he returned stealthily without a key to open the door. Can you guess what happened next? Lin Feng inquired. What happened? Lin Mu laughed in exasperation. He climbed over the wall from the pig pen. Oh, he reeked. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, I couldn't bear to expose him. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, when did he break the window? Lin Mu scoffed lightly. Oh, that was at night. He tried the same trick again. This time, since his bike was being repaired, he walked over. I trailed behind him for several miles, to the pond beneath the Huangguashu in the neighboring village, and it was exhausting. I saw him casting his line, enjoying tea and laughter with Uncle Gu. I suddenly jumped out, nearly giving them heart attacks. Lin Feng laughed uncontrollably. It's just too difficult for my dad to go fishing. Lin Mu chuckled, saying, From that moment on, Uncle Gu insisted that he needed my permission. He was afraid of having a heart attack. In truth, I wasn't opposed to his fishing. He could have just told me instead of sneaking around. Lin Feng retorted, If you had known, would you have agreed? Lin Mu shot him a glare. As long as it's not night fishing, I would have agreed. The mention of night fishing made Lin Mu's head ache. You have no idea how dangerous it is to ride at night. One misstep, and you could end up in a ditch. When it rains, the roads get slippery, and it's easy to fall into the pond. If something were to happen late at night, who would come to their rescue? They would only end up drowning. Uncle Gu's wife doesn't care, and their son doesn't listen either. Sigh. Chapter 33. Let's visit Auntie in the afternoon, as the sun began to set. Lin Feng and the others finished dinner and prepared to take Lang Ming on for a stroll. There are many mosquitoes outside. This is the mosquito repellent kit your mother prepared for you. It's cleaned, so wear it. It was a simple yet elegant set of cotton silk clothing, long sleeves and long pants, at first glance resembling sleepwear. Noticing Lung Menghan's hesitation, Lin Mu explained the dangers of mosquitoes in the countryside. Lin Feng, sensing her thoughts, whispered, "Are you worried it's ugly?" Lung Menghan remained silent, her silence speaking volumes. She wanted to make a good impression for Lin Feng's matchmaking and herself. "You look beautiful in anything. You should try it on. I believe it will look lovely on you. If it truly is too ugly, we won't wear it, and I'll buy you something nice in town tomorrow." With Lin Feng's encouragement, Lung Menghan decided to try it on. They say that a person is defined by their attire. For those naturally beautiful, even a bedsheet can be exquisite. This outfit suited Lung Menghan quite well, giving her the appearance of a village beauty, complemented by her striking features. Fashion and rustic charm coexisted beautifully. "The charming little Lung, I assure you. Come and take a look." Lung Menghan spun around in front of the mirror, feeling quite satisfied. The attire fitting comfortably. Lin Feng also found it appealing, saying, "Let us take a stroll." They walked hand in hand along the cement path, each wielding a fan. Nowadays, the construction of houses is sporadic, unlike in his childhood when they would visit each home in succession. After dinner, they would sit together in the cool evening, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. "What is that?" Under the moonlight, Lung Menghan noticed what appeared to be fruit hanging from the trees by the roadside. Lin Feng produced a flashlight to inspect, revealing oranges. "Shall we taste them? These oranges are rather large and green. I wonder if they are ripe." She expressed her desire to sample one. "Whose are these?" "I am not sure. I will ask my mother later." "Come, let me select a big one for you." The orange felt heavy in Lin Feng's hand as he walked and began to peel it. "Here, try a segment." After seeing Lung Menghan eat it, Lin Feng inquired, "Is it delicious? Is it sour?" Lung Menghan shook her head. "Not sour. It tastes quite good. You should try some." However, upon tasting it, he promptly spat it out. His handsome face contorted as if wearing a mask of agony. "How sour?" "Not sour at all. I find it rather sweet." "Do you think it's sour?" Lin Feng observed her enjoying it thoroughly. "Perhaps it is due to your pregnancy." After finishing one, Lung Menghan wished to have another. "This plot of land must belong to a single family," Lin Feng remarked, as he sought out another tree and picked a larger fruit. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted. "Which scoundrel is stealing our oranges?" "Stop right there." Both were startled, unprepared to be caught red-handed. Lung Menghan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Lin Feng, upon recognizing the figure, saw an elderly man wielding a hoe and holding a basket. "Uncle Hong, it's me, Xiao Feng." The elder, flashlight in hand, relaxed upon recognizing the two. "Oh, it's you, Xiao Feng. I thought you were a thief." "Apologies, uncle. My wife admired your oranges and wanted to taste one, so I picked one for her." "No worries. Feel free to take as many as you like." After exchanging a few words, the elder departed, revealing he was on patrol due to previous thefts that had greatly angered him. "If you enjoy them, come by on that day, and I will sell you some," he offered. "Sounds great." This place lacks the bustle of the city. They walked for quite a while without encountering anyone. Nonetheless, the night air remained refreshingly cool, and a gentle breeze was immensely pleasant. Upon returning home, they prepared for bed after a shower. "Where's Dad?" "He didn't come back for dinner. He's out fishing." Mentioning this seemed to irritate Lin's mother. Trying to maintain her composure as a daughter-in-law, she smiled and said, "He will be back soon. You both should rest now. Tomorrow, you will be visiting Annie Xiao Feng." Just as they were about to call Lin's father, he returned, carrying several kilograms of grass carp and some crucian carp. "Look at what I've caught. Isn't it impressive? I must ask, are you amazed? You left this afternoon and just returned now. Perhaps it would have been better if you hadn't come back at all." "How could I not return? After all, this is my home." "Oh, you do recognize it as yours, yet you still chose not to return?" "Shoo, lower your voice. We mustn't let the children hear us." Father Lin has grown quite bold this time, largely due to the presence of his son and daughter-in-law at home, which has made it difficult for Mother Lin to reprimand him. All right. I acknowledge my mistake. I shan't dare again. Please, do not be angry. How about we have our son prepare fish for us to enjoy tomorrow?" Mother Lin wore a look of disdain. After all these years of marriage, it feels rather embarrassing to still be coddled like this. Yet, she secretly relished it. "Tomorrow, we shall visit your sister's home. Let us eat and retire early." Upon seeing the dishes simmering in the pot, Father Lin chuckled. "I knew you still thought of me. Why all this chatter? Hurry, let's eat." "Very well. I wonder if it's the unfamiliar bed or the cacophony of cicadas outside," but Lung Menghan found sleep elusive. "Come here, let me hold you as you sleep." Did the noise disturb your slumber? What's wrong? Can't you sleep? Perhaps I'm just a bit unaccustomed. She inhaled the comforting scent of Lin Feng, feeling as though he were soothing her like a child. Sleep now. I shall sing you a lullaby. Lin Feng, too, was in a daze, likely unaware of his own actions. Sleep, sleep, my beloved baby. With a few soft murmurs, silence enveloped them, and Lung Minghan nestled closer, succumbing to sleep. The next day, the rooster crowed. Lin Feng glanced at the clock. It was past 6, and daylight had arrived. He held his beautiful wife close for a little longer. And before they knew it, it was already 7:30. Today's agenda was packed, leaving no room for a leisurely morning. My dear, rise and shine. The little lazy pig is awake. After breakfast, they gathered gifts and set off as a family to visit Lin Feng's aunt. Some roads had been repaired while others remained bumpy. Mother Lin produced a cushion. Here, Xiaoling, use this. Thank you, Mom. When will you stop being so polite with me? The journey along the main road took over 20 minutes, followed by another 20 on a narrow path that could only accommodate a single vehicle. What would happen if 2 cars met on this road? Lung Minghan pondered curiously. From here on, Lin Feng was at the mercy of his mother's directions, as the landscape had changed dramatically with ongoing roadworks and deforestation. Finally, they arrived at Anna's house. The structure was a 2-story red brick building that appeared well-maintained due to its occupants. The courtyard was bustling with guests. As their car slowly entered, some recognized them. Gui Feng, your relatives have arrived. Isnt this Xiao Feng. It's been a while. I heard you got married. Did you hold a banquet? What brings you here today? Come, take a seat. They called Hao Go back from the fields, informing him that guests had arrived. Gui Feng, your brother has arrived. Chapter 34. Walking the pig, an elderly woman with white hair emerged from the house, bearing a resemblance to Lin's father. Fanning herself with a handheld fan, she greeted the visitors with a warm smile. Younger brother, sister-in-law, little Feng. Oh, is this your wife? She is truly beautiful. Come, let us go inside and sit down. Why have you brought something with you? The interior of the house remained as Lin Feng remembered it. Please, take a seat. I will turn on the air conditioning. Let me find the remote. Lung Ming-ong surveyed the home, noting its aged appearance yet impeccable cleanliness. A faint scent of medicinal wine lingered in the air. Would you like to drink? I have milk and fruit. We are family. We can help ourselves to whatever we wish. Lin Guifan settled down, observing Lang Ming-ong and little Feng, her gaze eventually resting on her belly. I heard you are expecting twins. How wonderful. I can tell it will be one boy and one girl, without a doubt. Lin's mother chuckled, elder sister. Can you really tell that it's twins? Lin Guifan replied with pride. I'm rarely mistaken after so many years of practice, as you well know. Lin Feng's parents beamed with joy. If it's a boy and a girl, that would be perfect. Even 2 granddaughters would be splendid. Their family did not subscribe to the notion of favoring sons over daughters. Lin Feng leaned in to whisper to Lung Ming-ong. My aunt has a remarkable ability. She can predict the gender of the baby just by observing the shape of the pregnant belly. Is that so? Yes, many would seek her out for this insight. But she has not done so in recent years. Why not? During those times, some families had a strong preference for sons, as you know. Lin Guifan headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Lin's mother joined her to lend a hand. Lin's father engaged in conversation with visitors outside. Inside, Lin Feng showed Lung Ming on old photo albums. Guess which one is me? Amidst the collection of faces, it was easy to identify Lin Feng. He had been charming since childhood. This is my aunt's daughter. She took great care of me when I was young, but now she has married far away. And this is my aunt's son, working hard in another city. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled something. My aunt also grows oranges. Come, I'll take you to pick some. The orange trees in the backyard were not thriving, and the fruit was unpalatable. After tasting one, Lung Ming-ong was disinclined to have a second. Your aunt's health is poor. These trees have not received much care. Lin's mother emerged, gathering scallions, and upon seeing the 2 grimacing at the oranges, exclaimed, Stop eating those. You can buy delicious ones in town on your way back. Lin Guifan's husband was somewhat short and lean, yet his smile radiated kindness. So this is Little Feng's wife? Make yourself at home. Don't be shy. He enjoyed smoking hand-rolled cigarettes. You're expecting. I'll step outside for a moment. Guifan's cooking was mediocre, and Lin's mother's culinary skills were quite ordinary as well. Lin Feng had intended to cook, but was promptly ushered out by Guifan. Cold Minghan had grown accustomed to Lin Feng's culinary skills, and thus she consumed only half a bowl of rice. Lin Guifan, unaware of this, persistently urged her to eat more. As they prepared to leave, Lin Feng handed his aunt 2,000 yuan, instructing her to procure some delectable treats. You must support your family now. Keep this money for yourself. Aunt has enough. He continued, you always bring money for aunt. Your good intentions are appreciated, but this time, I truly cannot accept it. Be obedient. Lin Feng insisted on returning the money. Aunt, I am still young and capable of earning. I will make plenty of money in the future. Lin Mu, standing nearby, added, Sister, please accept the child's heartfelt gesture. Lin Guifen's eyes glistened. This child, I have not loved in vain. Come visit us during the new year. Driving past the orange grove they visited last night, Lin Mu said, Mom, your daughter-in-law loves the oranges here. Could you buy some for me? No problem. I'll get you a bag once you finish them. I'll buy more, replied Lin Mu, glancing at Cold Minghan. I'll set aside some for you. In the afternoon, Cold Minghan, intrigued, approached the pig pen where Lin Mu was feeding the pigs. Don't come near. The smell is strong, and I wouldn't want it to bother you. The pig pen was surprisingly clean, with the pigs still being piglets. Hearing footsteps, the little pigs waddled over, their adorable appearance eliciting a smile from Lin Mu as she turned to her daughter-in-law. So, you find the piglets cute, do you? After finishing the pig feed, Lin Feng, hearing the pig sounds, wondered what was happening. A door at the back of the kitchen led to the pig pen, and when he opened it, he was taken aback. Mom, what are you doing? Lin Mu ignored her son and handed a rope to Cold Minghan, saying, Here, take this and have some fun. Cold Minghan, a bit bewildered, accepted the rope and glanced at Lin Feng. Lin Mu returned to the kitchen with a wooden bucket, saying, Since she finds the piglets cute, I thought she might enjoy playing with them. Playing, as Lin Mu described, meant leading the piglets around like one would a dog. Lin Feng snapped back to reality and saw Cold Minghan carefully guiding a pig outside, which followed her cheerfully. Concerned that the pig might rush and injure Cold Minghan, he took the rope. Let me handle this. Cold Minghan pouted. Let's take the pig for a walk. Lin Feng had no objections, as long as his wife was happy. That was what mattered. Thus, the scene of Lin Feng walking the pig unfolded before them, a delightful tableau of two people and a pig. The little pig cooperated, stopping and starting, nudging this and that along the way. An unfamiliar elderly gentleman chuckled at the sight. Well, this is my first time seeing someone walk a pig. Is it fun? Lin Feng replied with a smile. Indeed, it is. The old man, shaking his head in amusement, muttered, At your age, acting like a child. What a generation. On their return journey, they encountered Lin Fu, who said nothing but reminded Lin Feng to keep an eye on the piglet and ensure Cold Minghan's safety. Don't forget about dinner. You're in charge of cooking the braised fish. After walking the pig, Lin Feng carried it back home. Lung Mingxiang shared a photograph of a pig she was walking with Wu Yishuang. Ah, darling, how did you end up being tied up like this? Do you need me to come to your rescue? Please, I'm being serious. Lin Feng's parents treat me exceedingly well. Of course they would be good to you. You are their daughter-in-law. How can I explain it? When I mentioned how adorable the little piglet was, my mother-in-law immediately brought it over for me to take out and play with. You know what? My own parents have never been this indulgent. Lin Feng's parents have bestowed upon me a kind of parental affection I have never experienced before. Meanwhile, Wu Yishuang's side displayed that she was typing. However, what she finally sent was, Indeed, they treat you well, which indicates you made a worthy choice in your marriage. Additionally, I have something to tell you, so brace yourself. When Lin Feng came out and saw his wife, who had been so cheerful just moments before, her smile had vanished. She offered him a slight smile, saying, The day after tomorrow, my mother is coming to Nan's City. That day is indeed approaching. We will return tomorrow morning. Chapter 35. Mother Lung arrives in the evening. Lin's mother learned of the situation, feeling a mix of joy and concern, uncertain of her in-law's attitude. Tomorrow, be a bit nicer to your mother-in-law, regardless of how she feels. She is entrusting her daughter to you, and I would feel uncomfortable in her position. Lin Feng sighed, anxious that she might not approve of their relationship. Yet, his mother was quite open-minded, casually saying, It's perfectly normal. When I married your father, no one supported us either. Your life is to be lived with Xiaolong, not with your mother-in-law. Her attitude is what truly matters. Over time, if you treat Xiaolong well, her parents will notice and their perspective will naturally shift. She patted her son's shoulder, asking, Would you like me to accompany your father, or would you prefer to face this alone? Lin Feng smiled faintly, replying, This is something I must confront on my own. I am an adult. I cannot hide behind my parents when challenges arise. On the way home, Long Mingxiang appeared somewhat pensive. Lin's mother had left with 2 full bags of oranges, which Long Mingxiang peeled and ate when she felt irritable. Upon arriving home, Long Mingxiang called Wu Yishuang, persuading her to convince Lang's mother to come over. The girl was quite forthright. What was my mother's reaction at that time? Wu Yishuang replied, and he seemed quite shocked and repeatedly asked if it was true. How could I joke about something like this? Wu Yishuang, visibly worried, comforted her friend, saying, Auntie looks quite upset and said she would come over to sort things out with you. I have already purchased my ticket and will come with Auntie, hoping to be of assistance. I want to let you know that I did not mention to Auntie that you two met after drinking. I simply stated that you fell in love naturally. Since you have a cold constitution, your menstrual cycle is irregular, and with your busy work schedule, you may not have realized you were pregnant. In this matter, Wu Yishuang continued to process the information. In the cold family, the approach to discipline is rather lenient. She merely wishes for significant issues to be minimized and trivial matters to dissipate entirely. It is imperative that no slips of the tongue occur at that time. Understood. She replied, There is another matter to address. I have taken leave to accompany my aunt, so please cover the deducted wages. When did you become so concerned about money? I cannot help it. I am truly rather impoverished at the moment. Very well, how much is it? I will reimburse you for the round-trip airfare. You are still my favorite. My affection for you is not in vain. This was the pretext that Long Mingxian relayed to Lin Feng, cautioning against the two of them inadvertently revealing the truth. Their flight was scheduled for 10 in the morning. Lin Feng and Long Mingxian waited patiently until they finally spotted Lung's mother and Wu Yishuang. Lung's mother stood slightly over 5 feet 7, slender, and impeccably maintained. She exuded an elegant aura, tinged with an air of aloofness. Her makeup was meticulously applied, her long hair slightly curled, and she adorned herself with large earrings, radiating a strong sense of fashion. As she strode in nearly 10-centimeter heels, she moved with a graceful sway, a striking figure amidst the crowd. With one arm carrying a handbag and the other pushing a compact suitcase, her eyes scanned the throng in search of something. Soon enough, she spotted her daughter and Lin Feng, her expression subtly shifting as she approached them. Behind her, Wu Yishuang hurriedly trailed along with her suitcase. Aunt, do you not find it tiring to walk so quickly in such high heels? Lung's mother ignored the question and simply asked, Where is the car? Lin Feng smiled, Aunt. The car is parked over there. Let me assist you with your luggage. No need, Lang's mother replied coolly, and without acknowledging Lang Mingxian, she proceeded towards the parking area. Lin Feng gently squeezed his wife's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Wu Yishuang whispered to Lin Feng that that's just how my aunt is. You'll get used to it. As Lung's mother walked ahead, noticing that no one was following, she paused to wait. The handsome young man held his daughter's hand, matching her slower pace, while her pregnant belly caused her gait to resemble that of a beggar. Aunt, this is the car. Lung's mother shifted her gaze from a nearby Cadillac and took a seat in the back. Wu Yishuang occupied the front passenger seat, while Lung Mingxian sat behind with her mother. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them, akin to strangers. Lin Feng had previously heard his wife mention the distance in their relationship. It was indeed evident now. Mom, are you tired? Lung Mingxian was the first to break the silence. Wu Yishuang glanced at the rearview mirror, giving her friend an approving nod. Indeed, take the courageous first step for your own happiness. Lung's mother, resting her eyes in the back seat, did not open them but replied slowly, not tired. Although her tone sounded frigid, at least she confirmed her lack of fatigue. Upon arriving at the community, Wu Yishuang felt a bit bewildered. If her memory served her correctly, this was not the right neighborhood. Upon returning home, Lin Feng first assisted his wife in changing her shoes before presenting 2 pairs of new women's slippers. Auntie, these are the new slippers we prepared for you. Xiaoduan, this pair is for you. In an effort to lighten the atmosphere and demonstrate her resolve, Xiaoduan expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Feng smiled. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I'll prepare some fruit. Let me help you, Long Mingxian offered. Do we really need 2 people to cut fruit? In truth, she simply wished to avoid the awkwardness of being alone with Lung's mother. Before long, 2 platters of watermelon, adorned with toothpicks, were ready. Wu Yishuang was eager for something refreshing. Auntie, please enjoy. This watermelon is quite delicious. Lung's mother replied coolly, You eat, Xiaoshan. I would like to have a word with you privately. Lin Feng swiftly glanced at his wife, concerned. They won't end up in a confrontation, will they? Wu Yishuang, taken aback, replied, I doubt it. I've rarely seen Auntie lose her temper, especially since the baby is on the way. Auntie's not that irrational. Besides, She instructed me to keep this matter discreet, not even mentioning it to uncle, and I haven't told my parents either. So, I believe Auntie has made a firm decision about this visit. Chapter 36. A dilemma with Lang's mother in the study. The mother and daughter settled in. With Lang's mother initiating the conversation. Whyam? Her tone had a natural rhythm, measured and cool, as she maintained an elegant posture and calm demeanor. Her inquiry laced with an undertone of interrogation. He's a wonderful person, very caring, and possesses a good character. I wish to marry him and build a life together. This statement seemed to fall short of satisfying Lang's mother, who pondered for a moment before pressing further. What I'm asking is, why him? Long Mengshan appeared perplexed. Glancing at her mother, slowly, Lung's mother articulated her concerns. You are my daughter. While I can't claim to understand you completely, I'm aware that your choice must stem from a reason. Claims of love and the desire for companionship do not convince me that this is the basis for your selection. Lung Mengshan attempted to defend herself, but her mother raised a hand to silence her. How long have you been in Nanshire to be captivated merely by a handsome face and pleasant demeanor? Since childhood. Due to your beauty, amiable nature, and excellent academic performance, you have attracted many suitors. In high school, university, and during your studies abroad, including those from our social circle and your father's acquaintances, I have to say, these suitors were not only well-off and good-looking, but also treated you with great respect. I even told you that I could find someone who matched your standards, as long as their background was suitable. Yet, you seemed disinterested in all of them, which leaves me perplexed. Is there something wrong with your psyche? Later, I pondered that in matters of the heart, you have never taken the initiative. You must embrace acceptance and adopt a passive stance, for only then can you actively engage in this relationship. So, what has he done for you? And why him? If Lung Mengong's heart remains untouched, then it is but a fade. She has always believed that her mother, Lung Mu, fails to comprehend her. It appears that this understanding may be erroneous. Noticing her daughter as prolonged silence, Lang Mu remained unperturbed and simply remarked, It matters not that you are silent. I shall inquire of Xiao Shuang, and she will inevitably divulge the truth to me. Seeing her mother prepare to rise and depart, Lung Mengong hastily interjected. It is because I am pregnant. Instantly, Lung Mu's expression shifted dramatically. Her extensive life experience led her to contemplate numerous possibilities. Without reservation, Lung Mengong unveiled the circumstances surrounding her acquaintance with Lin Feng. That day, she had consumed an excessive amount of alcohol due to a quarrel with her parents. Lung Mu pursed her lips, and for a time, neither of them spoke. Her chest heaved with evident agitation, clearly indicating her displeasure. Do you realize how much effort we have invested in your upbringing? You are our sole daughter, and we strive to provide you with the very best. We have meticulously selected your future husband, intending to spare you from life's detours and to ensure a smooth journey. Now, I am left feeling deeply disappointed and saddened. Noticing the sorrow etched upon her daughter's face, as she stubbornly pressed her lips together in silence, Lang Mu took a deep breath and continued. When you bear your child and become a mother, you will naturally come to understand the hardships your parents have endured. By obtaining a marriage certificate now, you imply that you have committed to that person outside, correct? Lung Mengong nodded. Lung Mu retorted, but what if you have misjudged this individual? To which Lung Mengong articulated her plan, divorce. Lung Mu fell silent for a moment, then laughed softly, as if laced with irony. Divorce? I hope you can uphold that promise when the time comes. She had witnessed too many who, for the sake of their children, chose to endure a loveless and torturous marriage. Lung Mengong harbored a distaste for her mother's speculations regarding Lin Feng. Mother, according to your earlier insinuations, do you believe that marrying those you deem suitable will guarantee my happiness? From what I know, how many in that circle are truly content in their unions? Due to arranged marriages, social standing, and appearances, the burdens are often overwhelming. You and father. At this juncture, Lung Mu abruptly turned her gaze toward her daughter. Lung Mengong fell silent. The discussion of her own marriage, under scrutiny and doubt from her daughter, rendered Lung Mu's expression unpleasant. However, she refrained from further comment. As marriage is akin to drinking water, its warmth or chill is known only to the individual. You have chosen him. Henceforth, regardless of your fortunes or misfortunes, do not seek us out. This path must be traversed by you alone. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lung Mengong resolutely fought back her tears. Lung Mu retrieved a card from her bag. The funds on this card are comprised of your red envelope money accumulated over the years, along with the savings I have set aside for you. I have forgotten the exact amount of money. Whether you choose to keep it as personal savings or allocate it for household expenses is entirely your decision. Regarding your marriage certificate, I certainly intend to inform your father. Cold Mingxiang, noticing her mother about to leave again, grew anxious. Mother, Lin Feng is a genuinely good person. You should consider getting to know him better. Have you not yet grasped the essence of the situation? Since you have chosen him, your future happiness or lack thereof is solely your responsibility. Cold Mother retorted. If I am dissatisfied with him, can I force you to divorce? Would you be willing? If I find him satisfactory, it simply reflects your unique taste and good fortune. Ultimately, divorce will not be an option. Thus, does my opinion truly hold any significance? Cold Mingxiang suddenly smiled. If you deem it unimportant, so be it. After all, you only focus on the outcome. With that, she turned and walked away. Cold Mother, slightly widening her eyes, was momentarily at a loss. This child, can't she express herself more graciously? Regardless, I am still her mother. Such a monumental decision as marriage has been made without my prior knowledge. And she took it upon herself to dictate such a significant aspect of her life. As if that were not enough, I, as her mother, am expected to remain unperturbed? Is this the attitude she chooses to adopt towards me now? She too will soon become a mother. How can she behave in this manner? It is utterly infuriating. Cold Mother was left alone in the room, simmering with frustration. Whether to leave or stay felt equally unsatisfactory, and she was quite vexed. Just wait. I shall see how your child manages to test your patience. Meanwhile, Cold Mingxiang stormed out, her small face etched with grievance. Waiting outside was Lin Feng, who pulled her aside to offer comfort. Did Aunt scold you? It's all right. I'll go inside and apologize to her. Let me have a word with Aunt, Xiao Shuang. Wu Yishuang approached and took her back inside. Come, sweetheart. Allow me to regale you with tales of my peculiar colleagues at work. I guarantee it will broaden your horizons. Lin Feng knocked on the door. Cold Mother wiped away her tears and entered. Expecting Wu Yishuang, she was taken aback to find Lin Feng, her expression instantly turning frosty. Lin Feng noticed her tear-streaked face. Aunt, please do not blame Xiao Lang. This is entirely my fault. Direct any anger or frustration towards me. She is currently with child and should not be provoked or saddened. Given that he had already laid his cards on the table, there was no need for him to continue being polite. Chapter 37. Cold Mother was once again rendered speechless by Lin Feng. She fixed her gaze upon him, her well-maintained visage radiating fury. Yet, her speech remained measured and composed. My daughter could have chosen someone of far greater means for marriage. You are aware of this, are you not? Lin Feng, standing by like a dutiful child, did not take a seat. I understand. She is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally gifted. There are many suitors with better prospects than I, so marrying me indeed feels like a compromise. He did not immediately profess his loyalty or make promises. Instead, he chose to wait for the Cold Mother to unleash her frustrations. He desired her to express the fire that burned within her. Only then would she feel at ease. We have but one daughter, who has been indulged since childhood. Not to say we are extraordinarily wealthy, but our family possesses a modest fortune. She has consistently excelled academically and has lived quite comfortably. Can you guarantee that she will retain her previous standard of living? If she wishes to purchase a handbag worth several thousand, can she simply do so? If she desires to ski in Switzerland, can you accompany her? If she dreams of traveling the world, can you fulfill that? Lin Feng turned to the Cold Mother and replied, I am aware that she has always lived well and could find a man of even greater means. Yet, she ultimately chose me. Auntie, I apologize for marrying your carefully nurtured daughter. I am truly sorry for any concerns you may have regarding her future. My inadequacy is the cause of your worries, and I feel remorseful. Whatever I say now, you will regard with skepticism and doubt. Perhaps I should draft an agreement, stating that if I ever wrong my family, I am willing to leave with nothing. This is the best solution I can devise at present. If you wish for me to act in a certain manner, Auntie, please do suggest it. Only then did the Cold Mother truly regard Lin Feng. Had he approached her with grandiose declarations and various assurances, she would have perceived him as insincere. Instead, Lin Feng posed a question to her, momentarily rendering her speechless. To phrase it elegantly, one might say the die is cast. To express it less delicately, it is akin to cooking raw rice into a meal. Deep down, her daughter genuinely cherished this young man. If she did not, how could she have married him? This offered her a modicum of solace. What comforted her further was the realization that Lin Feng had not meticulously orchestrated this. It was indeed a serendipitous occurrence. After some contemplation, the Cold Mother found herself at a loss for a suitable response. As for the agreement, as you mentioned, if there ever comes a day when you wrong my daughter, Even if you are reluctant to leave empty-handed, her father and I will certainly find a way. We have toiled for many years and still have a few connections. Do not find yourself in a position where you have neither money nor allies, having lost everything. Lin Feng assured the cold mother, if such a day were to arise, I would accept the consequences. I also trust your words and your capabilities. His demeanor was impeccably earnest. His handsome visage, with its striking features and clear eyes, suggested he harbored no ill intentions. The cold mother let out a slight snort. A man's words are often deceitful. You had better follow through on your promises. I do not want my daughter to marry the wrong man. Whatever Annie said was final, and he refrained from countering her. Time would reveal the truth of one's character. It was difficult to discern whether she was truly angry or not. I will seek out that girl, small double, and discuss her family background, Lin Feng stated, providing no embellishments, simply laying everything bare. In my view, my family is wonderful. My parents are exceptional and deeply love each other and me. In the eyes of Auntie, our family may not be particularly affluent, yet there is nothing we cannot present with pride. Cold mother's expression shifted upon hearing Lin Feng's words. This child has left her momentarily speechless. Observing the softening of cold mother's demeanor, Lin Feng smiled and said, Auntie, you must be hungry. The dishes are ready. Shall we go out for a meal? Little Cold mentioned that you prefer lighter fare and that she has prepared your favorites. Since learning of your visit today, she has been elated and has kept you in her thoughts. Cold mother sighed and glanced at Lin Feng. In another room, Wu Yizhuang discovered that her deception had been unraveled. Oh dear, now Annie will surely have something to say about me. Sweetheart, do not be disheartened. Once you have your little ones, Uncle and Auntie will surely show leniency for the sake of their grandchildren. They simply need time to process this. Faintly, the sounds of conversation drifted from the living room, followed by Lin Feng's voice. Darling, Xiao Shuang, it's time to eat. The two exchanged glances. Cold Menghan hurriedly wiped her tears, sniffed, and stepped outside. Let us wash our hands and eat. I'll go serve the soup. At the dining table, Cold Mother had already taken her seat. She glanced at Cold Menghan, whose eyes were red as a boiled crab, sighed, feeling a mix of disappointment and concern. In the kitchen, Wu Yizhuang approached Lin Feng, giving him a thumbs up. Impressive. How did you manage that? Lin Feng chuckled, by exchanging sincerity for sincerity. Wu Yizhuang could not contain her laughter. What a notion, trading sincerity. You, an outsider, can exchange sincerity better than a family member? At the dining table, Lin Feng used serving chopsticks to offer dishes to Cold Mother. They say this is your favorite. Do give it a try, Annie. And this one? You mentioned it improves the skin, so I often make it for little Cold. And this soup, delicious. I've learned the secret from you. Each remark seemed to echo the presence of Cold Menghan without explicitly mentioning her. As they dined, Wu Yizhuang commended Lin Feng. Well done, young man. There must be a reason why her precious daughter chose you. After finishing their meal, Lin Feng headed to wash the dishes. Cold Menghan intended to assist, but Lin Feng stopped her, saying, No need, go keep Annie company. Wu Yizhuang stifled a laugh. Aren't you just pushing her into the fire? She took her friend's hand and sat with Cold Mother. Let us watch a series. There's a good one that just came out. As soon as the television turned on, an elegant woman appeared, launching into a tirade against her daughter. That man has neither money nor a career. What do you see in him? I seek neither his wealth nor his career. I am drawn to the essence of the man. But one must have something to go on. With nothing, do you expect to wander the world with him? Wu Yizhuang, startled, fumbled and quickly changed the channel. With an awkward smile, she remarked, What nonsense literature is this? Let us watch something else, perhaps an animated series. Thus, everyone became engrossed in the tale of the forest zoo. Once Lin Feng finished washing the dishes, he observed the three individuals watching a cartoon, each enveloped in silence. Auntie, Xiao Shuang, you must be weary from your journey. Would you care to rest for a while? Wu Yizhuang, already feeling restless, promptly rose and declared, I shall take a nap in the study. With that, she hurried away. Oh dear, you might as well wish for the best, Lin Feng mused. However, your man seems quite articulate. I shall leave it to him. Auntie Lung then stood and proceeded to the guest room. Lung Menghan also felt fatigued. Today had been mentally exhausting, and she required rest. What did you discuss with my mother? Did she make things difficult for you? Pay no heed to her words. She can be rather direct, Lin Feng admitted. In truth, Auntie is quite amiable, a reasonable person who did not trouble me. Lung Menghan raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was rare for anyone to claim that Annie Lung was easy to get along with. Chapter 38. A meeting of both families. Lung Menghan remained skeptical. As far as she recalled, her mother had little in common with such sentiments. Lin Feng, however, spoke earnestly. Auntie is genuinely nice. I anticipated a barrage of harsh words followed by her handing me a card to leave you. Lung Menghan burst into laughter. Have you watched too many dramas? Such things rarely happen in reality. Lin Feng chuckled as he embraced her. While it's not impossible, rest assured, no matter how much your parents may offer, I shall never leave you. As they playfully bantered, Lung Menghan's earlier sadness dissipated, and she sat up to inquire. Honestly, tell me, what did you discuss? Lin Feng positioned himself across from her and replied, not much, just affirmations of loyalty in our relationship, responsibilities towards family, and our love. Lung Menghan playfully struck him, urging him to be serious. Lin Feng gazed at her intently. Indeed, those were the topics. I pledged that should I ever wrong you, I would leave everything behind. And you would have the final say regarding any children. He added, and he also mentioned that if I treated you poorly, she would not hesitate to reprimand me. Lung Menghan was taken aback, her silence replaced by a sudden smile. Darling, you do realize my family has some assets and connections, right? Lin Feng embraced her, his eyes twinkling with delight. My wife is so beautiful, so virtuous, so gentle. She is the best in the world. I cherish you, my dear. How could I ever betray you or our family? He held her close, gently swaying, his words imbued with happiness. Lung Menghan leaned against him, a smile playing on her lips. Do you truly believe my mother is an easygoing person? Lin Feng nodded. I genuinely think Annie has a good heart, though she struggles to express her emotions. You both share that trait. He continued, look at my family. We speak openly without holding grudges. Meanwhile, Lin's mother called to inquire about the situation on their end. Upon learning that her son's situation had stabilized, Lin's mother felt a surge of enthusiasm. How about this? She suggested, you reserve a table at the restaurant for dinner, and your father and I will join you later. Book the highest standard available, and inquire about what your mother-in-law enjoys. Let us ensure everything is perfectly arranged. Cold Menghan, who was nearby, heard every word distinctly. By the time Lin Feng and his wife rose, Cold's mother was already up, making phone calls to organize matters. Auntie, we're dining out today. Cold's mother acknowledged with a nod. Wu Yishuang, having taken a day off to indulge in leisure, was thoroughly enjoying her time watching a series. Dining out sounds delightful. Lin Feng texted her a location. You take them to eat first. I'll go to the station to pick up my parents. All right, no problem. Do arrive early. The venue was a 3-star hotel with an elegant and appealing decor. At the entrance, a pair of wedding photos showcased a couple radiating happiness. When Lin Feng escorted his parents to the private room, the dishes were already served. At the grand table, which could seat 20, Cold's mother occupied the main position. She had changed into a new outfit, donned light makeup, and adorned herself with exquisite jewelry, exuding an air of grace and composure. Lin Feng's parents were both taken aback by her beauty. Lin's mother's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, dear mother-in-law, you are stunning. Your poise and attire surpass even the actresses on television. If you were to pursue an acting career, you would undoubtedly achieve international stardom. Lin's mother's gaze was so intense that it startled Cold's mother. If I may be so bold, how do you maintain such beauty? Surely, cosmetics alone cannot account for it. And those earrings are simply perfect for you. I heard from Xiao Lung that you are a dancer. Is that true? I admire you immensely. Lin's mother spoke with genuine sincerity, her admiration evident, as she gazed at Cold's mother with sparkling eyes, evoking a faint blush of embarrassment and pleasure in the latter. Your earrings are quite beautiful as well, Cold's mother replied modestly, though they pale in comparison to yours. Oh, and that watch is so exquisite, it makes you look even younger. Lin's mother, who was quite lovely herself, had made an effort to look her best for the meeting, having styled her hair and applied light makeup. Dressed in her finest attire, she exuded an air of nobility and tranquility, oblivious to whether Cold's mother responded, continuing her conversation unabated. Lin's father cleared his throat, gently reminding everyone to eat. Look at me, so pleased to see my mother-in-law. I almost forgot we came for dinner. Come, let us eat. Mother-in-law, do you drink? I have a good tolerance. Shall we indulge a bit? Indeed, within the Lin household, Lin's mother had the strongest constitution for alcohol, while Lin's father could only partake lightly. No. You go ahead, Cold's mother responded. Well then, drinking alone is no fun. We need someone to keep company. With that, everyone began to eat. This was Lin Feng's first experience with the food served here. To be candid, the flavors were rather mediocre, failing to impress him significantly. He peeled shrimp for Lung Menghan, one responsible for eating, the other for peeling. Do you still want to eat? Lung Menghan shook her head and pointed to another dish. I would like to have this. Lin Feng turned the dining table and served her. Lung's mother observed them discreetly while listening to Lin's mother chat. I used to study dance and even got into our province's dance school. Lin's father expressed his surprise. You were accepted into a dance school? I've never heard you mention that. Lin's mother sighed. Back then, when I was in middle school, getting into the provincial dance school meant I could study in the province, but it must be said that Lin's mother had a remarkable way of managing the atmosphere. Wu Yizhou pressed on. What happened? Did you get injured and couldn't continue dancing? Lin's mother was taken aback. How did you know? Wu Yizhou, startled, replied, I just said that casually. Lin's mother's expression turned melancholic, tinged with regret, as she recounted a long-buried secret. That year, I went out with a few classmates and encountered a female classmate being bullied. The assailants were quite ruthless and armed with sticks. At that moment, only another girl and I decided to help, but she ultimately fled in panic. I was struck by one of them and injured my leg, and the doctor said I could no longer dance. I was too afraid to tell my parents, so I claimed I had fallen, and they scolded me for it. Lin Feng had heard his aunt mention stories about his mother in her youth. She was beautiful, with short hair, a tomboyish demeanor, and quite the spirited and loyal girl. Lung's mother inquired, and what about them? Lin's mother sighed again. They ran off long ago. I haven't seen them since, nor did that girl ever say thank you. The atmosphere in the room grew quiet. Then Lin's mother added, but those things are all in the past. Who hasn't he done a few foolish things in their lifetime? With Lin's mother and Wu Yizhou warming the atmosphere, the meal proceeded harmoniously. The ambience remained lively, filled with laughter, and as long as Lung's mother didn't maintain a stern expression, it was considered a success. It still feels a bit lacking. How about we go back and have a drink? She suggested. My daughter-in-law says you have a good tolerance for alcohol. Shall we have a little competition? Lung's mother felt it unnecessary. Yet, the thought of not having had a drink in a long time, coupled with seeing Lin's mother so joyful, made her reconsider. After much deliberation, Lung's mother finally agreed. Chapter 39. Two women with remarkable drinking capacities on the way back. Wu Yizhou sought an excuse to go out, stating she wouldn't return until later that night. Lung's mother glanced at her. Where are you going, and with whom? Wu Yizhou immediately became submissive. Actually, I'm going to an internet CAF to play games, not with anyone. Upon hearing the truth from her, Lung's mother slowly replied. Come back before midnight, the latest by 1. All right, Aunt Lung, I'll definitely be home by 1. It was evident that Wu Yizhou still held a healthy fear of Lung's mother. The mischievous girl obediently complied whenever she was around. Mother-in-law, what kind of wine would you like? I'll have Xiaofeng go buy it. Everything is acceptable as long as it's not of poor quality. I get a headache from drinking. Did you hear that, Xiaofeng? Make sure to buy good liquor. Lin Feng inquired. Is it white wine or beer? Lin Mu glanced at her companion. Mother Lung, what do you prefer to drink? Mother Lung asked, have you ever tried cocktails? They mixed several types of liquor with beverages. Lin Mu expressed her curiosity. Is it possible to drink like that? I would like to give it a try. The two men from the Lin family had a low tolerance for alcohol, so they rarely indulged and were unaware of which drinks were palatable in the market. Following Mother Lung's suggestion, they purchased several bottles of white wine and cans of beer, along with Sprite, cola, fruit wine, and flavored liquor. Meanwhile, Lin Mu went to buy some marinated snacks to accompany the drinks. Upon returning home, Lin Mu waved her hand. You all go rest. We sisters will enjoy our drinks slowly. Cold Mengran, feeling a bit uneasy before bed, reminded them, please drink in moderation. Lin Mu reassured her daughter-in-law with a gesture, indicating that she was well aware of her limits. Mother Long, who spoke little, merely responded with a soft hum. Lin Fu settled down to keep them company. Thus, the three elders in the living room watched television while sipping their drinks. Lin Feng was oblivious to their specific conversations, but he had a faint understanding of Lin Mu's strategy. She intended to conquer them with alcohol. My mother can easily outdrink 2 or 3 men. What about Annie? He was uncertain about Mother Lung's drinking capacity. He had only heard tales of his mother being able to drink 1,000 cups without becoming intoxicated, with very few instances of her being inebriated. Given this, it was clear that there would be much to observe. Go to sleep. My father will keep an eye on them. Nothing will go awry. Besides, they are all adults and know their limits. After a moment's thought, Cold Mingran agreed, yawned, washed up, and went to bed. The young couple embraced as they drifted off to sleep. Time passed. and during a nighttime visit to the bathroom, Lin Feng noticed that the living room light was still on. Upon investigation, he found that it was already 1 in the morning. They were still drinking. While Lin Fu had fallen asleep on the sofa, both mothers had slightly flushed cheeks, appearing to be the type who could drink without showing signs of intoxication, as they did not seem overly drunk. Go fetch a blanket for your father. Let him sleep on the sofa tonight. Your mother-in-law and Xiao Shuang will take the guest room, while I will sleep in the study. After arranging everything, he turned back to Mother Long and began discussing various household matters. Mother-in-law, you have no idea how difficult things were for us back then. Even now, thinking back brings tears to my eyes. She gestured toward the man sleeping soundly on the sofa. He was ill, suffering from an acute condition that required money for treatment. At the same time, Lin Feng needed to attend university, with tuition and living expenses. Lin Feng closed the door and lay back down, admiring how engrossed Mother Long was in the conversation. Her storytelling skills were impressive when she got into the groove. She could talk for an entire day without stopping for breath. Lin Feng slept soundly until just past 5 in the morning. Upon rising to prepare breakfast, I discovered that aside from Father Lin, the living room was in utter disarray. I wondered at what hour the two of them had retired for the night. Once breakfast was ready, the enticing aroma aroused Father Lin from his slumber. He remarked that his rest had been rather uncomfortable, lamenting the softness of the sofa that left him feeling rather unwell. Dad, do you know what time Mom and the others went to bed? Father Lin, perplexed, replied. How would I know? I was fast asleep. After a leisurely stretch, Lin Feng decided to explore the community, having heard that it boasted an admirable environment and even a small park. Dad, remember to take your phone with you. If you lose your way, just call me, and I can come to fetch you. After a moment's thought, he added, wait for me. I'll accompany you. Father Lin felt it unnecessary. I'm grown up now. I don't need you tagging along. Actually, I'm going out to buy groceries and to dispose of the trash. Oh, I see. I must have overthought that. In the elevator, Lin Feng remarked, this house is quite well decorated. It seems you've struck gold. Upon arriving at the community, Lin Feng went out to purchase groceries, allowing the elder to wander at his leisure. Go ahead and do what you need to. Don't mind me. I'm quite capable of managing myself. He jokingly added, I'm not even 50 yet, far from senility. Oh dear, there's even a lake here, and the fish are plentiful and quite plump. He continued to admire a charming gazebo, sipping tea and enjoying the melodies drifting through the air. And this fitness equipment looks inviting. I think I'll give it a try. After Lin Feng returned with the groceries, he decided to call Father Lin before heading upstairs. Dad, have you returned yet? Not yet. I still need to wait a bit. Are you lost? Of course not. I'm here working out. All right then, I'll head back to tidy up and prepare lunch. Go on then. After hanging up, Father Lin furrowed his brow in contemplation. What building did I come down from? I think it was building 7. Or perhaps it was building 5. Maybe I should call Lin Feng. However, as Lin Feng was in the elevator, the call did not connect. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Feng confidently declared it was definitely building 7. With the floor and room number in mind, he resolved that forgetting the building number would simply mean making a couple of extra trips. After more than 20 minutes, Father Lin finally returned home. Dad, did you perhaps enter the wrong apartment? Father Lin, stubborn, replied, no, how could I? I'm an adult. Noticing his denial, Lin Feng promptly retrieved a social media post Father Lin had made 15 minutes prior, which featured a photo of the community park and a caption. I never thought that at my age, I could get lost. Family, who understands? Faced with the undeniable evidence, Father Lin conceded. Indeed, I got lost. He said it with a sense of pride, as if to suggest that there was nothing wrong with having lost his way. What of it? Lin Feng chuckled. Just remember, we are in building 5, on the 15th floor, apartment 1502. Father Lin mumbled, don't worry, I surely won't forget this time. Meanwhile, Lung Menghan awoke to breakfast, and upon entering the room, she found Lung Mu and Lin Mu sleeping soundly in the guest room, looking utterly peaceful. Last night's indulgence in drink suggests that the conversation must have flowed quite well. Chapter 40. Lin's mother unleashes her potent spirit. It was only when Wu Yishuang arose that they became aware of the situation. In the interim, she had briefly returned, only to dash off again to procure more alcohol. The specifics of the beverages remain unknown. What mattered was the necessity for wine and the craving for barbecued delights. Wu Yishuang reflects upon the scene, evoking the image of two fierce tigresses, each unwilling to concede to the other. Lin's father mused, in all these years, I have yet to witness your mother's ultimate capacity for drinking. Lin Feng had only seen her own mother consume red wine and had never witnessed her inebriated. It was merely said that she could consume countless cups without succumbing to intoxication. No one had ever bested her in this regard. By around 3 in the afternoon, it was Lin's mother who first stirred from slumber. Struggling to prop her head up, she trudged to freshen up, feeling somewhat dazed before finally partaking in a meal, which improved her condition slightly. Then, she chuckled. "Xiao Lang, your mother boasted last night that she could definitely outrank me. Yet here we are. She has yet to rise." Utterly defeated. "Just wait until she gets up. I shall have my fun at her expense." Lin's father quickly interjected, urging Lin's mother to recognize the reality of the situation. "This is our esteemed family member. Do tread lightly, lest you provoke her wrath." Lin's mother hastily acquiesced. Yes, I was simply muddled from the drink," she whispered. "There will be time for jesting later. For now, she likely remains in a fog, not quite recovered." An hour later, Lin's mother finally awoke. Sitting vacantly at the edge of the bed, she gazed out at the scenery, pondering the last time she had indulged to the point of inebriation. It seemed an eternity ago, so long that she had forgotten what it felt like to be intoxicated. "Mother-in-law, you are awake. Shall we venture out for a meal? You appear quite well." "It seems I have lost." "Oh, it's merely that I possess a slight advantage," Lin's mother replied with a gentle smile. Lin's mother sincerely suggested, "Dear mother-in-law, you ought to smile more often. Your beauty shines even brighter when you do. Xiao Long is just like you, though she is far from being as cold. She is utterly adorable and well-behaved." Lin's mother suppressed her smile, choosing silence as she prepared for breakfast. "Auntie, is this sufficient? Would you like me to serve you more?" Lin's mother chastised her son. "You rascal. How can you be so thoughtless? Addressing her as auntie is far too distant. You should call her mother." Lin Feng quickly sweetly exclaimed, "Mother." Lin's mother appeared momentarily taken aback, unsure if it was due to surprise or the lingering effects of alcohol. Lin's mother then turned on her son, scolding, "You little brat." Both Lin Feng and her mother shivered in response. Lin's father hastily approached. "My dear, what is the matter? What has the child done to provoke you?" Lin's mother coldly huffed, "You stay out of this. It is none of your concern." Lin's father pondered for a moment before casting his son a look that seemed to convey a silent plea for self-preservation. Lin's mother then retreated into the room to retrieve a stick. Lin Feng, perplexed, thought, "Where did this stick come from?" Lin's mother thrust a stick into Lin's mother's hands, declaring, "Today, whether you choose to strike or scold this boy, we shall not utter a word in protest. Our son is unworthy of Xiao Long. His marrying her is merely a testament to our family's ambitious reach. However, given the circumstances, I implore you to share your thoughts on this matter and how we should proceed." With a swift kick, she commanded, "Now, apologize to your future mother-in-law." Lin Feng, quick to respond, said, "I'm sorry, Mom. Whether you choose to punish or chastise me today, I will not protest." Lin's mother marched into the house, retrieving 2 more sticks. "There's more where that came from. Strike me." Now, Lin's mother felt a throbbing headache. The stick felt like a hot potato in her hands. Should she hit or not? Previously, she had withheld her stance, merely experiencing a softening of her emotions. Now, was she compelled to declare her position today? Noticing that Lin's mother had not acted, Lin's mother turned and struck Lin Feng multiple times with the stick. Seeing her mother-in-law truly strike, Lin Feng rushed to intervene. Yet, Lin's mother's demeanor was entirely at odds with the memory she held. "You young people do not yet grasp the hardships of parenthood. Though I bore a son, I am also a mother. Xiao Long, you are remarkable, a university lecturer. I am certain your parents invested considerable resources in your upbringing. Your family must be well off, perhaps even employing a maid. Such a daughter suddenly bearing another's child and leaving without a word. If I were in their shoes, I would be heartbroken. What if this boy treats my daughter poorly? What if she finds happiness? What if she makes foolish choices? The happiness of my precious daughter, held captive by a man, is a torment for any mother. But what can I do regarding my own daughter? Should I forcibly separate them? Or should I support them? My heart aches for my daughter. I cannot bear to blame her, scold her, or cause her sorrow. Thus, the root of all this turmoil lies with him. Future mother-in-law, strike him if it brings you peace, as long as you can vent your frustrations. Do not restrain yourselves." Lin Feng glanced at her mother, who now had reddened eyes, her face etched with sorrow. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Lin Feng broke the quiet, assuring, "Mom, I promise to bring Xiao Lang happiness. I will never let her down." Lin's mother echoed, future mother-in-law, if my son ever commits a wrongdoing, I shall be the first to hold him accountable. I would not spare him. Even Lin's father, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward to express, Xiao Long has chosen our son. They share genuine feelings. You may rest assured in entrusting her to us. Observe our family's conduct. If, should Xiao Long be unhappy, Lin's mother silenced him with a sharp glance, urging him to hold his tongue. With a slight retreat of his head, Lin's father resembled a quail. After a prolonged silence, Lin's mother turned, wiping the tears from her cheeks, and looked toward her daughter. Chapter 41. Let us draw a prize mother. That single utterance stirred the cold heart of the matriarch, her expression gradually calming. Given the circumstances, no words could change the situation. As long as you are content, that is enough. I hope your choice is not misguided. Should you face any grievances in the future, do not come home in tears. You must bear the consequences of the path you have chosen. Lin's mother quickly reassured her. Dear-in-law, our family will ensure that Xiao Lang does not suffer any grievances. You can rest assured. As fellow mothers and women, I shall treat Xiao Long as my own daughter. Lung's mother took a deep breath and glanced at her watch. It's about time. I should be leaving. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. So soon? Why not stay a few more days? Let Lin Feng show you around. Dear-in-law, please stay a bit longer. How about leaving the day after tomorrow? Despite their attempts to persuade her, Lung's mother shook her head in refusal. I cannot postpone my work there. I had already purchased a return ticket when I arrived. Once I finish my obligations, I will come back. Just then, Lung's mother received a phone call. Look, they are calling to hurry me. Stepping aside to take the call, it was evident that urgency was in the air. She truly needed to depart soon. Lin Feng, please take your mother-in-law to the airport. Turning back to hold Lung's mother's hand, she added, Sister, let us exchange contact information. We can video call or send voice messages whenever we have time. Next time you come, let us continue our drinking competition. You have yet to win against me. So do your best. Lang's mother found this woman quite amusing. All right, I will go take a shower and pack my bags. Lang's mother, who lived a refined life, emerged from her bath to find her daughter tidying her belongings. Mother, do take care of your health. Come visit when you can. And you, don't spend all your time eating and sleeping. You must exercise more. Lung's mother offered her advice. You could try practicing prenatal yoga. If you need assistance, I can recommend some instructors. Lang Menghan felt a warmth in her heart. Thank you, mother. Lung's mother stepped forward to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her daughter's ear, her expression gentle. Time flies. Soon you will be a mother. This unexpected tenderness left Lung Menghan somewhat flustered and pleasantly surprised. However, this warmth dissipated quickly. After a slight touch-up, Lung's mother grabbed her luggage and headed for the door, accompanied by Wu Yishuang. Only Lin's father remained at home. You needn't see me off. Do not say such things. It is only proper to see our in-laws off. At the airport, Lung's mother bid farewell to everyone. Wu Yishuang hugged Lung Menghan tightly. Darling, I will definitely return by your due date to record your delivery. Lung Menghan thought that was unnecessary but replied, All right, I will wait for you. You also work hard. Mentioning work made Wu Yishuang's little face fall. Lung's mother instructed Lin Feng to take care of her. I will, mother, Lin Feng nodded. As Lung Menghan watched her mother's figure fade away, her nose tinged with bitterness, she felt an overwhelming urge to cry. This time, it seemed, would create distance between mother and daughter. Unexpectedly, their relationship grew closer. After Mrs. Long departed, Lin Feng's parents began to pack their belongings in preparation for their return. Lin Feng drove them to the train station. This time, without his mother present. Lin Feng sensed that his relationship with his mother-in-law remained rather strained. Mom, I truly owe you for your support today. Of course, Mrs. Lin replied, brimming with pride as she cast a glance at her elderly partner. Your father merely came to observe, offering no assistance whatsoever. Mr. Lin, ever adaptable, smiled broadly. Indeed, I lack your capabilities. You are the true matriarch of our family. In the sweltering heat of summer, the temperature outside soared to a staggering 43 degrees, even hotter than the previous year. The news reported several fatalities due to heatstroke. Lin Feng called his elderly relatives, repeatedly urging them not to toil in the fields during the scorching midday sun. Either go early in the morning, around 5 or 6, or wait until the sun sets. We understand, and you take care of yourself too. Don't run deliveries, look after little Kong. During this period, Lin Feng engaged in delivering meals in the morning and driving at night, returning home no later than 11:30. Though the earnings were modest, It sufficed for their daily expenses. Before long, it was time for the prenatal checkup. This appointment involved a comprehensive examination and a four-dimensional ultrasound. After registering, paying, and waiting in line, Lin Feng found himself seated on a bench outside for approximately half an hour. As a young father, he attracted considerable attention among the relatives. Various promotional materials regarding the importance of comprehensive examinations adorned the walls, and with each glance, Lin Feng's anxiety intensified. When Lin's mother was pregnant, awareness was limited, and not everyone prioritized prenatal checkups. Despite societal indifference to the significance of such screenings and vaccinations, Lin's mother was resolute in attending her ultrasounds and examinations. At the time, some mocked her for having money to spare, dismissing her diligence as overzealous. In hindsight, her insistence on prenatal care proved wise. After the fetus descended, Lin's mother underwent an examination that revealed the umbilical cord was wrapped around the baby's neck twice, posing a grave risk. Fortunately, an experienced doctor resolved the issue, leaving the couple with a lingering sense of dread upon their return home. In the village, there was an aunt who had conceived around the same time as Lin's mother. Her family was relatively well off. Her father-in-law had established a brick kiln in his youth, amassing a respectable fortune. Her child was born a few months after Lin Feng, with the family hiring a midwife for the delivery. However, complications arose, and the child, suffocated by the cord around the neck, emerged with a purple hue. Initially, there seemed to be no cause for concern, but as the child grew, it became apparent that something was amiss. He was developmentally challenged. Subsequently, the family had a second child, this time diligently adhering to all prenatal checkups. As for the unfortunate elder sibling, the family made a heart-wrenching decision. They attended a wedding celebration, leaving the child at home, only to return to find that the young one had drowned at the tender age of 6. Later, they moved away and lost contact with the village. Soon, Lung Mengshan emerged. What did the doctor say? The doctor said everything is quite good. The children are lively and clearly visible. Lin Feng sighed in relief. 20 minutes later, the couple received the report, and the doctor, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Both of your little ones are exceptionally beautiful." How should I put it? On their way here, the couple examined the 4D ultrasound from every angle, yet they struggled to discern where the nose or eyes were. The babies are doing wonderfully. Remember to come for your next checkup, the doctor reminded them as they were leaving. On the way home, Lung Mengshan gently caressed her abdomen, saying, "Today during the examination, I felt the babies moving." Lin Feng, astonished, replied, "Really?" "Yes. The doctor mentioned that the frequency of fetal movements will increase later on. I actually sensed movements before, but nothing as distinct as today. It's hard to describe. It's as if there are bubbles in my belly, something swimming around. Quite marvelous." Detection. Host accompanies the expectant mother for a checkup, earning a cash reward of 10,000. Already sent. Please check. Cumulative checkups have reached 3, earning 1 lottery opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Chapter 42. Partnering in small business during the day. Lin Feng had matters to attend to and did not rush to draw. After Lung Mengshan fell asleep that night, Lin Feng began the lottery. The system presented the draw options, leaving him momentarily breathless. Goodness, these are all splendid treasures. Prizes include a bottle of male hair retention serum, a pill for enhancing stamina, cash of 100,000, a 60 square meter shop, a private residence. Just as he thought these were the only rewards, the system's prompt changed unexpectedly. Prizes include cash of 10,000, male health serum, participation prize, perseverance prize, participation prize. After Lin Feng reviewed, the prompt shifted again. Try again. A bottle of functional beverage, a new outfit for children, participation prize, double your winnings, try again. In the 4th round, all the rewards were labeled as participation prizes, except for one, which indicated a luck boost of 200. The 5th round was no different, all marked as participation prizes. Yet one confounded Lin Feng. The system automatically assigned prizes based on demand. The name was rather lengthy, and Lin Feng felt the system might not grasp what he truly lacked. After all, he was quite greedy, feeling deficient in everything. Lin Feng's luck had always been mediocre. He had spent a considerable time buying lottery tickets without ever winning. From childhood to adulthood, it seemed he was never meant to strike it rich. But now, things were different. He had Lung Mengshan and the system. This was akin to hitting the jackpot. Although he desired everything, he had only one chance to win. As long as it wasn't a participation prize, he would be satisfied. He murmured the words lottery draw to himself. The sound of a spinning wheel echoed in his mind, stirring a sense of trepidation within him. Gradually, he beheld a large wheel coming to a halt, the pointer landing on a vibrant red section. The system activated, boldly proclaiming try again, which filled Lin Feng with immense joy. It seemed he had previously won a try again reward, while other prizes remained elusive. This time, Lin Feng was fortunate enough to draw a commercial space of 60 square meters. He gasped in disbelief. Could this truly be possible? Indeed, this was precisely what he had been lacking. Prize has been dispatched and is on its way. Please remain vigilant for its arrival. Early the following morning, he received a call. Is this Mr. Lin Feng? The paperwork has been completed on my end. Would you prefer to come collect the contract? Or shall I deliver it to you? Please deliver it. I will provide you with the address. Very well. I shall bring all the necessary documents to you within half an hour. Half an hour later, Lin Feng received all pertinent information regarding the shop. It was conveniently located not far from their university, nestled among 2 commercial streets and a food street. If Lin Feng's instincts were correct, this shop should be situated within the gastronomic avenue. At noon, while waiting for Lung Menghan to finish her nap, Lin Feng decided to drive over for a closer look. Business was rather slow during the midday hours, yet takeout services thrived, as he often waited for orders along this street. An array of delightful snacks awaited. And though the flavors were passable, they sufficed, primarily catering to university students who appreciated quantity over quality. Thus, even if the taste faltered, it mattered little, as students were inclined to endure. After all, one cannot have everything. Upon arrival, Lin Feng discovered the shop was closed, with a sign indicating it was available for lease or transfer. Unlocking the door, he found it was a bubble tea shop, one he recognized for its lack of franchise affiliation, having established its own brand with questionable integrity. Even the naive students could discern the excessive additives and artificial coloring within their drinks. The lingering taste was unforgettable, leaving a notable impression. Lin Feng dialed Xiaopeng's number. Hey, brother Feng, Xiaopeng yawned. What's up? Have you woken up? I've located the shop. You all should come over. 20 minutes later, Xiaopeng and Xiaoguan arrived. What about Zhouan? He moved out yesterday. He signed with a media platform and is now a contracted singer. Lin Feng had been quite busy lately, having only seen Xiaopeng's messages about Zhouan's new contract. Xiaopeng, with a hint of envy, remarked, the platform offers Zhouan a base salary of 10,000 a month, with all his living expenses covered by the company. Sometimes, being handsome truly opens doors. Enough about him. Come take a look at the shop. Having spent several years at the university, they were intimately familiar with the locale. Which establishment offers the most delectable dishes, generous portions, and attractive owners is a matter well known to all. Brother Feng, you've certainly struck gold with this venture. The shops here are highly sought after, with no vacancy periods to speak of. The moment one shouts that a place is for rent, it is no exaggeration to say it will be snatched up within 10 minutes. This street boasts owners who simultaneously manage multiple shops, and it is certain that annual earnings can reach a staggering 1 million. Lin Feng chuckled, acknowledging his fortunate acquisition of the opportunity. Both Xiaoping and Xiaoguan were taken aback. Such a shop does not come cheaply, with annual rent exceeding 100,000. Let alone the prospect of purchasing it outright. Brother Feng, you must be an invisible tycoon, right? All these years, you have withheld the truth from me, merely testing my loyalty. Haven to you? Now that I have passed your test, are you prepared to elevate me as well? Lin Feng swatted his hand away, exasperated. Indeed. I was testing you. Congratulations on passing. Now, let us consider what delicacies we shall offer. Xiaopeng, was tea barbecue mentioned? Lin Feng chuckled, dismissing the idea. Barbecue? They seemed too lethargic to even venture out for that. Xiaopeng reflected on this and replied, then tell us what to pursue, and we shall follow your lead. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, suggesting he should figure it out himself. He turned to Xiaoguan for his input. Xiaoguan proposed that we should sell a type of food that can be enjoyed throughout the day. Xiaopeng nodded, then inquired, what shall we sell? Xiaoguan suggested, how about dumplings? Many people enjoy them for breakfast. Moreover, once we prepare them, they can be boiled quickly. Both Xiaopeng and Lin Feng found this suggestion agreeable. However, Lin Feng suddenly recalled that there are already 2 shops selling dumplings on this street. Perhaps we should consider wontons instead. I will handle the recipe, and you two can take care of the shop's decor and signage. Here, SA key. Let us expedite the opening of the shop as the school term is about to commence, and we cannot afford to miss such a splendid opportunity. Xiaoguan and Xiaopeng immediately felt a sense of urgency. Brother Feng, rest assured, We will take care of everything. By tonight. I expect to receive the designs for the decor, photographs, and the price list. No problem. On the way back, Lin Feng purchased a variety of wontons, eager to sample each flavor. Chapter 43. Preparing for the grand opening. Upon arriving home, Lung Minghan was already awake. So many wontons, I cannot possibly eat them all. No matter, eat as many as you can. Let us taste them to find out which flavor is the most delightful. It was then that Lung Minghan realized Lin Feng, along with his two brothers, was collaborating to open a wonton shop, located just a few hundred meters from the university. There are 5 flavors in total. Though Lung Minghan has never been fond of the mushroom variety, I used to enjoy the mushroom flavor quite a bit, but now that I am pregnant, I find it less appealing. Lin Feng smiled and suggested they visit the local market in the afternoon to procure ingredients, intending to prepare several types of fillings upon their return. Lung Mengxiang nodded in agreement. During her prenatal checkup today, the doctor advised her to engage in more physical activity, particularly since she was expecting twins. On their way back, Lin Feng pondered the reliability of the community fitness equipment for exercise. Didn't you mention a yoga instructor? Perhaps we should consider that, he proposed. The community gym equipment was often occupied during both morning and afternoon hours, making it less appealing. Thus, starting tomorrow, Lung Mingxiang could attend a few classes with the yoga instructor, and they could conveniently purchase yoga attire that afternoon. They first arrived at the mall, browsing through several stores before finding maternity yoga wear. This particular set was designed specifically for expectant mothers, featuring an adjustable waistband. If one preferred something less constrictive, there were options that exposed the belly, which some might find appealing. Depending on personal needs and preferences, various styles could be chosen. Upon seeing the price, Lung Mengxiang hesitated. After exiting the store, Lin Feng inquired why she didn't make the purchase since they had finally encountered a suitable option. It's exorbitantly priced, and it's not even a brand name, so it seems unnecessary to buy, she replied. I could simply wear a loose shirt on top and some maternity leggings below, she added. Lin Feng asked, how much is it? Over 800, she stated, which in my view is entirely unnecessary. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and asked, my dear, are you concerned about spending money, or do you genuinely believe it's not worth buying? He continued, I don't want you to settle. If there is something you desire, you can discuss it with me. Spending 800 on you is well worth it. Lung Mengxiang gazed at Lin Feng, who reiterated his stance. Honestly, even if it were 8,000, if you feel it's suitable, we'll purchase it. I don't want you to compromise due to financial concerns, understand? Earning money is fundamentally for spending. Suddenly, Lung Mengxiang embraced him. I sincerely believe it's not worth it. It's not about the $800. Really? He asked. Of course, I'm not one to complain excessively. Consequently, apart from buying ingredients and fruits, they ended up purchasing nothing else. Lung Mengxiang rummaged through the cabinet for clothes and pants while Lin Feng busied himself in the kitchen. Ding ding ding, what do you think of my outfit? She exclaimed, wearing Lin Feng's white shirt paired with 5-point leggings. With a smile reminiscent of a child, she appeared far from someone on the verge of motherhood. It looks great. If you find yoga uncomfortable, we can still buy a set, he assured her. She hummed as she entered the room, continuing her search. Honey, I forgot to buy a yoga mat, she called out. I'll get one for you tonight. After a moment, she thought of something and called Xiaopeng. When you come over tonight, could you bring me a yoga mat? Later that evening, when Xiaopeng and Xiaoguan arrived, it was already past 10. Did you bring the yoga mat? She inquired. Yes, we did. Here it is. In the kitchen, Lin Feng was preparing wontons, with Xiaoguan and Xiaopeng serving as taste testers. With each dish sampled, a rating was given, and upon review, every item received a perfect score, leaving Lin Feng utterly speechless. Your creations are all exceptionally delectable. I simply cannot choose. I agree, but I have a fondness for the seafood flavor, he replied. As Lin Feng settled in, he mused that the restaurant should have a signature flavor, thus opting for the seafood variant. Have you finalized the menu, signage, and interior design? This time, Xiaoping produced his notebook. Brother Feng, let me know if there are any aspects you find unsatisfactory. 5 signs have been crafted, 2 menus, and 3 design sketches for the decor. These are selections I made with Xiaoguan. Are you pleased with any of them? Lin Feng found them all satisfactory and inquired about the swift progress. Xiaoping chuckled. Brother Feng, did you forget? We know quite a few juniors from school. After I posted on the forum, many reached out to us. Once we select their designs, I simply pay them accordingly. They have little else to do, so it works out perfectly. Lin Feng smacked his forehead, regretting his oversight. After a thorough discussion among the 3, They ultimately chose the design with a predominant green theme, simple yet stylish. Once settled, they turned their attention to the renovation. Xiaoping had connections. His relatives were in real estate, primarily dealing with second-hand properties, and he knew numerous renovation contractors. Given their good rapport, Lin Feng entrusted this task to Xiaoping. Xiao Guan was responsible for the signage, menu design, images, and the selection of tableware and furniture. Lin Feng would initially cover the expenses. With tasks at hand, both Xiao Guan and Xiaoping were invigorated. They engaged in extensive discussions that evening regarding platform registration and delivery logistics. "Let us stay here for the night. You can sleep in the guest room." The following morning, after breakfast, Xiao Guan and Xiaoping busied themselves with their respective tasks. Long Ming'an had arranged an online tutorial with her teacher. After a 10-minute connection, the instructor, having understood her situation, sent her a course package worth 8,500, which her mother had arranged to be complimentary. "If you experience any discomfort, please cease immediately and reach out to me or go to the hospital." In the living room, Lung Minghan followed the yoga tutorial diligently. The instructor's explanations were exceedingly detailed, akin to a beginner's guide. "Darling, perhaps you should return to your room. I cannot concentrate with you watching me." Lin Feng, seated on the sofa, was puzzled. "Why? I'm not interfering." Lung Minghan pursed her lips. "Your presence here is already a distraction." Lin Feng rose. "Call me if you need anything." Without him around, she could practice without feeling self-conscious, despite her lack of inherited talent as the daughter of a dancer, being utterly inept in the art of dance. With Xiaoping and Xiao Guan managing the storefront, Lin Feng took on the role of the hands-off manager, focusing intently on formulating recipes. On the first day, Lang Meihan felt quite well. The discomfort in her lower back caused by her pregnancy had significantly diminished, and the swelling in her calves had also alleviated considerably. Overall, it proved beneficial. Thus, the couple spent their days with one practicing yoga while the other busied themselves in the study preparing ingredients. Before they knew it, half a month had passed. Lin Feng took Lung Minghan to view the newly renovated shop. The vibrant green decor was striking, and a bowl of steaming wontons looked utterly delectable. The shop was aptly named Lin's Seafood Wonton Shop. The renovation was commendable. Even the previously worn-out tiles at the entrance had been replaced with the same tiles used inside the shop. The lighting consisted of stylish, easy-to-maintain chandeliers, while the seating was elegant, with white chairs and green cushions. The modest 60-square-meter establishment included a kitchen, a small restroom, and a storage room. Thus, they could accommodate 5 tables outside, which was quite satisfactory. If the crowd increased, they could add another table outside. Chapter 44. Has the teacher taken maternity leave? Lung Minghan was enamored with the shop's design, which exuded a refreshing and clean atmosphere. They also planned to create a message wall where patrons could draw or leave notes. Given that Lin Feng had to care for Lung Minghan, he would undoubtedly be unable to assist in the shop after it opened. He inquired whether they should hire additional staff. Xiaoyang and Xiaoping exchanged glances, deeming it unnecessary for the time being. They would consider hiring more help if they found themselves overwhelmed later. "Who will manage the front, and who will take care of the back?" Xiaoping chuckled. "This has been discussed with Xiao Guan. He is meticulous, so he will handle the kitchen duties. My outgoing nature and diligence make me well suited for attending to customers in the front." Lin Feng had initially planned to arrange things this way. With the kitchen responsibilities entrusted to Xiaoping, Xiao Guan would need to learn about ingredient proportions and the art of folding wontons. Xiao Guan was quite astute. After a few lessons from Lin Feng, he became adept at pinching the wontons. Xiaoping would also need to learn the craft of wonton making. Lung Minghan's aunt learned of Lin Feng's partnership with his classmates to open a wonton shop and made a special visit to see if she could be of assistance. Upon her arrival, she discovered that everything was in order, with only the auspicious day for opening remaining. "It seems I am of little use here. I shall provide 2 floral arrangements for the grand opening." "Thank you, aunt." Both Xiaoguan and Xiaoping recognized Lung Minghan's aunt, as they had often enjoyed meals at her home with Lin Feng. Opening a shop required various procedures, all of which Lin Feng had to attend to when time permitted. During this period, Lin Feng accompanied Lang Minghan for another prenatal checkup. All was well. Both the babies and the mother were in excellent health. The fetal movements became increasingly frequent, and Lin Feng took pleasure in tenderly caressing Lung Minghan's belly. Each night, he would apply olive oil to her skin. Remarkably, with consistent care, the stretch marks were becoming less pronounced. Perhaps due to her yoga practice, Lang Minghan's sleep quality had improved significantly. Due to her gradually expanding belly, It had become increasingly difficult for Lung Mingxiang to turn over in her sleep, resulting in restless nights. Lin Feng purchased a belly support pillow online, alleviating the heaviness she felt. Today marked the grand opening of a new shop, and Lin Feng took Lung Mingxiang along to show support. While there were patrons, the turnout was modest. Some were local business owners, eager to lend their support, while others, like her aunt, brought friends to sample the fare. Additionally, curious onlookers ventured in to taste the offerings of the new establishment. Being situated near a school ensured generous portions and delicious flavors, especially with Lin Feng's touch. Not a single customer complained about the food. The shop was celebrating its opening with various promotions, including complimentary eggs and soybean milk. Young Xiao Peng even suggested a discount for the second order, which significantly boosted afternoon and evening sales. It later emerged that two strangers would team up to enjoy wontons for half price. After the opening, Lin Feng largely stepped back from management, focusing his energy on Lung Mingxiang. With only 3 months left until her due date, he occasionally took on driving jobs while ensuring her meals were prepared and accompanying her on evening strolls. Every 2 weeks, Lin's mother would visit, bringing free-range chickens, ducks, eggs, and seasonal vegetables. Whenever her aunt prepared something delicious, she would ride over to deliver it. While these were not extravagant delicacies, the thoughtfulness behind them was invaluable. As the baby's movements became more frequent, Lung Mingxiang began to experience swelling in her legs and an increased need to visit the restroom. A short walk would leave her legs feeling heavy and uncomfortable. She could no longer see her feet when looking down, and bathing had turned into a more laborious task. After several days of rain, the weather turned cooler, coinciding with the school year's commencement. Lung Mingxiang applied for maternity leave from her school, causing quite a stir. The forum buzzed with excitement. The goddess is on maternity leave? Is she truly pregnant? No way. The rivalry for her affection was intense. Everyone wanted to know who had won her heart. Is it so strange for teacher Lung to be married and have a child? Some pondered. Who opposes this union? Who supports it? Step forward. Curiosity piqued as someone revealed themselves, an older student from their school. This revelation was as sensational as the original post. Everyone rushed to her profile and comments, discovering she had mentioned being enamored with an unexpected pairing before, albeit without revealing any details. The astute students quickly speculated that this pairing referred to the goddess Lung and the older student. However, the young lady did not respond. Speculation swirled about the identity of the older student, prompting many to come forth, even sharing wedding photos. This layer of intrigue only deepened the fascination surrounding the events. Lung Mingxiang now finds herself utterly disinclined to move. Her twin belly has grown so large that she feels the need to cradle it. She waddles like a little penguin, swaying side to side. This evening, they are confronted with a formidable dilemma. In truth, it is Lung Mingxiang who is grappling with this challenge. She has reached a point where she can no longer bathe independently. Even using the restroom necessitates assistance. Fortunately, their home boasts 2 bathrooms, with the master bedroom equipped with a toilet, alleviating some of her burdens. My dear, she admits, even if you persist, you must acknowledge that bathing alone has become exceedingly inconvenient, has it not? If you insist on managing it by yourself, what if something goes awry? Lung Mingxiang understands that this is not a moment for frivolity. Her life has become cumbersome, and she requires Lin Feng's support. All right then, it seems I must trouble you. My husband, speak not of trouble, utter such words again, and I shall reprimand you, he retorts playfully. To facilitate her bathing, Lin Feng thoughtfully procured a stool. Now that they are officially recognized as a couple and the impending birth of their child looms, they are truly experiencing a moment of unadulterated honesty. Lung Mingxiang's hands are busy, and she turns with a blush. Stop staring, and quickly take your bath. To speak candidly, Lin Feng harbors no romantic thoughts. He is entirely captivated by the sight of her burgeoning belly. It is adorned with faint stretch marks, a remarkable testament to the presence of 2 babies within. My love, you have endured so much. Once this child is born, let us refrain from having any more. Lung Mingxiang gazes at him, then at her exaggeratedly large belly. It is indeed vast and somewhat daunting. As the pregnancy progresses, the rapid development of the fetuses causes her abdomen to swell like an inflating balloon. She can now feel the firmness of her belly, and the fetal movements have become less frequent than before. With the due date approaching, her heart races with anxiety. Lin Feng gently washes her hair and body, his touch tender. Is the pressure too intense? Does your belly ache? Not at all. If anything feels amiss, please inform me. All right, He helps her into her clothes and assists her in sitting down. "What is it?" he inquires. "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of movement." Each fetal movement feels significant, as if a nerve within her has been tugged. When the two babies are active, the sensations can be overwhelming, an ache that permeates through her abdomen. The discomfort renders her restless, unable to eat or sleep. Following this experience, Lin Feng not only attends to Lung Mingxiang's meals, but also assists her with bathing and using the restroom. Initially, he felt a tinge of embarrassment, but soon, Lung Mingxiang became accustomed to it. The tumultuous activity of the two children within her has left her feeling unwell, with her emotions fluctuating throughout the day. Modesty has become a non-issue. Her mind is consumed with thoughts of, when will I give birth? How much longer must I endure? How long can I hold on? Chapter 45. An unexpected turn of events during this prenatal checkup. The doctor advised daily visits to the hospital for an hour of oxygen therapy and fetal heart monitoring. Each time the nurse checks the fetal heartbeat, she shakes the abdomen, causing Lung Minghan considerable discomfort. Lin Feng, who accompanies her, finds himself at a loss, offering only words of comfort. "Do not look at me like that. I am perfectly fine." Happiness is often a matter of comparison. Today, they encountered another expectant mother carrying twins. She suffered from nausea for 2 months and continues to be plagued by it well into her 3rd trimester. The toll it has taken on her is evident. She will likely require a cesarean section. In contrast, Lung Minghan is able to eat and sleep well, and her babies seem to be behaving. Watching various videos and hearing the stories shared by mothers during checkups, some experience fetal movements that keep them awake through the night, while others find the discomfort so distressing that they weep, conversing with their babies in hopes of encouraging them to behave better in the future. There are mothers who discover, months into their twin pregnancies, that they are carrying only one baby, which is heart-wrenching. Others endure the strains of living with in-laws, finding the tensions of family relationships more challenging than pregnancy itself. Thus, Lung Minghan sincerely believes she is fortunate. Lin Feng stays by her side, engaging in conversation, silently offering his presence. In the mornings, Lung Minghan struggles to rise, so they usually head to the hospital in the late afternoon, around 5 or 6 o'clock. Xiao Peng informs Lin Feng that business is thriving at the store, and they are considering hiring additional help. Lin Feng has no objections. He is preoccupied with Lung Minghan and has little time for anything else. His life has become a simple routine of traveling between the hospital, home, and the vegetable market. Preferring not to venture downstairs, Lin Feng accompanies Lung Minghan as she walks slowly at home. Each evening, he prepares warm water for her feet and gives her massages. In the stillness of the night, she confides in him about her anxiety and unrest during this period. "Without your attentive care, I would be quite sorrowful," she expresses. Lin Feng understands her sentiment. A woman endures so much during pregnancy, and at this time, she needs her husband's companionship and nurturing more than ever. As her due date approaches, it is estimated to be around 10 days away. However, this is merely an estimation. The date could be postponed or arrive earlier. Lung's mother has called to say she will return 3 days before the due date to keep her company. Though she has yet to arrive, she has not forgotten to send baby supplies and nutritional supplements for expectant mothers. Lung Minghan has grown accustomed to her mother's busyness. Their relationship has improved significantly, which is enough for her. Meanwhile, Wu Yishuang is preoccupied with launching a new beverage line, striving to visit Lung Minghan's family soon. Her aunt visits frequently to provide companionship and alleviate her boredom. Lung's mother comes by once a week, staying for 2 or 3 days before returning home. On this visit, she brings numerous diapers and baby clothes, all made from soft cotton, stitched together in 5 layers for durability. These garments were previously worn by infants. She has washed and selected those that are still suitable for use. In our local saying, a baby wearing someone else's clothes is easy to rear and can withstand hardships. If it bothers you, we can switch to new ones later. Lung Minghan looked at the neatly folded baby clothes and smiled, saying it was no trouble at all. In our family, we hold no such superstition, and besides, these garments are all clean, wearing them poses no issue. Lin's mother, relieved by her daughter-in-law's perspective, felt a weight lift from her heart. These clothes were gathered from various sources, all from reputable families of good character, and she had barely managed to collect this much. As the two women conversed, Lin Feng was preparing supplies for the upcoming birth, ensuring they were well equipped for any eventuality. They meticulously packed their marriage certificate, personal identification cards, and maternity documents, along with the baby's clothes, diapers, bottles, formula, and more. Lin's mother insisted that Lin Feng should remain close to home in the days leading up to the birth, not straying far at all, without needing to be reminded. He had already been keeping a close watch over her for months. That night, Lin's mother experienced a peculiar dream. In it, a porcelain doll-like child played with a string, which eventually became entangled around its neck, causing it to wail loudly. Upon waking, she felt increasingly uneasy about the dream and hastily called her son, urging him to take Lung Menghan to the hospital for a checkup. After hearing about the strange dream, the doctor pondered for a moment before deciding to issue an order for an ultrasound. Just days prior, they had undergone one that revealed no issues. To their dismay, it turned out the baby was indeed entangled by the umbilical cord. As Lung Menghan learned this during the ultrasound, tears streamed down her face. "Doctor, is my baby all right?" she implored. The doctor reassured her while calling for another physician to assist. Outside, Lin Feng, expecting to see Lung Menghan, was startled to see a nurse hurriedly leaving. His expression changed in an instant as he chased after her, asking, "Nurse, what happened to my wife?" This young couple was strikingly attractive, so the nurse recognized them immediately. "Your baby has a nuchal cord," she informed him. "We're fetching a doctor now." Left alone, Lin Feng trembled, feeling a surge of anxiety. He first called his aunt, asking her to come over for support, knowing that if anything were to happen, at least he would have someone by his side. Upon receiving the call, his aunt rushed over. Moments later, a balding, elderly doctor entered the examination room. Lung Menghan, with tears in her eyes, looked at the doctor. Although he assured her that a nuchal cord was a common occurrence and urged her not to worry, her anxiety remained palpable. The seasoned physician approached, exuding a commanding presence. She trembled as she asked, "Doctor, is this serious?" The doctor, busy with his tasks, comforted her, saying, "Do not cry. Let me take a closer look before we discuss further." Chapter 46. The relationship between Lin and Lung is exposed. Lin Feng paced anxiously back and forth outside. Aunt, drenched in sweat, hurried over, and upon witnessing the scene, could only offer words of comfort. "Do not fret. It is quite common for the umbilical cord to wrap around the neck. Did it not happen to you when you were a child? This could very well be an inherited trait from your family. Rest assured, in due time, the child will likely untangle themselves. With the advancements in modern medicine, this minor issue poses no significant threat, so do not worry." Others waiting for their examinations also approached to console Lin Feng. "When I gave birth to my first child, I experienced a similar situation. After a few days, we returned for a checkup, and everything had resolved itself without a hitch. If it were indeed serious, the doctors would take appropriate measures. Have faith." Their reassurances brought some solace to Lin Feng. 10 minutes later, Lung Menghan and the doctor emerged. "Your baby has the umbilical cord wrapped around the neck twice. Considering that you are expecting twins and your due date is in 10 days, we recommend that you return home to monitor the situation for 2 days. During this time, engage in physical activity and sleep on your left side. After 2 days, return for another examination. If the cord has not corrected itself by then, we will proceed with a cesarean section." The doctor also mentioned that the baby seems quite playful, and it is possible that with some exercise over the next 2 days, the cord may resolve itself. With the observation period set for 2 days, everyone remained anxious. Lung Menghan felt a deep sense of guilt, believing her lack of exercise had contributed to the situation. Lin Feng consoled her, "It has nothing to do with you. It is merely the baby being playful." Lin's mother called upon learning the news and promptly took a bus to join them. Upon returning home, Lung Menghan began to engage in light exercises. Despite her heavy belly and overall discomfort, she persevered for the sake of the baby. Lin Feng stood by, supporting her belly when necessary. During their afternoon nap, they lay on their left sides. In the afternoon, Lin's mother arrived and, noticing her daughter-in-law's worried demeanor, offered further words of comfort. Before leaving, the doctor demonstrated several exercises to help encourage the baby's movement. There she was, laboriously crawling on the bed. With such a large belly, it was quite a challenge for Lung Menghan, who could only progress slowly and steadily. 2 days later, Lin Feng and his mother took Lung Menghan back to the hospital, fully prepared with their delivery bag. While waiting outside, Lin's mother recounted a dream she had. The child was truly beautiful, with a rosy complexion, resembling a lovely doll. "I haven't dreamed of the child seeking me again. So it must be a sign that all is well. Do not worry." After the examination, a wave of relief washed over Lung Menghan. The doctor confirmed that the baby had successfully untangled themselves. Upon hearing this, she felt overwhelmed with emotion and nearly cried. Lin Feng quickly rushed to console her. You are remarkable as well. If it weren't for your dedication to exercise over these past 2 days, the baby might not have been able to reposition themselves. Lung Minghan felt a sense of pride, knowing that even the doctor acknowledged the rarity of such occurrences. In the following week, she resolved to exercise daily. All right, I will accompany you. As they exited the hospital, they encountered several young individuals. It seems that someone has been injured, and they have brought him in for examination. Teacher Long? Someone called out to Lung Minghan, astonished upon seeing her with a prominent belly. Is it truly you? Are you really about to give birth? Well, what brings you here? My roommate is experiencing severe abdominal pain, so we brought him to get checked. You should hurry and take him to see a doctor. The boy, who had been clutching his abdomen in pain just moments ago, now wore a pale face and forced a smile. I'm not in that much pain now. For the sake of gossip, a little discomfort is nothing. One of the students inquired, Teacher Long, may I ask who this is? Lung Minghan smiled faintly. This is my husband. The eyes of several individuals shifted back and forth between the two, taken aback by her words. A few boys gasped in surprise. Hello. I am a student of the teacher. May I ask how to address you? I am Lin Feng. Oh, Lin Feng. Then please continue with your business. We shall not disturb you. It is we who should not be in your way. Do go seek medical attention. With that, they helped Ling Ming on away. Careful on the steps, dear. I can hardly see the steps now. It's fine. Once the baby is born, I'll be able to see them again. The group watched their retreating figures, their expressions filled with complexity. Teacher Ling, so you have a penchant for young, handsome men? They aren't too shabby themselves. Have you finished yet? I feel like I'm dying from the pain. It was only then that they snapped back to reality and hurried off to find a doctor. Lin's mother had no intention of leaving this time. She washed dishes, tidied up, and went downstairs to buy groceries. In the evening, the mother and son accompanied Lung Minghan for a stroll. Each supported her on either side, and upon their return, one offered a leg massage. Lung Minghan lay on the couch, exhausted and slightly dazed, touched by their efforts. Meanwhile, someone posted photos of Lin Feng and Lung Minghan online. This is the husband of the goddess Lung. The mysterious husband of the goddess Lung made his appearance, instantly sparking controversy. Wow, he is so handsome and appears so young. Slurp. The goddess Lung remains so beautiful during her pregnancy. How does she manage it? The feud for a wife is unforgivable. Which brothers will join me to confront him? I recognize this handsome guy. He is a recent graduate from our school. My roommate pursued him but was rejected. Didn't someone mention this before? Now that there is solid evidence, you should believe it, right? To the person upstairs. You must be the one who posted about this previously. When did you discover they were together? The other party said nothing and uploaded several photos, all taken surreptitiously. The two were seen riding the subway together. Though they were strangers, their eyes betrayed an undeniable affection when they exchanged glances. In the elevator, the man's tall figure shielded her protectively. The woman appeared delicate and dependent, while the man gazed down at her. The atmosphere was so palpable that it could easily serve as promotional material for an idol drama. The silhouettes of two individuals strolling together are truly beautiful. I have long admired their relationship, and now that it has come to fruition, I am overwhelmed with joy. I mistakenly believed that the husband of the aloof goddess was a bald man. Had I known, I might have made an attempt myself. He was once the boyfriend of the campus belle, Jiang Jiehua, who pursued him for quite some time before they eventually parted ways. As for Jiang Jiehua, let us not dwell on that. The so-called Golden Girl is currently filming in Hongdian, supported by a wealthy benefactor. I have heard rumors from Jiang Jiehua that although this handsome gentleman comes from an average background, he possesses an innate talent that is understood by those in the know. With a name and a connection to Jiang Jiehua, it did not take long for people to uncover Lin Feng's entire history at school. In essence, he is exceptional, remarkably humble, and industrious. I do not consent to this marriage. He can have it, and I can too. I am quite handsome myself. Yet, he has a natural talent. What do you possess? Can your little finger compare? Wake up. The goddess already has children, and you have been utterly defeated. If the aloof goddess is willing to be with me, I wouldn't mind becoming a father to 2 children. This news exploded not only on the school forum, but also within various school groups. Now the entire institution is aware that the one who won the heart of the goddess is their senior. This news, inevitably, reached Jiang Jiehua. In Hongdian, Jiang Jiehua noticed someone mentioning her in a group chat. This was a group established with a few close friends, which had dwindled to just this one since her entry into the entertainment industry. It primarily served as a means to occasionally gather information. Xiaoan. Take a look at this post from school. It bears some relation to you. Upon logging in, Jiang Zhehua's pupils widened in shock. The image of Lung Mingyang's stunning face and her aloof demeanor, coupled with her unapproachable aura, filled her mind. How could Lin Feng and she, two individuals so seemingly disparate, be together? And now, they are expecting a child. She found it hard to believe. Is this for real? How could this be possible? A friend in the group replied. There is a high probability it is true. The poster claimed to have seen them together at the hospital, and both acknowledged their relationship. Jiang Zhehua pursed her lips. Perhaps Lin Feng is merely a stand-in, or maybe Lung Mingyang has promised him some benefits. Someone voiced skepticism. Is Lin Feng really like that? Jiang Zhehua remained silent, her thoughts in turmoil as she gazed into the mirror. Years ago, Lung Mingyang had sparked quite a sensation online with a simple classroom photo. Numerous media companies sought her out, eager to promote her, but she turned them all down. What she could have easily obtained, Jiang Zhehua had to strive tirelessly to achieve. Lin Feng, you are truly fortunate. Having distanced yourself from me, you now find yourself married to Lung Mingyang. Jealousy welled within her. Outside, someone called for her to resume filming. She gathered her thoughts, straightened her attire, and prepared to leave without delay. This was a hard-won opportunity that she could not afford to squander. As for Lin Feng and Lung Minghan, they would inevitably part ways one day. Time would reveal the truth. The news about Lin Feng and Lung Minghan had spread like wildfire, and Xiao Peng called to relay the information. Brother Feng, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Noticing Xiao Peng's hesitation, Lin Feng became curious. Has something happened at the store? Xiao Peng quickly clarified. No. It's about you and your sister-in-law. The whole school knows now, and they traced it back to us. Many people have come asking for gossip. Lin Feng listened patiently. And then? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Xiao Peng chuckled. No, they didn't harm us. They were just curious about how you managed to win over the goddess. I concocted an excuse, saying you're an exceptional cook and deliver our seafood wontons to her every day. She became addicted and ended up with you. Some found this excuse hard to believe. But as food enthusiasts, they could certainly relate. With such a marketing ploy, business at the store flourished. Many were eager to taste the wontons that could make the goddess fall for someone, wondering just how delicious they must be to earn her devotion. Lin Feng was speechless, impressed by Xiao Peng's marketing strategy. Impressive. Only you could come up with such an excuse. Hee, you flatter me. Discuss it with your sister-in-law later. But don't let it slip. After hanging up, Lin Feng mentioned this incident to Lung Minghan. She had no objections, if it benefited their business. It was perfectly acceptable to say so. When her mother arrived and saw her daughter in good spirits, she felt relieved. She suggested sending her daughter to a postpartum care center. She had inquired beforehand about the best center in Nanshur, which cost over 150,000 for a month. It offered single rooms, with a nutritionist handling meal plans. 2 caretakers would assist the mother with her meals and recovery, while another would attend to the infant. After discharge, 1 caretaker would return with the baby to guide the new parents for a week before leaving them to manage on their own. This expense was insignificant to Long's mother. What do you think? Lin Feng had no objections. He wished to provide the best for his wife, but he certainly wouldn't let his mother-in-law bear the cost. However, Lung Minghan disagreed. There's no need for a postpartum care center. I can give birth in the hospital just fine. If it becomes overwhelming, I can hire a confinement nanny. Lung's mother scrolled through her phone. I've checked this postpartum center. Their staff is excellent, so you can be at ease. Lung Minghan stood firm. No, I will give birth in the hospital. After Lin Feng left, she asked her mother, is it because of the money? You don't need to worry about that. I'll cover it. It's not about the money. I simply want Lin Feng and me to be involved in every moment of our child's growth. Ling's mother suddenly understood and ceased her insistence. You may discuss among yourselves. Outside, Lin Feng broached the topic of considering a confinement center with Lin's mother, eager to glean her thoughts. Lin's mother understood a fundamental principle: to foster harmony within the family and a cordial mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. It is essential for the younger generation to take the lead while the elders refrain from excessive interference. One may express their opinions, but whether they are heeded is an entirely different matter. Many aspects of life are better learned through personal experience than through countless admonitions. Thus, she resolved to speak less and intervene less, adapting to the times. After some contemplation, she remarked, I am not well versed in these matters. You young people decide. Lin Feng shared some information regarding the confinement center, and Lin's mother expressed her support. I believe this is quite beneficial. You will be able to rest well, and the babies will receive excellent care. That evening, the couple whispered to one another. Cold Minghan lay on her side as Lin Feng massaged her swollen legs. When my mother gave birth to me, she went to a confinement center and later hired a nanny to care for me. She weaned me when I was 4 months old and began her postpartum recovery, striving to regain her figure and return to work swiftly. During my kindergarten and primary school years, I spent half my time being picked up and dropped off by the nanny, and the other half under the care of my mother. It was fortunate if I saw my mother once a week. In middle and high school, I was placed in a boarding school and returned home only once a week. During university, while studying abroad, I rented a place on my own, and they worried for my safety, so they arranged for a nanny to look after me. As for my father, he was even busier than my mother, rarely making appearances throughout the year. Therefore, I have resolved that when I eventually have children, I will strive to care for them personally, rather than having a void in my memories of my parents. Lin Feng grasped her hand. Then we shall give birth at the hospital and take care of ourselves afterward. I will learn whatever I do not know. Encouraged by his support, Cold Minghan could not help but smile. The Wu family's new beverage line had launched, significantly lightening Wu Yishuang's workload. She took a week off to accompany Cold Minghan during her delivery. Will your supervisor agree to this? It would be quite strange if he did. My father personally called him, and that is how I secured the time off. Doesn't that risk your relationship being discovered by your supervisor? Haha, I doubt it. I even pretended to send my father a complaint email. You're bold. Perhaps when you return, your supervisor will make things difficult for you. Am I afraid of him? By the time I go back, I'll be due for a promotion and a raise. Let him stay where he is comfortable. Chapter 48. Time to go to the hospital. Wu Yishuang mentioned another matter. Now, regarding your marriage and childbirth, rumors are circulating in the circle. I am unsure how the news leaked. The nanny contacted the uncle, and according to my mother, they had a quarrel, but it was tea about you. So the uncle is still unaware of your situation. Cold Minghan had long grown accustomed to their arguments and remarked nonchalantly, it is likely that this is spread from my mother's side. At this juncture, it matters little. Life is one's own, and it does not concern me how others perceive it. From a young age, she understood this truth. Outsiders view her as radiant and cherished by her parents, akin to a favored daughter of heaven. Yet, only she knows that her home is frigid, and familial affection is equally cold. Wu Yishuang reflects on this while peeling an apple, her gaze fixed on Lin Minghan's belly. It is already past the due date. Why hasn't she given birth yet? The doctor assured that this is a normal occurrence, and that they should wait a little longer. The due date has passed, and what began as anticipation has now morphed into anxious waiting, much to the distress of everyone in the room. In contrast, Lin Minghan has become the least anxious among them, as if her worries have been shared by all. That night, the usually restless Lin Minghan found herself in a deep slumber, so much so that she struggled to wake up even for a midnight trip to the restroom. Relying entirely on Lin Feng for support. As she leaned against his shoulder, she mumbled, I'm so tired. Lin Feng suddenly noticed a red stain on her white pants. His heart racing. This cannot be a menstrual issue. Darling, are you feeling unwell? Lin Minghan perked up slightly. I feel a bit of discomfort. My belly feels heavy and somewhat painful. This pain resembled fetal movement. Lin Feng helped her into her clothes, saying, we might need to go to the hospital. Lin Minghan opened her eyes wide. The hospital? Why? Lin Feng reassured her, you're bleeding. Startled, Lin Minghan shook off her drowsiness. Bleeding? Lin Feng comforted her. It's all right, we'll go to the hospital and see. You might be in labor. He then called out loudly, Mom. Mom, pack things. We're heading to the hospital. At 1 a.m, his shout startled both mothers and Wu Yishuang awake. Lin Feng dressed his wife and helped her into fuzzy slippers, ready to depart. The delivery bag had already been prepared, and everyone set off for the hospital in a flurry. Perhaps due to nerves, Lin Minghan felt a subtle pain in her abdomen. Both mothers sat beside her, offering comfort. Don't be anxious. It's just a bit of bleeding, quite normal. Indeed, don't worry. You'll give birth sooner or later. And now it's finally happening. This should make you happy. Wu Yishuang sat in the passenger seat, recording a video while soothing her friend. You're about to deliver. Cheer up. Lin Feng, who was driving, attempted to calm himself, taking slow, deep breaths. The journey to the hospital seemed to stretch on for an eternity. Upon arrival, Lin Feng immediately sought a doctor. Only emergency physicians were available, and upon assessing Lin Minghan's condition, they quickly took her for an examination. You're already 2 centimeters dilated. You should go complete the admission paperwork. Both mothers attended to Lin Minghan, while Wu Yishuang and Lin Feng proceeded to handle the admission process, initially paying 5,000. Everyone gathered around Lung Menghan as she was taken to the hospital room. After a flurry of arrangements, she finally lay down. This was a two-person room, located at the innermost part of the ward. The environment was clean and tidy, equipped with a sofa for companions, a crib, and a private bathroom. The doctor had indicated that she was already 2 centimeters dilated, so there was no need for concern. Lin Feng, noticing the tension in Lung Menghan's eyes, quickly sought to reassure her. "I'm so tired. I think I'll take a little nap," she murmured, drifting into a drowsy sleep, which left everyone puzzled. In the adjacent bed lay another mother who had already given birth, attended to by her mother-in-law. Their arrival at this hour startled the other patient awake. Lin's mother peered at the infant in the crib, offering a few compliments, while Lung's mother went off to find the doctor, returning shortly thereafter. Presently, only the on-call physician was available, who would conduct regular checks. Lin Feng was called over to complete the paperwork, preparing to accompany Lung Menghan for an examination to assess the condition of the babies. The doctor had mentioned that the timing of labor could vary greatly depending on individual circumstances. Some women delivered in half an hour, while others took a full day. Lung's mother wore an anxious expression as she hovered around, accompanying her daughter for the checks. Wu Yizhuang held up her phone, recording the moments. Lin Feng's primary task at that moment was to run errands and handle various procedures. The examination revealed that the babies were doing well. If Lung Menghan was strong enough, a natural birth seemed feasible. However, should she be unable to deliver naturally, they would promptly arrange for a cesarean section. The subtle pain began to intensify, yet she felt overwhelmingly fatigued, an exhaustion that seemed inexplicable. The doctor reassured the family that this was a normal occurrence and advised them not to worry. "Dear in-laws, you should rest." "I can manage here," one said. "I can't sleep." "You should go rest," another replied. "I can't leave my daughter during her labor. I must witness this significant moment." Wu Yizhuang yawned. "I'll sit outside. Call me if anything happens." As a night owl, she could handle staying awake all night without issue. Sitting on a bench outside, Wu Yizhuang crossed her arms, allowing herself a brief moment of rest. The two mothers sat by the bedside, while Lin Feng occupied the opposite side. "It hurts." Lung Menghan grimaced, unable to articulate the nature of her discomfort, which came in waves of torment. Lin Feng felt helpless, equally anxious. As the hours dragged on, the pain persisted, stretching into the early morning hours. Within that span, she progressed from 2 to 4 centimeters dilated, and the doctor estimated she would likely give birth before noon. Having endured a restless night, Lung Menghan was now hungry, tired, and weary. Lin Feng procured breakfast, which was consumed in no time. "My back aches so much," she lamented. "Let me give you a massage," Lin Feng offered, wrapping his arms around her waist. But Lung's mother observed that he was not quite targeting the right area. "Allow me. I know how to alleviate such back pain." Seeing her daughter so worn out, Lung's mother spoke softly. "If the pain becomes unbearable, I will speak to the doctor about a cesarean." Cold Mingxiang had done her homework. There exists a distinction between cesarean sections and natural childbirth, with the latter being purportedly preferable. She was enduring excruciating pain, and the doctor informed her that she would give birth by noon. "Just hold on a little longer," they urged. "No, I don't want to. I wish to have a natural birth." After some time, Cold Mother found relief from her aching back and waist. The doctor suggested that her family assist her in moving about to expedite the labor process. Thus, Cold Mother and Lin Feng supported her as they ambled slowly down the corridor. With each step, the pain was so intense that it made Cold Mingxiang yearn for a state of utter helplessness. After an hour of this intermittent walking, she was resolute in her refusal to continue. A doctor came by to check on her and offered words of encouragement. "Keep going. You're doing great. You can do this. You are remarkable." Chapter 49. Finally giving birth. As the contractions intensified and quickened in frequency, Cold Mingxiang found discomfort whether seated or lying down. She clung to Lin Feng, leaning against him just to remain upright. "Dear husband, it hurts so much," she lamented. Lin Feng kissed her forehead, expressing his admiration for her endurance. "You're doing so well, my love." As noon approached, Cold Mingxiang had yet to give birth, and the intervals between contractions lengthened. The doctor was puzzled, exclaiming, "This child does not wish to emerge." Upon inquiring about the next steps, the doctor decisively prescribed an induction injection. As the medication coursed through her veins, the frequency of contractions increased, bringing tears to Cold Mingxiang's eyes, her exquisite face now weary and drawn. By 11:30, she was dilated to 8 centimeters and was wheeled into the delivery room. "Nurse, Please take this inside as well, Lin Feng requested, referring to the Red Bull and chocolate he had learned were effective for replenishing energy during labor. After all, giving birth is a considerable exertion. From that moment, there was nothing they could do but wait outside. Before long, another expectant mother was ushered into the delivery room. The two families exchanged glances and congratulations. Time dragged on, and then the delivery room doors swung open. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy as he hurried forward. A nurse emerged, calling, "Family of Luo Yun, please bring me the baby clothes and swaddling blanket." It turned out they were not seeking their own. Lin Feng and the others retreated once more. 15 minutes later, the subsequent mother had given birth, and the nurse cradled the baby, emerging with the announcement. "Luo Yun, who is the family member of Luo Yun? Please provide her identification number." "Congratulations. It's a boy, weighing 6.5 pounds, born at 11:45. Look, here are the hands, the feet, and the baby has a nose and eyes." The nurse handed the child to the family, and at that moment, the mother was also assisted out by medical staff. The mother appeared disheveled, her complexion pale, and she seemed dazed. In such a momentous occasion, Lin Feng and the others offered their congratulations and blessings. Now, only they remained outside the delivery room. Lin mother comforted her son and the future mother-in-law, mustering a faint smile. The birth of twins undoubtedly requires some time. There is no need for haste. We shall wait patiently. Lung Mu tugged at the corner of her mouth, affirming that it is quite normal for the process to take longer due to the twins. Although it was Lung Mingxiang who was giving birth, Wu Yishuang was not without her own discomfort. Witnessing her dear friend in pain filled her heart with trepidation, for she feared it more than anything. When her time comes to bear children, she is resolute in her decision to opt for a cesarean section, and no one shall deter her. At that moment, the delivery room door swung open. Who is the family member of Lung Mingxiang, and what is her identification number? Congratulations, you have a son and a daughter. The daughter was born at 12:02, weighing 4.8 pounds. Look, here are her hands, her feet, and she has her nose and eyes. This is the son, born at 12:10, weighing 4.3 pounds, just 8 minutes apart. Observe, here are his hands, his feet, and he too has his nose and eyes. Each mother cradled one child in her arms. The nurse remarked that the combined weight of the two children exceeded 9 pounds, commending the mother for her strength and endurance. Though the babies weighed just over 4 pounds, their cries were resounding, which brought even greater joy to Lin Feng and the others. With concern, Lin Feng inquired, "Where's my wife? Why hasn't she come out yet?" The nurse replied with a smile, "Do not worry, she will be out shortly." Just then, Lung Mingxiang was wheeled out, and Lin Feng was the first to rush forward. "You've worked hard, my love. Thank you for your efforts." Fortunately, the pain after giving birth did not seem as intense. In retrospect, the discomfort endured earlier felt almost trivial compared to the agony of labor. Having delivered 2 children, she felt somewhat weak and could hardly stand. The medical staff settled Lung Mingxiang comfortably and advised her to take a few steps rather than remain in bed. They also instructed family members to fetch some pads, assuring that the nurse would come every few hours to clean and disinfect. When hunger struck, they would bring her some food, starting with small portions, gradually allowing her to resume normal eating in a day or 2. After imparting their instructions, the nurse hurried away. With the children now born, a genuine sense of relief washed over them. On the way back, the medical staff commented on how beautiful the 2 babies were, perfectly inheriting their parents' attributes. Wu Yishuang gazed at the rosy, slender infants, unable to discern the beauty they would possess in the future. Having endured a sleepless night, she found it difficult to keep her eyes open. After capturing a few photos of the twins, she yawned and retreated to rest. "Mother-in-law, please return with Xiaoshuang to sleep. Rest well, and come back this afternoon to relieve me." "All right, you hang in there. I will sleep for a few hours and then come over." Lin Mu was aware that her daughter-in-law typically rested on time each night. Otherwise, she would suffer from nerve pain. Though Lang Mingxiang's body was fatigued after childbirth, her spirit was invigorated. "Mother, Lin Feng, you are also weary. Please lie down and rest for a while there is still time." Lin Feng quickly added, "Yes, mother." To take a moment to lie down. Without hesitation, Lin Mu reclined and fell asleep within 5 minutes. "Are you hungry? Shall I go get you something to eat?" The hospital cafeteria offers postpartum meals. Though hunger is not a pressing concern, there is an odd sensation in the stomach. Perhaps a brief rest while lying down would help. However, Lin Feng dares not to sleep, as the 2 precious little ones are still here. They are settled in the inner bed. While Lung Menghan has instructed him to bring the infants closer, leaving Lin Feng to rest on the outer side. The babies, aside from waking when they are soiled or hungry, do not cry. You should take a short nap. How can you care for us if you're not well rested? Lin Feng leans against the hospital bed for a moment of respite. Host has completed all prenatal checkups for the baby's mother. A reward package has been granted. Gift 1. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Eagle Endurance Physique. Gift 2. Congratulations. Host has received a lottery draw opportunity. Gift 3. Congratulations. Host has obtained an initial parenting education fund of 224,000 yuan, which has been credited. Please check your account. Gift 4. Congratulations. Host has received a couple's nutrition supplement, which has been administered. Gift 5. Congratulations. Host has earned the title of new dad, along with a reward of 10,000 yuan, which has been credited. Please check your account. Upon awakening, Lin Feng realizes he has slept for about an hour. His spirits are lifted, perhaps due to the effects of the nutritional supplement. The series of rewards from the system is indeed invigorating. Dear, I shall fetch you something to eat. All right. Make sure to bring my mother's portion as well. The kitchen cafeteria is relatively empty at this hour. Lin Feng orders a vegetable meatball soup and enjoys a bowl of noodles himself, while also getting a serving of rice for his mother. Lung Minghan sits up to eat, feeling discomfort and swelling below. Lin Feng feeds her, alternating between meatballs and soup. How does it taste? Not as delicious as what you make. I'll cook for you when we return. After a brief rest, Lin Feng's mother feels revitalized. Long Minghan, take the children to bathe. Chapter 50. With a gentle command, Lin Feng's mother and son quickly finish their meal and carry the children to give the newborns a bath. Inquiring with the nurse reveals they need to go downstairs, where bathing, checkups, and vaccinations for newborns are conducted. Upon arriving, it is astonishing to see the corridor filled with adults holding infants. There is a designated area for bathing newborns, and Lin Feng's family joins the queue with their 2 children. Will we be able to get vaccinations after the bath? On one side, newborns are being bathed, while on the other, vaccinations are being administered, leading Lin Feng to ponder that the next step will likely involve vaccinations. As the previous newborn is being bathed, Lin Feng and his mother peer in curiously. The process resembles more of a vegetable wash than infant bathing. A nurse skillfully removes the infant's clothing, while another rinses the baby under the faucet. In under 5 minutes, the newborn is thoroughly cleaned. Next, Lin Feng's mother promptly carries the eldest sister over. Meanwhile, another nurse applies baby powder, dresses the infant, and swaddles them in one seamless motion. The nurse, upon noticing the tiny infant and glancing at the bracelet on the baby's wrist, remarked, "Twins, are they?" The baby appeared remarkably clean and beautiful. Lin's mother beamed at the nurse's praise. "Really? This little one hasn't even fully grown yet, and you already consider her lovely?" "Certainly. We seasoned professionals can tell. Look at that nose. This girl will undoubtedly have striking eyes," the nurse replied, moving on to the next task. It was a rare delight to encounter such a handsome father as Lin Feng, prompting the nurse to tease, "How old are you, sir? Marrying and having children at such a young age?" "Almost a year since I graduated from university. When fate calls, everything falls into place," Lin Feng replied. The nurse sighed. "Alas, it seems that handsome men often marry young, and twins, no less. Truly fortunate. You have both a son and a daughter at once." "Thank you. I feel quite blessed, though my wife has endured quite a bit," Lin Feng acknowledged. The nurse silently admired the caring husband, feeling a twinge of envy. "Your son is remarkably calm. He doesn't fuss during bath time. Meanwhile, your daughter creates quite the commotion, wailing loudly." After the bath, both children drifted off to sleep. On the way home, Lin's mother whispered to her son, "I just saw a little baby covered in vernix. It indicates that the baby received ample nutrition in the womb." Lin Feng understood that such babies were well nourished. Upon returning to the hospital room, he found Cold Ming on resting. "You're back. Let me see my little treasures," she exclaimed. After giving birth, the nurse had briefly brought the children for her to glimpse, and she had been utterly exhausted, merely thinking, "They are so small. I hope they are okay." Later, the doctors and nurses praised her, stating that the examination report indicated it would be fortunate if the twins weighed a combined total of 8 pounds, and that they might need to be placed in an incubator. Compared to other mothers of twins, Cold Minghan's belly was somewhat smaller due to carrying 2 children. To her surprise, both infants exceeded 4 pounds and were exceptionally healthy. Hearing this relieved Cold Minghan greatly. After their bath, the babies fell back into a peaceful slumber. As the doctor and nurse arrived for a checkup, They drew the curtains and gently palpated her abdomen. The pressure was intense, causing cold Minghan to break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, she felt something being expelled from her body. The doctor instructed the nurse to assist her with cleaning and disinfecting, while he lifted cold Minghan's shirt. "Is it painful?" he asked. "Yes, it is," she replied. "Let me take a look." Having experienced the awkwardness of childbirth, cold Minghan was now able to face the situation with composure, despite having staff around her. After a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed, "Everything looks good. There is colostrum present. When the babies are hungry, do not feed them formula right away. They should have breast milk first. I cannot be certain how much you have, but considering your ample resources, feeding 2 children should not pose a significant challenge." Until this moment, cold Minghan had felt at ease, but now, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. The examination concluded, and the doctor instructed Lin Feng to provide her with a sanitary pad, encouraging her to rise and move about, to expedite the expulsion of any lingering lochia from her body. Observing the alabaster skin of Lung Minghan, with her delicate fingers akin to green onions, Lin Feng remarked, "Do not be so delicate. You must walk, do you understand?" After the medical staff departed, Lin Feng replaced the pad and noticed the incision on Lung Minghan's body. Startled, Lung Minghan exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" Lin Feng quickly averted her gaze. "Do not be angry. It was unintentional." Lung Minghan turned away without uttering a word. During her own late pregnancy, Lin Feng had become accustomed to bathing herself, applying medication, and changing clothes with such intimacy. "Come, let me assist you in walking." While Lin's mother cared for the child, Lin Feng accompanied Lang Minghan as they strolled slowly down the corridor. Each step elicited a twinge of pain. Yet in comparison to the agony of childbirth, it seemed trivial. Consequently, she found this discomfort rather inconsequential. "Hey, Feng Ge, has your sister-in-law given birth?" "Yes, she delivered this afternoon." "Congratulations. Is it a boy or a girl?" "A daughter, both a son and a daughter." "You must prepare double the red envelopes." "Certainly." "Are you at the hospital?" "We will come to see the little ones." "You go about your business. Wait until we are discharged before visiting." "All right. Just call us if you need anything." "Got it. I'm hanging up." By 6 in the evening, Lang's mother and Wu Yizhuang arrived with food, all purchased from outside. Wu Yizhuang quietly remarked, "Auntie originally intended to cook, but after 2 unsuccessful attempts, she gave up. She found a restaurant and paid the owner to prepare confinement meals." Lin's mother and Lin Feng brought a small stir-fry, comprising 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup. That evening, Lung's mother and Lin Feng would keep watch. "No problem. I will come over in the morning to make breakfast." "Sister, what would you like to eat?" Lung's mother had 2 requests. It should be light and low in oil. After dining, Lin's mother and Wu Yizhuang lingered for a while before taking their leave. Unlike Lin's mother, who asked her daughter several concerned questions, Lung's mother quietly sat beside the crib, watching intently. The clinical nurse attempted conversation with her, but after realizing her aloofness, they directed their attention to Lin Feng instead. "Lung Minghan, it's time for vaccinations. Bring the child for their shots." Chapter 51. Who will have the first sip of milk? Lung's mother and Lin Feng each cradled a child as they descended to administer vaccinations. The infants receiving their shots were from the same batch that had bathed previously, with their striking looks and the envy-inducing birth of twins. Lin Feng and her husband had garnered a bit of fame. "It is indeed them. They have welcomed a pair of twins," remarked the nurse, who noted that the children were destined to grow into handsome individuals. Observing him, one might think he appears quite youthful. Is the woman beside him his mother? She certainly does not resemble a grandmother. It should not be the case. Yesterday I noticed another elderly lady cradling the child, and she is undoubtedly his mother. Lin Feng, standing at over 6 feet tall, possesses a striking presence. The words spoken around him floated into his ears, filling his heart with joy. In contrast, cold mother, holding the child, maintained a demeanor of stoicism, her expression lacking warmth. It was evident that she was not easy to approach, instilling a sense of caution in those around her. Conversely, Lin Feng engaged merrily in conversation. "Your child seems a bit jaundiced. Is it a significant concern?" he inquired. "A bit of sunlight should suffice, or a few days in an incubator will do the trick. It's quite convenient." "Wow, your baby weighed over 8 pounds at birth." Both mother and child are impressive. Cold mother occasionally glanced back at her son-in-law, perhaps contemplating whether he was truly a social butterfly capable of conversing with anyone. The preceding infants had received their vaccinations, each receiving a shot in their shoulders. The doctor, skilled in his craft, administered the injections swiftly, some little ones barely registering the experience. When it was Cold Mother's turn, she carefully exposed one arm of her firstborn. The 4-pound baby had such delicate, rosy arms, appearing exceptionally fragile. The doctor smiled, remarking that this child was developing quite well and would likely grow into a beautiful girl with large, expressive eyes. Each time someone praised the baby, Cold Mother's expression softened, her demeanor transforming into one of warmth. Cradle her gently. That's perfect. We're done. The baby emitted a few symbolic cries. Excuse me, doctor, are we only receiving one injection? Wasn't it supposed to be two? Cold Mother inquired. The doctor clarified that due to the child's weight not meeting the standard, only the hepatitis B vaccine could be administered, and they would return later for the BCG shot once the weight was adequate. Understanding this, Cold Mother smiled, expressing her gratitude to the doctor. Next in line was the second child, cradled by Cold Wind. This little one was markedly more active than her serene sister. Despite the slight difference in weight, it was evident when placed side by side. As the doctor administered the shot, the second child let out a wail. Her cherubic face turned a vivid shade of red, and Lin Feng gently soothed her until her cries subsided. Cold Mother hurried upstairs, exclaiming, "We must return quickly. I can smell it. My firstborn must have soiled himself." Lin Feng sniffed the air and reassured her that the little one had not. Cold Mother cast a complex glance at her son-in-law, pondering his apparent lack of intelligence. They returned to change the firstborn's diaper. Cold Mother glanced at her nails, adorned with a jade ring, and moved aside, concerned that they might scratch the tender infant. "I'll fetch some warm water," she said. In the neighboring room, they had learned the art of changing diapers. Lin Feng, undeterred by embarrassment, observed closely and absorbed every detail with diligence. Thus, while his first attempt was fraught with anxiety and trepidation, the outcome was nothing short of splendid. Warm water for washing, followed by a sprinkle of talcum powder, and then the diaper is put on. You must be cautious. The diaper needs to be positioned slightly higher, otherwise, it may overflow during a messy moment. It shouldn't be too loose, just a finger's worth of slack. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to the neighbor, and even the usually reticent Cold Mother offered her thanks. Raising a child is no trifling matter. It is said that rearing a son brings 100 worries, with 99 of them being concerns. It takes time and patience. Ah, your daughter is crying. She must be hungry. It's time to feed her. Do not be deceived by Dabao's usual quiet demeanor. When she cries, her voice is louder than that of the 6-pound baby in the next bed. Lin Feng hurriedly took her to find Cold Minghan. Cold Minghan, who had been smiling while watching Lin Feng change the diaper, suddenly panicked when the responsibility fell upon her. How do I feed her? I don't know how. It's all right. Just hold her for now. As Cold Minghan cradled her daughter for the first time, she felt the small, soft body, almost weightless in her arms. Overwhelmed and sweating profusely, she was unsure of how to hold the baby. Yet, miraculously, something within her awoke, the innate ability that comes with motherhood. After a few attempts, she instinctively found her rhythm. Lin Feng, equally anxious, urged, "Dear, bring the baby closer." At that moment, any sense of awkwardness was cast aside. Feeding their daughter was of utmost importance. The young parents busily attended to the task, yet the baby had yet to drink a single drop. Cold Mother, growing anxious, adjusted the baby's head slightly. Finally, Dabao found her sustenance, and the loud wailing ceased. Just as the three of them sighed in relief, a new, louder cry erupted. It turned out they had the feeding pouch, but were lacking the nourishment within. This sent the three into a flurry. Cold Mother hurried off to find formula. A passing nurse, drawn by the commotion, entered to investigate. What is happening here? Why the commotion? Upon entering the curtain and taking in the scene, she paused. The newly minted parents, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, looked helplessly at her. Their child was unable to receive nourishment. Let me see. After examining, the nurse confirmed the presence of colostrum, advising that the baby should latch on. With the nurse's assistance, Lin Feng anxiously observed, exclaiming, "She can't seem to latch. Should I buy a breast pump?" The nurse shot him a glance, stating, "The child is far more effective than any pump. Despite their small size, they possess considerable strength when feeding. Do not lose your composure at every cry. It's perfectly fine for them to cry for a bit." The baby continued to wail, and the adults repeatedly attempted to soothe her. As the child cried, Xiao Bao joined in the chorus, and even the little ones in the clinic chimed in. Cold Mother instructed Lin Feng to tend to Xiao Bao while she borrowed nail clippers from the neighbor in the next bed. Xiao Bao had made a mess, And Lin Feng's technique for changing the diaper was much more adept this time. He even checked if the ears were clean. Cold mother, reluctantly trimming her well-cared-for nails and removing her precious jade ring, tenderly picked up Xiao Bao. Little Bao, despite having his diaper changed, continues to cry, perhaps out of hunger. Little Bao, please wait your turn. Your sister is working hard over here, says the nurse. The other baby is cradled in Cold Minyan's arms. One to the left and one to the back, rendering her unable to move. The nurse, barely able to contain her excitement, exclaims, "Come on, you two. Let's see who can drink the first sip of milk." Lin Feng cheers on the two children from the side. Although Cold Mother does not vocalize her support, she silently roots for her two grandsons. It is apparent that the stronger sister, taking advantage of her time, successfully manages to take the first sip of milk. Cold Mingyan winces in pain, her features contorted. Meanwhile, little Bao, in his urgency, begins to flail his limbs and cries profusely, perspiration dotting his forehead. Lin Feng encourages his son. "Come on, son, you can do it." The nurse, smiling, remarks, "Your sister has already had her milk. If you don't put in the effort, you'll have to go hungry." Whether it was the urgency of hunger or little Bao's comprehension, he lets out a loud cry and buries his head into the food bag. Cold Mingyan feels the pain once more. Fortunately, both babies have now successfully received their nourishment. A sigh of relief escapes the trio. Chapter 52, Cold Mother and Household Chores. The nurse, beaming, states, "It seems these two little ones are quite resilient." She explains that if they cannot suckle, they will have to rely on a breast pump or a lactation consultant. Lin Feng, somewhat puzzled, listens as the nurse continues. This is under the premise that there is colostrum, otherwise, they would need to find a lactation specialist. She advises providing the mother with some delicious foods to ensure both babies can enjoy breast milk. With that, the nurse departs with a smile. The neighbor then shares her daughter-in-law's experience, noting they had to use a breast pump to give their baby the first taste of milk. The mother across the hall had a cesarean section and found herself without milk, leading her to seek help from a lactation consultant, enduring considerable pain in the process. This remark stirs memories in Cold Mother, who can still feel phantom pangs of discomfort. After feeding the two little ones, Cold Mingyan is drenched in sweat. Lin Feng brings hot water for her to wash up, noticing the redness on her bear-like skin, which pains him deeply. "Honey, I need to use the restroom," she says. "Come, I'll support you." "Take it slow," he replies. Cold Mingyan feels a dull ache in her lower abdomen and a lingering soreness in her lower back. Squatting becomes a daunting task. Each visit to the restroom now brings her a wave of pain. The ache in her lower abdomen is so intense that it drains the color from her face, prompting Lin Feng to inquire further. "I'll ask the doctor if this is normal," he assures. Once he leaves, the neighbor showers him with praise. This young man is quite capable. He knows how to care for others. Rarely do you find someone so hands-on. Cold Mother nods in agreement. Indeed, Lin Feng has been commendable, and his actions over the past 2 days have left her quite satisfied. Upon consulting the doctor, Lin Feng learns, "It's normal, don't worry. It will improve in a day or two." When he returns and relays the doctor's words, both Cold Mingyan and her mother exhale in relief. That night, Cold Mother sleeps beside the bed while Lin Feng rests with his head on the bedside. The newborn infant requires several feedings throughout the day. When hungry, it cries. When needing a diaper change, it cries as well. During the night, Lin Feng attends to both children, assuring his wife, "Rest easy, my dear, I am here." As the night grows colder, Cold Minghan sleeps soundly, only to be awakened multiple times to feed the baby. Just before dawn, despite his calls, she remains unresponsive. Lin Feng, resigned, cradles the child and gently lifts Cold Minghan's clothing to bring the baby closer. Instinctively, she stirs and embraces the child. Lin Feng whispers tenderly, "My love, sleep on." By morning, Cold's spirits are considerably lifted. The neighbor praises Lin Feng, noting how he tended to both children throughout the night without much rest. With his innate resilience, even a couple of hours of sleep leaves him invigorated the next day, making him a veritable wonder in child rearing. Lin Feng chuckles, youthful vigor, indeed. Before 7 o'clock, Lin's mother and Wu Yizhuang arrive to deliver meals. 3 insulated containers await, 1 containing Cold Minghan's postpartum meal, and 2 for Lin Feng and Lin's mother's breakfast. "Little Feng, you should return to sleep," they suggest. "All right, I will bring lunch later. What would you like to eat?" Lin's mother is not picky. Cold's mother prefers light and low-oil dishes, while Cold Minghan expresses a craving for pork knuckles. She longs for meat. Carrying the 3 food containers, Lin Feng returns with Wu Yizhuang. When will you leave? He inquires. I will depart after the baby is discharged. Thank you so much. I haven't been of much help. There's no need for thanks. Wu Yizhuang feels somewhat guilty for not contributing more. Lin Feng visits the market and buys a plethora of vegetables, which he brings home with Wu Yizhuang. Please tell me how to prepare these. Once you wake up, we can cook them directly. By 8:30, they arrive home. Having steamed rice and braised pork knuckles ready by 9 o'clock, Lin Feng awakens after 2 hours of sleep, finding Wu Yizhuang has already sorted and washed the vegetables. In less than half an hour, several dishes are prepared. After dining, Lin Feng and Wu Yizhuang take the meal to the hospital. So early, Lin's mother exclaims. Concerned for her son, why not sleep a little longer? Lin Feng smiles. I did sleep, and now I feel quite energetic. Upon opening the food container, the delightful aroma reveals the meal's quality. The neighbor peers over. This young man can cook. It smells delightful. Cold Minghan enjoys the pork knuckles heartily, repeatedly praising, darling. This is truly delicious. Lin Feng advises her to eat slowly. Wu Yizhuang observes the twins and notes their distinct differences. The sister has more hair, while the brother has less. The sister is slightly chubby, whereas the brother is a bit thinner. They have certainly become more charming since their birth. Setting down her bowl and chopsticks, Cold Minghan lets out a satisfied belch. Ah, I finally feel full. She exclaims, darling, your cooking is simply exquisite. Having grown accustomed to Lin Feng's culinary skills, her palate has become discerning, now finding her mother-in-law's cooking lacking in comparison to her husband's delightful dishes. Since Lung Minghan enjoys the dishes prepared by Lin Feng, the task of cooking naturally falls upon him. In the afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock, Lin Feng returned home with Lang's mother. Upon arriving, he promptly retreated to the kitchen to busy himself with meal preparations. Lang's mother, wishing to assist, inquired from the doorway. Is there anything I can help with? No need, Mom. I can manage alone. You should take a rest. Noticing that Lang's mother did not leave, Lin Feng asked her to shell some peanuts, as he would soon be making porridge. After toiling for over an hour, the meal was ready. Lin Feng devoured his food with great enthusiasm, saying, Mom, take your time. I'll go deliver the meal first. That evening, Lung's mother relaxed at home while Lin's mother stayed at the hospital. Go ahead, she replied. After finishing her meal, Lung's mother tidied up the dishes and headed to the kitchen to wash them. She was truly a woman who seldom lifted a finger for household chores. Rolling up her sleeves and tying on an apron, she glanced around, searching for dish soap. Where's the dish soap? She wondered aloud. While she could dance gracefully on stage, in the kitchen she felt utterly clumsy. I must get a dishwasher, she thought. Once she finished cleaning, she discovered that the house indeed had a dishwasher, which she had assumed was a sterilizer and had not bothered to open. After placing the clean dishes inside and crouching down to fiddle with it, she mistakenly thought it was for sterilization, only to realize the dishwasher was washing the dishes again. Never mind, I'll just go to bed. Checking her phone, she saw several missed calls from Lung's father, along with messages. I heard that Xiaohan is married and pregnant. Do you know about this? I called her, but the number is out of service, and she hasn't replied to my messages. Can you get in touch with her? Why aren't you answering your phone? What are you busy with? Please return my call when you have a moment. It had been a year since the couple last exchanged messages. Frustrated, Lung's mother tossed her phone aside and proceeded to wash up for bed. Chapter 53. Mom, you're not joking, are you? In the afternoon, preparations were underway to gather the necessary documents for the baby's birth certificate. The vaccination certificate would be issued during the next vaccination visit. They needed the marriage certificate, household registration books from both parents, and to finalize the baby's name before heading to the hospital. 2 hours later, Lin Feng returned with 2 birth certificates in hand, detailing the child's name, date of birth, ID number, weight at birth, and other vital information. This was an exceptionally significant document that Lin Feng safeguarded carefully, eager to share the joyous news with Lung Minghan. The doctor had mentioned that, depending on the circumstances, they might be able to be discharged as early as the day after tomorrow. The family next door had already completed their discharge procedures that day. However, they still needed the attending physician's signature and had to gather the relevant materials, confirming their departure the following morning. A natural delivery typically required a 3 to 4 day hospital stay, while a cesarean section would necessitate approximately a week. The next day at 9 o'clock, the family departed. Less than 2 hours later, another expectant mother arrived. This woman was tall and robust, sporting a crew cut, and her demeanor was somewhat dazed. Her husband, appearing to be in his 40s, was short and dark-skinned. The woman clutched her belly in pain. The medical staff arrived, seemingly oblivious to the situation. With no other recourse, inquiries were directed towards her husband. Lin Feng and his family, eavesdropping nearby, were all ears, barely suppressing their curiosity as they awaited the unfolding drama. It turned out that the woman had previously given birth to 2 daughters, both delivered at home. This time, however, the child was taking too long to arrive, prompting a visit to the hospital. The medical personnel attended to the expectant mother while the husband accompanied the doctor to handle the admission paperwork. 20 minutes later, the husband returned with the doctor. "Doctor, she is indeed my wife. We are married," he insisted. "Then you must present the marriage certificate and household registration. Without those, and if you cannot recall her name or ID number, we cannot proceed with her admission," the doctor replied. "Could you treat my wife first? I can return to fetch the documents," he suggested. "How long will that take?" the doctor queried. "About 1 to 2 hours for the round trip," came the reply. The medical staff exchanged uneasy glances, and Lin Feng's family began to speculate. Ultimately, the husband departed with the doctor, while the pregnant woman was taken away. "What is happening now? I must find out," Lin Mu thought, hastily gathering first-hand gossip. Upon her return half an hour later, she revealed that the hospital had called the police, who accompanied the husband back to retrieve the necessary documents, while the pregnant woman was in labor. The situation had garnered considerable attention. The woman evidently exhibited signs of intellectual deficiency, and given the husband's age, assumptions began to circulate. An hour later, the police returned with the husband, documents in hand. It was confirmed that the woman was indeed his wife, a fact now indisputable. Additionally, he had brought along their 2 daughters, aged 9 and 7, who were unkempt and had not attended school that day, quietly keeping company in the hospital room. As for the pregnant woman, she had already given birth to a robust baby boy during her husband's absence, appearing rather oblivious to the proceedings, with the medical personnel attending to her needs. Now that her husband was present, he took on the role of caretaker. During their brief stay at the hospital, numerous intrigues had been observed, as the atmosphere buzzed with activity. A new patient had arrived, a woman in her 40s, on the brink of giving birth, accompanied by her daughter and granddaughter. As the daughter busied herself with various checks and preparations, Lin Mu, noting the woman's age was similar to her own, approached her. "You are quite remarkable, expecting a second child," she remarked. "I hadn't planned for a second, but here we are. I discussed it with my husband and decided to go through with it," the woman replied, earning a thumbs up from Lin Mu. Everyone has their own choices. Who was she to criticize? The daughter, clearly displeased with the prospect of a second sibling, was continuously on the phone with her father. "Dad, when are you coming? Mom is about to give birth," she urged. "I have so many things to manage at the store. Please hurry. It has been nearly half an hour. How much longer must one wait?" On the bed, the woman remained silent. After hanging up the phone, the daughter handed the items to her mother. 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man arrived, drenched in sweat. "I must take my leave. Contact me if necessary," she said, and with that, the woman hurriedly departed with her daughter. The middle-aged man settled down and inquired, "How are you feeling?" The woman replied, "I'm all right. It should be soon." This soon was indeed a promise of imminent arrival. After a mere 30 minutes in the delivery room, both mother and child returned. The sight of the nearly exhausted Lung Menghan left everyone in awe. "Isn't this a bit too swift?" Lin's mother whispered. "Second births tend to progress more quickly." The middle-aged man, a father for the first time over 20 years ago, now found himself akin to a novice once more. Observing his clumsiness, Lin Feng and his mother approached to offer assistance. In the corridor, Lin's mother gazed at her son. "Dear, would you mind if I had a second child?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Mother, are you jesting?" She shook her head. "Not at all. Would it trouble you?" Lin Feng felt a twinge of concern, yet recognized that if they were determined to have a second child, there was little he could do. "If you wish to have another, then so be it." Suddenly, Lin's mother chuckled. "I'm merely teasing you. I'm nearly 50. What would I be having another child for? I already have 2 grandsons to enjoy the experience." His phone rang. It was Lin's father. "Are you at the hospital? I shall come to fetch you." "No. Your son will retrieve you." Upon hearing of his daughter-in-law's delivery, Lin's father swiftly organized affairs at home before making his way over. "Father, you have arrived. I came to see the 2 little ones." Lin's father looked at one and then the other, utterly enamored by his grandsons. "Father, can you guess who is the elder sister and who is the younger brother?" "This one is the elder sister, and this one is the younger brother." "How clever of you. Of course, it's obvious." "Alas, you are mistaken." The clinical woman was resting peacefully, while the middle-aged man was busy nursing the child. Lin's father, intrigued, could not help but ask, "Good sir, how much did your grandson weigh at birth?" "He looks remarkably well." The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly. "This is my son." Now it was Lin's father who felt embarrassed. "Not your grandson? My apologies, I assumed. You truly are robust and impressive." Lin's mother pulled him aside. "Mind your own business and refrain from prying." Lin's father protested. "How was I to know?" The middle-aged man laughed. "No harm done. My granddaughter is older than this little son. Misunderstandings are quite normal." On the day of discharge, the younger aunt also arrived. Along the way, she had delivered several postpartum meals and shared photos on social media. The second uncle inquired, "Little sister, what are your thoughts?" "What can I think? I haven't given it much consideration." This sentiment seemed to convey something, yet it also felt as if nothing had been said at all. As she departed, the doctor cautioned her to remember to return for her child's BCG vaccination, and also to come in for a thorough checkup after the confinement period. Chapter 54. The Improvement of Mother-Daughter Relationship Upon Returning Home. Lung Mengxiang reclined on the comfortable large bed, a blissful smile gracing her features. Beside the master bedroom's bed stood a crib, custom-made by Lin Feng, slightly larger than the ones available on the market. Thus began Lung Mengxiang's 14 days of postpartum confinement. Lin's mother insisted on staying to care for her daughter-in-law, with no room for negotiation. Whether it was shopping for groceries or tidying up the house, she was determined to alleviate their burdens in any way possible. Moreover, Lin's mother assured her son and daughter-in-law that she would refrain from meddling or being overly intrusive. "My dear in-laws, I apologize for the inconvenience, but I cannot leave my work at the moment. Here is 40,000. Consider it a contribution towards my daughter's confinement expenses." "You must accept it," she insisted. From Ling's demeanor and attire, Lin's mother had long surmised that her in-laws were well off. "I cannot accept this money. As Xiaolang's mother-in-law, it is my duty to care for her," she replied. "Please, do not worry about the finances. We are capable and will ensure she is well taken care of." Lang's mother clarified, "I do not mean any offense. As Xiao Xiang's mother, it is my responsibility to assist her during this time. However, since I cannot be physically present, I will contribute financially instead." The two mothers continued to push back and forth over the money. Wu Yishuang, observing the exchange, could no longer contain herself. "Aunt Lin, please accept it. Use it to buy some treats for the little one, as if they were from Aunt Long." "Yes, dear in-laws, please take it," she urged. Ultimately, Lin's mother only accepted 2,000, returning the remainder. 40,000 is excessive, 2,000 will suffice. Lung's mother hesitated, but after a moment's reflection, she accepted the money and turned to hand it to her daughter. "Here, take it. Buy whatever you wish during your confinement. If it's overwhelming, consider hiring a postpartum caregiver." Lung Mengxiang did not hesitate to accept the funds. "Thank you, Mom. When are you leaving? Am I being rushed?" "Not at all. I merely inquired, hoping you could stay a few more days." Now, in the presence of her mother, Lung Mengxiang felt emboldened to express her thoughts, surprising even Lung's mother. Her daughter, once detached and reticent, was now capable of articulating her feelings. While other children often professed their affection openly, Lung's family had always been reserved. Lung's mother was unsure how to respond directly. "I will see what I can do." Lung Mengxiang smiled. "Please, go ahead with your tasks. It would be lovely if you could find some time to visit, even if it's just to see your grandchildren." Lung's mother chuckled. "Once I retire, I will come to help you with the children." Lung Mengxiang candidly remarked, "By the time you retire, you will probably take up teaching. You are not one to remain idle, after all. You have worked tirelessly for your dance career." At that moment, Lung's mother's heart melted. As if warmed by the spring sun, she had always believed her daughter did not understand her, yet in truth, she was fully aware. "Mother is taking a flight tonight. I will come over once I finish my tasks. As for your father, if he tries to contact you, feel free to disregard him. I will discuss your matters with her." Lung Menghan is aware that Father Lin called and has also sent a message. She has offered no response, as she is unsure of what to say. "Mother, you and Dad should just settle your own issues. They are yours to navigate." Lung's mother smiled. She and Wu Yishuang left together. As the best of friends, Wu Yishuang felt that her visit this time had not been particularly helpful. "You need not worry. Your presence alone is more than sufficient." "Ha ha ha. I was merely being polite earlier, so do not take it to heart. Once I finish my work here, I shall come and see you. You are planning a full-month celebration, and I will definitely attend, bestowing generous red envelopes upon the two little ones. Having grown up together, some sentiments require no excessive words." The following day, Father Lin departed as well. Mother Lin and her son began to divide responsibilities. The son took charge of his wife's meals, while she handled grocery shopping, laundry, and cooking. Whenever he was busy caring for the grandchildren, she would lend a hand, ensuring she did not overstep or speak too much. After all, even the best mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships can fray during the postpartum period. Thus, early in the morning, a trip to the market was made. Upon returning, Lin Feng prepared breakfast. They ate casually, while Lung Menghan's postpartum meals required more delicacy. The host successfully facilitated the arrival of the baby and received the following rewards. Reward 1. 12 baby strengthening pills, already consumed. Reward 2. A cash prize of 224,000, now credited. Please check your account. Now, as a novice father, the host must strive diligently. The more effort exerted, the greater the rewards. Note, the host still has one unused lottery chance. Would you like to use it? Early in the morning, Lin Feng awoke to the sound of the system in his mind. It then dawned on him that during the last reward, when Lung Menghan gave birth, he had completely forgotten about the remaining lottery chance. Use it. The system began to announce continuously. Prizes include 1 bottle of male anti-hair loss nutrient, 1 manly physique pill, cash prize of 100,000, a 60 square meter shop, a private residence. Prizes include cash of 10,000, 1 car, participation thank you prize, participation thank you prize, keep up the good work prize, participation thank you prize. One more time, 1 bottle of functional beverage, 1 set of children's new clothes, 10 cans of exquisite Wooey mountain tea, participation thank you prize, double, triple, one more time. In the 4th round, all prizes were labeled as participation thank you prizes, with a luck enhancement of 200. The 5th round also yielded only participation thank you prizes, along with a genuine piece from Mr. Chi. Last time, his luck was exceptional. Winning a shop. What would he draw this time? As long as it is not a participation thank you prize, anything else is welcome. Drawing the lottery. He then watched as the grand wheel spun vigorously. At last, the answer is revealed. It is the exquisite Wooey mountain tea set. Lin Feng, lacking knowledge about tea, thought that if the system included it, it must be exceptional, especially since it bore the term exquisite. The message read, the prize is on its way. Please keep an eye out for it, and remember to check your phone notifications. In Chapter 55, the couple's tension escalates. Lung Menghan gestured for Lin Feng to enter the house, as she had a secret to share with him. She raked her fingers through her hair, displaying a face of disdain. I've heard that women in confinement shouldn't tea wash their hair. Is that true? I haven't tea washed mine in days, can I? If my mother sees, will she scold me? Perhaps you should ask her what she thinks. My hair is on the verge of becoming unbearable. Lin Feng chuckled. It's not unbearable. Our wife smells delightful. Lung Menghan playfully pushed him, urging him to inquire. Stop joking and go ask. I can hardly bear it. Meanwhile, Lin's mother was in the kitchen, washing dishes. She struggled with the dishwasher, learning it was easy, but using it rendered it useless. Ultimately, she preferred hand washing, as it kept her occupied throughout the day, alleviating her anxiety. Mom, I need to ask you something. Can women wash their hair during confinement? Lin's mother replied, why? Is Xiaoling eager to wash her hair? Lin Feng laughed. It's not her desire. It's just that her hair looks excessively greasy and carries a faint odor. So I thought I'd check. Understanding her son well, Lin's mother shot him a knowing glance. Keep talking, even if Xiaoling were reeking. I bet you'd still find her fragrant. Unfazed, Lin Feng leaned against the door and asked, Mom, can she wash it or not? Of course she can. Just turn on the air conditioning and use hot water. Avoid cold water, she replied. Your daughter-in-law is quite particular about cleanliness, even in her late pregnancy. She insisted on washing her hair every other day without fail. Ecstatic, Lin Feng left with the news. Mom said it's fine to wash as long as it's with hot water. Lung Menghan beamed with joy, knowing that there were numerous restrictions for women in confinement, such as avoiding cold foods, washing their hair, exposure to drafts, crying, lifting heavy objects, and using phones or watching television. Living in the countryside, Lin's mother might have even more prohibitions, which concerned Lung Menghan. Quickly, run the water. I need to wash my hair. Lin's mother came over to assist. Make sure the water is hot. Cold water is a definite no. After a flurry of activity, Lung Menghan felt a significant relief in her scalp, the itchiness dissipating. Lin Feng inquired again, Mom, is it permissible to use the phone? This time, Lin's mother disagreed, citing her personal experience as a glaring example. Limit your phone and television use. Half an hour a day should suffice. If you feel bored, perhaps you could listen to audiobooks. Aren't there those audio novels available now? You don't need to read, just listen. This suggestion sparked an idea for Lung Menghan. Indeed, I can listen to novels to pass the time. Darling, could you download some for me? Find some captivating stories. Sure, let me check and download a few. What genre are you interested in? There are numerous categories, but I'm not very knowledgeable about them. As Lin Feng perused the selections, he mused that he was uncertain of his preferences and decided to explore them gradually. He downloaded the top 10 novels from the rankings for his wife to enjoy at her leisure. The first was titled A Day of Passion with the CEO. The narrative commenced with a man awakening to find an enchanting beauty beside him, her figure undeniably alluring. The subsequent passages lavishly described the woman's breathtaking beauty. Unable to contain himself, the man began to applaud, continuing this fervent display for an entire day, as the text clearly depicted the passage of time from dawn to dusk. The woman fainted several times during this ordeal, while the man remained relentless, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Lin Feng turned to Lung Mengqi and questioned the nature of this novel. Was such an explosive opening typical? Would a normal man behave in such a manner? Surely, it must be the work of a robot. Lin Feng reassured Lung Mengqi that this was merely fiction. In reality, a man would not act in such a way, unless, of course, he were under the influence of substances. But should that be the case, it would surely leave him in a precarious state. Lung Mengqi nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed fiction, and suggested they seek another work. The next title, On Our Wedding Night, My Husband Went Mad, seemed to promise a suspenseful narrative, piquing curiosity from its very title. The opening lines proclaimed, "On the night of our grand wedding, my husband demanded me with a fervor akin to madness. Prior to marrying him, I had believed he was incapable of such passion. Yet now I realized it had all been a ruse. What's happening?" I gasped, astonished by the transformation of the man before me. The man, who lay on the bed like a vegetative state, suddenly turned, his voice raspy as he warned, "Woman, you are playing with fire." "No, I am merely curious." "I didn't know?" I whimpered. He disregarded my explanations, forcefully tearing away my objections and engaging in acts that left me helpless. "Get away from me," I cried. "Get away? I am your husband. Is this not normal?" That night, I surrendered to his relentless demands, pleading for mercy, yet he remained indifferent to my cries. The explosive opening rivaled that of the previous tale, leaving Lung Mengqi feeling awkward as she suggested they continue searching for a different story. Lin Feng had no objections, believing it crucial to prevent Lung Mengqi from developing a skewed perception of reality, that such behavior was commonplace, for what then would become of him? The next novel, with the rather unremarkable title 10 Days of the Rose, ranked 10th. Lin Feng found the title quite poetic, though it lacked an explosive beginning. This man has locked me away, imprisoning me here. He professes his love, yet repeatedly degrades me. The narrative continued, detailing his return, wielding a whip, his handsome face adorned with an innocuous smile. The ensuing passages were filled with subtle, yet evocative descriptions, showcasing the author's skill. Exhausted, Lung Mengqi lay on the bed and inquired, "Is this how things are now?" Lin Feng sifted through several openings, finding them all disappointingly similar. "Let me search for another," he offered. "Never mind, let us find something else that you men might enjoy. This book, I Became a Doctor in the Countryside, seems quite appealing. Allow me to share the beginning with you." In the first chapter, it narrates how the male protagonist returns to his rural hometown and becomes a doctor. However, in the second chapter, a sister-in-law appears, and a significant portion is devoted to her character. Lin Feng immediately comprehends that the narrative is reminiscent of a certain character from a popular tale. "My dear, let me play Journey to the West for you. Or perhaps Dream of the Red Chamber, or even something from abroad." Why, you ask? I find this story quite enjoyable. That S because you remain unaware of the glitch S. After several hours of searching, I finally discovered a novel devoid of a female lead, a refreshing tale with logical coherence, where the protagonist possesses intelligence and is not overly virtuous in its cultivation theme. Quite impressive indeed. Now, listen closely, as I have a package that has just arrived. I must go retrieve it. All right, off you go. This time, the package is at the express station, and upon checking his phone, Lin Feng realizes it is indeed his own purchase. There remains one more parcel. Puzzled, he wonders if he has collected all the packages. The shopkeeper hands him a cardboard box. Upon returning home and opening the box, he is taken aback. To his surprise, the box contains a treasure within. In chapter 56, he reflects, "What have I not seen before?" Inside the box, there is a wooden chest sealed with a well, inscribed with the character for tea. Lin's mother approaches with curiosity and inquires about what he has purchased online. Tea leaves. No one in their family has a penchant for tea, leaving her puzzled as to why her son would buy such an item. Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and she realizes. Is it for your father-in-law? I heard from my family that he enjoys drinking tea. Does your father-in-law truly relish tea? Is it exquisite? Be cautious not to buy something inferior. Your father-in-law likely prefers the finest quality. Lin Feng's knowledge of tea is limited to Tea Guanyin, Maojian, Dahongpo, and a few floral teas. Nevertheless, considering the tea is a reward from the system, it should be of good quality. He plans to consult someone knowledgeable about tea to ascertain its value. As he pries open the seal, he discovers 10 wooden boxes secured with nails, each containing exquisite blue and white porcelain. He takes one out for inspection. The porcelain is remarkably beautiful, cool to the touch, and perfectly sized to fit in one's palm. Lin's mother is astonished by the exquisite packaging. It must be quite valuable, she muses. He carefully places the items back in their original state, as he has no interest in tea and wishes not to waste such fine goods. The other parcels consist of items Lin Feng bought for Lung Mingxiang, primarily disposable undergarments, a few nursing pajamas, and some olive oil from a physical store of the same brand. Lung Mingxiang is still experiencing postpartum discharge, requiring sanitary pads throughout the day and using iodine for cleansing. Disposable undergarments are more convenient, as they can simply be discarded if soiled. The late stages of pregnancy and those few days in the hospital are particularly challenging. Lung Mingxiang feels she cannot refuse anything. Her thoughts are solely on the child, her body aching, leaving little room for other concerns. Now that the child has arrived, she can finally take care of herself. Thus, attending to personal necessities and hygiene does not require Lin Feng's assistance. One can manage independently. Thank you, my dear husband, for your profound understanding. I too discovered this information online. By the way, I have also purchased the waist cincha you mentioned earlier. This afternoon, Lin's mother is at home while Lin Feng visits the store. He has only been there on the opening day and has yet to return. According to Xiao Peng and Xiao Guan, the business is thriving, with numerous orders on the platform. On average, they sell around 700 to 800 portions daily, resulting in a net profit of approximately 4,000 after costs. This is merely in the early days of the small shop's operation. Once its reputation solidifies, business will undoubtedly flourish further. Brother Feng, you have arrived. Xiao Peng is attending to customers, as all the tables in the shop are occupied, leaving Lin Feng to stand outside. He gestures for Xiao Peng to continue with his duties while he wanders about, intending to return shortly. After half an hour, Xiao Peng finally finds a moment, and Xiao Guan emerges from the kitchen. In this period of absence, both Xiao Peng and Xiao Guan have noticeably slimmed down. Weren't we supposed to hire a helper? A young lad who found it too strenuous has left. We are now considering employing a middle-aged woman with a monthly salary of 2,500, including 3 meals a day, plus an attendance bonus of 300. How does that sound to you, Brother Feng? Lin Feng deems it acceptable, advising them to deliberate on the matter. New orders have arrived on the platform. Xiao Guan heads back to the kitchen, while Xiao Peng leans closer to Lin Feng to gossip. Brother Feng, I heard that Jiang Jiahua has ventured into the entertainment industry to pursue acting. The school has been buzzing with news about her lately. And what of it? Why share this with me? The past is best left buried. I am living quite contentedly now, and invoking her name brings nothing but misfortune. I merely wish to point out that should Jiang Jihua rise to fame, your past connection will likely be unearthed as well. After all, the private lives of celebrities are often under intense scrutiny. It matters not. One who is virtuous has no fear of shadows. After a brief pause, he inquires, do you believe Jiang Jihua can truly achieve stardom? Who knows? The entertainment industry is a vast and unpredictable realm. Anything is possible. What of Zhouan? I haven't been in touch with him recently. Xiao Peng pulls out his phone to reveal his Douyin account. His previous account boasted over 100,000 followers, and now, thanks to the management of a company, he has amassed 500,000 followers. I believe it won't be long before he surpasses 1 million. Just look at the content. Professional management makes a significant difference. Indeed, the filming techniques and editing have become markedly more refined. Even his makeup has changed, accentuating Zhouan's sunny and handsome demeanor. The content he produces aligns closely with current trends, capturing what is popular at the moment. Zhouan, with his innate charm, attracts the most viewers with his casual wear videos. He has also been engaging in various activities recently, suggesting the company is exploring different avenues to determine what suits Zhouan best. He conducted a live stream, and the engagement from fans was quite impressive. It is said he received over 80,000 in gifts. After deductions from the platform and the company, the amount he retains is still substantial. Xiao Peng, filled with envy, remarked to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, had I possessed your looks, I would have surely achieved fame on this platform long ago." Lin Feng chuckled, responding, "Relying solely on one's appearance is not a sustainable approach. One must possess a skill to truly thrive. In this prevailing environment, anyone can be packaged as a handsome or beautiful figure, akin to the ebb and flow of tides. Who can predict when the next wave will arrive? You may compare beauty and handsomeness, yet there will always be someone more beautiful or handsome than you. The monotony of identical faces becomes tiresome, rendering them uninteresting." As customers trickled into the store, Xiao Peng busied himself with their service. "You continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave," Lin Feng said. "All right, let's keep in touch via phone." Xiao Peng and Xiao Guan were now bustling around the shop, relishing this invigorating atmosphere of activity. On his way home, Lin Feng stopped by the market and purchased 2 squabs. Upon arriving home, the sound of a crying infant greeted him. Lin's mother was changing the diaper of their eldest, while Lung Minghan assisted. The little one would whimper when uncomfortable, but when hunger struck, the cries were resounding. After changing the diaper, Lung Minghan took their daughter to nurse. The rhythm of life with twins was synchronized. When one cried, so did the other. Indeed, the younger sibling was also wailing loudly. This time, as Lin Feng approached to change the diaper, the little one kicked at him with her short legs. "It will be done shortly, just a moment," he reassured. Lung Minghan cradled one child on her left and the other on her right. Concerned she might struggle, Lin Feng supported her arms. "I visited the shop today. How is business?" he inquired. "Not bad. It will surely improve in the future," she replied. After finishing her meal, the eldest let out a small yawn, drifting off to sleep. Compared to her sister's vigorous drinking, the younger sibling appeared far more delicate, taking longer to feed. After nursing, Lin Feng fetched water to wipe the infants' mouths. "I can manage this myself. You just lie down. The doctor advised you against lifting heavy objects, and Mom said to avoid water as much as possible." Glancing at Lung Minghan, he added, "I am your husband. I have seen everything while bathing you." He had indeed witnessed it all while she nursed the babies. Lung Minghan tilted her head back, ultimately relenting. "Fine, you may proceed." She cast a glance at the diligent Lin Feng, whose handsome visage was etched with seriousness, devoid of any frivolity. "Ah, there's something I forgot to mention," he said. "What is it?" Chapter 57, Private Conversations Among Women. A photography company previously visited the hospital to capture the birth photos of our children. The photos are said to be complimentary, but this is merely a marketing tactic to attract customers. They just called to deliver the photos and inquired about our address. They will arrive shortly. That sounds great. Let us see how their photography skills measure up. I've done some research in this regard. The studio sent a male and female pair. The woman carried a backpack while the man shouldered a large camera bag. These are the birth photos of the 2 little ones. The photographs are beautifully taken, showcasing the date and time of capture, elegantly framed. We represent Happy Baby Photography Studio. I am the planner, and this is the photographer. Today, we are here to deliver the newborn photos and to inquire whether the parents and grandmother have considered scheduling a photo shoot for the baby's 1-month milestone. This is one of our albums, along with an introduction to our studio, allowing you to familiarize yourselves with our company and photographic prowess. Our establishment boasts an 8-year reputation, with numerous families expressing their satisfaction with our 1-month photos, many of whom return for 100-day and first-year shoots. The 1-month, 100-day, and first-year milestones hold profound significance for the little ones, and we aspire to immortalize these important moments. The female planner articulates her sales pitch while Lin Feng and others peruse the album, with only Lung Mingxi able to discern the quality of the photography. Lin Feng and her child find the babies adorably captured, exclaiming how cute they look. Lung Mingxi inquires about the pricing for the 1-month photos. The planner promptly retrieves a small booklet from her bag, detailing packages for 1 month, daytime, and first-year photos, starting from 2,000. Calculated based on the number of outfits and printed photographs. You may choose to visit our studio, or we also offer an on-location service. Should you select the 4,000 package, we will graciously include a complimentary family portrait featuring the parents. Lin's mother playfully asks if she can be included in the family portrait. The planner cheerfully responds that if the aunt wishes to participate, it can certainly be arranged. Lin Feng has another concern regarding the baby clothing. The planner assures her with a smile that the outfits are guaranteed clean. as we disinfect them prior to the shoot to prevent any skin allergies in the infants. Should any issues arise, we will compensate and refund you the items in their original condition. Ultimately, Lin Feng's family opts for the 4,000 package. The planner smiles and suggests they select the styles of baby clothing from the booklet. Each of the three chooses several outfits they favor, including designs such as little bees, tiny socks, and small angels. The afternoon concludes with Lin Feng paying a deposit, unfamiliar with the price range of 4,000. Lin Feng is unsure whether it is reasonable or excessive. However, he feels no regret spending on his child. After entering the elevator, the planner and photographer candidly discuss Lin Feng and his spouse. Wow, that couple is remarkably attractive. We should consider asking them if we can use their photos for promotion. They comment on the exquisite decoration of their home, expressing a desire to own a similar property, lamenting its unaffordability. Do you think if they refuse, we could offer them money? They ponder, estimating the house to be worth over $1 million. The two continue their conversation, content with the successful booking. Zhao Ju arrives with 3 pounds of ribs and, upon learning that Lin Feng's studio is hiring, contemplates the opportunity. Xiao Feng, do you think I can manage? Auntie, aren't you supposed to take care of Xiao Yu's studies? After she enters high school, she will be eating at school during lunch and dinner. And by the time evening classes finish, it will be around 9 or 10. It will be fine to pick her up then. Xiao Yu has been accepted into the key high school in our city. Last time, Ani hosted a celebratory dinner for her admission. But Lin Feng couldn't attend because he was taking care of Lung Menghan. Though he couldn't be there, he still sent a generous red envelope. I'll take her to school in the morning and pick her up in the evening. During the rest of the time, I'll be at work. What do you think? I'll call Xiao Peng to see if he has found anyone yet. Just a moment. All right, you make the call. 3 minutes later, Lin Feng hung up the phone. Ani, you can go to work. It's 2,500 a month, with 300 for full attendance and meals provided. Does that sound suitable? Ani had no objections. Earning 2,800 a month doing miscellaneous work is quite decent. No objections. I can start working tomorrow. Ani happily left. These past few years have not been easy for your auntie. Your uncle has been overwhelmed with debts from the construction site and hasn't given her a single cent this year. Xiao Yang is also a handful, causing your auntie and Uncle Xiao to quarrel frequently. How could Zhao Ju possibly mention these matters to Lin Feng? As the days passed, the two little ones continued to grow and change. Their once rosy skin transformed into a delicate pink, and their wrinkled features gradually relaxed, emanating a faint scent of milk. I wonder if it's due to the rewards given by the system earlier. Lung Menghan breastfed the two children without any pressure. Lin's mother whispered to her son. Seeing Xiao Lang, who was previously so thin, now thriving, it became evident that there are indeed great advantages to having a big family. Mom, perhaps half of it is due to my nourishing diet? Oh dear, you're simply the best. Suddenly, Lin's mother chuckled as if recalling something. The first time I saw you as a child, I thought that teddy bear was fake, given its size. Mom, please don't say that. And don't mention it to Xiao Long. Of course, I wouldn't tell her. I still know that much. However, turning around while Lin Feng was cleaning Lung Menghan, he inadvertently shared his mother's thoughts. In an instant, Lung Menghan's face turned crimson. How could a grandmother have such peculiar thoughts? Doesn't that indirectly imply something about her own size? How embarrassing. In the evening, Lin Feng and his mother watched television together in the living room. His close friend chatted on the phone, recounting today's awkward moments, making Wu Yishuang laugh uncontrollably. May I ask a personal secret? Upon hearing her friend's tone shift, Lung Menghan's alarm bells rang. What personal secret? What do you want to ask? Well, cough. That is, when you and Lin Feng first got together. It must have been quite remarkable, right? The following words left Lung Menghan covering her face, unable to respond. Come on, tell me. I promise. I have absolutely no intentions towards Lin Feng. I'm just purely curious. I don't know. Don't know? Indeed. It appears that a normal man would be rather unremarkable. Long Menghan interrupted her, stating that after that one occasion, nothing further transpired. Wu Yizhuang was taken aback. You mean the time I got pregnant? Surely not. Nothing happened afterward. Lung Menghan asserted confidently. I was pregnant. How could that happen? Wu Yizhuang expressed her astonishment. There are distinctions between the first 3 months and the latter 3. The intervening period is permissible. Lung Menghan paused, questioning, is that really the case? I had no idea. Wu Yizhuang was left speechless. Long Menghan continued, even if it were possible, I wouldn't want to with a bulging belly. Wu Yizhuang sighed softly, feeling a tinge of sympathy for Lin Feng. Chapter 58. The support of a best friend with her friend providing enlightening information. Lung Minghan finally grasped the situation. She conducted online research, discovering that her findings aligned closely with her friend's insights. Suddenly recalling the day Lung's mother departed. When she cautioned her to be careful with Lin Feng while pregnant, the meaning became clear. Covering her face, Lung Minghan yearned for solitude. What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? No, not at all. I'm perfectly fine. Her words bore an air of insincerity. Lin Feng went to fetch a sanitary napkin, wondering if she was revealing something. Had her flow been heavier these past few days? Lung Minghan found herself unable to respond, her throat tightening in silence. What's wrong? You seem off. If something's amiss, you need to speak up. Nothing is wrong. Please leave. I need to change. That evening, Lung Minghan tossed and turned restlessly. Throughout her pregnancy, Lin Feng had been the one making sacrifices for her. She longed to reciprocate in some manner, yet found herself at a loss for words. Truly, she could not articulate it. She retrieved her phone to message Wu Yizhuang. In comparison to her well-informed friend, Lung Minghan realized her own knowledge in this realm was severely lacking. Setting her phone down, she felt a flush on her cheeks, and her mind became a whirlwind. Turning her head, she noticed Lin Feng had not fallen asleep, prompting her to panic and inquire, "You're still awake? Did you see the messages I exchanged with Xiaoshuang?" "What messages did you exchange?" Lin Feng leaned against the headboard, positioned perfectly to catch a glimpse of her conversation. Lung Minghan, half in disbelief, asked, "You truly didn't see them?" Lin Feng paused momentarily. "Should I have seen them?" Lung Minghan pursed her lips, her heart racing moments ago now beginning to settle. "It's nothing, really. I was just chatting aimlessly with Xiaoshuang." "Haha, go to sleep now." Silence enveloped them, and just as Lang Minghan was about to drift off, her friend sent another message. This time, she burrowed deeper into her blanket. "Dear, don't be afraid. Take the brave first step. After all, you're a couple. There is no shame in it. You can't always let others make sacrifices. You should contribute as well, don't you think? Best of luck. I await your good news." Lung Minghan was engulfed in uncertainty, blissfully unaware that Wu Yizhuang was on the other end, laughing with delight. One must find some joy amidst the long, arduous nights of overtime work. Based on my understanding of the dear one, she is likely to retreat. It is imperative for me to offer her encouragement. Otherwise, there would be no delightful spectacle to behold. At last, Lung Minghan resolved to take a step forward this evening. She cautiously emerged, meeting Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng regarded her intently, his eyes ablaze with depth and intensity. She was acutely aware of Lin Feng's handsomeness, which took on an enchanting quality under the dim light. Her heart fluttered. "When do you sleep?" "When you sleep, I shall sleep too." How to continue this conversation? "I am preparing to sleep now. Then I shall sleep as well." The two exchanged glances, each scrutinizing the other. Lung Minghan felt a surge of nervousness, desperately seeking words. "Why are you staring at me like that? It feels strange. Aren't you going to sleep?" "Huh, I am going to sleep." "Then do so quickly. Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health. I haven't seen you sleep this early before." After closing her eyes for a moment, a multitude of thoughts clashed in Lung Minghan's mind. Upon opening her eyes, sleep eluded her, as images danced persistently in her mind. "In truth, I have seen your chat records with Xiaoshuang." Lin Feng's words struck her like thunder, leaving her mind buzzing. "You need not force yourself. Our days ahead are long. Sleep now, and do not dwell on these thoughts. Good night." Lung Minghan felt a swell of emotion. This man was always so gentle with her. A sudden surge of courage rose within her, and she leaned in closer. "I can do this, dear husband." The term husband brought an immediate sense of ease to Lin Feng. "There is no need to force yourself, my dear. I do not wish to pressure myself. I desire to do something for you, but I am unsure how and need your guidance." Their breaths became momentarily constrained. "Husband? Are you unwilling?" Lung Minghan took the initiative to embrace Lin Feng, inhaling his unique scent. Lin Feng finally said, "Sleep now." Lung Minghan lifted her face, stubborn as a child, and declared, "I will not." Lin Feng sighed. Since sleep was not an option, they might as well find something to occupy themselves with. That night, Lung Minghan's hands grew sore. Yet while nursing, she remained blissfully unaware. When she finally opened her eyes in a daze, she found Lin Feng under the light, changing the baby's diaper. The next morning, facing Lin Feng, Lung Minghan felt a touch of awkwardness. Lin Feng said nothing, simply smiling slightly, and remarked, "Time to eat." Following their intimate exchange from the previous night, The couple's relationship seemed to have transformed subtly. Since last night, Wu Yishuang had begun messaging. Are you asleep? Don't sleep yet, my sister, come on. Are you really asleep? Or did you engage in practice? Remember to reply. Dear one, I'm still working at home. What about you? What are you doing? Finally finished. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, dear one. Lung Minghan replied. Last night, I succeeded. 5 minutes later, Wu Yishuang called. Darling, have you succeeded? Is it as I imagined? Yes. Oh my goodness, you are incredibly brave. He didn't touch you, did he? You're in confinement now. No. I just can't. I have an image in my mind. Lung Mingzhuang hurriedly replied. Anyway, that's how it is, don't ask. I'm hanging up. With the assistance of Wu Yishuang, Lung Mingzhuang finally took her first step. In the blink of an eye, the little ones had reached 30 days. During this brief month, they had undergone tremendous transformations. They had gained sufficient weight to receive the BCG vaccine. They discussed going to the hospital for checkups together once Lung Mingzhuang completed her confinement. Those 10 days had swiftly passed. Outside, the wind was howling as Lin's mother returned, announcing a sudden drop in temperature. Before heading out, she ensured both babies were well warmed, while Lang Mingzhuang donned a thick coat that resembled a sleeping garment, a winter essential in the south. It was warm, stain-resistant, and suitable for outdoor wear. The family arrived at the hospital, bustling about for the entire morning. The doctor remarked on her excellent recovery, inquiring if the babies cried during their vaccinations. While Lang Mingzhuang underwent her examination, Lin Feng and his mother took the 2 children for their shots. Lin's mother chuckled. They cried, especially the eldest, whose voice was quite loud. The doctor advised them to be cautious and avoid water. If blisters appeared, it indicated a successful BCG vaccination. Otherwise, they would need to return. With the wind still blowing outside, they hurried home, anxious that the children might catch a cold. Upon returning, they deliberated on the arrangements for the full-month celebration. Should they host it at their hometown or in Zhujiang? Over the years, Lin Feng had only made a few acquaintances, and aside from relatives, it would just be his aunt and her family. As for Lang Mingzhuang, she planned to invite 2 colleagues from school. With this, they had enough to fill a table. Lin's mother gazed at the sky outside. Let us do it here once, and then again back home. You want need to go back to the hometown. Traveling can be exhausting, especially in this cold weather. We mustn't risk catching a cold, especially since little Lung is already sick and can't even take cold medicine. Chapter 57. Reasoning with women is futile. That evening, the autumn rain began to patter softly. Lin's mother was perusing the almanac, selecting an auspicious date. The event planner from Happy Baby Studio contacted Lin Feng via WeChat, offering to arrange the full-month banquet. Different styles came with varying price standards, starting at a minimum of 1,000. For just 3 people at a table, it seemed unnecessary. It would be better to wait until the new year to return home and celebrate a 100-day banquet in a lively manner, allowing for a proper arrangement then. Once the date was set, they began booking the hotel and would later notify everyone. Lung Mingzhuang called Wu Yishuang, learning that her family of 3 would be attending. Lin's mother would also bring along a few friends. She simultaneously informed her daughter that Lung's father would join them as well. Lung Mingzhuang felt a sudden pang of breathlessness. Cold mother comforted her daughter at the full moon banquet, stating, "If your father dares to misbehave, I shall confront him." Cold Mingxiang felt a lump in her throat, her emotions swelling. Her mother was busy with the calls of others. I must attend to matters now. I will send the hotel information shortly. Cold Mingxiang dialed her colleagues. Initially, they had mentioned attending a wedding, but unexpectedly, they were now invited to the full moon banquet. Congratulations. We will certainly attend and bestow a generous red envelope upon the 2 children. Absolutely. We shall see each other then. Cold Mingxiang scrolled through her friend list, searching but ultimately deciding against reaching out. Those once close friends had faded from contact since her arrival in Nanshur. The relationship could be described as neither particularly good nor bad. It was simply left behind. Zhoan, how have you been? I've noticed your fan base has grown rapidly. Congratulations. In a few days, I will be hosting my child's full moon banquet. Will you be able to come? Great. I will send you the time and hotel address, and we shall meet there. Xiao Peng. In a few days, I will be holding my child's full moon banquet. The restaurant will be closed for the day. All right. See you then. The only remaining relatives were her aunt. After finishing her phone call, Lin mother mentioned that the aunt's family would attend, except for Xiaoyu. Little sister, please call eldest brother. He said he would return no matter what for your child's full moon celebration. Lin Feng's uncle had been living in another province with his uncle since he ventured out at the age of 20, unlike Lin Feng's uncle who settled down there. Previously, he would return home during holidays, But after Lin father's grandmother passed away from lymphoma, he had not returned. With modern communication, there was no longer a need to travel hundreds of miles for a visit. Lin Feng's parents both belonged to a family of 4 siblings. Lin Feng had one deceased uncle, and they were the youngest. Lin mother chatted with eldest brother for nearly half an hour. Here, speak to him. Lin Feng took the phone. Uncle. Yes, all is well, thank you. How have you been lately? After their conversation, the uncle promised to return, having not visited home in years. He vowed to attend the full moon banquet for Lin Feng's child. Instantly, the guest list grew significantly. I will call your father and have him reach out to your uncle to confirm the number of attendees. An hour later, Lin father confirmed the guest count. Uncle Do would attend, as well as friendly neighbors and aunt's elderly couple. The exact number of attendees from Lin Feng's uncle was still unknown. The 3 exchanged glances. All right then, let us make this a grand affair. Lin Feng went to the hotel to reserve tables and book rooms. Cold Mingxiang coordinated with the Happy Baby team. At this moment, Cold Mother felt a headache coming on. Zhao Ju suggested that they call Gu, Lin Feng's second uncle. They needed to maintain an elegant demeanor on their end. Whether the guests chose to come was their own affair. The current business at the store is beyond your imagination. And that establishment was purchased by Lin Feng. This child has achieved success and has also settled down, indicating that better days are ahead for you. There is no need to be upset over trivial matters. Lin's mother remained silent, and Zhao Ju offered no counsel either. Sister, this is not solely my decision. There is also Xiao Feng's father to consider. You know his temperament. He gets angry at the mere mention of certain matters. I think it is best to let it be. This situation is quite satisfactory for both parties. Perhaps later, Chen Xiaowei might even assume we are ingratiating ourselves to her family, which seems pointless. Chen Xiaowei is Lin Feng's second aunt by marriage. Initially, the family had arranged a match for her second uncle. The girl was quite appealing in both looks and character. Chen Xiaowei comes from a single-parent household and sells tofu alongside her mother. During the time her second uncle was preparing for civil service exams, Chen Xiaowei was quite attentive. And eventually, the two became involved. She may not be conventionally beautiful, but she is astute and strategic. Zhao Ju remained quiet, and Lin's mother quickly dismissed her worries. Contemplating how to win over her son as father-in-law, Lin's mother devised a plan, thinking, this time when your father-in-law visits, I shall use tea to win his favor. If he does not accept it, then you must apologize. If he still refuses, then I shall be at a loss. At the full moon banquet, apart from the babies, the mothers naturally garnered much attention. Lin Feng rummaged through his wife's wardrobe. Dear, let us purchase a new outfit. Once Cold Minghan completed her confinement, she began practicing yoga for body shaping. She intended to wear it for the full moon celebration. There is no need. I still have clothes in my wardrobe. Cold Minghan suddenly recalled something and immediately began trying on various garments. Wonderful. I can no longer fit into my previous clothes. She glanced down at her chest, noting the most significant changes post-delivery alongside her waist. Observing Cold Minghan's disheartened expression, Lin Feng quickly sought to comfort her. It's all right, dear. You have just emerged from confinement, and your body has yet to regain its optimal state. With time, you will be able to wear those clothes again. Moreover, you are stunningly beautiful even with a little extra weight, just the right amount, neither excessive nor lacking. Cold Minghan was entirely unconvinced by this flattery, believing that men merely say such things to please women. It's fine. Given time, I will surely return to my former shape. I believe in myself. Lin Feng encouraged her. I believe in you too, my dear. Cold Minghan turned to him. Didn't you just say that I look best with a little weight? Now that I mentioned losing weight, your support implies you think I'm overweight, right? That's unfair. I simply believe I will support whatever decision you make. Then tell me, do you prefer me heavier or lighter? I like you just as you are, whether heavy or light. You remain my wife. You have not changed. If you had to choose one, either is fine. As long as you are happy, it matters not to me. To express his conviction, Lin Feng raised his hand. I swear. Lung Minghan let out a soft hum, seemingly quite satisfied with the answer. This topic had sparked the most intense debate since their acquaintance. Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes, women can be rather unreasonable. Chapter 59. The daughter-in-law is a kitchen time bomb, honey. What are you up to? Shopping for clothes. Is it possible to shop for clothes like that? I am a member of this brand, and there are several branches in Nanshur. I can have the staff deliver items for me to choose from. How convenient. Indeed, I just need to select the styles and specify my size. Currently, she was in her nursing period and could not leave her 2 babies unattended, making shopping from this brand quite convenient. Lung Minghan was browsing through the electronic catalog sent by the other party on her phone. It showcased this year's autumn and winter collections, with prices typically in the 4-digit range. Husband, do you think it's expensive? Not at all, dear. Buy whatever you like. Money is meant to be spent. You should shop as you always have, and I can support you. Lung Minghan was unaware of the extent of her husband's wealth, but had heard that he had made several million from investments. She did not pry and certainly did not demand that he hand over his paycheck, feeling it was entirely unnecessary. The next day at 10 o'clock, the service arrived punctually as requested by Lung Minghan. Over 60 pieces of clothing had been selected by her, all in her size. The store manager, a woman dressed in professional attire, was accompanied by another staff member. Lung Minghan was now trying on clothes, and their service was exceptionally attentive, even bringing accessories along. Miss, this one is made of fine cashmere and has a fitted design. Take a look. Moreover, they had brought a rotating dressing mirror. Lung Minghan glanced at it before moving on to the next piece. The manager and the staff promptly went to fetch the next item, from sweaters to trousers to outerwear. The living room was filled with clothes. Lin Feng and their son watched from the side. Son, marrying Lung Minghan is truly a high climb. This is the kind of treatment reserved for the affluent, revealing the life your daughter-in-law once led. Lin Feng admitted, I heard from my wife that some brands even have models showcase items for you to choose from. Lin's mother clicked her tongue. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Son, you must work hard. She went over to pour tea for the two young ladies. No need, Auntie, we're not thirsty. Please do, just a cup of water. I also have some fruits for you. No need, Auntie, thank you. After a busy morning, Lung Minghan ultimately selected 3 outfits, one for the full moon banquet, one for the 100-day celebration during the new year, and one for visiting relatives. In the coming months of her nursing period, losing weight would be impossible. So she decided to purchase a few more outfits. Honey, I think you look great in this one. Why not try it on again? I believe this combination is also quite attractive. Daughter-in-law, you look incredibly elegant in this. It suits you well. In the end, Lin's mother and her son each selected a beautiful outfit for her, continuously showering her with compliments, remarking on her beauty, akin to a prized vegetable being coveted by a pig. Lin Feng, standing nearby, found himself both amused and exasperated. Cold Minghan was deeply touched by the gestures of her mother-in-law and Lin Feng. Throughout the entire exchange, not a single word was uttered regarding the expense of the clothing. Not even a mention. Their sincere praises of her appearance resonated with warmth. In the afternoon, Cold Minghan busied herself with her phone, and Lin Feng assumed her preoccupation was work, choosing not to interrupt. Darling, come here, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Please take your mother to buy a few beautiful outfits, and also get some for Dad. All right, but that means you'll be home alone. We'll leave early and return early. That's fine. Changing diapers isn't a daunting task. I can manage on my own. The little one is only a month old, eating and sleeping, and doesn't he require much from adults yet? It will be more exhausting when he starts rolling over, crawling, and walking. The following day, after breakfast, Lin Feng found an excuse to take Lin's mother out. Why must you accompany me? I can go to your aunt's house by myself. I'll drive you. It will be quicker. No need. You should stay home and care for the baby. I can take the bus. I know the way. It's settled then. Let us go? At some point, the child had assumed the role of the decision-maker, with the parents obliged to comply. Seeing her son's determination, Lin's mother urged him. I know. Let us hurry. The sooner we leave, the sooner we'll return. Little Cold, your father and I will visit your aunt for just half an hour. If a stranger knocks, don't open the door, call if anything comes up, and don't wander off. Lin Feng and Cold Minghan exchanged amused glances. All right, Mom, I'll wait for your return. Upon reaching the city center, Lin's mother realized her son had taken a wrong turn. This route shouldn't be mistaken. Let us go. I'm buying you an outfit for the upcoming celebration of your grandchild's first month. Huh, weren't we going to your aunt's house? If I hadn't deceived you, you wouldn't have come with me. Then let us go back. I have clothes to wear. Let us move. Lin Feng remained resolute. Not a chance, today. Your daughter-in-law has spoken, and you must have a new outfit. If you don't buy it, how will I explain when I return? I can't face her. That would affect our marital harmony. Lin's mother frowned. Is it Little Cold who instructed you to buy this for me? Seeing her son nod, she broke into a smile. Oh dear, I have plenty of clothes. Why do I need more? While she spoke this way, her heart swelled with sweetness, casting a playful glare at her son. She thought, how fortunate you are, my child. Yet, you still need your daughter-in-law as compassion. Lin Feng agreed. Indeed, Indeed, let us choose the outfits. Pick whatever you fancy. Money is no object for your son. Lin's mother huffed lightly, her attitude more pronounced than her words. Lin Feng earnestly replied, Mother, the celebration for your grandchild's first month is a momentous occasion. As a grandmother, you must attend in splendid attire. Moreover, the relatives from your daughter-in-law's side will also be coming. Hence, we must approach this matter with utmost seriousness. His statement implies a desire for Lin's mother not to compromise and become ensnared in the pricing. When it comes to purchasing garments, one should indeed select those that resonate with personal taste. Lin's mother found her son's reasoning quite persuasive, especially considering that her elder brother and uncle Lin Feng would be joining them that day. Regardless of age, women are inherently drawn to beauty. The clothing in the city center predominantly features renowned brands, though there are also niche options. Within this realm, there exist a couple of boutiques offering unique attire for mothers. The styles are commendable, and the prices are equally appealing, with each piece costing no less than 1,000 or 800. Mother, winter garments require substantial materials. Thus they naturally carry a higher price tag. The most expensive piece she had ever purchased was a down jacket priced at 598, which she wore for several years, providing warmth throughout. Subsequently, she acquired another down jacket for Lin's father, similarly priced at over 500, yet it lacked the warmth of her own. Lin's mother is quite beautiful. Unlike the slender, cold mother, she possesses a slightly plump figure, with a round face adorned with striking features. She transforms remarkably when donning elegant and high-quality clothing. Her aura instantly shifts. If she were to style her hair, she could easily portray the mother of a domineering CEO on television, truly embodying a visage of peace and prosperity. Lin's father is slender, standing at 175 meters tall, allowing him to find clothing effortlessly. Lin's mother knows his measurements and purchased a wool coat along with a pair of leather shoes for him. Alas, it is nearly noon. Shall we return? Or should we indulge in a bit more shopping? No, I have heard that the daughter-in-law is quite the culinary dynamo. What if she grows hungry and ventures into the kitchen, causing a culinary disaster? Chapter 60. A chain of rewards. Lin's mother had heard of her daughter-in-law's illustrious accomplishments, which carried an air of mystique. They hurriedly returned home, relieved to find that the kitchen remained intact, with cold Meng Han feeding to Bao. Back so soon. Have you purchased the clothes? Yes, indeed. Are you hungry? I shall prepare some wontons for you. No need, mother. What style did you choose for your new garments? I would love to see. Lin's mother was thoroughly satisfied with her selections, and hearing her daughter-in-law's praise filled her heart with joy. I will show you on my bed. Haha. Faced with her beautiful new attire, Lin's mother displayed childlike glee. What do you think? Is it lovely? Cold Meng Han generously offered words of admiration, and the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship flourished, resembling that of close friends. It looks wonderful. This garment is flattering, and the color complements your complexion beautifully, mother. This piece also looks splendid. It makes you appear youthful and enhances your elegance significantly. Oh, this one is also quite nice. Mother, you truly have an eye for fashion. What brand is this? Lin's mother beamed, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. Little Cold, your words are so sweet. Not at all. It is simply a testament to your discerning taste. And besides, mother, your grace is undeniable. With a touch of embellishment, you could easily pass for a noble woman. Haha. To be honest, mother was quite beautiful in her youth. She had many admirers. Is that so? Then how did you end up with Dad? Wasn't he a handsome young man who captivated you? Lin Feng observed the lively atmosphere among them, realizing that their conversation would likely last for an hour or two. In the afternoon, he retrieved a package from the station and eagerly unwrapped it. This was the stroller he had seen during a prenatal checkup with Long Meng Han, where he had inquired about parents' experiences. Aside from its slightly higher price, the feedback was overwhelmingly positive. The other party fervently recommended this model, claiming it was their third stroller and the most user-friendly of them all. Lin Feng requested the link and conducted his own research. He had encountered this model in the market and frequently saw it featured in various films and dramas. With its 360-degree swivel, shock absorption, dual-facing seats, and adjustable handle, it boasted numerous functions. It could comfortably accommodate a 4-year-old without needing to switch strollers, providing both warmth and ventilation. Unsure of how it would fare once purchased, the trio spent nearly an hour assembling the vehicle, and after completing 2 strollers, they were utterly exhausted. Apart from a slight odor, they were all extremely satisfied. They decided to let it air out before introducing it to the children. The 2 models appeared identical, differing only in their metallic finishes, one a champagne hue, the other a sleek metallic shade. Additionally, Lin Feng procured a matching infant car seat designed for portability. He and his mother descended to the underground parking lot, watching instructional videos as they installed it. After considerable effort, they finally succeeded. Lin's mother couldn't help but marvel at how technology has truly transformed people's lives. Upon returning home, Lung Menghan was already pushing the stroller around the living room, enjoying its agile wheels. She had also looked up the brand online and found numerous positive reviews. Many shows featured this brand, explaining why it seemed so familiar to her. Initial stage detection of the host's baby has been completed, and the following rewards have been granted. First vaccination, first feeding, first diaper change, first naming certificate reward of 5 cash has been credited. Please check. Detection confirms the baby has reached 1 month. Lin's Seafood Wonton Shop's daily revenue of 10 is a reward exclusive to the host, effective immediately and expiring after 18 years. Please check. Initial stage detection completed. The system grants a Space Baby Care Bag as a reward. Failure to complete the initial stage will result in the reward becoming void. The Space Baby Care Bag functions similarly to spatial storage, designated for system rewards and baby supplies only. Initial form backpack consciousness. Please check. The host has completed the stage rewards, receiving a 7-seater vehicle currently en route. Please check. Lin Feng realized that the system's rewards were intricately interconnected. He glanced at an additional storage backpack in the study. It was blue and appeared unremarkable, akin to a typical backpack. Upon opening it, he found it completely empty. However, through his consciousness, Lin Feng understood that it contained a wealth of items, including documents related to system rewards, property deeds, shop purchase contracts, and the prized Wui Mountain tea awarded by the system. Xiao Feng, what are you doing staring at a backpack? It's nothing. I'm off to prepare dinner. I need to return to the countryside early tomorrow. Is it all right for you to stay here alone? Of course, I can manage just fine. At that moment, a call came in from the vehicle on the road. Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be back shortly. Make sure to be quick. This time, the system rewarded Lin Feng with a premium 7-seater Audi, worth nearly 700,000 upon delivery. After spending the entire morning installing infant seats in the 5-seater, Lin Feng was once again occupied. After fitting 2 cradle-style car seats in the back row of the 5-seater, it became nearly impossible to accommodate passengers. Now, with the safety seats installed, the back row could comfortably seat 3, and the internal space was indeed quite ample. After some diligent effort, Lin Feng began to feel exhausted. His mother called to inquire about his whereabouts. How much longer until you return? I'll be back shortly. Upon arriving home, Lin Feng's mother noticed he was drenched in sweat and asked in confusion, "Did you go for a run? You look worn out." "Yes, I ran 10 laps. You're just trying to fool me. Hurry up and cook. Xiaolong loves your cooking." Though she wished to prepare the meal herself, she knew her daughter-in-law preferred her son's culinary skills. The rice was already in the steamer and the vegetables were prepped, waiting for her son to stir-fry. During dinner, Lin Feng mentioned the purchase of another vehicle for the family. His mother felt 1 car was sufficient, but after the seat installation today, she realized it was quite cramped. Thus, for long-term considerations, acquiring a 7-seater was indeed a wise decision. Early the next morning, Lin Feng took his mother back to the countryside. "I can take the bus back. You don't need to drive me. It takes 3 hours on the highway. I can make it back before noon without any hassle." Upon reaching the underground parking lot, Lin Feng's mother spotted a brand new car parked nearby. If it weren't for the familiar infant car seat, she wouldn't have recognized it as their vehicle. "When did you buy this?" "It wasn't here yesterday. It just arrived yesterday." "Come on, Mom, let us go." In the car, Lin Feng's mother hesitated to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it. There are no outsiders here." Chapter 61. A car for Dad. Lin Feng's mother cleared her throat. "I heard from your aunt that business at the store is thriving. And with your investment alongside your friends, you've made several million." She spoke hesitantly, but Lin Feng understood her concerns. She was merely worried that he might frivolously spend money now that he had some, especially since he had the responsibility of supporting 2 children, and expenses would only increase in the future. "Mom, I want to waste money. Do you not know your son well enough to trust me with the steering wheel? If you don't waste money, that's best. Save it for when it's truly needed. You've always been a decisive person. I want to say too much more. If I do, you'll think I'm nagging. But if I don't say anything, it leaves me anxious, you understand, right?" Lin Feng acknowledged her understanding. Lin's mother merely hinted at her feelings and closed her eyes to rest. Unbeknownst to her, they were nearing home. Indeed, upon opening her eyes, She found herself in the village, sitting up and stifling a yawn. At this hour, the dew still clung to the grass outside, with some individuals holding bowls of breakfast while others busied themselves with farming tools. Upon arriving home, Lin's father was nowhere to be seen. Neighbor Uncle De sat in the courtyard, enjoying his meal while playfully feeding the chickens. When asked, he knew nothing of Lin's father's whereabouts. Lin's mother's features contorted with worry, and she promptly called Lin's father. On the other end, his voice was frantic. "You need to come back. I'm already on my way home." "All right, I'll be waiting for you," she replied, hanging up the phone with a huff. "He is probably off fishing with Uncle Gus since I'm not home. Just wait until he returns." Half an hour later, Lin's father surprisingly drove back in a dilapidated sedan. Lin Feng recognized it as Uncle G's vehicle. Upon disembarking, Lin's father hurriedly carried a bucket and a fishing rod towards the house. Uncle De chuckled at the sight. "Oh, you're back. Why so early today?" Lin's father found Uncle De's laughter somewhat peculiar, but paid it little mind. As he opened the door, he was met with the bemused gazes of Lin Feng and his mother. "Where have you been?" Lin's mother rose, wielding a feather duster, and walked slowly towards Lin's father. "Oh, out fishing, were we? I see you've had quite the time while I was away." Rubbing his eyes, Lin's father turned to the yard. "Son, where's your car?" Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Mom asked me to park it far away to trick you. I'm just going to bring it back now. And I kindly closed the door on my way out." "Oh dear, you're twisting my words. I mean, that's not an excuse." Lin's father protested. "This is my first time, truly my first." As Lin Feng returned with the car, Lin's father was gleefully trying on new clothes, grinning broadly. Uncle De showered him with compliments, which delighted Lin's father immensely. Meanwhile, Lin's mother was busy tidying up, chiding him, "Don't rush off just yet. Take something back with you." Once Lin's father finished showing off, he returned home to neatly fold his clothes, then approached his wife, murmuring, "The clothes you chose are truly lovely. You have such good taste. Go away, don't bother me. Unlike you, I have things to do," she retorted. Lin Feng, glancing at Uncle G's car outside, asked, "Dad, is your driver's license expired?" Lin's father replied, "No, why? Do you need to use it?" Years ago, Lin's father had learned to drive in the city, having once taken long trips until Lin's mother put an end to that endeavor. "How about I let you drive this car?" "What? This Harvard outside? If you let me drive it, what will you drive?" "I bought a 7-seater. I plan to use it when Xiao Long starts working, but for now, you can drive it." No, you take it. I'll ride my electric bike. With this vehicle, it will be much more convenient for you to visit me in the city in the future, and carrying items will no longer be a burden. Additionally, when visiting Auntie, there is no need to transfer buses. Driving there will suffice. How convenient it is. This time, for the child's full moon celebration, you can bring mother, auntie, uncle, and Uncle Do along, which will simplify matters. Mr. Lin was intrigued. What man wouldn't he desire a car? Moreover, he immediately took a liking to his son's vehicle. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it, reasoning that he had little need for a car in the countryside. It would be better for his daughter-in-law to drive it. "You take it. It will be useful for long journeys." In truth, he had long contemplated purchasing a second-hand car for Mr. Lin, one costing around 50 to 60,000 for daily transportation. Yet, during financially constrained times, he had only managed to buy an electric bike for 3,000 yuan. It was beneficial, yet during windy or rainy weather, it was hardly usable. Now that there were 2 cars at home, he thought he would buy another for himself when Cold Dream Han started working. This could serve as a gift for his father. Although Mr. Lin verbally insisted his son take the car, his body betrayed him as he drew closer to the vehicle, caressing it with affection. Mrs. Lin couldn't help but feel her heart soften at the sight. "Look at you, so fond of it." Ultimately, after repeated persuasion from Lin Feng, Mr. Lin reluctantly accepted his son's car. Lin Feng had only driven it for a few months, and since it was rarely used, it was nearly as good as new. "Lin Feng, how will you return?" "I'll take the bus." Mr. Lin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need. I'll drive my son back. It's a good opportunity for me to familiarize myself with the route and get a feel for the car." With that, he hopped into the vehicle, giddy with excitement like a child. Just as Mrs. Lin was about to interject, Lin Feng laughed and said, "Let Dad drive me back." Mrs. Lin waved her hand in resignation. "Fine, you all have your own plans. Do as you wish, I'll not meddle." Throughout the journey, Mr. Lin drove splendidly, humming joyfully. "Son, how is your dad's driving?" "Not bad, right?" "Yes, quite good, keep it up. I'll drive for now, and when your daughter-in-law needs the car for work, She can take it. Mr. Lin thought he would enjoy driving for a while. Lin Feng felt it unnecessary, sensing that the system would reward him with another vehicle. No need, Dad. If you want to drive it, go ahead. Just don't backtrack on your word. I want tea. I'm not a child. After dropping his son off, Mr. Lin drove away with a sense of pride. Starting today, he too was a car owner. At noon, Mrs. Lin called, half amused and half exasperated, saying, "Your father is out and about today, boasting about the car you gifted him, worth over 300,000. He even took Uncle Da for a drive. And this afternoon, he plans to visit your auntie, having already purchased gifts." Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry about Dad. As long as he is happy." Mrs. Lin pouted. "He has completely let loose now. How can I control him?" The next day, the staff from the photography studio came to our home to capture the essence of our baby's full moon celebration. Chapter 62. Both babies are exceptionally well behaved. A total of 5 individuals arrived: the photographer, 3 prop assistants, and a female planner. Given the unique nature of the subjects, we aimed to schedule the shoot during the baby's most favorable moments, estimating it would take an entire day. We began by warming the living room with the air conditioning. One person arranged the props while 2 others organized the outfits for the day's shoot, as the photographer set up a camera position, carrying a camera in hand. Prior to their arrival, the babies had been fed, had their diapers changed, and were now soundly asleep. Once the temperature was comfortable and the scene was set, it was time to change the babies' outfits. Lin Feng's twins were treated as a single photography project by the studio, with no additional charges. The outfit changes were performed by 2 young ladies, gloved and gentle in their movements, while Lin Feng and his spouse observed. This team was quite efficient, completing half of the styles within the morning. In the afternoon, we would select the optimal time for the babies' moods to continue shooting. The team assured us not to worry about their activities, as they had already ordered takeout. "Thank you, Lin Papa. You are too kind, really not necessary." They opted to eat in the hallway to avoid disturbing our household. After Lin Feng finished his meal, he found them sitting on the steps, engrossed in their phones. "Come inside. I have prepared some fruits and snacks." "Thank you, Lin Papa. Thank you." After enjoying the fruits and light refreshments, the team resumed their preparations for the second half of the shoot. By around 6:30 in the evening, they concluded their work for the day. According to them, despite the long hours, it had been a rather relaxed experience, largely due to the baby's cooperation. Throughout the session, there were no cries, messes, or spit-ups. Should such occurrences happen, the shoot would have to be interrupted and resumed the following day. By 8:30 that night, I would send you all the base images for selection. You can decide which photos to use for the full moon banquet, which for the album, and specify the sizes for the 4-inch and 8-inch prints. The previous package included a family portrait, which could be taken at any time. Lin Feng discussed with the planner the possibility of capturing a family portrait on the day of the full moon banquet, to which the planner readily agreed. At 8:30, Lin Feng received an email containing over 2,000 photos for their selection. "Wow, so many. They are all adorable. It's so difficult to choose." "No worries. These are the base images. You can print whichever you like later." The selection process took them nearly 2 hours. The album would comprise 68 photos, 1 each in 4-inch, 8-inch, and 12-inch formats, alongside 1 crystal ornament photo and 2 keychains. Additionally, Lin Feng needed to select photos specifically for the full moon banquet. As for the ones displayed on the screen, they would not need to worry, as the photographer would randomly select images for playback. The preparations require a fortnight. Tomorrow, they will head to the hotel for the venue setup. Lin Feng has chosen a vibrant rainbow theme. The centerpiece is a magnificent archway made of balloons, resembling a lengthy rainbow. Surrounding it are blooming blue flowers, complemented by charming little animal balloons for decoration. Beside the large screen, 2 high-resolution photographs of the babies are displayed. The elder and younger siblings, adorned with angel wings, are seen nestled together, peacefully sleeping, exuding an irresistible cuteness. Furthermore, the dining tables are adorned with exquisite full moon cards, each depicting cartoon images of the 2 babies alongside a heartfelt message. "Today marks our full moon celebration. Thank you for witnessing our growth." As the setup nears completion, Lin Feng and his wife arrive, pushing a stroller. This marks the first outing for the twins since their vaccinations. The elder sibling is dressed in a yellow outfit, while the younger one is clad in blue. Unlike the tranquility of home, the outside world captivates them with a cacophony of sounds, making them more animated than usual. With wide eyes and perked ears, they appear to be listening intently. The event planner approaches, inquiring, "Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with everything? Is there anything you would like to change?" The setup is exactly as depicted in the promotional images. Could we arrange some colorful balloons in this area? It feels a bit too spacious, Lin Feng suggests. Absolutely. Is there anything else you require? No, that will be all. We will return tomorrow to record the event. Please contact us half an hour before you commence. Should you notice any signs of damage upon arrival, do not hesitate to inform us. It must be said that the service quality and professionalism of Happy Baby are commendable. It seems they have made the right choice. Please bear with me for a moment while I check my schedule. The planner smiles. Holidays tend to be our busiest times. When do you anticipate hosting the 100-day banquet? Lin Feng replies, in the next couple of days. I will confirm the date and reach out to you. The planner nods and energetically departs with her team. As dusk approaches, Lin Feng and his wife hurriedly return home with their child. The night falls, bringing chilly winds, and they are concerned about the little one catching a cold. Although the baby benefits from maternal immunity during the first 6 months, it is always prudent to take extra precautions. Tomorrow marks the full moon banquet, and Lin Feng temporarily entrusts the hosting duties to his aunt. This evening, Lin Feng's uncle returns from another province by train, arriving at 11 and staying at his aunt's home. Lin Feng's father has already arrived at their hometown this afternoon and is staying at Lin Feng's residence. As for his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and the Wu family, they will arrive at the hotel arranged by Lin Feng at 2 in the morning. Lin Feng and his wife seize the opportunity to retire early. Meanwhile, back in the hometown, Lin Feng's uncle and father engage in conversation over drinks, reminiscing about the past, discussing their current situations, and sharing stories about their children. Lin Liang mentioned that he intends to come as well, though it remains uncertain if he will arrive tomorrow. Should he not attend this time, it is likely he will return around the new year. Lin Liang is the son of Lin Feng's second uncle and has settled down in another city, where he has also welcomed a child. When Lin Liang got married, Lin Feng was in the midst of his college entrance examinations, with his mother accompanying him, while his father traveled by car to attend the wedding. Lin Feng's father, sipping on wine, smacked his lips and declared, "No more for me. Tomorrow is my little grandchildren's birthday feast, and I must rise early. Moreover, the in-laws are also coming, so I need to gather my spirits." With that, he said good night, remembering he had to drive the next day. Suddenly, he was jolted awake, recalling that he owned a car. Oh dear, I also need to pick up Aunt Xiaofeng and Uncle, he thought, and quickly rushed off to bed, leaving Lin Feng's uncle in a daze. After not seeing each other for years, the uncle remarked, "You've become as swift as the wind. I no longer drink. What about you?" Uncle Da, a childhood friend of Lin's family, was swaying with drink. No, I must return to sleep. I have matters to attend to tomorrow," he said, wobbling back home. With everyone gone, and no one left to share a drink with, Lin Feng's uncle belched and also retreated to his room. At 2 in the morning, the Long family of 5 arrived at the hotel arranged by Lin Feng. The full moon banquet is to be held at this hotel, allowing them to sleep in a bit longer. Lung Mu removed her makeup, applied a facial mask, followed by lotion and cream and eye serum. From the mirror, she spotted a tall man, slightly portly, who was tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Chapter 63. The gathering for the full moon banquet. I warn you. If you have something to say, close the door and speak slowly. Should you act rudely, do not blame me for being impolite. Lung Fu sat up, his face also well preserved, exuding an air of refinement mixed with sternness. He bore a resemblance to a corporate mogul or a high-ranking leader of an institution, radiating authority. His face was slightly puffy, revealing him to be an aging handsome man. "What do you intend to do to me?" he retorted. "I'll give you a slap right here." "You, what about me? If it comes to it, we can simply divorce, can't we?" Every time the topic of their daughter's marriage arose, this woman would become irrational and illogical, culminating in threats and even physical aggression. This life is unbearable. If you want a divorce, so be it. Do you think I fear you? Very well, once the full moon banquet for our granddaughter concludes, we shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. No, I want a divorce now, immediately. Lung Mu turned away, her expression indescribable. Are you unwell? If you're having an episode, take your medication and don't throw a fit before me. You dare speak to me like this? Lung Mu ignored him. Having made her point, she thought, don't blame me for being unyielding when the time comes. Finally, she spritzed some perfume and drifted off to sleep, while Lung Fu, observing the woman beside him already in slumber, stared intently at her. Eventually, with a thud, he turned over and went to sleep. The commotion abruptly roused Mother Lung from her slumber. Without uttering a word, she retrieved a spare blanket and retreated to the sofa. Meanwhile, Zhaoju engaged in conversation with Uncle Lin Feng. Uncle Lin Feng and his wife had moved in with their son and daughter-in-law, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Initially, I was reluctant to go, but your sister-in-law insisted, and now, life has become quite chaotic. Why hasn't your sister-in-law returned this time? She suffers from severe lumbar disc herniation. Prolonged sitting causes her considerable pain, hence we advised against her coming. Has she consulted a physician? I heard that surgery might be an option. The doctor does not recommend it. Given your sister-in-law's age, conservative treatment is preferable. As their discussion progressed, they broached the topic of Lin Feng's second uncle. It would be rather inappropriate not to inform him, considering he is a part of the family. Previously, the four siblings maintained a decent relationship, but after a quarrel over a loan that went unpaid, a rift emerged between two of them. Zhaoju sighed, expressing that she had said all she needed to, and if her younger sister was unwilling, then so be it. Furthermore, in recent years, the second brother has indeed become somewhat arrogant, especially with Chun Xiaoyi's ascendancy. Zhao Lubiao, Lin Feng's second uncle, received a promotion, and during the celebratory feast, even Zhao Ju was not invited. It was through others that Zhao Ju learned of this, leaving her feeling disheartened about the familial bonds. I cannot fathom why I was not invited. Does my presence somehow tarnish his reputation? Initially, I brushed it off. But when I called him and half-jokingly inquired why I wasn't invited, he merely replied that he had forgotten. At this point, Zhaoju let out a self-deprecating laugh. Forgotten? Just listen to that. I am his own sister. Uncle Lin Feng remained silent. Zhaoju sighed again, expressing her desire for him to assist Xiao Yang in finding a job. He had initially agreed, but eventually, nothing came of it. If he wasn't inclined to help, he could have said so directly. I wouldn't have minded. Yet now, she found herself at a loss for words regarding her feelings. Never mind. I shall refrain from discussing this further. I am off to bed. Uncle Lin Feng glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock, a suitable hour for rest. After having spent over 10 hours on the train that day, he too felt weary. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, around 5:30, the roosters began to crow outside. Mother Lin woke those nearby. Get up, rise quickly. Just let me sleep a little longer, let me sleep a bit more. Mother Lin nudged them with her foot, insisting, get up. Today is our little grandson's full moon banquet. Father Lin immediately awakened, glancing at his phone. The couple rose, one preparing breakfast while the other tended to the poultry, ensuring ample provisions for the day ahead. Uncle Lin Feng stood on the second floor, surveying the fog-laden exterior. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a sight. As daylight broke, Father Lin set out in his car. Uncle Lin Feng assumed that Father Lin had borrowed the vehicle, so he did not inquire at the time. Is this car yours? Yes, it is mine. Xiao Feng gifted it to me. What do you think? It looks good, doesn't it? Xiao Feng gave it to you? Really? You think you're suited to drive this car? What is it that I am unworthy of? He is handsome, and I am handsome too. We are quite the match. A car worth over 300,000. Am I not deserving to drive it? How absurd. You are the most absurd of all. At our age, one should behave more maturely, yet you speak like a child, leaving Lin's mother both amused and exasperated. This occurred just as they were about to set off to pick up Lin Feng's aunt. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had already enjoyed breakfast and was packing to head to the hotel, with a rather unremarkable backpack issued by the system slung over his shoulder. The young couple pushed their stroller into the elevator. The residents of this building were well aware that a strikingly handsome young couple lived in 1502, who had recently welcomed a pair of adorable twins. At this hour, those heading to work filled the elevator, creating a bustling atmosphere. Everyone was friendly, warmly greeting Lin Feng, while Lung Mingxiang had adopted a cool demeanor. Lin Feng pondered whether his wife might be socially anxious. In contemporary terms, it could be described as switching back and forth between social interactions. The spacious new car accommodated the couple comfortably as they settled their babies and drove to the hotel. Lin Feng had chosen a 4-star hotel located not far away, a mere 20-minute drive. By the time they arrived at the hotel, it was already 9:30. The entrance displayed photographs celebrating the twins' full moon, accompanied by directional signs. The inscriptions read, "Herein brings treasures, joy in welcoming a son and daughter, happiness for the entire family. Welcoming guests from all directions to celebrate the children's full moon." Below it was noted, "The banquet is on the 3rd floor, in the starlit sky private room." When the couple arrived, the venue remained untouched. The private room contained 5 tables, one of which Lin Feng had prepared for the staff of joyful babies. The first to arrive was his aunt's family, along with his uncle. This time, His aunt, Uncle Xiao, and Xiao Yang were all present, except for the school-going Xiao Yu who could not make it. The four sisters of Lin's mother bore striking similarities, with the remaining traits either inherited from their father or mother. Uncle Xiao Feng, the last time we met, you were still a high school student. Now, in the blink of an eye, you already have children. Congratulations. After years apart, Uncle, you have not changed a bit. Ha ha. I have indeed gained quite a bit of weight, and my hair has turned gray. He turned to Lung Mingxiang beside him. So, this is your niece-in-law? Hello, hello. I am Xiao Feng's uncle. Long Mingxiang responded sweetly. Hello, uncle. I am Lung Mingxiang. You can call me Xiao Lang or Xiao Xiang. The uncle chuckled. That feels too formal. I'll just call you niece-in-law. Let me have a look at the two little ones. In the stroller, the twins were still asleep. Almost 2 months old, their cherubic faces exquisitely adorable. Shortly after, Lin's father arrived. Zhao Ju, seeing Lin's mother elegantly dressed, exclaimed, "Oh, who is this stunning beauty today?" Lin's mother allowed Zhao Ju to admire her as she approached Zhao Luhu, Lin Feng's uncle, to greet him. Zhao Luhu looked at his sister. It has been a long time. You still look the same, while I seem to have aged considerably. His hair was streaked with gray, his face lined with wrinkles, and his eyes appeared somewhat clouded. He was a few years apart from Lin Feng's elder aunt, but still possessed a considerable vitality, with a hint of youthful spirit discernible in his smile. Not at all. I see you remain just as you were, albeit a bit heavier. Perhaps indulging in too much food? What delicacies could I possibly have? It's just pickled vegetables paired with steamed buns, yet I still seem to be gaining weight. It's quite distressing. Lin Feng's uncle approached Zhao Luhua and Zhao Ju to exchange greetings. Well, it has been years since we last met, and you look even more spirited. Zhao Ju exclaimed, you can't be that far apart in age, can you? She then turned to tease her elder brother. Look at them. And then look at yourself. You're positively aged. At that moment, Uncle Da and others arrived. Familiar faces exchanged pleasantries, gradually warming up after years of separation. Lin Feng asked his mother to keep an eye on the children while he attended to some matters. Knock, knock. Dressed elegantly, Aunt Lang was adorning herself with jewelry while engaging in conversation with Aunt Wu. Meanwhile, Uncle Lang and Uncle Wu sat on the sofa, smoking, waiting for the women to finish so they could leave together. Uncle Long, growing impatient, asked, how much longer will it take? Aunt Lung casually adjusted her hair and replied, why the rush? If you're so eager, you can go down first. I won't stop you. Her words left Uncle Lung momentarily speechless, and he turned to Uncle Wu in frustration. Women are such a hassle. It's been 2 hours of changing clothes and applying makeup, and we're still not finished. Uncle Wu flicked the ash from his cigarette, signaling him to watch his words. You'll offend someone and end up sleeping on the sofa tonight. Indeed. Aunt Lung was visibly annoyed and shot him a glare. What did you say? Repeat that. Uncle Lung merely huffed, pursing his lips in silence, much to the amusement of Uncle Wu and his wife. Uncle Wu, relishing the drama, remarked, if you can't wait, just head down. We'll join you shortly. Uncle Lung remained silent, extinguished his cigarette, and nestled into the sofa. Wu Yishuang had a pleasingly attractive appearance, aside from resembling her mother in face shape. Her features were strikingly similar to her father's. She had not inherited her mother's beauty typical of Jiangnan, often mistaken for a boy in her childhood. Wu mother glanced at her phone, noticing messages from Che Jie and Shi Jie, stating they had gone downstairs with Xiao Shuang. Che Jie and Shi Jie were mutual friends, having weathered the trials of time together. Despite Aunt Lung's outward charm, she had only a couple of true friends. Leaning in, Wu mother whispered, Lung Gu has long wanted to leave. Don't keep him waiting. In truth, Aunt Lung was already prepared. She simply wished to hasten Uncle Lung's pace. The doorbell rang, and they heard the hotel attendant's voice from outside. Upon opening the door, the attendant presented a beautifully wrapped small box. This is for a Mr. Lung from a guest named Lin Feng. All three pairs of eyes turned toward Uncle Long, who was equally surprised. Upon hearing Lin Feng's name, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the small gift. Aunt Lung softly said, give it to me. I am his wife. The waiter was quite obstinate. Mr. Lin Feng insisted that the gift be handed over to Mr. Lung, stating that it was specially prepared for him. Given that he had expressed himself clearly, it would be inappropriate to refuse the gift. Mr. Lung rose to accept the present from the waiter. The gift was rather petite, leaving one curious about its contents. It was prepared just for you. Let us unveil it, someone suggested. So small, it must be jewelry, another mused. Perhaps a men's watch, or maybe a tie clip. Yet another speculated. The most animated were the Wu couple, with Mrs. Lung silently pondering what Lin Feng had sent. Hurry, Open it for us, they urged. Mr. Lung, too, was intrigued. Upon unwrapping it, he discovered a beautifully crafted blue and white porcelain vase lying serenely within. This porcelain, blue and white, could it be genuine? I confessed my ignorance in such matters, but with my limited knowledge, it seemed plausible. The characters of Wu Yishuang were evident in their demeanor, seemingly inherited from their parents. Although they may not have inherited their parents' physical beauty, their personalities reflected a blend of both. Mr. Lung held the delicate blue and white vase, which felt cool to the touch and was undeniably exquisite. Even if it were not an authentic piece, the craftsmanship alone warranted its collection. Upon opening it, a rich aroma of tea wafted towards them. Mr. Lung's expression shifted, and he leaned in to inhale the scent. Mr. Wu also drew nearer, their heads almost touching. It's tea, Mrs. Lang remarked, possessing a bit of knowledge about tea, acknowledging its good quality. Mrs. Lang preferred floral teas for their beauty benefits. Yet he had clearly put thought into this gift. At that moment, the two formally dressed gentlemen were elated. This tea is remarkable, reminiscent of Wuyi Mountain tea. The scent is unmistakable. Mr. Lung, knowledgeable and fond of tea, understood it far better than Mr. Wu. Are you suggesting this is Wuyi Mountain tea? I've had it once. We have a small stash at home. Mrs. Lung, though not well versed in tea, recognized Mr. Lung's treasured Wuyi Mountain tea. This is De Hong Pao from Wuyi Mountain, Mr. Lung proclaimed excitedly. Indeed, tea from 100-year-old trees, with an extremely limited annual yield, typically reserved for the elite or exported abroad. It's rare for the general populace to taste it. The aroma was intoxicating. He lamented the absence of a tea house, wishing he could savor it properly. How did this young man acquire such a treasure? Mr. Lung rubbed the vase lovingly, lost in its allure. Beside him, Mr. Wu could hardly conceal his envy, saying, "My good brother, let me have a taste later." Mr. Lung winced as if in pain. "Fine, I'll let you sample it." Mrs. Lung couldn't help but chuckle, impressed by her son-in-law's prowess. Yet she began to tease. "Look at you, reveling over just a small jar of tea. Have you been bought off by Lin Feng?" Mr. Lung replied earnestly, "You don't comprehend the true value contained within this small jar. Regardless of the son-in-law's character, I find him quite agreeable, at least towards me, his father-in-law." Cold Mother elegantly rolled her eyes, arranged the items, and declared it was time to descend. "Since your husband caters to your preferences, you must show him respect today, otherwise I shall shatter your precious jar of tea." Cold Father cradled it protectively, uttering words that took everyone by surprise. "You may strike me, but you shall never lay a finger on my tea, absolutely not." Cold Mother inquired again. Today she would observe your demeanor. With that, she took Mother by the hand and led the way out. Clearing his throat, Cold Father proclaimed, "Whoever gifts me this small jar shall have my daughter, Xiao Shuang, as his bride. The happiness of my daughter is of little consequence. Possessing good tea is paramount." The hotel boasts a safe, where Cold Father hastily secured the tea before eagerly exiting. "Let us proceed. After our meal, we shall purchase a tea set and return for a delightful cup." "Indeed. Let us go." Chapter 65. Cold Father could no longer contain himself. Wu Yishuang appeared in the private room accompanied by two aunts. One was plump, the other slender. One was tall, the other short. One adorned with pearl accessories, the other with jade. Both exuded an air of elegance and composure. Their makeup tastefully understated as they greeted everyone with their handbags in tow. Cold Ming approached with a genuine smile. "Aunt Che, Aunt Shi, you have arrived." Aunt Che's eyes squinted into narrow slits as she laughed, resembling the Buddha of joy. "On this jubilant occasion, I simply had to come. You, my dear, did not even inform us." Aunt Shi, a former model standing at a height of 1.7 meters, shared the most common interests with Cold Mother and had the most compatible temperament. She appraised Cold Ming, noting her radiant complexion, a picture of a new mother's happiness. "They are still tidying up upstairs. We could not wait to come and see." And she adjusted the stray strands of hair by Cold Ming's ear, remarking, "You seem to be doing well. We are all reassured." Aunt Che curiously peered around. "Let me see the child. Where's the baby?" The two little ones were nestled in the stroller, likely disturbed by the noise. Both had awakened. Lin Feng was skillfully changing the diaper of the eldest, clearly accustomed to the task. "Lin Feng, this is Aunt Che, and this is Aunt Shi, dear friends of my mother. Greetings. I am Xiao Lang's husband, Lin Feng. You may call me Xiao Feng." After dressing the eldest in soft cotton pants, Lin Feng handed the baby over to Cold Ming, signaling for her to nurse. The private room featured a restroom and a lounge equipped with a sofa, a tea table, a television, and a gaming console. Cold Ming Ming entered the lounge with the baby to nurse, while Lin Feng introduced himself to the guests. It must be said that it is Lin Mother who truly shines. She complimented the pearls, enhancing Aunt Che's regal appearance. Moments later, she praised the jade for its elegance, noting how Aunt Che's understated yet grand accessories suited her perfectly. From the accessories, she praised their figures, and then their eloquence. Although both women were aware that these were merely formal compliments, Lin Mother's sincerity made them exceedingly pleased. Should a man express such sentiments, women would scoff, deeming him utterly clueless. However, when uttered by a woman, the impact is entirely different. To receive genuine praise from one's peers brings a joy that fills their hearts with authentic happiness. Today, Lin's mother adorned herself with a gold necklace and a gold ring. Though not as opulent as others, her elegance was unmistakable. Aunt Che promptly removed her own pearl necklace, pearl earrings, and pearl ring, declaring, "This entire set is for you. Come, let me adorn you." Before Lin's mother could decline, Aunt Che swiftly adorned her, beaming with satisfaction. "You look splendid. It complements you beautifully." Lin's mother hastily attempted to remove the jewelry, but Aunt Che insisted, "Even if you're not well versed in pearls, you can see how lustrous and full they are. They must have cost quite a bit. I simply cannot accept them." Aunt Che firmly grasped her hand, urging, "Just accept it as a token of our meeting." Observing Lin's mother's continued reluctance, Aunt Che adopted a serious demeanor, asserting, "Do you not consider me your sister?" With a grave expression, Aunt Che remained unyielding. After a moment's hesitation, Lin's mother conceded, "Then I must thank my sister." At this, Aunt Che's face brightened with joy. "From now on, we shall be good sisters." Aunt Che, feeling compelled to contribute, removed a jade bracelet from her wrist. "I cannot accept this," she softly protested. "Don't move, it might shatter." With that warning, Lin's mother dared not budge. The bracelet fit perfectly, and Aunt Che declared with satisfaction, "This is my gift to you." Lin's mother truly could not accept it, prompting Aunt Che to reassure her, "We are aunties to Xiaolong. You are Xiaolong's mother-in-law. In terms of our relationship, we are sisters. Do not stand on ceremony." No. I was contemplating what I might gift you in return. Perhaps I could share my gold necklace and gold ring with you. That would be a fair exchange." This remark elicited laughter from both Aunt Che and Aunt Che. With such an adorable mother-in-law, Xiaolong surely would never face any discord with her spouse's family. Aunt Che deftly changed the subject. "I don't recognize some of these people. Please introduce us." Lin's mother wanted to speak, but ultimately smiled and said, "Allow me to introduce you." Meanwhile, the atmosphere was lively as Mother Long and her three companions descended, greeting everyone with warm smiles. "I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I shall drink 3 cups as penance." Today, Mother Long donned a striking red qipao beneath a cashmere coat, accented by red jewelry. Mother Wu wore a coat over a sweater, complemented by a single gold bracelet. 2 men followed behind, both impeccably dressed in suits. From a distance, they appeared as 2 dignitaries. Father Lung wore a gentle expression, and as they exited the elevator, Mother Lung cautioned him, "If you dare to sulk during dinner today, that small jar of tea shall be shattered." Father Lung pondered. That fellow, Lin Feng, chose to arrive just at the opportune moment. What could his intentions be? Today, Lin Feng was attired in a turtleneck sweater and casual trousers, topped with a mid-length khaki coat. He possesses broad shoulders and a narrow waist, standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet, with long legs to match. Upon hearing a voice, he turned and greeted with a smile, addressing father, mother, uncle, aunt. Cold Father nearly stumbled upon hearing this. What a sharp lad, who taught him to speak so smoothly. Despite his inner ire towards Lin Feng, Cold Father maintained a facade of composure. The Wu couple scrutinized Lin Feng and found him quite satisfactory. His appearance was striking, and his earnest gaze suggested commendable character. Indeed, young Cold has an eye for quality, they mused. Cold Mother glanced around, inquiring, "Where is Xiaohan?" Lin Feng replied, "She is in the lounge feeding Debao. There are many unfamiliar faces here, so I cannot leave her side." He turned to Cold Father, who averted his gaze, ignoring him. "Father, have you received the tea leaves? I have some more. I can bring you some once you finish what you have." For a fleeting moment, Cold Father's composure faltered. Cold Mother found amusement in the situation, remarking, "Let's discuss the tea later. Do introduce me." Wu Father chimed in, "My good brother, do save some tea for me." At this point, Cold Father was secretly delighted, yet maintained his aloof demeanor. "You can drink, but sharing? Don't even think about it." As everyone became acquainted, Lin Feng took the opportunity to find Cold Ming Han with the baby. Little Bao was cooing, clearly in need of a change. When everyone turned to look, they realized Lin Feng and the child had vanished, undoubtedly preoccupied with the baby's needs. The guests divided themselves into groups. Women at one table, men at another, local acquaintances at yet another, young friends of Cold Feng and Wu Yishuang at a separate table, and finally, the photography team at their own table. As conversations flowed, everyone began to settle into their seats. Cold Father glanced down at his wife, sensing something peculiar about her, yet unable to articulate what it was. Cold Mother caught his prolonged gaze, but could not discern his thoughts, rolling her eyes in response. Is he blind? Such a magnificent pearl necklace, those large pearl earrings, and that vibrant green bracelet. She was not at all perturbed. She had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, Lin Feng and his wife emerged, cradling the child. The two tidy little ones, wide-eyed with curiosity, occasionally parted their small lips as if to speak. Come, let me hold her, Cold Mother said. Rising to embrace the nearby De Bao, discovering the child bore a striking resemblance to her mother as a child. Clearly, the medical staff had been correct. This child would undoubtedly rival her mother's beauty in the future. Especially those large eyes, resembling a deer's, were simply adorable. Immediately, she turned to Cold Father, saying, Hold your granddaughter. Cold Father paused for a moment, and when he finally reacted, he found himself cradling a heavy, fragrant bundle of joy. Their eyes met, and influenced by their shared bloodline, Cold Father seemed to glimpse the likeness of his daughter in her youth. De Bao, dressed in a delicate shade of yellow, appeared even more exquisite. He held the child stiffly, unable to adapt, his gaze darting around in a plea for assistance. Lin Feng approached him, adjusting the way he cradled the baby. Dad, raise this hand a little higher and support her here. Cold Father, drenched in sweat from the shock, stumbled over his words. Why you take her? I still smell of smoke. I wouldn't want to suffocate her. De Bao beamed at him, his round little face resembling a small dough ball. Rosy and fair, it seemed our De Bao was quite fond of his grandfather. Lin Feng took their daughter from Cold Father's arms. Noticing how the rigid figure beside him finally relaxed, the look of relief on his face somewhat amusing. Cold Mother caught sight of her husband's earlier actions from the corner of her eye, unable to suppress a smile. Xiao Bao was born a few ounces lighter than his sister, and after indulging in milk during this time, he had now become a plump little dough ball like his sister. Cold Mother gently advised, quit smoking and drink more tea, lest the babies inhale secondhand smoke. Cold Father glanced at the other child, observing that their granddaughter resembled her mother as a child, while he was uncertain who their grandson looked like. It seemed he was speaking to himself, prompting Cold Mother to directly ask their daughter to bring the child over. Cold Father was startled, turning to look at his wife. Cold Mother calmly said, Isn't it fine to hold him and take a look? Cold Father pursed his lips. He was a father still grappling with the emotions of having a daughter, yet to formally reconcile with her. Their unexpected encounter rendered both father and daughter rather awkward. Cold Father rubbed his hands together and took the little grandson, clad in a blue cotton jacket, with an aloof demeanor. Xiao Bao's eyes were slightly smaller than his sister's, yet he was among the larger infants of his age. He was quite active and a voracious eater, crying loudly whenever he was hungry. Indeed, after being held for a moment, he squirmed to look around, his gaze filled with curiosity about the adult world. Suddenly, Cold Mother recalled something and asked her daughter, Is Xiao Bao's belly button healing? Each time Xiao Bao had his diaper changed, he would kick his legs, causing the gauze on his belly button to come off several times. Eventually, Lin Feng noticed some inflammation and hurried him to the hospital. The doctor advised daily iodine disinfection, indicating it was not a significant issue. Now both children had lost their umbilical cords, and their belly buttons were round and healthy. Take the child, Cold Father stated, handing Xiao Bao back to his daughter with an air of indifference. Cold Ming Han cradled her daughter and went to greet the two teachers who had just arrived. Don't forget your tea leaves, Cold Father thought to himself, feeling somewhat aggrieved, yet managing to muster a gentle smile. Is this acceptable? It should suffice. Nearby, Wu Father stifled a laugh, patting his brother's shoulder, urging him to come to terms with the situation. It has come to this. The certificate is obtained. The child is born, and your son-in-law is quite commendable, even bringing you tea leaves. Isn't that wonderful? Cold Father remained silent, having encountered countless individuals throughout his life. He recognized Lin Feng as a man of good character. However, Wu Father whispered, could it be that he feels embarrassed? Cold Father shot him a glare. wondering why he had never found this man so insufferable before. Two teachers hurriedly arrived. Wow, is this your precious little baby? How adorable. Congratulations. Let me see who your husband is. It said outside that your husband is a graduate of our school. I saw that post when Lin Feng came over with the baby, and the gluttonous teacher couldn't help but exclaim, "It's you." Indeed, it truly is him. Both exclaimed in unison. The expressions of the teachers were utterly captivating, their astonishment nearly revealing their amusement. Hello, teachers. I am Lin Feng, the husband of Lung Menghan. Hello, we've met before. You're the delivery guy, right? Haha, you clever lad, using your delivery work as a pretext to sneak in a romance. Lin Feng chuckled. Lung Menghan, however, was less composed and quickly urged them to take a seat. Where's your friend? Just then, Xiao Guan and Xiao Peng rushed in. Brother Feng, after the baby's full-month celebration, we'll head back to the shop. We want to focus on making money now. With business thriving at the store, they wished they could spend 24 hours there. Today, Zhao Ju was on leave, and with the two of them gone, the shop would be left unattended. Just thinking about the money slipping away made Lin Feng's heart ache. I understand, he said. What about Zhouan? Xiao Peng replied. Zhouan can't come. He has become a somewhat famous streamer and is afraid of causing a stir. He said he'd send the full-month red envelope to you and will visit when he has time. Lin Feng smiled. Please have a seat. The feast will commence shortly. After taking their seats, the servers began to bring out the dishes. Within 5 minutes, the table was overflowing, with more dishes arriving continuously. As the father of the child, Lin Feng stood up to say a few words. Today marks my child's full-month celebration. I sincerely thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to join us. I hope everyone enjoys the food and drinks. Please feel free to order whatever you desire. Zhao Ju responded, I certainly won't hold back. Now that you've married such a beautiful wife and have such an adorable child, who would hold back today? Someone chimed in. Exactly, who would hold back? We must eat well and fill our bellies. The lively banter filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Lin Feng and Lung Menghan sat at a table with fewer people, conveniently next to the school teachers. When did you two start this? We didn't notice at all. Initially, someone said you looked pregnant, and I naively thought you had just gained weight. You're quite fortunate, my friend. Do share your secrets on how you won over this aloof goddess. Lin Feng remained unfazed. Let us eat first. I'll share the details when I have the chance. In contrast to the lively male side, the female table appeared somewhat subdued. Lung's mother and aunt, she were both mindful of their diets to maintain their figures. Aunt Che grumbled. That's why I can't get along with you all. She is quite the foodie. Every time there is something delectable, she wishes to share it with them, only to be met with rejection each time. Thus, she must relish the culinary delights in solitude. Oh, the feeling of loneliness. In Chapter 67, The Weeping Cold Father. The first to depart were Xiao Guan and Xiao Peng. They exchanged tea for wine and hurriedly bid farewell to each table. Ah, the youth. Diligently working to earn a living. Such endeavors deserve encouragement and support. Among those present were mostly elders who expressed their understanding. Leaving after the meal had concluded was hardly a transgression. As the banquet progressed, the dishes had filled their bellies to about 70%, leaving just 30% for drinking. The male side remained as lively as ever, toasting and drinking merrily. Meanwhile, the female side presented a different scene. Two were mindful of their figures. Two ate sparingly due to health concerns, and one was in the midst of a weight loss journey. Goodness, only Aunt Che was indulging unabashedly. By the end, she felt quite embarrassed. You all should eat too. It feels rather awkward to be the only one enjoying the food. It was winter after all. Who could tell if one had gained weight once clothed? Come on, the pork knuckle is truly exquisite. Just have a taste. Aunt Lin approached, holding up her wine glass, and noticed that a significant portion of the dishes remained untouched. Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking? Aunt Lung explained the circumstances of those present, glancing at Aunt Che, who was boldly feasting. At this table, we are relying on her. Aunt Che paused. What do you think? Am I a pig that can devour a whole table of dishes? Aunt Lin expressed her understanding. It's reasonable for women to make sacrifices for the sake of their figures. They exchanged knowing glances, simultaneously declaring, but we can't comprehend it. Ha! Both were food enthusiasts, their physiques quite similar. They were not the type to rigidly adhere to dieting. Aunt Che seemed to have found a kindred spirit. I dislike exercising. I just follow their lead in weight loss, starvation. Do you have any idea how ravenous I became? Watching nature documentaries about hunting made my mouth water. Since then, I vowed never to diet again, not even to mention it. Aunt Lin concurred wholeheartedly. I once coveted a particularly beautiful dress that came only in a small size. I dieted daily just to fit into it. Ultimately, upon hearing the clucking of chickens and the grunting of pigs at home, I fantasized about butchering them. I dreamt of it. I couldn't last more than a few days before giving up. Dieting is simply not feasible for me in this lifetime. Aunt Ling chuckled. We have grown accustomed to this. Take Aunt Shi, a model who has not consumed rice since entering the profession. Now, whenever she eats it, she feels nauseous and uncomfortable. Drinking today? Aunt Lin inquired, raising her glass with a smile. Let us see who prevails. Aunt Lung pointed to Aunt Shi beside her. You should drink with her. She is tougher than I am. Aunt Che's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, let us see who among you is truly formidable. On the table rests bulk white liquor, priced at 200 yuan per jean, boasting a flavor superior to that of bottled varieties. Aunt Shi smiles faintly, asserting that she has been drinking for quite some time now. It is not arrogance, but rather a testament to the fact that no one has ever outdrunk her. Mother Lin chuckles and suggests, come, let us give it a try. My tolerance for alcohol is commendable. I do not engage in drunken antics, and when intoxicated, I simply sleep. Aunt Shi removes her outer garment and gestures grandly. Come, come. Even the big men are subtly inching away. The lively atmosphere draws others in. And soon everyone is toasting and exchanging cups, creating a delightful commotion. As the hour approaches, the arriving teachers each produce a red envelope, adorned with an illustration of a child and inscribed with wishes for peace and joy. This is a full-month red envelope for the two little treasures. Please accept it. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave now. We look forward to your return next semester. After bidding farewell to the teachers, the Lin couple turns to observe the lively gathering at the other table. And she possesses an impressive tolerance for alcohol, surpassing even that of Mother Lin. Let us go toast to our parents. Cold Minghan remains unaffected, still contemplating how to address her father. What if the atmosphere becomes awkward, rendering the situation difficult to navigate? Lin Feng embraces her, reminding her that this day would come eventually, and with her husband by her side, she need not worry. He whispers, I have already presented a gift to Dad in advance. He should not make things too uncomfortable for us. Her father is a man of experience. Ordinary gifts would hardly sway him. At this table, Mother Lin and Aunt Shi engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors, while onlookers enjoy the spectacle. Father Wu nudges Cold Father with his elbow. Following his gaze, Cold Father's expression darkened slightly. Dad, thank you for attending the child's full-month banquet today. We are quite flattered by your presence. Cold Father rotates his teacup, maintaining composure. Dad, I am grateful to you and Mom for raising such a wonderful daughter. I will cherish her and treat her well, Lin Feng asserts. Given the circumstances, even Cold Mother stands by her child. What more can he do? Clearing her throat, Cold Mother offers a subtle reminder. Cold Father stirs, acknowledging that it is too late to change things, so he will proceed as is. Preserve the tea leaves. Let us not lose both the wife and the soldiers. Cold Father maintains a composed demeanor, striving to keep his tone amicable. I have raised this daughter for so long. Now she is in your hands, and you must not disappoint her. Should I discover any wrongdoing on your part, I guarantee that your later years will be exceedingly difficult. Father Wu interjects, Son, Cold's words are not to be taken lightly. Besides him, I will not permit you to have an easy time either. Lin Feng declares, I will treat her well and will never act unjustly towards her. Cold Father turns to his daughter, the path you have chosen is yours. And your mother, and I hope you have not misjudged your choice. Cold Minghan gazes deeply at Lin Feng, confidently stating, I believe I have not made the wrong choice. Cold Father refrains from further comment, and after the guests depart, Father Wu jokes, so you chose to take the stairs down when you saw the opportunity? Cold Father shot him a glare, warning that he would not be allowed a sip of tea if he continued to speak. Wu Father choked on his words, feeling the sting of the reprimand, as the other man resorted to intimidation by striking at a sore point. Outside, the atmosphere buzzed with liveliness, while in the lounge, Xiao Yang and Wu Yishuang were engrossed in a gaming session. Upon entering, Lin Feng and his wife found their two precious children soundly asleep. The thought of the challenges that lay ahead weighed heavily on him. After stating this, he set his phone aside and cast a disapproving glance at Cold Minghan. Once the full moon banquet concluded, his parents would undoubtedly begin to press him relentlessly about marriage. What concern was that of mine? Oh, I'll bite you. Suddenly, Wu Yishuang paused, leaning in mischievously to whisper into her friend's ear. Lin Feng was oblivious to their conversation, though it was likely centered around him. As his wife quickly glanced his way, her cheeks flushing as she playfully punched her friend. You might want to give it a try? Hush, don't say a word. Oh, look at you, getting all flustered. Chapter 68. The clarity of foolishness. Cold Minghan was once again pulled into a corner by Wu Yishuang, her instincts immediately alerting her. This girl had a knack for mischief. What was she planning? How many days since you completed your confinement? Wu Yishuang asked with a serious demeanor. Cold Minghan pondered earnestly. Estimating it had been 10 days. Why? After your confinement, did you go for a checkup? What did the doctor say about your recovery? Wu Yishuang inquired with genuine concern. Cold Minghan sensed her friend was gearing up to share something significant. The doctor said my recovery is going quite well. After completing my confinement, I haven't experienced any complications. The doctor attributed my swift recovery to my good health and resilience. Upon hearing this, Wu Yishuang's expression turned grave. I need to tell you something very important, and you must take it seriously. Cold Minghan, influenced by her seriousness, also adopted a more sober demeanor. Speak, and I shall pay heed. Wu Yishuang seemed to wrestle with an internal decision, her expression fraught with difficulty. Cold Minghan, growing anxious, urged her, What is it? The doctor said I'm doing well. There shouldn't be any issues, right? Wu Yishuang remained silent. Instead, she began to applaud enthusiastically, with a raised eyebrow. Her expression grew more serious. Do you still not understand? Cold Minghan's eyes reflected an innocent naivety. What should I understand? Wu Yishuang's face suddenly shifted, playfully poking her friend's forehead before bursting into laughter. Silly girl, you can play cards with Lin Feng. Cold Minghan initially failed to grasp the meaning, staring blankly. Play cards? What cards? Then, with a sudden realization, she screamed and chased after Wu Yishuang. Oh my, you can't be serious, can you? Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Zhao Yang engaged in conversation as the two girls frolicked nearby. I must take my leave. If my uncle catches me, I'm sure to receive quite the lecture. Zhao Yang had never done anything in his life to make Zhao Ju proud. His academic performance was lacking, and he had failed the college entrance examination. After years in society, he had neither savings nor a girlfriend, not to mention possessing any particular skill, aside from driving. There were no better options available. In the past, Lin Feng was devoid of both a home and a vehicle. Yet, he could at least claim to have both now, albeit secondhand. What does it matter? Presently, Lin Feng enjoys the comforts of a car and a house, along with a wife and children. Zhao Yang, on the other hand, lacked Lin Feng's understanding and obedience, his determination and ambition, not to mention his sense of purpose. Now, Lin Feng can attain whatever he desires. Zhao Yang has already foreseen the impending pressure of marriage he is likely to face. Thus, he must keep his distance. When my mother inquires about me, I simply say that I have gone for a drive. Wu Yishuang, having been caught and reprimanded by Lang Minghan, managed to break free and departed with her bag. As she passed by Lin Feng, she flashed a grin and remarked, Lin Feng, you ought to thank me. Lin Feng, bewildered, looked at her. Observing his confusion and casting a glance at the beautiful yet foolish woman across from him, Wu Yishuang sighed, her expression laden with unspoken sentiments. Truly, it is said that not all families belong together. Some are beyond redemption, and I can only go this far. With that, she dashed away. Lin Feng glanced at his wife, pondering her intent. What did she mean? Lang Minghan averted her gaze, dismissing it as unimportant and stating, I'll step outside for a moment. The hotel's first floor housed a restaurant, while the second and third floors were comprised of guest rooms. And the fourth floor featured a game room. After lunch, those wishing to return home could do so, while others inclined towards card games could ascend to the fourth floor. Uncle Da and his companions, citing matters at home, decided to return in their vehicle with the group. There were still many dishes left uneaten, so the waiter brought bags for takeout. We packed everything that could be taken back for Uncle Da and the others to enjoy. The remaining table was solely for the women's side. Today, Lin's mother was in high spirits, having consumed liquor without feeling the slightest intoxication. And she was equally spirited, rolling up her sleeves, clearly intent on out-drinking Lin's mother. Let us change venues. Those who wish to play cards should head to the fourth floor, while we drink with our snacks in the room. After we finish, we can simply fall asleep. What a convenience. And she laughed. Come on, I haven't encountered a rival like you in ages. Women naturally carry a hint of intoxication. And they brought along a jug of wine. Aunt Che had eaten her fill, declaring, let us go play cards to aid digestion. Lin's mother could hardly contain her laughter. Yes, let us play cards to digest. Thus, the middle-aged group set off for the fourth floor in camaraderie. Lin Feng remained behind to instruct the waiter to package all the untouched dishes. As for the happy baby photography team, they commenced tidying up the venue once everyone had departed. Some props could indeed be recycled for further use. Lin Feng and his wife contemplated whether to venture up to the 4th floor. To their astonishment, the private room was already lively, with everyone having chosen their seats. Some smoking while others snacked on sunflower seeds. Even Lung's mother and her companions were thoroughly enjoying themselves, while Lin Feng's aunt and uncle sat nearby, merely there for the social atmosphere, as they were unfamiliar with the game. Lin's father urged his son and daughter-in-law to return home and rest. Cold mother, with her dazzling jewelry, elegantly touched the cards without raising her head and said, "You may leave now. The air here is not good." Lin Feng mentioned the location for dinner that evening. Zhao Ju recognized the place and replied, "I know the way. It's not far from here. 70,000, done. We'll head over by 6. You needn't worry about us. Just take care of the child." The other elders also assured Lin Feng that they could manage without his assistance. The couple drove home. Accustomed to afternoon naps, Cold Meng Xiang yawned. "Darling, do you want to take a nap?" "Not really, but I can keep you company for a bit." Cold Meng Xiang felt as though Lin Feng possessed a magical aura, as long as he was nearby. Her sleep quality improved. By the time they arrived home, it was already 2:30. Lin Feng set an alarm for 5 o'clock. When Cold Meng Xiang awoke at 5, Lin Feng was busy in the kitchen. Having brought back an abundance of ingredients from the restaurant, he decided to prepare a meal for her that afternoon. "Hot pot is too spicy for you. You once said the clear broth lacked flavor, right? So, I'll make you something delicious for dinner, and you can just taste it." It wasn't much of a cooking endeavor, as he merely used the pre-prepared dishes from the hotel at noon, all selected to suit Cold Meng Xiang's palate. Just as Cold Meng Xiang was about to eat, the two children began to fuss. "Well, I guess we'll have to postpone dinner. Taking care of the kids is a priority." Cold Meng Xiang fed the twins without feeling any pressure. Her figure was remarkable, and Lin Feng often averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Cold Meng Xiang was already stunning, with her fair skin. "You feed them first, I'll go back to the kitchen." As Cold Meng Xiang fed the little one, she quietly called the doctor. The last time the little one had an inflamed belly button. The couple had saved the doctor's number for emergencies. "Doctor, I have a question for you." "Go ahead." Are you suggesting something about matters between couples?" Cold Meng Xiang's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" The doctor laughed. "I can tell by your tone." Chapter 69, Embarrassment. The doctor assured her it was permissible. Lin Feng, noticing Cold Meng Xiang on the phone, approached and startled her into hanging up. "Why do you look so guilty?" "I just called Xiao Shuang. Have you finished?" I'm hungry." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, his gaze inquisitive. Did she not realize that her attempt to deceive was riddled with inconsistencies in both demeanor and speech? "It's ready. You can eat now. I'll take care of the baby's burping." Cold Meng Xiang, feeling guilty, handed the little one to him, but then turned back to retrieve her phone. I think I'll go play a game for a bit, hee." Truly an obvious attempt to cover her tracks. Although they were married, neither felt the need to check each other's phones, not because they didn't know the passwords, but because they deemed it unnecessary. However, this time, Lin Feng felt a tinge of curiosity. Lung Mingxiang, distractedly dining while perusing news on her phone, found herself inexplicably agitated. Soon, the source of her discontent became apparent. Her fair complexion, which she had diligently cared for with olive oil since her pregnancy, still bore the marks of motherhood. Her abdomen, despite her efforts, appeared somewhat loose, adorned with faint traces of stretch marks. Her mood plummeted. Although Lin Feng had seen her in this state before, it was markedly different from their intimate encounters. When it came to that level of closeness, she yearned to present him with her most perfect self. Covering her face, Long Mingxiang gradually calmed her turmoil, suppressing the urge to weep. "Wife, are you ready?" Lin Feng, noticing she had been in the restroom for quite some time without hearing her phone, approached out of curiosity. "I'm coming out now." Upon emerging, she was startled by Lin Feng, who stood at the door. "You scared me. Why are you standing here?" She patted her chest, about to leave when Lin Feng wrapped his arms around her waist. Leaning down to gaze into her eyes, which were red-rimmed, he asked softly, "What's wrong?" He hoped to coax her into lifting her gaze, but she stubbornly kept her head down, fearing that if she looked up and met Lin Feng's face, her pent-up feelings of grievance and irritation would spill forth. Sensing her distress, Lin Feng led her to the edge of the bed. His tall stature made him tower over her even while seated. "What's the matter? Are you feeling down? Is it about Xiao Shuang or something else?" Gently lifting her chin, he continued soothingly, It's okay. Talk to your husband. Perhaps we can find a solution together. With her eyes glistening and her nose reddened, Lung Mingxiang pressed her lips together on the verge of tears. Almost immediately, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. This startled Lin Feng. After all, during her labor, she had not shed a single tear. Even post-delivery, despite the discomfort her body endured, she had remained tearless. Setting everything aside, the only time she had teared up was when her mother visited, yet she had never truly cried. What happened? Why are you crying? Please, tell me, he implored. Once she started to cry, she couldn't seem to stop. Lin Feng quickly embraced her, murmuring, "Don't cry, don't cry. Is it painful while nursing? If so, we can switch to formula." He understood that their firstborn was vigorous, while the younger one loved to play. Every feeding left her chest sore. As a man, he could not fathom that kind of pain. Only through the experiences of pregnancy and childbirth did he grasp the hardships women endure in this regard. He felt helpless, unsure of how to alleviate her distress. Having read extensively about postpartum mothers, Lin Feng was deeply concerned. The only thing he could do was care for their children, ensuring she had ample time to rest. He endeavored to shower her with affection, aiming to shield her from worries about anything else. Yet today, her unhappiness weighed heavily on his heart. "My dear," she spoke in a soft and plaintive tone. Lin Feng embraced her tightly. "I'm here." Cold Minghan sniffled. I feel ugly. What if you find me distasteful when we play cards?" This question struck Lin Feng like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Not at all. I think my darling has a wonderful figure, and besides, you are the one who bore my children. How could I ever find you unappealing?" "You're lying. I refuse to believe that," she retorted. "Of course I don't find you unappealing. If I did, what would that make me, Lin Feng?" "Perhaps you say one thing, but think another," she countered. "I don't think that at all. I have such a wonderful wife. With all your sacrifices for me, I can hardly express my gratitude. Why would I ever find you unattractive?" Cold Minghan gazed at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Feng gently wiped her tears away and reaffirmed his devotion. "I truly do not find you unappealing. My love for you is beyond measure. How could I ever think less of you?" Cold Minghan sniffled again. "But I feel so ugly." Lin Feng was taken aback. "How could that be? I think you are beautiful. Every time I see it, I remember the hardships you endured from pregnancy to childbirth. It serves as a reminder of all the sacrifices you made for me, compelling me to cherish you even more." Cold Minghan continued to look at him intently. Lin Feng was almost ready to swear that he genuinely felt that way. "You must believe me, my dear." With a slight smile, Cold Minghan's mood visibly lightened. Lin Feng embraced her and planted a gentle kiss on her lips. "There, don't be sad anymore. Husband loves you dearly." As the atmosphere shifted, their emotions blossomed, and an air of affection enveloped them. Just as they were settling into this tender moment, Cold Minghan turned her face away, and Lin Feng prepared to rise. "Where are you going?" She suddenly grasped his hand, her expression tinged with a hint of distress. "I thought you seemed unprepared, and I wasn't sure if we could," he explained. Cold Minghan blushed deeply, unable to find a place to hide. "I am ready. I even consulted the doctor. It's perfectly fine." She pulled him down, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Husband." The way she uttered the word left Lin Feng somewhat flustered, his hands propping him up. They gazed at each other, unsure who ignited this passionate spark, but it quickly engulfed them in its fervor. After their game of cards concluded, Lin Feng was mindful of Cold Minghan's condition, yet he found the experience somewhat lacking. However, Cold Minghan, in a state of delightful imbalance, felt an exquisite thrill. How should she express it? Engaging in joyful activities with someone she adored lifted her spirits entirely. She covered her face, revealing only her sparkling eyes. Lin Feng possessed a magnificent physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and the faint outline of 8-pack abs. He appeared slender yet undeniably muscular. In the past, during her pregnancy, she had been irritable and indifferent to the handsome men around her. Now, her thoughts were abundant. "Would you like me to wash you?" Lin Feng inquired. Song Mingxiang shook her head, insisting on handling it herself, urging Lin Feng to go wash up. Observing her like a quail, he did not press the matter further. Some things must be approached gradually. After the couple finished their respective ablutions, they pushed their little ones to dine on hot pot. Due to a delay caused by certain matters, everyone awaited their arrival. This gathering took place in a private room on the second floor, where the atmosphere was markedly more animated compared to the earlier hours. Conversations flowed with enthusiasm, declaring that the day's excitement had been insufficient, and they would continue the revelry into the night. There were no objections. If they were to indulge, they would do so wholeheartedly. Chapter 70. Receiving red envelopes this time. Lin's mother also joined, appearing to be in good spirits. Lin Feng smiled and inquired, "Mother, have you and Aunt Shi determined a winner?" Lin's mother chuckled. "Your Aunt Shi is indeed formidable. She can continue drinking even after feeling ill, while I cannot." Aunt Shi laughed in response. "That was a skill honed over time. But I cannot compare with you. I merely have a slight edge." The two had grown closer, their camaraderie warming considerably since their initial meeting that morning. Hot pot, a culinary delight, is universally adored. They gathered around, animatedly discussing the recent thrilling moments from their card games, the conversation fervent and lively. Given the strong flavors of the meal, Lin Feng positioned the children near the window for better air quality. Song Mingxiang had come after feeling full, yearning for the spicy broth, but was left to dip her ingredients in the plain water instead. She savored a few bites of the exquisite flower mushrooms, a few pieces of tripe, and some slices of fatty beef. Wu Yizhuang's gaze fixated on Song Mingxiang's neck, swirling with mischief. Leaning closer, she quipped, causing Song Mingxiang to drop her duck intestines in shock. Wu Yizhuang found her friend's reaction amusing and couldn't resist teasing her. Song Mingxiang softly retorted, "Do you have any say in this?" Wu Yizhuang pinched her slender waist, playfully admonishing, "You ungrateful wretch. Were it not for my gentle guidance, would you have blossomed into the person you are today? Now that you are happy, you turn your back on me. Do you have no shame?" She emphasized the word happy, as if fearing Song Mingxiang might misunderstand. Song Mingxiang trembled slightly, glancing around the table to ensure they were not overheard. "Goodness, there are others at this table," she exclaimed, hastily covering her mouth, expressing her gratitude. "My dear, thank you so much. I truly appreciate it." Wu Yizhuang dismissively swatted her hand away, unimpressed. "That was hardly sincere. Now be gone." Half an hour later, the couple prepared to take their children home. Lin's mother rose to accompany them, carrying a bag filled with red envelopes for their child's month celebration. "Make sure to keep this safe," she advised. Before turning to Song Mingxiang, "Hurry home now. It's windy outside. Don't catch a chill." After watching their car depart, Lin's mother returned to her meal. One drawback of dining on hot pot is the lingering scent that clings to one's clothes. Upon returning home, a bath was in order, followed by slipping into comfortable pajamas. "Darling," Lin Feng knocked on the bathroom door of the master suite. "What is it?" "I'm currently washing. Let us wash together." To conserve water, he suggested. However, it is best to refrain. It all feels rather abrupt, leaving Cold dreaming in a state of bewilderment, to the point where she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Outside, Lin Feng chuckled lightly before retreating to another restroom for a shower. The red envelopes from Xiao Yang and Xiao Peng were in Lin Feng's possession, each generously contributing 4,000, a commendable display of generosity. The envelopes from several teachers were with Cold dreaming, none of which amounted to more than 1,200. Upon inspecting the envelopes, Lin Feng noted that some bore names while others did not. Cold dreaming inquired about the necessity of names. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, deducing that it must pertain to future reciprocation. In rural gatherings, certain gifts are expected to be returned. Uncle Da had given 500, while other villagers contributed 200 or 300. "Wow, this red envelope is quite substantial," Lin Feng remarked as he opened it to reveal 2 bundles totaling 20,000. Cold dreaming cast a glance, recognizing it as a gift from Xiao Shuang. He then opened another envelope containing 4,000. Although it lacked a name, Lin Feng surmised it was from his aunt. Next, he discovered an envelope with 6,000, which he knew to be from his uncle. Another envelope contained 5,000, presumably from his maternal uncle. There was also 1,000, undoubtedly from Zhao Yang. Unlike conventional red envelopes, these contained several large sums, with 3 envelopes totaling 40,000 and 1 envelope amounting to 80,000. The 80,000 was from Cold dreaming's mother, while the 40,000 came from Aunt Shi, Che Yi, and Wu Yishuang's parents. Additionally, at the very bottom, there lay another envelope containing 20,000, a gift from Lin Feng's parents. He entrusted all this money to Cold dreaming, intending it for their children's future use. "My dear, you should keep it for the little ones," she suggested. "Oh, and we should also prepare red envelopes for them." The couple deliberated and decided that each would prepare 2,000. "Tomorrow, I shall open an account for the children." Lin Feng had not anticipated receiving such a substantial amount. Cold dreaming remarked, "In their circle, amounts of 10 to 20,000 are commonplace. It is quite typical." When She Yi's grandson celebrated his full moon, the red envelopes totaled over 2 million, and with the gifts combined, it easily reached 3 to 4 million. However, as you mentioned, many of these gifts are expected to be returned, so the net gain is not substantial. Lin Feng secured the money, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over him. When I had my full moon celebration, we were only given eggs and rice. His uncle had gifted 200. In the early hours past 1 o'clock, after tending to the 2 babies, they would not dine until dawn. Lin Feng prepared warm water to cleanse cold dreaming. She had tilted her head, appearing drowsy, but upon lying down, an inexplicable energy seemed to awaken within her. "Can't sleep?" she asked. "A bit," he replied. "I'll check my phone. If you're tired, feel free to sleep." Lin Feng possessed the remarkable ability to thrive on just a few hours of sleep, equating it to 8 hours of rest. He leaned in closer, inhaling the scent at the nape of her neck, wrapping his arms around her waist. In this tranquil silence, it spoke volumes. Ling Mingxiang could no longer bear to look at her phone, remaining utterly still. "My dear, are you feeling tired?" "Not particularly. I've slept from 9 until now, and I feel quite refreshed." Ling Mingxiang naively interpreted this in a straightforward manner, only to later discover that Lin Feng had intended a dual meaning. It turned out that for him, the daytime was akin to fast food. After the tumult, Ling Mingxiang truly did not wish to lift a finger. In the faint light, she observed Lin Feng diligently tending to her. Throughout the process, he unabashedly expressed his deep affection for her, praising her figure, her skin, her hair, every inch of her, over and over again. "I'm speaking to you," he murmured softly, as if casting a spell. This time, Ling Mingxiang was genuinely fatigued. The following day, upon rising, she overheard voices outside and hastily grabbed her phone to call Lin Feng. He soon arrived, closing the door behind him. "Darling, you're awake. Who is out there?" "It's Aunt and Uncle. They came to visit us. My father will take them back shortly." "Why didn't you wake me? You looked so peaceful in your slumber." "And they've only just arrived." Ling Mingxiang rushed to wash her face and comb her hair, donning a new down jacket. "Sweetheart, we're all family. Wearing pajamas is perfectly acceptable. What do you know? I wish to leave a good impression before your relatives. They don't mind such things. I do. All right. Let us go. Also, my dear, I'd like to give Aunt and Uncle 2,000 yuan. Isn't that a bit too little? They've been quite kind to us. Let us give them another 2,000. After a moment's pause, she added, "Darling, you can decide these matters of social etiquette yourself. No need to consult me." Chapter 71. The first time as parents, uncertainty. Aunt and Uncle were seated on the sofa, chatting with Lin's father and incessantly complimenting the beautiful home decor. Remarking on Lin Feng's success, Ling Mingxiang emerged to greet them. "Aunt, Uncle." Aunt smiled warmly. "You needn't have come out to greet us. If you're tired, just rest. We won't be here long." Uncle nodded in agreement, holding a cup of water. "Go back and sleep." Ling Mingxiang smiled. "I'm well rested. I'm not tired." Interacting with them brought her a sense of ease, and she sat beside them with a smile. Aunt took her hand affectionately, saying, "You two must find raising a child quite exhausting. When you're tired, let Xiao Feng's mother help you. You have work, and so does Xiao Feng. How can you support the family while caring for the child full-time? Everything costs money these days, and it doesn't last long. Raising a child is no easy task. Though it may seem inexpensive now, just wait until they grow. You'll understand." Aunt's hands were rough yet warm. Ling Mingxiang replied, "Let us manage for now. And when we're busy, we'll ask Mom to come help." Auntie reiterated her advice, urging the young couple to cherish one another and work together to nurture their lives, assuring them that the future would undoubtedly be brighter. "Xiao Feng," she said, "as a man, you must be more understanding towards your wife. She has borne you a son and a daughter. She is indeed a great contributor. You must treat her well. Do you understand?" Lin Feng nodded assuredly. "Auntie, you can rest easy. I will certainly take good care of her." With a smile, Auntie adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, "If Xiao Feng does not treat you well, do not hesitate to inform me. I will stand up for you. Despite my age, I can still wield a stick against that rascal." A warm sensation enveloped Lung Minghan's heart as she nodded in agreement. "All right." As they prepared to leave, Auntie insisted they not see her off. "The children are still asleep inside. You must return quickly. Your father is here to accompany me." She turned back several times, waving her hand to signal Lin Feng and Lung Minghan to go. "Auntie, please take this." "What is it?" Auntie inquired, revealing a red envelope filled with a considerable sum. She hastily returned it to Lin Feng, a hint of displeasure in her voice. "No, you keep it. I have enough money saved up. The last time you visited, you gave me 2,000. I don't need more." This money should be used for raising the children. I have no expenses in the village. Please, take it. Lin Feng declined, while Lin father also urged her to accept it. Ultimately, she handed it over to Lung Minghan, who was equally reluctant to accept and tried to persuade Annie otherwise. Frustrated, Annie stamped her foot in exasperation, insisting, I do not want it. I have money. I do not want your money. Seeing her distress, Lin Feng finally took the money back. Auntie, please do not be upset. I'll keep it. Only then did Annie calm down, saying, I am leaving now. This new year, when we return to the countryside, I will prepare some ribs for you. With that, Auntie smiled and departed. Uncle waved them off. You two should head back. We are leaving. Given their advanced age, it was uncertain when Auntie and Uncle would visit again. Long Minghan remarked that Auntie would eventually accept gifts such as clothes during the new year. Lin Feng nodded, noting that Auntie had not received much money from him over the past year. All her earnings came from selling grains. If she claimed to have money, it was a result of her diligent saving. At lunch, they consumed leftovers from the hotel. Lung Minghan was served freshly prepared food. Darling, I want to eat too. No need. This is not fresh. You should eat something new. This is from yesterday. It should be fine in this cold weather. Even if it is not spoiled, you cannot eat it. I have a strong stomach, and I can handle it, but you must take care of the baby. Upon hearing about feeding the baby, Lung Minghan ceased her argument with Lin Feng. After their meal, they gathered their household registration booklet, marriage certificate, and the children's birth certificates to open bank accounts for the little ones. At that hour, the bank staff had just begun their workday. For opening an account, you can apply for a baby card via your mobile phone. In a few days, once the card arrives, you can come with the relevant documents. Hand me your phone. I will assist you. Would you like any special customization? It was Lin Feng's first time navigating this process. What does special customization entail? The staff member mentioned that custom orders could include a baby's photo or other images, such as that of Patrick Starr, which would incur a customization fee of 150 yuan. After deliberation, Lin Feng and Lung Mengxiang decided against it, finding the idea of a photo on a bank card rather peculiar. Ultimately, they opted for a standard baby card, costing 50 yuan. The card would be ready in approximately 3 days, and they were advised to return for processing. It appeared that today's matters could not be resolved. Considering an alternative, Lin Feng pondered whether to inquire at another bank. Upon entering, the staff greeted them with smiles, affirming that they could process the application without needing a baby card, provided they had the necessary documents. Lin Feng retrieved his phone, took a moment to log into the previous application for the savings card, and promptly canceled the baby card request. I have all the required documents. This is being processed in the name of our eldest, he stated. The staff, noticing the significant deposit, chuckled. Ah, this must be the full month money for the baby. Lin Feng nodded with a smile in agreement. Under the staff's guidance, they filled out the relevant paperwork and were issued a cartoon-themed savings card. Once concluded, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something. Have we not registered the child yet? Do we still need to do that? Lung Mingxiang responded, I'm not sure. As a first-time mother, no one has informed me. She further inquired, is there anything else we have not completed? Lin Feng reflected, almost speaking to himself. The hospital mentioned that when the baby reaches 2 months, we should take the vaccination proof to the community hospital for registration, right? Long Mingxiang replied with a sound of confusion. The couple exchanged glances, noticing that they still had time. Lin Feng used his phone to search for the police station under the jurisdiction of Yiping Jiangshan. Let us go take a look. They drove to the police station, where they asked the staff for directions along the way. Upon arriving at the designated office, they were surprised to see a considerable number of people present. I'll go get a number, Lin Feng said, and they waited to be called, anticipating a swift process. They found themselves waiting for 1 to 2 hours before it was finally their turn. Documents, please, the staff requested. Upon confirming that all documents were complete, they inquired, did you bring the property deed? Lin Feng was about to answer no when he suddenly recalled the system reward backpack containing the property deed. I have it, he replied. The processing went relatively smoothly, and by the time they emerged, it was nearly 5:30. Lin Feng called his mother. Mom, you're not still playing cards, are you? The atmosphere on the other end was lively with many people present. No, I've taken them to explore the shopping mall and food street in the South City. Don't worry about us. Just take good care of the baby. Your father and I can manage things here, she reassured him before hanging up. What would you like to eat tonight? Lin Feng asked. Anything your husband makes is fine. I'm not picky, she responded. Let us head home. Chapter 72. An awkward encounter with chocolate. Since Lang Ming'an became pregnant, she has consistently consumed milk every evening. Initially, she relied on packaged milk, then transitioned to ordered goat milk powder, and ultimately favored fresh milk. Lung Minghan found fresh milk to be far more delightful, offering a superior taste compared to packaged full-fat milk. Realizing the refrigerator was devoid of fresh milk, she parked the car by the roadside. Upon entering the vehicle, she noticed her husband discreetly slipping 2 boxes with black and gold trim into his pocket. Her first instinct was to assume they contained chocolate, and she reached out to grab one. "Darling, did you buy chocolate?" she exclaimed. However, as she glanced down at the box, she was taken aback by the conspicuous label reading 001 Ultra Thin. Suddenly, the realization dawned upon her, and her face flushed crimson. The item in her hand felt akin to a hot potato. She glanced around nervously before ultimately placing it back into Lin Feng's pocket. Lin Feng, scratching his nose, remarked, "Given your current condition, if no precautions are taken, you might still conceive." Long Minghan merely responded with an urging him, "Let South just drive." Upon returning home, the couple busied themselves with their 2 children, feeding them and changing diapers. It seemed as though the second child had a sensitive stomach, often requiring around 10 minutes to burp after feeding. In contrast, their firstborn was quick, delivering a resounding burp within 2 minutes. "Dear, why don't you go prepare dinner? I'll handle the burping," suggested Lung Minghan. Lin Feng handed the little one to her, placing a small cloth on her shoulder before heading to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the living room was filled with the sounds of a popular fantasy romance drama. As she burped the baby, she wandered back and forth, oblivious to the little one's earnest attempts to locate the source of the television's sound. When Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen, he found his wife engrossed in a certain feline and canine show. "I'm considering purchasing a baby crib that can fit in the living room," she remarked. "I've noticed both babies are quite curious about sounds. We could project some baby stories and music for them in the future." Lin Feng had no objections. "As for the living room, I plan to arrange it as a play area for the children." Lung Minghan raised both hands in agreement. "That sounds wonderful." After dinner, the doorbell rang. It was Lung's parents, Zhao Ju, and Lin Feng's uncle and elder uncle, who had come to visit. "Your uncle and elder uncle wanted to see you tonight. They'll be taking the train back tomorrow morning. They brought gifts for the babies, including tiny clothes and diapers of various sizes." "Uncle, you really shouldn't have gone to such lengths. These aren't tea for you," Long Minghan chastised playfully. "Elder uncle, you too. Why bring gifts? I feel uncomfortable visiting without something in hand. It just doesn't sit right with me," he replied. Lin Feng inquired, "Mom, have you eaten? I can prepare something for you." "We've already eaten, but your elder uncle and Uncle haven't seen each other in a long time. So we thought we'd come and sit for a while." Zhao Luhu glanced around. "This house is quite nicely decorated. I heard from your mother that you stumbled upon a good deal." Lin Feng chuckled. "Yes, I consider myself fortunate. We happened to find it while house hunting." Lin Feng's elder uncle stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the view outside. "The night scenery from here is truly magnificent." Zhao Luhu approached, exuding a certain charm. "The layout of our riverside apartments is indeed several tens of thousands more expensive than others. This residence is not inexpensive. A 120 square meter unit generally costs around $1 million. Curiosity got the better of him as he inquired, "Xiaofeng, what kind of investments does your friend engage in?" As a fictional character, Lin Feng had no knowledge of such matters. "My friend dabbles in various investments. I am not well versed in this area myself, but I will just await the dividends." Lin Feng's uncle commended the friend's character. "You are fortunate. He hasn't taken advantage of you, and your share of the profits remains intact. Indeed, he is quite commendable. I initially invested a considerable sum when he expressed his desire to invest. This year during the new year, Lin Feng was curious if they would return. We plan to host a half-month banquet for the 2 children to celebrate the new year collectively. You're welcome to join us. No need for red envelopes. It's merely for the sake of festivity." Zhao Luhu expressed no objections, saying, "I will do my utmost to return for the new year. I fear I won't leave once I do." Lin Feng inquired about the reason behind this. Zhao Luhu sighed. "I cannot adapt to living with my son. I wish to return to my old home to live alone." Zhao Ju interjected, "We advised you against moving in, but sister-in-law did not heed our warning." Zhao Luhu smiled wryly. "Now she is the one eager to move out. I am indifferent, as she spends more time at home." Initially, they had moved in to assist their daughter-in-law during childbirth, but it turned out to be quite an unpleasant experience. Now that the child is of school age, their presence is no longer of much utility. It is better to return than to live uncomfortably there. Lin Feng's uncle had settled in another city. Both his son and daughter were married and had purchased their own homes. The elderly couple engaged in small-scale business, and their lives were relatively comfortable. Particularly, their eldest son, who worked in construction, had made a modest fortune in recent years, perhaps amounting to several million. He mentioned a project for building a factory that could yield considerable profits. Lin Mu listened with delight. That's excellent. He is doing well. However, Lin Feng's uncle wore a somewhat conflicted expression. He has become rather reckless with his newfound wealth. As parents, we find it difficult to rein him in. With money comes a propensity for indulgence. Due to the presence of Lung Menghan, the uncle felt it inappropriate to elaborate further. There was a mutual understanding among them to avoid prolonging this topic. Every family has its own challenges. The burdens of parenthood seem never-ending. Both sets of Lin Feng's parents' relatives, along with villagers, held a particular admiration for their family, wishing they could have a child like Lin Feng. He was well-behaved and considerate, causing no worries for the adults. Lin Feng's parents often boasted about their son, claiming he had his own opinions and knew what he wanted. This might be attributed to Lin Feng's early intellectual development. After sitting for more than an hour, it seemed time to rest. Uncle, tomorrow I shall not see you off. Please remember to message or call us once you arrive home. They made their way to the underground parking lot. This is Xiao Feng's new car, isn't it? Uncle turned it around and around, noting that it seems to cost over 700,000. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Lin's father quickly inquired, "What about the one I'm driving?" Uncle retorted, "You don't know?" Lin's father shook his head, confidently stating, "It's around 200,000 to 300,000. I am well aware of the specifics." Lin's mother knew the actual price, but kept it from her husband, casually mentioning 200,000 to 300,000. Uncle chuckled. This car is a new model released this year. It initially sold for just over 300,000, but I wonder what its current price is. Lin Feng's uncle sighed. The two cars together exceed 1 million. How much has Xiao Feng actually earned? Lin's mother shook her head. I haven't asked, but this child knows his limits and won't squander money. Everyone else concurred. Chapter 73, The Worth of a Man in the Evening. After finishing his cleansing routine, Lin Feng took out his newly purchased Ultraslim 001, eager to experience it. Once Lung Menghan completed her basic skincare, she turned around to find Lin Feng lying there, propping his head up with his hand, smiling at her. Darling, shall we sleep? Lung Menghan's lips twitched. Isn't this a bit too obvious? Lin Feng simply watched her pace around the room, unsure of what she was busying herself with. Dear? Lin Feng's smile was different this time, more earnest. Let's sleep. As he lay down, Lin Feng wrapped his arms around her. Suddenly, she realized something, her face flushing with embarrassment. Best not to dwell on it. It was a natural reaction. Lung Menghan felt another wave of embarrassment, hesitating before turning to face Lin Feng. Her breath caught. The man before her had tousled hair, eyes bright like stars, and a handsome face tinged with drowsiness. After his shower, he carried a faint fragrance that mingled with his breath. She unexpectedly felt parched, thinking of 4 words. Beauty is beguiling. Husband. In marriage, sometimes words are unnecessary. A single gesture, a glance suffices. Yet, Lin Feng reached out to tidy her long hair, smiling softly. Let's sleep. She had prepared for this, but he said that? Lin Feng held her close, genuinely ready to sleep. Is this a joke? Lung Menghan felt an inexplicable discomfort in her heart, a sense of melancholy. Was it because her demeanor suggested disinterest that Lin Feng ultimately refrained from approaching her? She turned away, her silhouette resembling a sulking child. Lin Feng pulled her back, whispering in her ear, "This is about mutual consent. If you don't wish for something, feel free to express your thoughts. I don't want you to do anything you dislike for my sake." Lung Menghan's thoughts shifted, and she turned back. Avoiding his gaze, she quietly murmured, "It's not that I don't want to. I just feel it's too frequent, which isn't good for your body." Lin Feng pondered for a moment. It's fine. At my age, eating meat daily is normal. If I couldn't indulge every day, that would be a concern. He chuckled softly, assuring her, when the moment comes, I won't have any objections. In the evening, the couple found themselves in perfect harmony once again. During the night, a sound from the system erupted, awakening Lin Feng. Detection indicates that the host has organized a meaningful and ceremonial full moon banquet for the babies, earning 3 chances for a lottery draw. Prizes include a bottle of hair loss prevention serum, a vitality enhancement pill, a cash prize of 100,000, a 60 square meter commercial space, a private residence. Prizes include a cash prize of 10,000, a car, participation awards, encouragement awards, further effort awards, participation awards once more. Once more, an energy drink. A new outfit for children. A 15 square meter commercial space. Participation awards, doubling, quadrupling, once more. In the fourth round, all rewards were labeled as participation awards with a luck enhancement of 200. In the fifth round, all prizes were labeled as participation awards, alongside an authentic painting by Mr. Chi. Lin Feng noticed that the exquisite Wui mountain tea had vanished, replaced by the 15 square meter commercial space. May I ask if the host would like to proceed with the lottery draw? Lin Feng responded affirmatively. The first lottery draw begins. The spinning wheel commenced its rotation, and Lin Feng could not discern the prizes displayed. Congratulations to the host for winning a vitality enhancement pill, increasing overall physical endurance by 20. The second lottery draw begins. Congratulations to the host for winning a 15 square meter commercial space. Relevant documents have been dispatched to the parenting bag. Please check. The third lottery draw begins. Regrettably, the host has won a participation award. We hope the host remains undeterred and continues to strive forward. Detection indicates that the host has achieved the milestone of drawing 3 times consecutively, earning another chance to draw again. This time, without needing to voice it, the system directly initiated the fourth round of the lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning an authentic painting by Mr. Chi, which has been placed in the parenting bag. Please be attentive to collect it. The next morning, as Lin Feng prepared breakfast, he opened the parenting bag to examine the 15 square meter commercial space, curious to discover its nature. Upon inspection, he found that the shop was located on the basement level of Wangfujing. If Lin Feng recalled correctly, the basement was primarily filled with food vendors, offering an array of snacks. Meanwhile, the grand dining options were situated on the 6th floor, featuring a seafood buffet, Japanese and Korean cuisine, and barbecues. Lin Feng decided to inquire with the system. System, if I sell Lin family's seafood wontons at this shop, could I receive an additional 10 in daily revenue? System, are you there? Is it possible or not? It seemed that he had never truly communicated with the system before. Nevertheless, regardless of the system's response, Lin Feng felt inclined to continue selling wontons. An additional 10 in daily revenue cannot be granted. The system's sudden response startled Lin Feng. How could such advanced technology exhibit a delay? Lin Feng then opened the authentic painting by Mr. Chi that he had drawn the previous night. In the realm of calligraphy and painting, Lin Feng was utterly inexperienced. He merely observed a beautiful box, and upon opening it, he discovered a rolled-up artwork depicting several shrimp. With just a few strokes, life is vividly depicted. I shall soon inquire with my wife whether her father has any particular interests in this regard. If he does, I will present it to him. However, it must be given during the new year. Otherwise, what gifts would we have for that occasion? My father collects calligraphy and paintings quite eclectically, guided solely by personal preference. Yet his fondness for tea is widely acknowledged. After breakfast, several guests arrived. My mother-in-law, my father-in-law, Aunt Che, and she, and the parents of Wu Yishuang. As for Wu Yishuang, an urgent matter arose at the company, compelling her to purchase a ticket at 5 in the morning and depart at 6. She had been voicing her complaints, cursing this and that, her mental state quite unstable. Ultimately, Ling Minghan remarked, "Safe travels. If all goes well, do refrain from messaging, as I wish to sleep." This statement nearly shattered Wu Yishuang's composure. Can you believe such words could escape the lips of a close friend? How could she, with such a temper, utter something so cold and unfeeling? Wu Yishuang had recently encountered a saying online: rather than going mad oneself, it is better to drive others mad. She recalled it vaguely. Turning, she dialed Ling Minghan's number. Hello? It's Xiaoshuang. What is up? The voice on the other end, Lin Feng, spoke softly, leaving Wu Yishuang momentarily speechless. Nothing much. Just wanted to let you know I'm heading back to the company. There's an urgent matter that requires my attention. Lin Feng glanced at his phone. It was 5:18. All right then, please send us a message when you land, just to put Xiaokong's mind at ease. Haha, I got it. You all rest well. At that moment, Ling Minghan's drowsy voice chimed in, hubby. After hanging up, Wu Yishuang rubbed her forehead. Damn it. Is having a man such a grand achievement? Is being snuggled in a warm bed something to boast about? She sent a message to Ling Minghan. Little cat, take the knife and shred the shark. Dog woman, have you forgotten your old love with your new affection? Just wait for me. Lin Feng happened to see this message and couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 74. Astonished by Lin Feng's culinary skills, Lin Feng hurriedly prepared fruits and snacks to entertain everyone. Aunt Che inquired, "This house is quite nicely decorated, Xiaofeng. May I take a look around?" Lin Feng had no objections. Of course, Aunt Che, feel free to explore. Aunt Che stood up, took Aunt Shi by the hand, and invited Wu's mother to join them in their tour. Ling Minghan followed closely behind, asking, "When do you three plan to leave?" The trio wandered about, admiring the beautiful and stylishly warm decor of the home. Despite the presence of two small children, the place was impeccably tidy and orderly. They eventually settled in the master bedroom, playfully engaging with the two little ones while sharing private whispers with Ling Minghan. Aunt Che, with a beaming smile, suggested, "Let Xiaofeng keep your parents company outside. It would be a good opportunity for them to chat." Aunt She produced 3 gift boxes, stating, "These are meeting gifts for the two little ones. Please accept them." The boxes appeared unremarkable, leaving them curious about their contents. In the context of their familiar relationship, Lung Minghan graciously accepted without pretense. Wu's mother thoughtfully inquired, "Little Lung, you have changed. As a woman, it is wise to keep some savings for yourself as a contingency. Do you understand?" Aunt Che and Aunt She nodded in agreement, emphasizing the importance of a woman having her own financial resources to avoid panic, and to be prepared for any unexpected monetary needs without having to consult a man. Wu's mother clarified that their intentions were merely to offer advice based on their own experiences. Aunt Che, with her forthright nature, remarked that their words were for her benefit. Having extra money is certainly advantageous. Lung Minghan acknowledged her understanding. Lin Feng has also advised me similarly. The money from my mother, my savings from before, and my earnings over the past 2 years are all in my possession. Lin Feng covers all household expenses and encourages me to save more. For a woman should indeed have her own funds. The three exchanged glances, their perceptions of Lin Feng shifting once again. Previously, during the house purchase, he had insisted that she keep her money for herself. Aunt Che praised Lin Feng's character, declaring him to be a considerate young man, and that their union would surely bring happiness. Aunt She smiled silently, while Wu's mother reflected on her daughter's future, wondering when Xiaoshuang would marry and find a good match. The living room was devoid of outsiders. Cold Father scoffed lightly, "Where did you buy that tea?" Lin Feng had already prepared his response. "I know a friend with various connections. I purchased it from him." Cold Wind remarked casually, "It must not have been cheap." Lin Feng chuckled, "Since my father-in-law has mentioned it, it seems the tea should indeed be quite expensive. This is a gift for Dad, whether it cost much or little. It is the thought that counts, and as long as Dad enjoys it, then it is a worthy gift." Wu's father chimed in with a smile. "This boy knows how to speak." Cold Father nodded, casting a glance at those around him. Cold Mother produced a box from her bag, her expression somewhat peculiar. "This is a gift from your father for the two children's first month. You should keep it." This was not merely a gift, but also a representation of Cold Father's stance. "Thank you, Dad," Lin Feng replied. Cold Father, with a serious demeanor, stated, "I'll be frank. If my daughter Xiaohan wishes to marry you, you must ensure she has a good life together." His expression hardened as he continued, "I do not demand wealth or riches from you, but I do expect you to live earnestly, take care of the family, and cherish my daughter." This was Cold Father's greatest concession. Cold Mother was taken aback by his words, her demeanor unusually gentle. "I see you are a good child, of pure character, and capable of nurturing a life. We entrust her to you. Do not let us down, and we need not say more." Lin Feng nodded, understanding his parents' intentions. The few in the master bedroom felt that their conversation was nearing its conclusion. "I heard from Xiaoshuang that Xiaofeng's culinary skills are exceptional. As for me, I have no other hobbies aside from my love for delicious food." Lin Feng interjected, stating that there are vegetables and meat in the refrigerator, and he can prepare whatever they desire quite swiftly. Aunt Che chuckled, expressing her lack of picky eating habits. As long as there are meat and vegetables, she is satisfied with good cooking. And she commented that her palate leans towards lighter flavors, preferring less grease. Meanwhile, Wu Mu, who is on a diet, remarked that she is similar. As Lin Feng rummaged through the fridge for ingredients, Lung Minghan lent a hand while the elders in the living room busied themselves with vegetable preparation and watching television. The two little ones were peacefully asleep in their crib. Aunt Che approached to offer assistance, asking if she should help. Lin Feng, absorbed in his tasks, replied that she should relax, assuring her that the meal would be ready shortly. And she brought over the cleaned vegetables to wash, to which Lin Feng insisted she should go and watch television instead. Now that the ingredients were prepared, it was time for the chef to take charge and stir-fry. Aunt Che leaned against the kitchen door, fully embracing her foodie nature. "Xiaofeng's culinary skills are impressive. Just the aroma alone makes me hungry," she remarked. Once the dishes were ready, she eagerly went to serve them. After more than an hour of Lin Feng working in the kitchen like a whirlwind, he had cooked up a dozen dishes. Aunt Che excitedly urged everyone to eat, asking if they weren't hungry and declaring she would start without them. As Aunt Che indulged in the meal, her face lit up with a blissful smile. "It's absolutely delicious. Truly exquisite. I can't stop," she exclaimed. It felt like such ordinary home-cooked dishes, yet they were remarkably delightful. "Xiaofeng, do you possess some magical ability?" she teased. While it is common to find men who can cook nowadays, it is rare to encounter one who can make the dishes taste so exquisite. Aunt Che was thoroughly impressed with Lin Feng, expressing her utmost satisfaction. "My son-in-law can whip up a few dishes, but that is simply a waste of food. If only he had Xiaofeng's skills," she lamented. "Then I could dine on delicious meals every day." Wu Mu, witnessing the scene, found it amusing, questioning if it was truly that exaggerated, considering she had experienced culinary delights before. Aunt Che raised an eyebrow, playfully challenging her. "Are you doubting? Doubting a foodie?" Indeed, the truth of Lin Feng's culinary prowess was evident. It seemed Aunt Che was not mistaken. He appeared to wield a sort of magic in the kitchen. Despite her indulgence, Aunt Che remained fit, with a swift metabolism. Aside from a bit of weight gain, she relished every bite without any thoughts of dieting. The entire table expressed their commendation for Lin Feng's cooking. Aunt Che, with a smile, inquired, "Xiaofeng, if you ever decide to open a restaurant, do let me know. I would love to invest." Lin Feng chuckled, responding that he was currently running a small business, but he would consider opening a larger restaurant once he had more capital. Aunt Che nodded in agreement. Upon their departure, Lin Feng offered to drive them to the airport, conveniently having a 7-seater vehicle. "Tomorrow, I will pick you up from the hotel," he confirmed. "All right, just call when you arrive." Long Menghan waved goodbye to her parents, adding, "We plan to hold a 100-day banquet in the countryside for the new year. Will you have the time to join us?" Striving to bring them over, but others may not be able to make it. During the new year, everyone is busy visiting relatives and friends. These others refer to Aunt Che and her companions. Aunt Che, having keen ears, I will make arrangements to ensure their presence. After sending them off, Lung Menghan joyfully danced around her home. "My father did not reprimand me. He merely urged me to cherish our life together." "Ah, your father even presented a gift." Chapter 75. A grandiose and humorous gift. Everyone, without exception, gifted gold. And she presented 2 charming little fortune bags, which were quite adorable but hollow inside. Aunt Che gifted 2 longevity locks, intricately carved with auspicious clouds, elegantly tied with red cords. Mother Wu offered 2 glistening golden peanuts, symbolizing rootedness and healthy growth, with exquisite craftsmanship. When they opened the gift from Father Long, the couple was momentarily stunned. How to describe it? It was both extravagant and amusing. It was 2 gleaming little milk bottles, impressively hefty, worth over 300,000. Indeed, 2 small milk bottles valued at over 300,000. Lin Feng suddenly recalled a post he had seen earlier, suggesting that gifting milk bottles was quite good, as long as one did not send a tumbling man. No wonder Mother Lung had shown such a peculiar expression earlier. Lung Menghan chuckled. Her mother had always criticized her father's taste, and today she had witnessed it firsthand. "Darling, it seems we need to acquire a safe for our home." One cannot help but admire the system's thoughtfulness. In their master bedroom's wardrobe, there was a compartment containing some spare cash and Lung Menghan's jewelry. In the afternoon, Lin Feng and his wife took their child to Wangfujing. "Darling, aren't you cold dressed like that?" "Not at all, it's quite warm. And I have a high tolerance for cold." Ever since the last system reward enhanced his physical attributes by 20, he felt transformed. Externally, his skin had become notably fairer and more delicate, his hair softer, and his features deeper and more defined. Physically, Lin Feng felt stronger, with more pronounced muscles and a slimmer waist. Mentally, he was alert and free from fatigue, feeling invigorated. Previously, wearing a thermal shirt, a thick sweater, and an overcoat sufficed. Now, even without an additional layer, he felt no chill. In contrast, after giving birth, Lung Menghan had become more sensitive to the cold. Perhaps it was psychological. She feared catching a cold, unable to take medication, and could only endure discomfort. The couple pushed the stroller to Wangfujing, where the weekend crowd was abundant. "Darling, there are clothes for men here. Let us go take a look." "Wife, I have enough clothes, no need to buy more. Let us just go have a look." Since knowing Lin Feng, he had rarely purchased clothing. As a wife, it was her duty to dress her husband handsomely, buying him attractive outfits. Glancing back at Lin Feng, Lung Menghan could not help but marvel. Why did he seem increasingly handsome? "Let us go?" As Lin Feng had just found a sofa, and was about to sit down. He saw Lung Minghan coming out. "What's the matter?" she inquired. "The clothes in this store are not only overpriced, but also of poor quality. Can you tell?" "Of course, I learned it all from Xiaoshuang. Their garments excel in style, but the quality is only worth a couple of hundred. Yet they sell for 1,000 or 1,800 now." After saying this, she pushed the baby stroller and glanced around. "Come on, let us take another look." This situation was quite common. It depended on the customer's ability to discern. "Dear, I won't be buying clothes. You should treat yourself." "No need. I have enough clothes." "It's you who lacks options." Noticing Lin Feng was about to say something, Lung Minghan lifted her chin, and thus the decision was made cheerfully. The couple, both strikingly attractive new parents, had a pair of delightful twins and drew attention wherever they went. Some even took photos of them. Standing before the guide map, Lung Minghan suggested, "Let us head to the 4th floor." Lin Feng glanced up. It was filled with major brand stores. Half of the 4th floor featured women's clothing, while the other half showcased men's attire. Lung Minghan seemed to have a fair understanding of these brands. "Let us check out this store. It should suit you quite well." The shop was relatively small, yet its window display was ingeniously designed, featuring a handsome male model on the poster behind. The staff's eyes lit up upon seeing the couple. "Welcome. We have the latest winter collection. Would you like to take a look?" "No need to fuss. We'll browse on our own." Outside, Lung Minghan maintained her aloof demeanor, complemented by her elegant aura. Once she finished speaking, the staff retreated to serve them tea. Lin Feng settled on the sofa, checking the twins' diaper situation. "Sir, please enjoy your tea." "Thank you." The staff leaned closer with a smile, asking, "Are they twins?" "How old are they?" Lin Feng replied, "Almost 2 months old." The staff appeared astonished. 2 months? "They look like 3-month-olds. After a brief pause, they added, "They are growing beautifully." Lin Feng did not compare them with peers, but indeed, their children were developing quickly with noticeable changes. "Honey, come try this on." Lung Minghan held up a long black coat. "How long is it?" "If you're not at least 1.80 meters, wearing it will make you look like a child in oversized clothing. It's hard to describe." Lin Feng, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, was quite handsome and exuded charm. Once donned, he looked absolutely stunning. For a time, Wu Shuang had been infatuated with this style, excitedly messaging Lung Minghan daily, proclaiming how dashing it was. She insisted on dragging Lung Minghan along, asserting that good things should not be enjoyed alone. However, Lung Minghan was completely indifferent to it at the time. But now, she was captivated. "What do I do? My husband looks too handsome." Lin Feng admired himself in the mirror, stretching his limbs as he assessed the coat, finding it rather appealing, and the fabric seemed quite nice. Although he didn't possess expertise, it sufficed that his wife understood. Casting a fleeting glance at the price, it was unsurprisingly in the 4-digit range. She wanted to express to her husband, "Darling, you look incredibly handsome in this. I'll take this one." She continued her search. "All right, it is indeed a bit pricey, but if my wife likes it, it's worth it. And if she praises how handsome I am, then this garment is justified." After much deliberation, Lung Minghan selected a navy blue short jacket. "Darling, give this a try. Here, try on this sweater as well." Ultimately, Lung Minghan concluded the reason why Lin Feng could pull off any outfits so effortlessly. It was simply because he was handsome. In the end, with a decisive gesture, Lung Minghan purchased everything. "From now on, all your clothing will be my responsibility." Lin Feng hung the bags on the baby stroller, smiling as he agreed. "All right. The babies are hungry and need their diapers changed. Let us head to the infant section. I recall there is a nursing room by the restrooms there." Indeed, they found a nursing room. Lin Feng changed the baby's diaper while Lung Minghan attended to her own tasks. "Darling, come here," Lung Minghan called from the innermost sofa, smiling invitingly at Lin Feng. Not quite understanding, he bent down and asked, "What is up?" With a playful smile, she replied, "I just really want to kiss you." Naturally, when his wife made such a request, he was more than willing to oblige. Lin Feng cradled the back of her head, saying, "Come here for a big kiss." Suddenly, the door swung open. A new mother entered, pushing a stroller, and the affectionate scene of the couple was immediately visible. Upon hearing the commotion, they quickly parted. Embarrassed, Lung Minghan looked down, wishing she could shrink into the ground. The new mother also felt a bit awkward after changing her baby's diaper. She drew the curtain to nurse. She regarded Lung Minghan with curiosity. "You have 2 children?" Lung Minghan nodded. The mother chuckled. "It's quite normal for couples to show affection. It's amusing to see you so shy at your age." Lung Minghan found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 76. She wanted to seize the opportunity the new mother, with a look of envy, remarked, "You two must have a wonderful relationship." Lung Mengjian nodded again. And the mother inquired, "How old is your baby?" "Mine is nearly 3 months." As the topic turned to their children, Lung Mengjian became more talkative. "My baby is just over 2 months old. Lin Feng and I plan to take him for vaccinations tomorrow and get his vaccination certificate sorted." The other mother exclaimed, "Your baby doesn't look like he is only 2 months old. How much did he weigh at birth?" When she learned that the little one had been born weighing just over 4 pounds, the other mother perked up. "What do you usually eat? Your milk must be very nutritious. My child was born weighing nearly 7 pounds. If you compare, they're not far apart." This was the first time Lung Mengjian compared her child with another. It seemed the difference was indeed minimal. No wonder everyone said their baby had a good constitution. They were well taken care of and in good health. "Beautiful lady, what do you typically eat? Could you share your diet with me?" "Aside from avoiding spicy foods and refraining from alcohol, I have no particular dietary restrictions and indulge in a variety of dishes." "Is that not so?" "I enjoy my meals quite well, having 3 square meals a day along with 2 late-night snacks, and my milk supply is abundant." However, this mother expresses her concerns. Ever since becoming a parent, she fears her children may lag behind others in various aspects. For instance, she is currently anxious about their developmental milestones being delayed. "I have no difficulty nursing 2 children at present, perhaps due to my better constitution." After a brief pause, she added that her husband prepares her daily meals, suggesting I might inquire with him later. The mother expressed her gratitude, thanking the lovely lady. Upon learning this, Lin Feng was taken aback, much like Lung Mengxiang. He possessed culinary skills and was familiar with preparing postpartum and lactation meals. "I will record a voice message with some recipes for you to follow when you return. However, I cannot guarantee the results," he remarked. The woman recorded several recipes on her phone, admitting she had not tried many of them before. "Thank you, handsome. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you very much. This establishment is a baby products store, and there is little need for purchases. Are you hungry? Let us go to the basement level to buy something to eat." The basement was filled with various specialty snacks. Lin Feng located the shop that was part of the system's rewards, discreetly shielded by a promotional banner proclaiming, "Under renovation, stay tuned." The location was rather favorable. So Lin Feng used the key to enter and inspect the premises, which previously operated as a bubble tea shop. "Darling?" Lung Mengxiang glanced over from a distance as Lin Feng approached her. "That shop is now ours. I am going to see what we can sell." "You acquired it?" she asked in surprise. Lin Feng nodded, having purchased it from an acquaintance. It spans 15 square meters, not overly large, yet well-positioned. Lung Mengxiang recognized that the rent for such a space was already considerable, let alone the purchase cost. Given that this place primarily sells food. "What do you intend to do?" "I plan to make wontons." "That could work. I noticed there are 2 dumpling and wonton shops here, neither of which can compare to your husband's cooking." Lin Feng chuckled. "I must care for the children, so I will undoubtedly lack the time to manage the business. Therefore, your plan is to collaborate with Xiao Guan and the others?" Lung Mengxiang inquired. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment. "I also wish to discuss with my aunt to see if she would be willing to invest." Lung Mengxiang concurred that it was a viable idea. Upon returning home, Lin Feng called Zhao Ju, asking her to come over to discuss matters. "All right, I will be there after work. Have Xiao Guan, Xiao Peng, and you come along." Sure." At 11 o'clock that night, Lung Mengxiang and the babies had already gone to sleep, while the 3 of them finished their tasks at the shop before arriving. This time, Xiao Peng and Xiao Guan brought the account books with them. Since Lin Feng opened the shop, he had not inquired about its earnings. Every month, they transferred the dividends along with order revenues directly to him. The shop belonged to Lin Feng, as did the expertise, allowing him to claim the majority of the profits. A glance at the account books revealed that, due to the system's daily operational reward of 10, he was aware of the shop's performance. The system is in alignment. "I have come today to discuss another matter. I recently acquired a 15 square meter shop on the basement level of Wangfujing, intending to establish a second branch of my wonton business, and would like to invite you to invest." Zhao Ju understood. Lin Feng called for himself, indicating that he too had a stake in this venture. During this period, the business at the university store has been thriving, with an abundance of orders from the platform. As someone who assists in the store, how could she not grasp the general revenue? She admitted to feeling tempted and contemplated the possibility of opening her own place. However, with the costs of rent and equipment, she lacked the necessary funds and might ultimately resort to selling from a cart. Now, an opportunity lies before her. Lin Feng stood up, suggesting that the 3 of them discuss it. A distribution of 4 to 6. with him taking 60% and the remaining 40% divided among their investments. Zhao Ju was already familiar with the two young men. Back in school, Lin Feng had often brought them along, sharing meals at his home. Whenever he cooked something delicious, he would invite them over. The two boys were diligent and capable, and Lin Feng had made the right choice in seeking their collaboration. Brother Feng, should we include Zhouan? No need. Zhouan is currently a popular influencer with millions of followers and is quite busy. Xiaoping nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhouan's company is fully supporting him. He even mentioned the possibility of acting. If he becomes famous, he could enter the entertainment industry and potentially earn tens of millions in a year. What is tens of millions? Just one drama can fetch that amount. Lin Feng returned, instructing them to provide him with the design plans for the shop within the next couple of days, aiming for a consistent renovation style. I will take care of the children, and you can manage the store affairs, including staffing arrangements. Upon returning home, Zhao Ju found it was already midnight. Xiaoye was asleep, and her husband, Uncle Xiao, was in the living room smoking and drinking, wearing a troubled expression. Her heart sank. Had he not collected the money? Uncle Xiao, with a headache, replied, "Don't mention it. I'll pay you next month." Next month, waiting for several next months. Zhao Ju remained silent as she went to wash up. Noticing her heavy heart and the late hour of her return, Uncle Xiao couldn't help but ask, "What is the matter?" Xiao Feng bought a shop in Wangfujing and wants me to invest as a partner, estimating at least 100,000 for the investment. Do we have that much money at home? They were a blended family, sharing their lives together. Uncle Xiao's money was not in Zhao Ju's hands, nor was hers with him. Living expenses and Xiaoye's tuition were shared. On her way back, Zhao Ju considered her personal savings and turned to Uncle Xiao, asking, "I'm serious, how much do you have?" "I have about 40 to 50,000, but with the new year approaching, I need to set aside 20 to 30,000 for social obligations." Zhao Ju calculated in her mind, realizing Uncle Xiao's funds were about the same. "All right, lend me 30,000. Uncle Xiao gritted his teeth. "Fine." This is the reason why Zhao Ju is willing to partner with him in life. Although their separation was clear at times, he has consistently supported her whenever she needed him. In such difficult circumstances at home, it was no small feat to produce 20,000. Chapter 77. The baby language of Xiao Bao. Meanwhile, Xiao Guan called his parents early in the morning to request a loan for an investment. Recently, they learned that their son was struggling to find work and might return home, which delighted them immensely. They wholeheartedly approved, and the matchmaker for arranged marriages had already begun making inquiries. Xiao Guan had always been frail, relying on medication to survive thus far. They had adopted a serene approach. Believing that their son's health was paramount, they did not aspire for him to achieve great success, only to wish for his safety and well-being. Thus, they looked forward to his return, but to their surprise, he did not come back. Instead, he announced that he had partnered with several friends to open a wonton shop. They thought, well, if he is so happy, then let him be. There was no need for him to return. They had met those classmates before and found them to be of good character. Their son had received considerable care from them, and their relationships were strong. Whenever the festive seasons approached, he would bring back local specialties and gifts from home. During video calls, the children always appeared joyful. Among them, Lin Feng was their favorite, mature, responsible, and reliable. Just a few days ago, he called to share that Lin Feng's child had just celebrated their first month. They were astounded. He also mentioned that business was thriving, working from dawn until dusk and earning several thousand each day. Aside from reminding their son to take care of his health, they could only wish him prosperity in his endeavors. Borrowing money for an investment? Are you planning to open a branch? Isn't that a bit hasty? After hearing his son's words, Xiaoguan's father expressed, "Wangfujing, that's a good place. We're family, so what does it matter whether it's a loan? How much do you need?" They had worked their whole lives with the sole intention of ensuring their son's well-being. Unlike the well-off Xiaoguan, Xiaopeng did not have much money. All he had was what he earned from selling wontons recently, and he had been hoping to return home for the new year. It now seemed that returning for the holiday was out of the question, as the funds at hand were insufficient for an investment. Flipping through his contacts, Xiaopeng grew increasingly anxious. Ultimately, he called his parents, initially without any expectations. To his astonishment, they offered 30,000 to support his investment. Xiaopeng was taken aback, deeply touched by their understanding. They believed that he would only ask for money if absolutely necessary. His heart swelled with warmth. While they busied themselves arranging funds early in the morning, Lin Feng was driving Mother Lung and others to the airport. Aunt Che found the car impressive. A quick online search revealed it to be worth over 700,000, at full specifications. It was indeed a fine vehicle, comfortable to sit in and spacious. When we go back, we should buy one too, so the whole family can travel together in one car, she suggested. And she nodded in agreement. Equally pleased with the vehicle, Mother Wu jokingly asked Lin Feng, "Are there any suitable young men to introduce to Xiao Shuang?" Lin Feng possesses commendable character, and the friends he associates with share similar virtues. While the alignment of social status is significant in marriage, one's character remains paramount, if deemed appropriate. I shall facilitate their acquaintance. Upon arriving at the airport, Lin Feng bid them farewell. The child, and Che, turned around and noticed that he was still standing there, which warmed her heart. In contrast to her son-in-law, and Che found her interactions with Lin Feng to be the most harmonious. This is not to suggest her son-in-law is lacking. Rather, it is often said that mothers-in-law develop increasing fondness for their sons-in-law, while they themselves grow more frustrated. On his return home, Lin Feng visited the market to procure fresh vegetables and fruits. "Darling, after drinking milk, Xiao Bao has been crying incessantly, and I cannot soothe him," his wife lamented. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng lost all interest in shopping. "I shall return immediately." Upon arriving home, he discovered that Xiao Bao had fallen into a deep slumber, while Lang Mingxiang's eyes were red. After feeding him and patting his back, the child began to whimper and cry, escalating in volume, and remained unsoothed. After a while, he quieted down, and Lin Feng observed him for a moment. Noting that he was now sleeping peacefully, uncertain of the cause, Lin Feng urged his wife to call the doctor for advice. The physician suggested it was likely infant colic, a common occurrence, advising them to visit the hospital if their concerns persisted. Glancing at the time, Lin Feng noted they had finished breakfast and decided to first take the baby for vaccinations before heading to the hospital. The vaccination site was quite busy. Lin Feng stood in line, while Lang Mengxiang tended to their two children. Having arrived early, they were quickly attended to. Armed with the vaccination certificate from the hospital, they proceeded to complete the necessary paperwork before receiving the shots. They had assumed their visit was merely for documentation, unaware that they would also require injections. Two, in fact. One was for polio, and the other was a paid vaccination, dependent on their choice. Lin Feng inquired about the latter, and the doctor explained that they offered a 5-in-1 imported vaccine that protects against 5 diseases. Opting for the standard vaccinations would require 12 injections, whereas the 5-in-1 would only necessitate 4. However, the expense was considerably higher, leaving them to deliberate. Was there truly a need for deliberation? Upon hearing that their 2 little ones could avoid 8 injections, Lin Feng resolved to proceed with the vaccinations. The second dose of the hepatitis B vaccine would be administered at the hospital, correct? Indeed, we will take him to the hospital after the confinement period. After the couple paid for the vaccines and received them, the doctor approached to administer the shots. "Twins, congratulations. Which little man will go first?" Thus, Xiao Bao was the first to step forward. The little fellow remained blissfully unaware of the impending event. As the doctor administered the shot, the child widened his eyes and let out a wail. Next, the doctor seemed like a mere emotionless vaccination machine. Daba tilted her head to observe the doctor, flashing her a smile. The doctor, playfully engaging her, commented, "Smile, baby. Your laughter is truly delightful. You will surely grow to be a stunning beauty." Dabao's smile gradually faded from her face as she turned to look at her father. With a small whimper, she burst into tears. Her expression filled with grievance as if to say, "How could you do this to me? I smiled at you, and yet you pricked me with a needle. Woe is me. You are a villain." After 30 minutes of observation, the couple entered the observation room, where their 2 little ones were still crying intermittently. Particularly, Dabao, with her loud voice, seemed to infect the other babies with her distress. Lin Feng quickly attempted to console her, shaking a rattle to catch her attention. "Look. What is this? It makes a sound." Dabao, still sobbing, slowly became entranced by the sound of the rattle, though her little face remained sorrowful. "Honey, come here. Listen to our son's lamentations." Lin Feng approached and was met with a sight. Xiao Bao, tears streaming down, was babbling to his mother. Though the language of infants was incomprehensible, the sentiment was clear. "Oh dear, I was pricked by a needle. It hurts. It's all right. In time you will grow accustomed to it," Lin Feng reassured. Perhaps understanding, Xiao Bao turned and cried again. Lin Feng, both amused and exasperated, held his daughter while soothing his son, all the while the rattle served its purpose. After half an hour, the doctor confirmed that everything was fine, and they were free to go. The children, exhausted from their crying, had also soiled their diapers, so they decided to have a little milk before leaving. In a delightful turn of events, as Xiao Bao was blissfully drinking his milk, he suddenly pouted and cried two pitiful sounds towards his mother. Long Mingxiang cooed, "Drink up." "It's all right, don't think about it." After several exchanges, she could hardly contain her laughter. "Are you still going to eat? If not, we will leave." Xiao Bao let out a wail, once again looking utterly wronged. Lin Feng pondered that perhaps his son was sensitive to grievances and resolved to be more gentle next time. Chapter 78. A normal physiological phenomenon. Lang Mingxiang found the situation somewhat amusing yet pitiful, gazing down at her son's big, jewel-like eyes brimming with tears. He was simply adorable. "All right, next time, Mommy will be more comforting, okay? Don't feel wronged. Our little treasure is the best." Although infants cannot comprehend words, they can discern the tone of adults. Just moments ago, Xiao Bao was weeping, yet now he was drinking milk obediently, glancing over at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly praised his son. "Yes, indeed. Our Xiao Bao is the greatest, the most well-behaved." Long Mingxiang chuckled at how perceptive her 2-month-old baby was. Upon arriving at the hospital, they visited the pediatric department. After assessing the situation, the pediatrician performed a simple examination. "This is a normal psychological phenomenon. Every baby may experience colic. It is not an illness, so you need not worry." "Doctor, is there a way to alleviate it?" Long Mingxiang inquired anxiously. Observing her child's evident pain and fierce crying, the doctor sat down and explained, "During the day, you can perform gas relief exercises, gently pressing on his little belly with your calves." Lin Feng quickly interjected, "Doctor, could you please demonstrate for us? We are concerned about applying the right pressure." The doctor paused momentarily, signaling for Lung Menghan to hand over the baby. He carefully unfastened the thick garments enveloping the infant, demonstrating the technique to the couple. He advised them to maintain a steady rhythm and to proceed gently. If the baby resisted by kicking, they should not force it. After several attempts, the baby began to release gas, much to the couple's delight, as they grasped the method. Lin Feng inquired, "Doctor, are there any other techniques aside from this?" The doctor dressed the baby again and suggested the airplane hold, positioning the infant on his forearm. He noted that while this may appear straightforward, it is quite physically demanding. At home, they could place the baby on a pillow to simulate the airplane hold. The doctor cautioned that when the baby experiences colic, they should avoid massaging the abdomen, as this would not alleviate discomfort but rather exacerbate it. Should these methods prove ineffective, he recommended placing the baby in 40-degree water and using a cotton swab to stimulate the anal area, which could also provide relief. The couple nodded repeatedly, indicating their understanding. Lin Feng then asked, "Doctor, we have finished the cod liver oil you prescribed last time. Could you provide us with another prescription? We have 2 babies at home." The doctor wrote a prescription, and after Lin Feng settled the payment, he went to the pharmacy to collect the medication. Upon returning home, Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, preparing to perform a gas-relieving exercise for the baby. As he was leaving, the doctor handed him a brochure detailing the steps involved. "Dear, Xiao Peng has called. You're busy, so I'll handle it for the baby." Xiao Peng informed Lin Feng that the 3 of them had pooled their funds and would send the design drafts by tomorrow evening. "All right, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Our little one is suffering from colic and has just returned from the hospital." "What exactly is colic? Is it serious? What did the doctor say?" "It's a normal occurrence. When it strikes, the child cries inconsolably. The doctor taught us some methods, and we hope they will be effective." "That is reassuring. You focus on your tasks. We will ensure everything is handled properly." This was also the reason Lin Feng sought their collaboration. Opening a store involves numerous complexities like decoration, which he simply did not have time to manage. Upon entering the house, they were greeted by a series of resounding farts from the baby. The couple was astonished. How could such a small belly contain so much gas? No wonder there was colic. "Come here, sweetheart. Daddy will help you with the gas-relieving exercise too." The eldest child looked at her father with bewilderment, and Lin Feng smiled at her. "Look at Daddy. Don't you think he is handsome?" Long Menghan chuckled, "Such vanity." As Lin Feng performed the exercise for their eldest, he engaged in light-hearted banter. "Daddy is not vain. He is indeed handsome, right?" Mommy was captivated by Daddy's charm. The results were remarkable, with rapid effects. Their eldest began to release gas, giggling gleefully at her father. "Good, let it out. You're happy." Lung Menghan found the situation amusing, pondering the absurdity of it all. Once the gas was expelled, both babies expressed hunger. The little one could scarcely tolerate even the slightest hunger pang, bursting into tears at the slightest hint of hunger. The expressions on their faces seemed to convey, "Ah, it has been a whole minute since I last had my milk." The 2 little ones, No longer in the harmonious phase of their early days, now could be fed separately, each session lasting around 15 to 20 minutes. Their stomachs had grown to the size of lemons, and they consumed their nourishment with greater vigor than before. The elder sibling, who had yet to receive milk, was relishing the experience of being cradled by their father as if in flight. The little one appeared quite delighted as Lin Feng soared with the imaginary airplane towards the master bedroom. Off we go. Let us seek out mother and embark on this aerial adventure. When Lung Minghan tilted her head and glanced over, she caught sight of the elder sibling grinning widely, unable to suppress her own laughter. Darling, is this tiring for you? Not at all. I don't feel particularly fatigued. After the little ones had finished their milk, they played briefly on the bed before drifting into a deep slumber. Wife, let me show you something. What do you think of this electric baby cradle? Should we purchase two to give it a try? Let us see what the reviews say. This item isn't expensive, but it would be a waste if the baby doesn't use it. The reviews were polarized. One claimed that the baby slept soundly with it. Even the cat enjoyed it. Another lamented that the baby cried when near it, and even dogs were reluctant to use it. As first-time parents, the couple deliberated and ultimately decided to buy one for the baby to try. They placed an order for just one to avoid waste. Huddled together, they selected an upgraded version that featured music playback and storytelling capabilities. If the baby enjoys it, it could be used for several months. While the baby sleeps, I'll go prepare dinner. All right, I'll assist you. No need. You go have fun. But I enjoy being with you. Although she didn't know how to cook, she was adept at tasks such as picking vegetables, peeling garlic, and washing greens. The couple discussed what items they needed to tidy up the living room. After dinner, Lin Feng placed the dishes in the dishwasher and went downstairs to retrieve a package. What is this? This is a children's toy. You'll know what it is once I assemble it. Lung Minghan picked up the assembly instructions and realized what it was. This device was designed to be positioned above or below the baby's head while lying down, featuring soft rubber toys and ringing bells to encourage the baby to grasp and kick. This toy seems quite nice, Lin Feng remarked, as he often browsed for children's toys and clothing online. After assembling it, Lin Feng sanitized it several times with alcohol and then allowed it to air out in a well-ventilated area. New items always carry a slight odor. Chapter 79. The stillness and motion of two treasures after their afternoon nap. The couple pushed the stroller to a sunny spot in the community to bask in the sunlight and provide the babies with some calcium. It was their first visit to this place. At some point, this pavilion had transformed into a gathering spot for parents with their children, predominantly elderly caretakers, along with young mothers and even postpartum doulas. As everyone gathered together, the conversation inevitably revolved around the topic of children. Lin Feng gleaned a wealth of parenting wisdom from their discussions. That electric cradle is utterly useless. My grandson won't lie in it at all. He cries the moment he does. However, I saw it advertised as beneficial. Perhaps it depends on the child's individual circumstances. What? There's an electric cradle now? Has technology advanced that much? Indeed, technology has made remarkable strides. Yet there's no substitute for parental care. Technology cannot provide the emotional connection. Your two little ones are 2 months old, aren't they? They appear quite robust. Look at ours. From birth, he hasn't grown much. The doctor mentioned developmental delays, sigh. Our little one has a red bottom. I suggested we fetch some soil from the river, but they dismissed it as an old wives' tale. Now, every time the baby poops, he cries. A red bottom is manageable. Our baby suffers from constipation due to formula. Just look at this eczema. It's truly distressing. Constipation? That's nothing. Our child is lactose intolerant and cannot drink formula, relying solely on breast milk. Unfortunately, the mother doesn't produce much. It's terribly frustrating. Listening to this, Lin Feng felt that his own baby's colic was relatively mild. The baby with eczema had patches of red on his delicate white face, even on his neck. It was heart-wrenching to witness such a small being enduring so much. And then there was the baby with developmental delays. 6 months old, yet appearing no different from 1 3 or 4 months old. If it were his own child, he would surely be consumed with worry every day. Young man, you can take our electric cradle. It's not inexpensive, and I'd rather you benefit from it than spend money on a new one. How much is the formula? I'll reimburse you later. There's no need for that. Just take it. That feels quite awkward. I must still give you something. Otherwise, how would I explain it to my daughter-in-law? The kind, elderly woman huffed softly, her expression sour. Do I need to justify myself to her? Since the child was born, I've purchased numerous items for the household, yet I hardly attend to the baby. I understand work can be demanding, but she is out enjoying herself. feeding the baby formula. And when she returns, she doesn't even inquire about him. Lin Feng, being new to this circle, was unsure how to interject. Young people might not necessarily be out for leisure. Perhaps they need to unwind after childbirth. Once the initial strain passes, it will improve. Today, as youth face considerable pressure. Raising a child is no longer as straightforward as it once was. A mother must balance work and childcare. Managing both career and family is quite challenging. Let us show each other some understanding and care. We are all family, all for the sake of the baby. The elderly woman glanced at Lin Feng, her expression softening a bit. Clearly, she had reflected on something, and with a sigh, her face bore more a sense of helplessness than anything else. I'll consult my daughter-in-law about the electric cradle and see what she thinks. I will call you later. Very well. In the midst of a gathering of elderly individuals, Lin Feng engaged in conversation while Lung Menqing found herself unable to connect with another group of young people. Consequently, she chose to sit outside the pavilion, observing the fish in the pond. Her extraordinary beauty was indeed striking, almost chilling. As she gazed at the stones in the pond, she spotted a yellow-eared tortoise basking in the sun. Pointing it out to her child, she said, "Look, dear, that's a little tortoise, a yellow-eared one." It was a natural inclination for a mother to use diminutives while speaking to her child. Ever since the little one began babbling in baby talk, both parents frequently engaged her in conversation, creating a lively atmosphere. Unlike the talkative little treasure, the older child remained relatively quiet. Aside from crying when hungry or needing a diaper change, exhibiting a rather loud protest, she was generally calm. Would she even respond if you spoke to her? A smile from her would be a rare treasure. Indeed, the older child seldom smiled, only doing so when coaxed into merriment. Lin Feng pondered whether this demeanor might be inherited from Lung Menqing. Yet, nothing was certain. The child was still so small, and who could predict the future? "Dear, look over here. There's a rather large yellow-eared tortoise," Lin Feng exclaimed, carrying the older child outside. They both appeared particularly intrigued by the seemingly ordinary tortoise. Lin Feng shared the observation with the older child, who turned her face away, signaling her disinterest with a yawn, indicating her desire for sleep. Later that evening, Lin Feng received a phone call from an elderly lady, inviting him to come over and collect an item. Since they lived in the same community, there would be no charge. Carrying some fruit, Lin Feng also brought along a few homemade sauces. Their residences were identical in layout, merely differing in orientation. Upon arrival, he found the elderly couple enjoying their dinner while watching television. "Hello, Auntie. I'm here to pick up the baby cradle," Lin Feng greeted. The elderly lady responded with a warm smile. "You're always welcome. No need to bring anything. We're neighbors in the same community. It feels too formal." She indicated that the cradle was on the balcony and rather heavy, suggesting it might need disassembly for transport. Indeed, it was quite heavy when Lin Feng attempted to move it. Fortunately, the elderly couple had tools available. With a few swift motions, he managed to disassemble it and left with the cradle, wishing to avoid being a burden. "What is this sauce? It smells delightful. Let me have a taste." After sampling it, he remarked, quite delicious." As he descended the elevator, the daughter-in-law of the elderly lady was returning. The aunt, with a subtle smile, greeted her. "You're back. Have you eaten? This sauce is quite good." The daughter-in-law paused, sensing a change in her mother-in-law's demeanor today. "I've already had a lovely meal. Is this sauce made by you?" she inquired. "No, it was given to me by the young man who brought the baby cradle. Since it's so flavorful, I thought I'd have a bit more," the aunt replied. The atmosphere felt different from before. After dinner, noticing her daughter-in-law had finished a phone call with her son and appeared upset, the aunt advised, "Don't mind him. Whether he comes back or not is of no concern. Let us not keep the door open for him tonight." "Really?" The daughter-in-law was taken aback, surprised that her mother-in-law was siding with her for a change. "In recent days, what have you been occupied with? Are you free tomorrow? I shall prepare your favorite dishes." This revelation left the daughter-in-law astonished. I went to seek employment," she replied. The aunt remained silent, her demeanor noticeably gentler than before. "There's no need to rush back to work. Your father and I have saved some money. Take your time to rest. We won't go hungry at home." "Mom." The daughter-in-law's eyes glistened with tears. In this community, each window, each household, unfolds its own narrative. Lin Feng moved the items back home, set them up, and after fine-tuning, he cradled Dabao to test it out. Dabao appeared somewhat bewildered, perhaps sensing that this was different from the warm embrace of his parents. However, the little one quickly adapted. Next, it was time to try with Xiaobao. "Excellent." As mentioned in the comments, upon lying down, Xiaobao began to wail. as if pricked by needles. That evening, after feeding, Debao fell asleep while Xiaobao remained restless. Soon enough, the cries began. Chapter 80. The underestimated Xiaobao. The cries grew increasingly louder, and Lin Feng hastily lifted his son, his heart aching. The little fellow's wails intensified, his tiny face flushed with distress. The couple was momentarily alarmed. Lin Feng managed to remain composed. "Dear, please boil some water. I'll try to relieve Xiaobao's discomfort first." After all, the doctors had assured them that this was a normal physiological occurrence that would gradually fade as the baby grew. Xiaobao, in pain, kicked his little legs vigorously, and Lin Feng dared not resist, opting instead to relinquish that approach. Perhaps a flying embrace would be worth a try. If that failed, he would resort to warm water as a remedy. Gently laying Xiaobao across his arm, Lin Feng softly patted his back, soothing him. Don't cry, don't cry. Daddy is here." His heart ached, wishing he could bear the pain for the little one. Cold Minghan arrived with hot water, her expression filled with concern. As Xiaobao lay on his father's strong arm, his cries gradually subsided, evidently having an effect. The couple exchanged relieved glances. Cold Minghan crouched down to examine the little one, whose tear-streaked face clung to his father's arm pitifully. She fetched a small towel dedicated for washing faces and gently wiped Xiaobao's cheeks. Lin Feng, unable to see, asked, "Is he still crying?" Cold Minghan replied softly, "No, he is smiling at me now." Lin Feng exhaled in relief. "That's wonderful." 10 minutes later, Cold Minghan deemed it was time and lifted Xiaobao. The little one stared blankly at his father, and in that moment of eye contact, he began to cry once more. Lin Feng discerned the difference between the usual cries and those of colicky distress. "What is the matter? Do you still want to be in the flying embrace?" As soon as he lay on Lin Feng's arm, the little one ceased his cries instantaneously. So it appeared he had developed a fondness for that position. Cold Minghan gently suggested, "Shall we wait until Xiaobao falls asleep before placing him down?" Lin Feng concurred, planning to sneakily lay him down once he was in slumber. 20 minutes later, Xiaobao yawned, comfortably wiggling his little feet. "Darling, it's 10:30. You should go to bed," he said. Cold Minghan, having caught her son's yawn, also asked sleepily, "Honey, aren't you tired?" Lin Feng replied that he was not weary. If he felt fatigued, he would simply switch arms. "You should rest." Cold Minghan yawned again, insisting, "It's fine, I'll keep you company. Xiaobao seems ready to sleep soon." 5 minutes later, the little one was soundly asleep. Lin Feng gently placed him back in his crib, his movements soft and careful. The tiny tot stretched, tilting his head as he drifted off. Cold Minghan curled up on the sofa, sleeping peacefully, resembling a sleeping beauty. Lin Feng lifted her, planting a kiss on her forehead. Cold Minghan nestled closer. Inhaling his unique scent, she sweetly inquired, "Honey, has the baby fallen asleep?" "Yes," he replied. After tucking his wife under the covers, Lin Feng stretched his limbs, preparing to use the restroom before retiring for the night. Suddenly, he noticed Xiaobao stirring. The little one squirmed like a gas canister, his serene expression gradually contorting into a frown. Lin Feng deduced that a wail was imminent. Swiftly, he scooped up the little one just as the first cries escaped his lips. Closing the bedroom door behind him, he carried Xiaobao to the living room. The baby cried, and no amount of soothing seemed to calm him. It wasn't a cry of colic, hunger, or a need for a diaper change. It was simply a discontented wail. As if his arm were injured, he sought comfort in being cradled. Indeed, Lin Feng was correct in his assumption. Xiaobao adored being cradled like an airplane. There was no malice in his cries. He merely wished to sleep in this manner. Lin Feng gently patted the baby, finding the situation both humorous and exasperating. "What is this? Are you addicted to sleeping like this? You want to sleep in your own crib, but insist on my arm instead? Is it my arm that appeals to you?" He chuckled, "Just for tonight, mind you. Next time, we won't be doing this." Xiaobao kicked his little feet, babbling happily on Lin Feng's arm, leaving only a small lamp lit in the living room. Lin Feng settled onto the sofa, lightly patting the baby while feigning sleep with his eyes closed. To keep him warm, he covered them both with a small blanket. An hour slipped by. Lin Feng carefully cradled Xiaobao, who was blissfully asleep, his cherubic face still smiling. What delightful dreams could he be having? This time, Lin Feng waited over 20 minutes before leaving. In the subsequent nights, Xiaobao experienced colic, and only the airplane hold seemed to provide relief. Gradually, it became evident that each evening, regardless of colic, the little one refused to quiet down unless cradled in his father's arms. The couple also noticed that the colic episodes had become less frequent. However, Xiaobao had become dependent on this comforting routine, A new store opened in Wangfujing, managed by Aunt Zhao Ju and her son Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang performs the duties of a front desk attendant and a handyman, while Zhao Ju works in the kitchen. The modest 15 square meter space can accommodate only a couple of dining chairs, yet outside, numerous patrons can freely sit and enjoy their meals. The diligent cleaning staff at Wangfujing meticulously sorts the dishes from each establishment before returning them. On the day of the shop's inauguration, Lin Feng brought his wife and children to show their support, only to discover that Xiao Yu had also come to lend a hand. Auntie, with the new year approaching, business in Wangfujing is bound to flourish. We must hire more staff. All right, in a couple of days. We will post a recruitment advertisement and have Xiao Yu share it on 68. Later that evening, Lin Feng called his parents and learned that they had been preoccupied with slaughtering the New Year pig and arranging the banquet. They had chosen not to burden their son and daughter-in-law with concerns, hence they remained silent on the matter. You needn't assist, simply take care of the grandchildren. Once we finish our tasks, we will give you a call. The full moon banquet is scheduled for the 6th day of the new year. Please call our in-laws to check their availability. It would be wonderful if they could attend, but if not, that is also acceptable. After all, during the New Year festivities, everyone is busy visiting relatives and socializing. That evening, the couple deliberated. Tonight, we won't let Xiaobao sleep on his back. Let us see if his colic will resurface. It soon became evident that they had entirely underestimated their little one. After a feeding, he became drowsy, and no amount of coaxing proved effective. Oh, just let him cry? He wailed until he was drenched in sweat, his little face turning from red to purple, crying until they yielded to his demands. It was hard to fathom that he had not yet reached 3 months of age. Could he really be so tenacious? The couple exchanged silent glances, realizing they had been outmaneuvered by a tiny infant clad in a diaper. Husband, do not be deceived by his small stature. He already understands that the child who cries receives candy. This cannot continue. Yet, his cries were so sorrowful, so heart-wrenching, how could one bear it? Lin Feng pointed out. You almost cried alongside him just moments ago. Lung Menghan was at a loss for words, unable to refute him, having received what he desired. The little one now slept with a look of utter contentment, even offering them an angelic smile. What should they do? He was so adorable, so endearing. How could they allow him to cry? Their consciences would ache. It was clear to them now that raising a child was far from a simple endeavor. Chapter 81. The rapid return of reality. As autumn waned and winter approached, the couple began to prepare for their return home for the new year. The adults had little to pack, but the 2 babies required 3 large bundles, leaving no essentials, from diapers to toys, behind. Additionally, Lin Feng purchased several cartons of fine cigarettes, a variety of seeds, peanuts, and assorted candies. He concluded his shopping with 5 boxes of apples and 2 boxes of jujubes, just about managing to fit everything. Before their departure, Lin Feng called his mother to confirm that someone would be at home. Dear, I need to check that the water, electricity, and gas are all turned off. We will be staying for 10 to 15 days, so all main valves must be shut. They arrived home just before noon. Lin's mother had already prepared the porridge, and the vegetables were warming in the pot as she stood eagerly at the intersection, awaiting her son's arrival. Upon seeing his car, her face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. I had intended to call you to inquire about your whereabouts, but considering you were driving, I refrained. The meal is ready. Let us dine first. We can move the things later just the same. Oh dear, my sweet grandchildren, come here for a hug. I have missed you terribly. My goodness, you have grown a bit plump recently. Oh dear, it pains Grandma's heart. Lin Feng took the opportunity to explain to cold Mengxiang, in the countryside. We often speak in opposites when referring to children, avoiding compliments that might lead them to become conceited. For instance, one should not say a child is chubby or beautiful. Their names are rarely called before they enter primary school, and the more unpleasant the nickname, the better it is for raising them. Cold Mingxiang appeared to grasp this concept to some extent. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Feng offered assistance, lifting the eldest child and carrying him into the house. Uncle Da was busy cleaning the yard, and Lin Feng greeted him, sharing a cigarette. As they chatted, Lin Feng learned that Uncle Da's children would be returning this year. His eyes crinkled with joy, and Lin Feng shared in his happiness. The family gathered around the table for a feast. The elder and younger children played with their toys in the stroller, looking quite spirited after their nap. The porridge, simmered over an open flame, was fragrant and wonderfully soft, while the stir-fried vegetables were equally delectable. Mother, are there still chores to be done in the fields? Lin Feng inquired. Everything is finished now. We are in the midst of preparing for the New Year festivities. The banquet chef has also been arranged. There is nothing for you to worry about. After the meal, Lin's mother washed the dishes while cold Mingxiang tended to the two children. Lin Feng and his father went to the car to unload their belongings. Clothes and daily necessities go on the third floor. The New Year goods belong on the first. Among the 10 or so cigarettes, 3 were quite expensive. Lin Feng had previously smoked less, but had quit since having children, occasionally carrying a pack for social purposes. Lin's father appeared surprised. Did you buy such fine cigarettes? Lin Feng replied, I will keep one for myself. You may take these 2 for your use. These cigarettes are suitable for gifting. Feel free to distribute them as you see fit. Lin's father feigned reluctance, commenting on the expense, yet his fingers lingered on the cigarette pack. He typically smoked brands costing 10 yuan per pack, with the most extravagant purchase being a few packs of soft huazhong for a full-month celebration. Father, during this time, please refrain from smoking indoors. Do so in the yard instead. I understand. I certainly will not expose my grandchildren to smoke. You need not worry. With that, he cheerfully took the cigarettes into the house. Lin's mother reproached her son. Why did you buy him so many cigarettes? Are you afraid he won't have enough? Lin Feng chuckled. During the new year, family and neighbors gather in abundance. I need some for myself and to give as favors. Besides, doesn't Dad smoke less nowadays? Lin's mother huffed lightly. He doesn't heed my words. You should persuade him to quit while you are home. You are unaware of his current coughing. He is producing phlegm daily. Your second uncle passed away from lung cancer, after all. Lin Feng whispered. That is precisely why I purchased the expensive cigarettes. The pricier they are, the less likely he is to indulge. Encourage him to embrace the child a little longer. With time, he will gradually wean off. Lin's mother chuckled, attributing it all to you. She then followed suit into the house. Regarding those cigarettes, do be mindful. This pack costs over 100. Lin's father nodded vigorously, assuring her that he would indeed be frugal and not smoke excessively. Observing his compliance, Lin's mother added, with your daughter-in-law and grandchildren at home, you must exercise restraint. You cannot expose them to secondhand smoke. If you return reeking of smoke and alcohol, the grandchildren won't allow you to hold them. Imagining the sweet and fragrant grandchildren, Lin's father promptly vowed, this time, I will certainly smoke and drink less. Lin's mother smiled, pleased that her son had a plan. In the afternoon, while the little ones napped, Xiaobao began to whimper. Lin's mother remarked that he was humming a little tune and wondered why he wasn't asleep yet, especially since his sister was already slumbering. Xiaobao, resembling a gas canister, commenced his performance, twisting and turning, his little face contorted in a pitiful pout, babbling incomprehensibly. Amused, Lin's mother picked up the little rascal to tease him, asking, what are you saying? Do you wish to chat with Grandma? Can't sleep, can you? Come, let us go see the dog. With that, she took Xiaobao outside. Lin Feng emerged from the restroom only to discover the little one was missing. Mom took Xiaobao out to see the dog, he learned. Previously, Xiaobao needed to be cradled like an airplane to sleep at night. And now he demanded the same during the day. If not held, he would cry incessantly, to the point of spitting up. The couple found it impossible to resist such a tiny tyrant, so they acquiesced. They were curious to see if the outing would help him sleep. However, 20 minutes later, Lin's mother rushed back, cradling Xiaobao and exclaiming, hurry, hurry. He is crying. Her voice could be heard from afar, laced with urgency. The couple exchanged glances, a clear indication of failure. Lin Feng observed the little one's face flushed with tears, expertly removing his outer garments and wrapping him in a blanket. The crying ceased instantly. As he walked, he soothed him, leaving Lin's mother astonished. What an unusual way to hold a child, she exclaimed, leaning in for a better look. She was taken aback to find him asleep. Is it truly that miraculous? Lin Feng explained the situation, and Lin's mother finally understood. You must not indulge the child. If you continue to do so now, he will become accustomed to it, and you will bear the consequences later. Though she spoke wisely, they felt powerless. Crying to the point of spitting up? That was severe. Very well, let us just manage for now. We can gradually correct it as he grows. The swift return of reality was startling. Half an hour later, Lin Feng placed Xiaobao on the bed. The 2-meter bed made the little one seem so tiny. Let us take a nap ourselves, he suggested, smiling at Lung Mingyan, who glanced over. Just sleeping. Nothing else. As Lin's mother hurried outside, she declared, I'm stepping out for a bit. Noticing her brisk demeanor, Lin's father hurried after her, inquiring, where are you going? Lin's mother rode away on her electric scooter, not sparing him a glance. Had he truly provoked her? 2 hours later, she returned home, again ignoring Lin's father, who was chatting with Uncle Da at the doorstep. Did you upset her? Not at all. With the new year approaching, why would I stir trouble? Who knows? Perhaps she felt slighted when Xiao Feng bought cigarettes for me, but brought nothing for her. Chapter 82. Fortunately, I didn't introduce her daughter upon returning home. Lin's mother busied herself with needle and thread, working with red cloth. What kind of animal's teeth are these? Lin's father inquired, astonished by the two animal tusks in the box, each as thick as his finger. Without raising her head, Lin's mother replied, they belonged to Aunt Feng's wolf dog. Realizing their purpose was to ward off evil spirits for their grandsons, Lin's father sat down to keep her company. Frowning, Lin's mother admonished, what are you doing here? If you're idle, go wash some vegetables or fetch a cabbage from the field. Sighing, Lin's father got up to work. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and the others had awakened early, seizing the opportunity to enjoy a hearty meal while the babies were still asleep. After their indulgence, only exhaustion remained. I'll just rest for a bit, Lin's mother said as she crafted small cloth pouches for the two babies, filling them with the wolf dog's tusks to ward off evil spirits. When she saw her son and daughter-in-law descending the stairs with the babies, she cautioned them to take care on the steps. Here, let me put these on the little ones. Mom, what are these? These are the teeth from Aunt Feng's wolf dog. It's quite fierce. No creature within miles dares to challenge it. Lin Feng remembered the German shepherd they had, which had guarded their factory back when they were in business. Years ago, they had several German shepherds, but after the factory closed, Lin Feng's family moved away, leaving just his parents and a few dogs behind. One of the dogs went missing for a while, but upon returning, it quickly became pregnant and gave birth to a single pup. Lin Feng recalled that this dog was indeed fierce and had a resounding bark, possessing a lineage that seemed to blur the lines between dog and wolf. The dog had passed away recently, and Aunt Feng had buried it. During their last chat, she mentioned the dog's teeth, which Lin Feng had just gone to retrieve. He tied the pouches around the children's necks, hoping it would provide them with comfort. The sun shone brightly as the couple took their children for a stroll. Lin's mother followed closely behind. Life in the countryside was undoubtedly quieter and less vibrant than in the city, but with the new year approaching, many people returned home, bringing back a sense of liveliness. In Lin Feng's childhood, neighbors were close-knit, with families residing side by side in the village. Now, with the construction of modern houses, everyone kept their distance and seldom interacted. Oh look, it's Xiao Feng, and this must be your daughter-in-law. They encountered a mother and daughter duo clad in down jackets. The mother was elegantly dressed and made up, while the daughter, with long, straight black hair, appeared to be in her 20s. Lin Feng did not recognize them until his mother prompted him. Hello, Auntie. The woman covered her mouth, laughing, with a handful of sunflower seeds in her hand. Oh my, it's only been a short while since we last met, and you've become so handsome, even married. Congratulations. Back in your university days. Your mother and I joked about introducing you both after graduation, perhaps even becoming in-laws someday. Who would have thought you already have children now? It seems our in-law aspirations have slipped away. Lin Feng remained silent. Lin's mother chuckled. It was just a casual remark. The matters of marriage should certainly be decided by the children themselves. Besides, my daughter-in-law is truly delightful, beautiful, virtuous, and a university lecturer, no less. She has blessed our family with a pair of twins. You have no idea how fond I am of my daughter-in-law, and my son adores her immensely. Lung Minghan blushed slightly, pursing her lips to maintain an air of aloofness. Lin Feng smiled in agreement. At that moment, the expressions of the mother-daughter duo across from them shifted subtly. The woman forced a smile. As long as you are happy, that's what matters. We have other matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. Lin's mother replied cheerfully, Go ahead, understanding his mother well. Lin Feng sensed there was something amiss. When their gazes met, Lin's mother shot him a disapproving look. On their way back, they encountered several acquaintances of Lin Feng, including village elders and childhood friends. Among his peers, Lin Feng was not the first to marry. That girl is truly beautiful. Little Feng's mother, you are indeed fortunate. Little Feng is becoming more handsome, marrying such a lovely wife and having twins. Impressive. One lamented, I regretted missing the child's full moon celebration. I will certainly attend the 100-day banquet. Do you want some oranges? How about some milk? Little girl, did I say something to upset you? Why the long face? You should smile more. It suits your beauty. Another added, don't feel uncomfortable. We are all from Little Feng's village. I even held him when he was little. As they strolled, they greeted the neighbors they encountered. Lin's mother knew her daughter-in-law disliked such social niceties. It was perfectly fine not to greet everyone. These villagers were familiar enough, and they could simply move along without concern. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Lang Ming'an felt touched, especially by their protective demeanor towards her. Upon returning home, she changed the twins' diapers and fed them. The absence of Lin's father and his car in the yard prompted Lin's mother to inquire about Uncle Da. He went to pick up your father. Lin's mother responded with an "Oh," sitting in the yard to pick vegetables while entertaining her two grandsons. What is this in Grandma's hand? Vegetables. When you grow up, Grandma will cook them for you, all right? Shall I sing you a song? How about Pig Hero? Lin's mother, unsure of the melody, hummed and sang intermittently. Lin Feng approached to help, immediately capturing the twins' attention. Mom, what story do you have with that lady today? Did you argue? Lin's mother glanced back to see Lang Ming'an enjoying roasted sweet potatoes in the living room. It was not exactly a quarrel. Initially, I thought well of their daughter and considered introducing her to you, hoping for the best. If it worked out, wonderful. If not, so be it. This woman feigned agreement, claiming she had similar intentions, and thus we reached a consensus. Later, upon inquiring further, I discovered that while she spoke sweetly, she had already found her daughter a formal boyfriend behind the scenes. I have no objections to her choices, but the woman engaged in gossip, questioning your character by stating that despite being a good person, you were merely a laborer earning 4,000 to 5,000. This infuriated Lin's mother. If you disapprove, then simply express it. What is the point of having one demeanor in public and another in private? Soon, however, she laughed, mentioning that she had heard her daughter had been caught cheating and was now single. She then expressed relief that the affair hadn't materialized, feeling grateful towards the woman for that. Lin Feng teased her, Mom, you know what cheating is? Lin's mother playfully brandished a vegetable. I am quite well versed in online trends. You know, I engage with platforms like Douyin. Who are you looking down upon? Indeed, you are the epitome of fashion, he replied. Just then, they heard Cold Mingchi calling him. Darling, come here quickly. She pointed to someone on the television, asking, Do you know this person? Lin Feng approached, and, to his surprise, he recognized the individual, an old acquaintance, indeed. Chapter 83. Oh, what about your ex-girlfriend? It turned out to be a new drama promotion that Cold Mingchi was projecting, featuring several actors unfamiliar to Lin Feng. However, one of them was someone he knew well, Jiang Zhehua, after more than a year apart. The version of her on television differed significantly from the one he had known at their breakup, perhaps due to some adjustments or the influence of makeup and styling. He almost failed to recognize her. In any case, not only did her appearance change dramatically, she also seemed to have become considerably more beautiful. Is she attractive? Cold Mingchi's voice interrupted his thoughts. Lin Feng quickly averted his gaze and, with utmost seriousness, shook his head, replying, Not really. Cold Mingchi scoffed. Not attractive? Yet you stared at her for quite a while. Lin Feng protested. I didn't recognize her at first. It was only upon closer inspection that I realized who it was. Cold Mingchi, slightly taken aback, glanced again at Jiang Zhehua on the screen and huffed. So your ex-girlfriend has become a big star. How does that make you feel? Her tone, imbued with jealousy and her adorably concealed emotions, made Lin Feng chuckle. What feelings could I possibly have? It's as though my ex is a ghost. Right now, I just want to live happily with my wife. Cold Mingchi tilted her head. A big star, huh? She'll be the goddess of countless men. Lin Feng found it amusing. What does that have to do with me? She's not my goddess. This response seemed to satisfy Cold Mingchi, who switched to another video. After all, she too was not lacking. She was the goddess in many men's hearts. And several entertainment companies had sought her out, yet she had declined their offers. In the blink of an eye, the couple cast this matter aside. That evening, Little Bao once again desired to be held like an airplane. Lin's mother, suppressing her heartache, remarked, It's nothing. A child's cries can strengthen their lung capacity. We cannot indulge him in everything. Yet, after barely 20 seconds, she smacked her son's arm. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and hold Little Bao. Can't you see how pitiful he is crying? Little Bao immediately ceased his cries the moment he was cradled in his father's arms. When Lin's mother crouched down to observe, she beamed at him with a smile akin to the swift transformation of a Sichuan opera face-changing performance. For that smile, she would pluck the stars from the heavens if need be. In stark contrast, the elder sibling, De Bao, after finishing his milk and changing his diaper, lay down for a moment before drifting off to sleep. As an elder sister, she truly embodied the grace of a responsible older sibling. Isn't this exhausting? Are you all right? Let me carry him. Mom, that's not possible. Little Bao recognizes people. This little rascal can even identify an arm. In the early hours of the third day, Uncle De arrived, inquiring if he could receive his son's family. With the new year approaching, Ride-sharing services and platforms were no longer accepting trips to this area. Even taxis refused to venture into the countryside. After waiting for over half an hour without success, they informed Uncle Da to think of an alternative. Originally, they could have simply exited the train station, found a hotel for the night, and returned the next day. Unfortunately, they encountered an unreliable rideshare driver who dropped them off midway, claiming it was out of his way to continue. This infuriated them. Stranded in a place devoid of villages or shops, they stood at a gas station, braving the cold wind. "Dad, you rest. I will go." Lin Feng donned his clothes, took the car keys, and contacted the other party. After adding them on WeChat and obtaining their location, he drove over. It wasn't far, just over 20 minutes of driving. "Xingge, Xiaofeng. Wow, you've changed so much this year that I almost didn't recognize you. You look striking." Xingge was Uncle Da's son, a few years older than Lin Feng, and they had been close playmates in childhood. Lin Xing, sharing the same surname as many in their village, returned with his wife and child. Lin Feng had met his wife before and greeted her. "Hello, sister-in-law." The woman nodded. The child, standing beside her at a modest height, recognized Lin Feng and sweetly called him uncle. "Come on, let us get in the car. It's cold outside." Inside the vehicle, Lin Feng played soft music as he listened to Lin Xing recount the difficulties of their journey, from purchasing tickets to boarding the train and then the rideshare. Upon arriving home, Uncle Da repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "You're too kind, Uncle Da. We are merely close neighbors. If there is nothing else, I will head to bed now and play with Xingge tomorrow." Returning to lie down, the person beside him had awakened. "Be good. Sleep now." The next day, the two families enjoyed breakfast together in the courtyard, engaging in pleasant conversation. Uncle Da's daughter had been well raised, returning every year for the new year. Truly a rare example of filial piety. "Come, children, here are some sunflower seeds, apples, and candies. Come and enjoy." Lin's mother took the bag over, but the child shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on his mother. She smiled and said, "Why do you keep staring at your mom when I'm offering you something to eat?" Lin Xing scoffed. "What else could I do? I just want to play on my phone." The child's thoughts were laid bare, and an awkward expression crossed his face. In the end, he received the phone and scampered off to play games. Nowadays, it seems no child is without a smartphone. Lin Xing wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. When we were young, having a television was a luxury. There was no such thing as a mobile phone to play with. Back then, we were content with a gaming console that could play simple block games. Recalling their childhood, the two couldn't help but reminisce about various memories. "Oh dear. Now it's $100 for a pack of cigarettes," Lin Xing remarked. He glanced at the cigarettes and noted, "I've heard these are milder, easier to smoke than those from Huazhong. This is my first time trying them." He looked over at Lin Feng. "You don't smoke?" Lin Feng shook his head. "There are children at home. I've quit." Lin Xing lamented. "What a pity. Cigarettes are quite the treasure." He gestured for Lin Feng to follow him, and they retreated to a secluded spot beneath a tree in the courtyard, where outsiders could not overhear their conversation. "Well, you're quite the catch. Your wife is stunning. Even more so than a movie star. And you've even had twins. How do all the good things fall into your lap?" Lin Feng chuckled, patting his chest. "You're envious, aren't you?" Lin Xing, taking a drag from his cigarette, admitted, "I am indeed envious, but I have my own life." He then eagerly probed, "Come on, tell me how you two met." Lin Feng cleared his throat gently. "She was a teacher at our school. We got together after I graduated." Lin Xing exclaimed, "Oh, I always thought you were different from others. Turns out I have good taste. Shall we play some cards this afternoon?" The village has a game room now that more people are coming back. A few young folks gathered to play. Lin Feng declined. "I need to stay home with the kids." Lin Xing raised his chin. "But you have your aunt to help. Come on, several of them are back. We should get together." Lin Feng hesitated. "Who is coming?" Lin Xing listed a few names, all acquaintances he hadn't kept in touch with, and after a moment's thought, Lin Feng shook his head. "Never mind. You all have fun. I'll stay home with the kids." Lin Xing found himself at a loss for words. "All right then." In the afternoon, Lin Xing left, stating he was going to find friends to play cards. Lin's mother asked her son, "Are you not going?" Lin Feng replied, "I'm staying home with the kids and keeping my wife company." Lin's mother initially intended to say, "You can go play, I'll watch the kids." But how could she respond to keeping my wife company? She couldn't very well say, "You go ahead, I'll keep the daughter-in-law company." As a mother-in-law, could she really compare to her husband? Chapter 84. What gift did you bring for Dad? Lin's mother chose not to say anything further, instead encouraging her husband to go play. "If you don't play during the new year, when will you? You need not accompany me." I find great pleasure in watching dramas at home, as you are well aware of my aversion to social obligations. Lin Feng, however, remained steadfast in his refusal. I shall still keep you company. Otherwise, you would be dreadfully bored alone. I assure you, I am far from bored. Dear husband, do go and enjoy yourself. She replied earnestly. As the couple engaged in their playful dispute, Lin Xing returned, accompanied by several young men. It appeared they had learned of Lin Feng's absence from the card games, coupled with the news of his enchanting wife, prompting them all to visit. Why do you, who seem older than Lin Feng, refer to him as Brother Feng? Cold Minghan inquired with curiosity. One among them chuckled and offered an explanation. It is because he was exceptionally fierce during our childhood. Despite our age, none could best him. You see, he would chase us down, and no one dared to provoke him. Those who did would face his wrath, and should he falter, his mother would come to his aid. Cold Minghan gazed in astonishment at Lin's mother. Is this mother-son duo truly so formidable? Lin's mother, casually enjoying sunflower seeds, responded to her daughter-in-law when Xiaofeng was younger. He was quite small and slender. How could a few of us overpower him? Naturally, I had to intervene. Their mothers would take a post to defend their sons. And it was quite the lively affair. Children are like that. One moment they are brawling, and the next, they are friends, and this cycle continues. Shall we play cards? Lin Feng shook his head. I cannot. I have a wife and children. When need have I to play cards with you gentlemen? Coincidentally, the others were all still single. One even recently divorced. This revelation left them momentarily speechless. One of them suggested, why not purchase 2 decks of playing cards and entertain ourselves here? The group agreed. In the courtyard, they set up 2 tables, inviting Lin Feng to join. Since they were at his doorstep and their hospitality was hard to decline, Lin Feng decided to partake for a while. In the living room, Cold Minghan listened as Lin's mother recounted tales of the boy's childhood. Though Xiaofeng appears gentle now, he was quite the mischievous child. From this perspective, Lin Feng appeared chiseled yet soft, his expression serene, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was difficult to fathom the stark contrast between his youthful self and the man he had become. Lin Feng possessed a knack for card counting, leading him to victory in most instances. They played from dawn until dusk, and Lin Feng emerged victorious, winning over 1,000. The others clamored for him to treat them. Shall I offer each of you a bowl of warm water? Is that agreeable? The following day, Uncle Da's daughter returned alone. Her father-in-law was ill, and her husband remained there to care for him. The child was struggling academically, burdened with a plethora of winter vacation assignments and supplementary classes. So she opted not to bring him along. On the day of her return, Lin Feng's family was engaged in a thorough spring cleaning. Although they referred to it as such, it involved little more than honoring the kitchen god with incense, lighting lamps, and presenting fruits as offerings. Along with this, the Lunar New Year approached. Life in the countryside differed greatly from that in the city, where one could freely set off fireworks. In the daylight, Lin Feng purchased some fireworks, intending to wait until the children were fast asleep to enjoy them with his wife. As dusk settled, the family was still dining when they were startled by the sudden sounds of fireworks outside. The noise was neither overly loud nor faint, yet it erupted abruptly. Causing a moment of surprise, Lin Feng glanced at his 2 children, who appeared adorably bewildered. The elder child, although pouting, held back tears, while the younger one let out a wail. Lin Feng scooped up the little one, while Lang Mingxiang quickly retrieved a toy to amuse the elder. Soon, the older child calmed down, though the younger one continued to sob in his father's embrace. Lin Feng's mother hesitated before speaking up. You see, if we don't act in a certain way, the children won't grasp the meaning behind it. Some children may not even realize they are afraid. If you portray it as something to fear, they will indeed become fearful. It's akin to pretending a child is hurt. They won't understand the concept of pain unless an adult conveys that they are in distress, which sends a signal to the child. She shared that she had gleaned this insight from a video she had watched, and she found it quite enlightening. Uncle Da's family, aware of Lin Feng's little ones, refrained from purchasing any fireworks, as their son was more interested in video games and had little enthusiasm for such festivities. As night enveloped the sky, the sounds of fireworks continued to resonate outside. Lin Feng held the younger child, while Lang Mingxiang carried the elder, and together they ascended the stairs to witness the display. One cannot deny the advantages of being in a higher vantage point. Look, my dear ones, those are fireworks. Aren't they beautiful? With the dawn of a new year approaching, the parents wished for their little ones to be safe and healthy. They planted sweet kisses on their cherubic faces. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's parents were engrossed in the Spring Festival Gala. After the fireworks, The couple joined their children to watch the show together, marking their first spring festival as a family, a moment of special significance. Lin Feng was busy attending to his phone and messages, juggling calls from important contacts while sending out group greetings to others. Lung Mingxiang had yet to grasp the unfolding situation until she received a call from her mother. Mom. Haha, Happy New Year. Are you watching a skit? It's so amusing. Yes, it's quite entertaining, her mother replied. Are you watching the gala too? Dad went out for socializing. I just got home. Out for socializing on New Year's Eve. Ah, you wouldn't know? He is swamped with responsibilities. At that moment, her father's voice chimed in. Who is swamped? I'm back home now. With a tone laced with playful pride, her mother remarked. Oh, you're back. How rare. Her father responded with exasperation. Could you please speak properly? Is this a call with Xiaoxiang? Let me talk to her for a moment. How have you both been? How are the two grandsons? Are they behaving? You should take a page from Lin Feng's book. He frequently sends us pictures of the children, while you've been rather silent. Regardless of whether Lang Mingqi spoke or remained silent, Long Fu continued, let your in-laws answer the phone. They exchanged New Year greetings and chatted for a while. Lin Mu handed the phone to her son. Hello? Dad? Yes. Did you receive the gift? Do you like it? That's wonderful. Yes, we are all doing well. You and Mom, Happy New Year to you too. All right, you'll come over on the 6th. Great. Take care and rest early. Curious, Lung Mingqi asked. Did you send something to Dad? What was it? From the tone of his voice, he seems quite pleased. Lin Feng smiled slightly. It was a gift that piqued his interest. This left Lung Mingqi even more puzzled. Her father was a worldly man. What could possibly intrigue him? Chapter 85, The Gifts of the Couple. Meanwhile, in the spacious yet cold villa, only Lung Mingqi's parents remained. Lang Mu cast a glance at her husband on the phone and said, Shall I turn on the television? Seizing the moment, she decided to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The screen showcased the enchanting figures of young dancers, moving with the grace of spirits, momentarily transporting her back to her youth. In her younger days, she had performed on stage, but now, with age catching up and a body burdened with injuries, she could only work behind the scenes. She had to admit that at nearly 50, her chances of performing again were long gone, and a wave of melancholy washed over her. Suddenly, she felt a familiar warmth as someone wrapped their arms around her shoulders. She attempted to break free, but Lung Fu held her tightly and asked in a light-hearted tone, Do you know what gift our son-in-law sent me today? His tone suggested that the gift was to his liking. Instantly, any irritation Lung Mu felt evaporated, replaced by curiosity about what Lung Feng had sent. Perhaps tea? Lung Fu grinned. Take another guess. Lung Mu frowned. Clothing or jewelry? Feigning anger, Lung Fu replied. What would I do with those? Do you really think Lin Feng would send me such things? Realizing he was right, Lung Mu pressed. Then what is it? Do tell. I'll tell you if you kiss me, he teased. Lung Mu's expression morphed as if struck by lightning, a mix of indignation and disbelief. Lung Fu, bemused, thought, Is a kiss really worth such a reaction? With a serious tone, Lang Mu asked, Have you been possessed? Where's my husband? Lung Fu, even more bewildered, replied, Your husband is gone. I am your husband now. After staring at him for a moment, she stood up, saying, I'm going upstairs. Lung Fu pulled her back down. I mean it. Our son-in-law sent me a genuine masterpiece. Is it modern or of an earlier period? She inquired, reassessing her son-in-law's abilities. It seemed that, despite his own limitations, he had managed to acquire a fine gift from Wui Mountain Tea. He even mentioned he has another small jar at home. Once this is finished, he can fetch it. Now, genuine masterpieces are readily available. Where could one find such channels? It is the shrimp painting by the Seventh Lord. Today, I sought an appraisal from someone, estimating its worth to be in the millions. Cold Mother raised an eyebrow slightly, remarking on how kind your son-in-law is to you. Cold Father smiled with pride, aware that Lin Feng knows how to curry favor, but regrettably, you have no interest in such things. Otherwise, he would certainly have gifted you one. Cold Mother ignored him, turning back to the television. Cold Father inquired, Are you upset? I shall speak to him later. How could he forget you? Cold Mother, vexed, retorted, Are you unwell this evening? If you are, go take your medicine. Don't be an eyesore before me. Cold Father might indeed be feeling unwell tonight, his temper surprisingly amiable. I was merely jesting. I wouldn't truly bring it up to you. Today, we are fortunate to celebrate the new year together. Cold Mother glanced down to find a jewelry box. Observing her fixation on the gift, Cold Father opened it and placed it around her neck. In previous years, you would have been busy at the radio station during this time, leaving me alone at home, bored, seeking out others for tea. Today, Upon hearing you were back, I hurried to celebrate the new year with you. Cold mother pursed her lips, saying nothing, her gaze fixed on the necklace adorning her neck. Although the design was somewhat outdated, she cherished it. It had been so long since she had received a gift from him. So very long. Yet she remained obstinate. Have you taken the wrong medicine today to give me a gift? Cold father, noticing her contradictory demeanor, chuckled. Let us just say I've taken the wrong medicine. Shall we? With his words hanging in the air, cold mother found herself momentarily at a loss for a response. The couple sat on the sofa watching television. Cold father wrapping his arm around her, the scene radiating affection. In less than 5 minutes, cold father began yawning yet persisted in staying awake. Cold mother spoke gently. You should go to bed. Cold father glanced at the time. No, I want to ring in the new year with you. Cold mother replied nonchalantly, as you wish. When cold father awoke once more, a blanket draped over him. He found cold mother gazing at the television with a sorrowful expression. On screen, illuminated by focused lights, a dancer twirled and leaped, moving with effortless grace. Cold father rose, inadvertently startling cold mother from her reverie. She hastily adjusted her demeanor. You're awake. Cold father spoke softly. I now feel overwhelmed by many things. I suddenly realize I have become a grandfather. It weighs heavily on my heart. Yet there is nothing we can do. We cannot grasp time, only face it with equanimity. What else can we do? Furthermore, at each stage of life, everyone presents themselves differently. He shifted the conversation. Take you, for instance. Your youthful self and your present self are entirely different forms. Yet you remain so beautiful, so elegant. Cold mother pursed her lips, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing her face. He took her hand. Growing old together, it's quite wonderful. Just as this delightful atmosphere enveloped them, a phone call interrupted cold mother. With a look of surprise, she rose to answer the door. Discovering the delivery person holding a package, cold mother paused momentarily before accepting the parcel, saying to the courier, Dear brother, I appreciate your efforts. Especially during the festive season. Allow me to send you a token of gratitude. No, there's no need for that. I have already received a red envelope from someone else. Wishing both of you a joyful new year, I shall take my leave now. According to the delivery information, it was sent from the southern city. It specifically noted that it must be delivered on New Year's Eve. It seems this is a New Year's gift from your son-in-law. Upon opening the package, I discovered a pair of exquisite bracelets, slender and elegant. I have not heard of this brand before, but they are indeed beautiful. At this moment, I received a WeChat message from my daughter. Mom, has the gift arrived? Do you like it? The first time I saw it, I thought it would look lovely on you. I hope you have peace and health in the coming year. My eyes glimmered with warmth as I adorned myself with the bracelet and snapped a photo to send to my daughter. It's beautiful. I adore it. Such a thoughtful gift. Happy New Year, Mom, and to Dad as well. Happy New Year. This evening is especially unique for the couple. Each received gifts from their children, and they rarely spend New Year's together, drawing their bond closer than before. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his wife discovered that they both had prepared gifts for one another. We truly have a wonderful understanding. Cold Mingqi tilted her head and asked, Did you prepare gifts for your parents? Lin Feng had not. Considering they were celebrating the new year at his parents' home and had already purchased many items, he had not prepared anything for his father-in-law since they did not visit him. It seems you have something planned? Cold Mingqi raised her chin proudly like a little peacock. Of course, I have. What is it? I won't tell you. With that, she dashed upstairs, returning shortly with 2 gift boxes in hand. Mom, this is a gift for you. Dad, this is for you. The 2 elders were taken aback and wiped their hands, which were busy with fruits, before accepting the gifts. Lin's mother opened hers to find a gold, ancient-style bracelet, weighing heavily in her palm. Lin's father received a leather coat that fit him perfectly, clearly a luxury item. Lin's mother took it off and handed it to her daughter-in-law. You should wear this. I don't need it. The pearl jewelry and bracelet from Aunt Che and Aunt Shi are still with me. I will wear those instead. Cold Mingqi anticipated her mother-in-law's refusal and personally placed the bracelet on her. Mom, in the future, as your juniors, when we present gifts to you, regardless of whether you like them or not, I hope you can graciously accept them. This is a token of our affection as your descendants. If you continually refuse, how shall we ever gift you anything? I understand you may think it's unnecessary or too extravagant. You can keep it even if you don't wear it. Hearing this, Father Lin, with a beaming smile, graciously accepted the gift. In that case, I shall gladly receive my daughter-in-law's present. The fit was impeccable and visually striking. He continued, Your mother is now wearing a gold bracelet, which gives her yet another excuse to shirk household chores. Previously, Mother Lin, adorned with the ancestral jade bracelet, had always found reasons to avoid work. With a twinkle in her eye, she remarked, "Wearing this, I certainly cannot engage in labor. One knock or scrape could cost hundreds." Father Lin, accustomed to her whims, repeatedly affirmed, all right, if you like it, that's all that matters." Lin Feng embraced his wife, planting a kiss on her forehead. "Thank you, dear." Cold Minghan was startled, pulling away a step. With her parents present, he did not wish to appear overly serious. It felt rather embarrassing. The elderly couple, still immersed in their joy, remained blissfully unaware of the exchange. As the New Year's bell tolled, the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers outside grew ever louder. "Let us go and set some off," Lin Feng exclaimed, taking his wife by one hand and holding the fireworks in the other, leading her to a quieter spot. "I'm afraid. You handle it, dear. It's all right, we'll do it together." Cold Minghan nestled in her husband's embrace, trembling as she held the fireworks. "I'm scared," Lin Feng chuckled. "I'm here, let us go." Whoosh, bang, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gradually, Cold Minghan's fear subsided, and she beamed at Lin Feng. "This is so much fun." Beneath the dazzling fireworks, her delicate face radiated an enchanting beauty. Lin Feng found himself momentarily captivated, while the young couple enjoyed their playful antics. Mother Lin ascended to the third floor to check on her little grandchildren. She gazed affectionately at the gold bracelet on her wrist, unable to resist snapping a photo to share on her social media. "A thoughtful New Year's gift from my daughter-in-law. I absolutely adore it." At this late hour, many were still awake. Sister Che and Sister She both liked the post, as did the future mother-in-law and the eldest sister. Suddenly, Mother Lin recalled something. She noticed that her future mother-in-law, who seldom posted, had shared a rare message today. "A New Year's gift from my daughter. It's shaped like a heart." She liked this post as well. The following day marked the first day of the new year. Early in the morning, the sound of firecrackers echoed outside. Lin Feng rose at dawn to assist in the kitchen. Should my daughter-in-law have tang yuan or dumplings? Either would be delightful. He decided to prepare both, allowing her to choose which she preferred. In the end, Cold Minghan enjoyed a few of each. The De family was also bustling with excitement, engaged in lively conversation in the courtyard. Though it was the new year, and they felt the urge to scold the children absorbed in their phones, Lin Xing and his wife restrained themselves. Mother Lin approached with a smile, slipping a red envelope into the child's pocket. Every new year, she would gift him a red envelope, a token of her affection, regardless of the amount. "Thank you, Grandma. No need to thank me. Just remember to spend less time on your phone and focus on your studies, all right?" "I understand. This year is unlike previous ones." As the Lin family has welcomed a pair of twins, prompting Uncle Da to prepare red envelopes. With both families being well acquainted, there was no hesitation in accepting the gifts. Lin's father made a striking entrance clad in a new leather jacket. "Are you all planning to go out for some fun?" he inquired. "We have 2 cars here, which should suffice." Uncle Da chuckled. "Stop flaunting your leather coat. I can tell you're wearing it." Lin's father beamed and said, "Let us go out for a stroll." After locking the doors, the 2 cars set off. To their dismay, the rural road was congested. The vehicle ahead, likely driven by a novice, was futilely attempting to maneuver in reverse. At the intersection, cars on both sides were held up due to this one vehicle. Lin Feng stepped out and approached it. "Allow me to assist you with the reversing," he offered. The driver was a beautiful young lady, who momentarily froze at his suggestion. "Oh, sure, thank you." Lin Feng took the wheel, adjusted the seat, and steered the car into position. The woman stood nearby, dressed rather lightly, shivering as a gust of wind swept by. After successfully parking the vehicle, Lin Feng exited. "Thank you. Could I have your contact information? I'd like to treat you to a meal sometime," he proposed. "No need. It was merely a small favor," she replied. With that, Lin Feng turned and walked back to his car, driving away. In the passenger seat, Lung Minghan glanced at the young lady, her gaze icy. Only then did the young woman notice her presence, and her expression shifted to one of embarrassment as she quickly turned away and got into her car. "What are you staring at?" Lin Feng asked, noticing his wife's gaze upon him, a smile playing on his lips. These matters between couples are often unsuitable for discussion in the presence of parents and others. So Lung Minghan remained silent. As they exited the village, the atmosphere became lively. Lin Feng was not particularly familiar with these areas, so he followed his father's car in search of a parking spot. The festive decorations of the new year adorned every corner, casting a vibrant red hue. The couple strolled with a baby carriage, taking in the sights. Every 100 meters, they encountered familiar faces. The exchange of red envelopes was plentiful along the way. In truth, there wasn't much to explore, as the bustling excitement could not compare to that of the city. However, being with family imbued the experience with a different significance. One downside was the children's tendency to throw firecrackers indiscriminately, startling them when they exploded unexpectedly at their feet. This was concerning, especially as it frightened the two babies. Each parent held a baby, while two grandparents pushed the carriage. In the comforting embrace of their parents, the twins appeared much more at ease. After a lengthy wander, there was little to purchase since they had already stocked up on various goods at home. Eventually, they joined Uncle Da's family at a restaurant for lunch. Upon arrival, they found many patrons already seated. They ordered some home-style dishes and waited over 20 minutes for the food to arrive gradually. The flavors were delightful, the portions generous, and the prices reasonable, about $1 less than in the city. After enjoying their meal, they continued their exploration. Two little ones, exhausted, nestled in their parents' embrace, succumbed to slumber. This time, the younger child did not request to be cradled like an airplane, likely due to the multitude of distractions surrounding him. As they strolled about, time slipped away until it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, prompting their return home. In the evening, the family gathered around the dining table. The chef of the night was Lin Feng, with Lin's father assisting, while the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged light-hearted banter and tended to the children. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before the wide-eyed cold Mengong. Chapter 87. Lin Mother's special safe. Lin's mother shifted the bedside table, revealing an unremarkable tile beneath. Yet, when she lifted the tile, it became clear that it concealed a hollow space, an unexpected treasure trove. Inside lay precious items, the family's hidden safe. Lin's mother removed the gold bracelet she had worn that day, placing it into the box. I'll indulge today, but I shall wear it again when my grandchildren reach their first month. Snapping out of her reverie, cold Mengong interjected, Mother, there's no need for that. You bought it to wear. Lin's mother chuckled as she elaborated. Previously, my jade bracelet was questioned for its authenticity and worth. However, everyone knows gold holds value. Nowadays, our village is predominantly inhabited by the elderly and children, making it susceptible to thieves. There are those who steal chickens, dogs, grain, and even pigs. The instances of money theft are even more prevalent. I wear these items on special occasions to savor the moment, but otherwise, I tuck them away to avoid drawing attention. Cold Mengong, alarmed, suggested, how about I install surveillance cameras? Let us place them in all 4 corners. Lin's mother found this to be a prudent plan. With their finances secured in bank cards, a thin card could easily be hidden in a small crevice without detection. Aside from the household appliances, there was little of value to tempt thieves. However, since that banquet celebrating the month-old baby, upon gazing at the pearl jewelry and jade bracelet, she realized their worth. Even if she had once been oblivious. Coupled with the gold bracelet bought by her daughter-in-law, the thought of losing such treasures was heart-wrenching. Thus, the installation of surveillance was indeed necessary. Mother, why not let me purchase a safe for you? Adding an extra layer of security in this nook, cold Mengong proposed. Lin's mother deemed this a sound idea. All right. That evening, cold Mengong broached the subject of surveillance cameras with Lin Feng. When my father used to drive, I was in middle school and stayed at school. My mother was home alone. Back then, the village was quite chaotic, and my mother, fearful, devised this strategy, which has since become a habit. My grandmother experienced even more turmoil. My father recounted a time when a thief slipped in while she was closing the door and was caught in the act. She had my grandfather prepare a meal, leaving it simmering, and they both went to bed in trepidation. Thankfully, nothing happened at night, just the empty dishes in the kitchen. While petty theft does occur in the village now, it is rare, though not entirely absent. Nevertheless, it is wise to be proactive, otherwise, my mother's heart would remain unsettled. Cold Mengong suggested, perhaps we should also construct a fence, extending it to Uncle Da's property. If outsiders inquire, we can simply say we have children and are concerned about them wandering onto the road. Lin Feng found this suggestion quite agreeable. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, the family set out early in the morning, gifts in hand, to visit their eldest aunt. She was dressed in a floral coat, looking quite spirited, as her daughter, who had married far away, was returning to celebrate her 100-day banquet. Lin Feng smiled and remarked that tickets were also hard to come by for his uncle's family, so they would set off on the 5th day, which would allow them to attend the banquet on the 6th. The aunt then inquired if his maternal uncle would be coming. Lin Feng shook his head. explaining that his uncle had called to say he would not return due to some obligations. Lin Feng's mother mentioned that it was a family matter but did not elaborate further. After lunch, as they were about to leave, the aunt handed 2 red envelopes to the children, saying they were just a small token of her affection. Since they were all close relatives, there was no need for formalities. Lin Feng assured her, "I will come to pick you up on the morning of the 6th for the banquet." "All right. Take it slow while driving," she replied. On the 3rd and 4th days, while the elders visited relatives, Lin Feng stayed home to accompany his wife and children. He also discussed with Uncle De about the plans for repairing the wall. Uncle De readily agreed to share the expenses. From the 4th day onwards, they became busy. Apart from Lung Menghan, who was taking care of the 2 children, the other 3 cleared out the guest rooms for the in-laws. What if they were not accustomed to staying here? Then they would book them a hotel room. Once everything was in order, Lin Feng's mother gathered her words to speak with her daughter-in-law. "Well, Xiaolong, we have a custom here where married couples sleep separately when they visit." Lung Menghan understood and assured her, "Yes, I will inform my parents." On the 5th day, early in the morning, while the young couple was still in slumber, the outside was bustling with activity. The person arriving was involved in catering for rural banquets, coming to greet Lin Feng's mother. This individual was well known in the community, having organized both joyous and solemn occasions. The village had designated venues for hosting banquets, spacious and equipped with parking. "Uncle Lin, everyone knows me. Leave everything to me. You can rest easy," he stated. "I'm off to set up the tents and stove and prepare the food, so I'll speak to you later." In the afternoon, Lin Feng's family went over. The tents were erected, the stove built, and all the ingredients were ready. The 5 aunts divided the tasks, washing and chopping. Lin Feng offered cigarettes to the boss and, to his surprise, discovered they were elementary school classmates. "Don't worry, old friend. I've got this under control." As evening approached, Lin Feng received a call from Lung's mother. "They have arrived." This time, Lung Menghan's parents, Wu Yishuang and her family of 3, along with Aunt Che and Aunt Shi, were visiting. By the time they reached home, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. "Dear, Xiaobao has been crying. Waiting for your return," his wife informed him. Lin Feng hurried towards his sobbing son, shedding his chilly outerwear. "Given to me." The little one, clearly exhausted from crying, perked up at the sound of Lin Feng's voice, letting out a heart-wrenching wail filled with a sense of injustice. Mother Lin felt helpless. Her child was too stubborn to be soothed, no matter the effort. She turned to greet her in-laws. "You must be tired. The beds are all prepared. Tonight, Lin's father will share a bed with Uncle Da, while Lin Feng will sleep alongside his father-in-law. Wu Yishuang and Lung Mingxiang will share a bed. And Aunt Che will sleep with Mother Lin, while Mother Lung and Aunt She will share their own space." Although everyone was fatigued, their spirits remained high after a few hours of sleep on the plane. Mother Lang noticed her grandson crying fervently, puzzled by the commotion. Suddenly, she observed her son-in-law cradling the little one, and within a minute, the child fell silent and drifted off to sleep. Mother Lang and Aunt Che chuckled, recalling how their own child had enjoyed being held in such a manner at a few months old, albeit at the expense of tiring the adults. In the living room, the family gathered to chat. Aunt Che surveyed the house and remarked on its commendable renovations, noting that it rivaled any villa, paired with excellent air quality. "I had once contemplated building a small villa in the countryside, but alas, my hometown is deserted now, so I can only dream." She turned to Aunt Shi and inquired, "Isn't there still a plot of land at your place? After all these years, is it still feasible to build?" Aunt Shi shot her a glance. "You've mentioned it's been many years. Do you truly believe it can still be constructed?" After another half hour, everyone retreated to rest. As the following day promised to be eventful, Lin Feng shared a bed with his father-in-law, though their blankets were separate. Father Lang, donning reading glasses, was engrossed in a novel, thoroughly captivated. "Dad, I'm turning off the light. Can you sleep with it on?" "Indeed. Well then, I shall impose upon you to keep it on for tonight, as reading on your phone in the dark is detrimental to your eyesight." "Very well. Sleep early and avoid staying up late." Chapter 88. "Dad, no sneaking peeks at your phone." 20 minutes later, Mother Lung's voice rang out from outside. "Still reading instead of sleeping, are we?" Father Lang quietly turned off his novel, extinguished his phone, and propped himself up to switch off the light. In the middle of the night, Lin Feng turned over and was startled. To his astonishment, Father Lung was clandestinely reading under the covers, the light illuminating his face in a rather alarming manner. "Dad, you're still awake?" The sudden noise startled Father Lang as well. "I'll sleep soon." Glancing at the clock, Lin Feng noted it was 2 a.m. It was getting late. "Dad, I'll wait 2 minutes. Otherwise, I'll tell Mom. How can you, at your age, still resort to tattling? Lin Feng remained silent, and moments later, his phone was confiscated. Father Lung checked the time and realized it was indeed 2 a.m. It was time to sleep. He turned off his phone and laid down in discontent. Dad, no more sneaking peeks. The response from Father Lung was a reluctant grunt of agreement. Early the next morning, Lin Feng rose to prepare breakfast for the entire family. Mother Lin was already simmering porridge and instructed her son to slice a few salted duck eggs and retrieve some pickled vegetables. Stir-fry 2 dishes of peanuts. Cut up 2 pieces of braised tofu and saute 2 seasonal vegetables. Mother Lung and Aunt She had awakened at the crow of the rooster but indulged in a bit of a snooze before finally getting out of bed. The dew outside is heavy, and a mist blankets the distant landscape. A chill wind blows, but one cannot deny the purity of the air. The 2 individuals do not mind the cold. After engaging in some stretching exercises to invigorate their bodies, they return indoors. Breakfast has already been prepared, prompting them to summon the others. When Wu Yishuang descends the stairs, Lin Feng ascends to awaken his wife and tend to their 2 children. It must have been a long night. Indeed, Lin Feng has always been the one to change the baby's diaper and soothe the little one to sleep, while his wife has primarily focused on nursing. Occasionally, when she drifts into a deep slumber, Lin Feng lends a helping hand. Last night, it felt as though she hardly slept at all, and the same can be said for little Shuang. Long Mengon chuckles, sharing that little Shuang declared she would sleep on the floor tonight and no longer wants to share a bed. Lin Feng can't help but laugh. No wonder little Shuang's eyes are so puffy. I'll have to think of a solution later. The last to rise is Aunt Che, yawning lazily. Upon noticing everyone waiting for her, she instantly perks up. My apologies, I slept too soundly and woke up late. Aunt Lung, Aunt She, and Wu's mother do not eat rice, so they have prepared eggs and corn porridge for them. Aunt Che inquires about their plans post-breakfast. Lin's mother smiles, replying, We shall head to the venue for the banquet. After breakfast, they spot Uncle Da's family in the courtyard. Having met during the full moon celebration, they greet each other politely. This time, Aunt Lung, Aunt She, and Aunt Che dress modestly in simple down jackets, prioritizing warmth. Wu Yishuang's parents did not stay over last night due to Wu father's back pain, requiring Wu mother's care. Thus, Lin Feng arranged accommodations for them at a nearby hotel. Shortly, he will escort them while also picking up others. The group sets off with great enthusiasm. Aunt Che, already plump, appears even rounder in her down jacket. From afar, she catches a whiff of the delicious aroma, excitement bubbling within her. I haven't enjoyed a banquet in years. As relationships have grown more distant over generations, I find I have no opportunity to savor a proper feast anymore. Sometimes, I wish I could pay just to indulge. The venue is spacious, the tent sturdy, and the terrain shields them from the wind. Upon arrival, Aunt Che dashes over, eagerly exploring her surroundings. Lin Feng and his son split up, one heading to fetch his aunt, while the other goes to collect Wu Yishuang's parents. By the time Lin Feng returns with Wu Yishuang's parents, guests have begun to take their seats, and the atmosphere is lively. The weather is splendid today, with vibrant red clouds visible in the distance. Lin Feng locates Lang Menghan, calling out, Darling. She is cradling their little one, who is fussing. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she lights up as if he were her savior. As the star of the day, their little treasure dons a bright red cap and a festive red cotton jacket. And with that round little face, he is simply irresistible. Let us go. In Lin Feng's embrace lay a delicate, exquisitely chiseled baby. Upon seeing his father, the little one pouted in a manner that suggested impending tears. Lin Feng, both amused and perplexed, wondered what could be the matter. Was the child yearning for his father or simply for the comforting embrace of an airplane hold? Long Mingxiang rubbed her temples, expressing her fatigue. Despite several of us taking turns to soothe the child, none succeeded, suggesting it was time for Lin Feng to step in. It could be said that it was indeed his airplane hold that was needed. Presumably exhausted from crying, the little one fell asleep within moments of lying down. Turning his gaze to the older child, Lin's mother was seen navigating through the crowd with her in her arms. The little girl was neither crying nor being difficult. Instead, she appeared curious, her large, sparkling eyes observing everything around her. Previously, their routines of feeding, diaper changes, and sleeping had aligned almost perfectly. However, it seemed the 2 little ones were gradually developing differing schedules. Lin Feng removed the thick outer garment from the baby and placed him in the stroller, covering him with a warm blanket. He then manually activated the stroller's sleep windproof mode, ensuring not to disturb the child, and moved away from the crowd. Brother Feng, where exactly are you? I seem to have lost my way, came a voice. Did you come with your aunt? Yes, it appears that we are all a bit lost. Just a moment. Let me ask someone for directions, Lin Feng replied. He suggested that if they could not find their way soon, he would have his father come to fetch them. Upon answering a phone call from Zhao Ju, she inquired for more specifics. Lin Feng provided a rough description, and Zhao Ju grasped the essence of it. Huangguashu. Is that where they used to have the farmhouse? After confirming their location, they hurried over. Accompanying Zhao Ju were Xiao Yu, Xiao Peng, and Xiao Guan. On WeChat, Zhouan sent red envelopes to the two little ones. Oh dear, Zhao Ju exclaimed. If only you had mentioned this earlier, we wouldn't have gotten lost. Not only did they arrive, but others also trickled in to join the gathering, some familiar faces and some unfamiliar. Shortly thereafter, Lung Mengxiang appeared, evidently seeking some tranquility. Darling, you stay with the little one while I greet our guests, Lin Feng instructed. All right, she replied. It wouldn't do for both of them to hide away from the social interactions. One must still attend to the duties of hospitality. Lin Feng produced a cigarette, addressing the older attendees as uncles and aunts, while the younger ones were all referred to as younger siblings. Were there any peers? None, it seemed. All were younger than him. Yet, there were some who appeared youthful but held significant seniority, demanding his respectful address as uncle. Xiao Feng, you are quite the handsome lad now, a veritable gem of your village. Someone remarked. I hear you've purchased a house and a car, and even established a business. Where have you found such fortune? Perhaps you could take me along. Another chimed in. Are there any lovely ladies? Please introduce one to me. Lin Feng managed these conversations with ease, reassured by the presence of several elder relatives. Nearby, Lang's mother engaged the guests, ensuring that no awkward silence would ensue. Meanwhile, Wu Fu, nursing a sore back, sat supporting himself, while Ling Fu conversed amiably with the others, his demeanor warm and welcoming. Although they were not clad in formal attire, there was an undeniable grandeur about them, reminiscent of local leaders visiting the countryside. Chapter 89. The Efforts and Talents of the Young Ones. As mealtime approached, dishes were gradually brought to the table, and a glance revealed nearly 20 tables set. With the festive season upon them, the gathering was bustling, and it was quite normal for a family of 3 or 4 to join in, often accompanied by generous red envelopes. These were all neighbors from the village, celebrating the occasion together in high spirits. Lin Feng's parents were well regarded in the community, easily engaging in friendly conversation with everyone. Presently, a couple, one who could drink endlessly and the other who would light a cigarette upon meeting anyone, navigated through the crowd. Aunt Che, surveying the bountiful spread of dishes before her, felt an urgent eagerness inside, though her demeanor remained composed. Come, let us begin our feast. It will turn cold soon in this chilly weather, she urged. Each table could comfortably accommodate over 10 people, comprising both familiar faces and strangers. As someone began to serve themselves, she promptly reached for the fragrant, steaming braised pork. Heavens! I've been longing for this ever since it was simmering in the pot. Despite the rustic setting, the flavors of the dishes rivaled those of a high-end hotel. Aunt Che relished her meal, casting a sympathetic glance at Aunt Shi, who could only partake in the dishes. Dear, if there's anything you desire, just tell me, and I shall serve it for you. Though she appeared to be an aloof beauty in public, internally, his wife was a delightful girl at heart. Noticing that she was solely eating from her own bowl, Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued, and he soon understood. I would like to have the shrimp balls from that plate over there, Cold Minghan whispered. Lin Feng inquired if there was anything else she wanted. And that crispy meat looks delectable, she replied softly. Being in Lin Feng's hometown compelled her to maintain her composed persona. She did not wish for others to perceive her as merely a woman who enjoyed eating. Lin Feng became her personal server, ensuring she received everything her heart desired. Oh, Xiao Feng truly dotes on his wife. No wonder he has married such a beautiful woman. Indeed, it was essential for her to eat well, so their 2 children could also thrive. Xiao Feng, this is delightful. Please serve some to your wife. And this beef, so tender and flavorful. Let her have some of this as well. The atmosphere was harmonious, with some teasing Lin Feng, while others expressed concern for Cold Minghan. As the meal progressed, toast commenced. Guests approached to toast the bride's relatives, often saying, I will finish this. You may partake as you please, all in the spirit of celebration. Some were aware of Father Wu's injury and mentioned preparing medicinal wine for him, adding to the lively ambience. Our Xiao Feng has always been well-behaved and diligent, even helping around the house from a young age. Marrying off your daughter to him is certainly a wise choice. We are all amiable folks here. Should your daughter visit our village, we will treat her as if she were one of our own. If Xiao Feng mistreats your daughter, we shall set him straight. Guaranteed. Come, let us drink. Everything is found within the wine. Happy New Year. Congratulations to my aunt for achieving significant milestones in life. Her son's marriage, followed by the birth of a grandson, and now celebrating the 100th day of the little one. Hey, Lin Feng, don't just tend to your wife. Come over and share a drink with us. It has been years since we last met. Indeed, today is also a momentous occasion for you. Why are you sitting there instead of joining us? Lin Feng leaned close to Lung Mengqing and softly remarked, I'll just step away for a moment to get a drink. As a result, after several rounds of strong liquor, Lin Feng was nearly intoxicated. Concerned, Lung Mengqing asked, Are you all right? Lin Feng shook his head, assuring her, I'm fine, just need to eat something to settle my stomach. The banquet was filled with joy, and those who had not finished their meals were free to take leftovers home. As the stars of the day, Dabao and Bao behaved exceptionally well, perhaps captivated by the festive atmosphere. Lin Feng's family was the last to depart, the clock striking past 4 in the afternoon. He settled the final bill and presented a pack of cigarettes to the host, saying, Feel free to reach out for the child's first birthday celebration. Dao Zhu, Xiao Yu, Xiao Guan, and Xiao Peng were among the first to leave. Driving was Wu Yishuang, who was off to explore the city and informed Lung Mengqing, I won't be back tonight. On the way home, a large group of people returned, some heading to fish, others to play cards, and some to go shopping. Long Fu was invited to join a fishing trip to the pond. My pond is filled with grass carp and crucian carp. I catch some every week to sell. Feel free to fish as much as you like, no charge, just take home what you catch. Meanwhile, Lung Mu and several others were invited to play cards and mahjong. Ultimately, Lin Feng and his wife were left alone. Upon returning home, they changed the diapers of their 2 children and fed them. Lung Mengqing yawned, accustomed to her afternoon nap. Without it, she felt unwell. Dear, I'm going to take a little rest. Go ahead, Lin Feng replied. He tended to the little ones, amusing them with toys. To his surprise, he noticed Bao attempting to roll over, making repeated efforts. Ultimately, Lin Feng assisted his daughter, helping her succeed in her endeavor. With her head lifted, Bao beamed at Lin Feng, who immediately showered her with praise. You're amazing, sweetheart. You can roll over now. That's incredible. Come, let Daddy give you a thumbs up and a kiss. Bao smiled for less than 5 seconds before her head drooped. The little one made another effort to look at her father, babbling in her own language, perhaps seeking his admiration. You're the best, Bao. Absolutely brilliant. Keep it up, keep it up. Meanwhile, Bao, lying nearby, was anxiously calling out, trying to lift his head to see his father. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng decided to assist his son in rolling over. Bao, let us try flipping over too. Bao appeared to discover a new world, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Though he was born slightly lighter than his sister, he certainly made up for it with his appetite. And now he had become quite the little chubby bundle. He can be somewhat pretentious, yet possesses undeniable strength. After discovering the joy of flipping, he adeptly performs a graceful somersault before Lin Feng's eyes. Ah, what a surprise. Come, little one, let us try again. Little Bao yawns, his jet-black eyes welling up with tears, as if to plead, Daddy, I am so sleepy, why not hold me? Lin Feng glances at Bao, who is diligently practicing his flips, and picks up the little one. It is his cherished airplane hold. Little Bao drifts off into a blissful slumber. Meanwhile, Bao, likely exhausted from his efforts, has settled down, resting his head on his small arms. Half an hour later, Lin Feng descends the stairs. The Lin family is busy tidying up, and his sister Lin Hua is also preparing to depart on the 7th day. Had it not been for Lin Feng's lavish banquet for the baby's 100-day celebration, she would have set off today. Lin Hua, the elder sister of Lin Xing, took care of her younger brother and Lin Feng during their childhood. Whenever their mother was too occupied, she would assist in watching over them, often taking Lin Feng out to play. They plan to leave early tomorrow, and Lin Feng willingly takes on the task of driving them to the station. They are not overly sentimental, especially given the lack of transportation. The group sits down to reminisce about their childhood, reflecting on the past and observing the present. In the future, once the elders of the family are no longer around, this connection may fade away. As dusk approaches, Lin Feng calls his mother. The background noise suggests a bustling environment. He surmises where they are. We will be back later tonight. You and Xiao Long can prepare dinner yourselves. Aunt Xi's voice comes through. It's chaotic. Then, Lin Mu chimes in. You won't be burning anything, will you? He promptly calls Lin Fu. Chapter 90, A Stroke of Luck. He, along with Lin Lang and Wu Fu, along with a few enthusiasts of fishing, are reveling in their sport, oblivious to the need for a meal. We are in the midst of a competition. The winner treats us to dinner. Please refrain from calling, as it disrupts our fishing. So he is met with some playful disdain. Lin Feng checks the fridge to decide what to cook for dinner. At that moment, the system activates. This time, there is no delay, nor does it unexpectedly appear in the middle of the night to startle him. It has been detected that the host has held a meaningful and ceremonial celebration for the baby's 100 days, granting 3 chances to draw prizes. Prizes include a bottle of male anti-hair loss serum, 500 pieces of medicated plaster, cash prize of 100,000, a 60 square meter shop, a private residence. Other prizes include cash of 10,000, a car, participation prizes, encouragement awards, participation prizes. Let us try again. A bottle of energy drink. A new outfit for children, a special hot pot ingredient, participation prizes, double the odds, triple the odds, try again. In the 4th round, all rewards are labeled as participation prizes with a luck enhancement of 200. In the 5th round, all are labeled as participation prizes with a shop of 250 square meters. Does the host wish to participate in the lottery? Yes or no? Lin Feng cast a sweeping glance and discovered that the previously drawn male physique pill, a 15 square meter shop, and a genuine piece from Mr. Chi had all been replaced. In their stead were 3 options: 500 pieces of medicinal plaster, a portion of secret hot pot seasoning, and a 250 square meter shop. Lin Feng remained remarkably calm as the grand wheel of fortune spun. It was not that he did not desire better rewards, but such treasures could not be simply wished for. The first lottery begins. Congratulations, the host. Thank you for participating. You have 2 chances left. Please continue to strive. The second lottery begins. Congratulations, the host has gained a luck enhancement of 200. Will you utilize this skill in the upcoming draws? One-time use. Lin Feng responded, use. The third lottery begins. Utilizing the skill, luck enhancement 200. This time, the process took a bit longer. Just as Lin Feng began to prepare dinner, the results of the lottery came in. Congratulations, the host has acquired a 250 square meter shop. Please check your rewards. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the outcome, feeling that the use of the luck enhancement skill was justified. When he had a moment, Lin Feng rummaged through his backpack to retrieve the relevant documents for the system's reward shop. He was aware that the location was somewhat remote, though he had yet to visit it personally. Around midnight, Lin Feng heard some commotion outside. It turned out that his mother, cold mother, and her party had returned. Judging by the laughter, they seemed to have had a delightful time. He was uncertain when his father and the other family member had returned. Nonetheless, during the New Year festivities, even if his father went night fishing, his mother would turn a blind eye. Before dawn, the roosters began to crow. As Lin Feng's phone alarm went off, he got up, dressed, and stepped outside. Uncle De stood in the courtyard, bidding farewell to his children and grandson. His expression filled with reluctance. Come back next year for the new year. I will be waiting at home. He grasped his grandson's hand, reiterating his advice. Study hard, complete your homework diligently, and avoid excessive phone use. It's bad for your eyes. Listen to your parents, don't argue back, and if you need anything, call your grandfather, understood? The child nodded, showing a hint of impatience. Uncle De sniffled, all right, let us go. Remember to call and report your safety. Many others were also heading home that day, and as Lin Feng passed the shuttle service station, he encountered acquaintances. Upon learning they were also headed to the train station, he offered them a ride. The round trip took nearly 3 hours, and upon returning, he found Uncle De still seated in the courtyard, smoking, his figure appearing solitary. Thank you, Xiao Feng, for the trouble again. Such formalities are unnecessary. Uncle, we have been neighbors for decades. Lin Feng entered the house, which was eerily quiet. With no one yet awake, he went to the kitchen to prepare porridge and cook. As noon approached, family members began to rise one by one. Aunt Che yawned and remarked, I haven't stayed up late in ages. I feel quite dizzy. Aunt Che mentioned that she was feeling all right, though she had drunk too much water the previous night, resulting in a swollen face. Mother Link seemed fine, albeit with more pronounced dark circles under her eyes. Lin's father inquired when they would return, to which Father Lung replied with a grin that they had come back shortly after 4 o'clock, having caught an 8-pound grass carp. His tone carried a hint of boastfulness, which made Lin's father feel a twinge of envy, prompting him to retort that he too had caught a fish weighing over 2 pounds. Everyone agreed that the harvest was commendable, and they decided to prepare a braised fish dish for lunch. At midday, Lin Feng's braised fish prompted Uncle Da from next door to join them for the meal. During the gathering, Mother Lung received a phone call informing her that Wu Yishuang's parents were departing by plane that afternoon. Wu Yishuang would be driving back later with gifts for the twins' 100-day celebration. Did you forget to give a red envelope? She teased. Just take a look at the gifts I brought first. You seem to be preoccupied with money, she quipped. I'm just a pragmatic person. It's unavoidable, he replied. Upon opening the gift bag, they discovered two exquisitely crafted miniature golden abacuses, functional and splendidly detailed. Cold Minghan played with them, expressing gratitude on behalf of the babies. When you have a child, I shall bestow upon your little one a grand gift as well, she said. The mention of this made Wu Yishuang's head throb with concern. Thanks to you, my parents are pressuring me to marry within 3 years, or they'll sever ties with me. Cold Minghan chuckled. They're just joking. Don't take it to heart. However, despite knowing it was jest, she felt her parents were quite serious. Let us not dwell on this. I will leave with Uncle and Aunt today. We can catch up when I have some free time. Since becoming a working professional, Wu Yishuang's eyes had lost their sparkle. As she put it, for the past 6 months, she had been diligently working, with no time for singing, dancing, or even traveling abroad to see handsome gentlemen. She had originally planned a trip to Finland to see some charming fellows, but that prospect now seemed distant. For someone as lively as Wu Yishuang, the demand to work diligently was undeniably burdensome. Sometimes I wish I could marry a man, hand over the company to him, and just relax, she confessed. In reality, marriage wasn't as daunting as it seemed. Look at me. I'm quite happy now, she thought. Wu Yishuang had felt envy, yet she wondered if she would ever be as fortunate as to find love. That evening, the family shared a heartfelt reunion dinner before reluctantly parting ways. Mother Lung embraced each of the little ones, feeling a poignant sense of loss. Even the closest of family must face separation at times. Lin Feng prepared to drive them to the airport. I will take them. If you're not around tonight, the little one will surely fuss, Lin's father said. Taking the car keys. What was once a bustling household now felt eerily quiet, an unfamiliar sensation. The following day, Lin Feng installed surveillance cameras in all 4 corners of the house. The seller handled the installation and setup, and by the end of the morning, Lin Feng was able to monitor the cameras via his phone, proficiently navigating the technology. After lunch, Lin Feng bestowed 10,000 yuan upon his elderly parents. This sum was designated for constructing a wall and purchasing a gate, as they would soon share a courtyard and entrance with Uncle Da's family. Lin's mother was reluctant to accept the money, but Lin Feng insisted. Ultimately, she conceded, contemplating its preservation, knowing it would revert to her son in due time. By the afternoon, the elderly couple had successfully arranged the necessary details and paid a few hundred yuan as a deposit. The individuals involved were from the village. Having attended the 100-day feast previously, on the 10th day of the new lunar month, Lin Feng and his wife returned home by car, with the trunk brimming with goods, resembling a bustling marketplace. Mom, that's enough. There's no more room, he remarked. It's all right. Trust your mother, she replied. Lin Feng found the situation both amusing and exasperating, for these items were readily available in the city and hardly worth much. However, the thoughtfulness of his parents was invaluable. Upon arriving home, please remember to store the 5 processed chickens, 2 ducks, and some eggs in the refrigerator, Lin's mother advised, showing little concern for the vegetables. In a hushed tone, she added, make sure to keep the contents of your cloth bag safe. They are the red envelopes received from the full moon celebration. Despite the absence of others, she continued to remind him softly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Feng drove away, while the elderly couple, slightly anxious, followed them to the curb until the car turned the corner and disappeared from sight. Once back home, after a flurry of tidying up, they finally settled down to rest. Noticing the time, Lin Feng busied himself in the kitchen preparing dinner. Darling, should we go for vaccinations tomorrow? His wife inquired. Yes. Please find the vaccination booklet and check which vaccines are due this month. It clearly indicates which are self-paid and which are free, leaving the choice to the parents. I see several important vaccinations are needed tomorrow, she noted. Let us eat first. We can discuss it after dinner. While the adults dined, the 2 little ones began their playful babble. From the dining area, they could observe the babies in their crib. The younger one was adept at rolling over, while the elder struggled, puffing and laboring with each attempt, ultimately unable to roll back. In contrast, the younger one exhibited remarkable agility. After their meal, the couple recalled the gifts received during the 100-day celebration. Most red envelopes were inscribed with the names of the givers. Some contained 600 yuan, while the majority were of that same amount. Notably, relatives like Aunt Zhao Ju, and Uncle contributed 2,000 each. During the event, Uncle had stayed at Lin Feng's aunt's house and had little opportunity for conversation, leaving right after the banquet. Contributions from Wu Yishuang's parents, as well as Aunt Che and Aunt Shi, amounted to 40,000. As the maternal grandparents, they gifted 80,000, while the paternal grandparents contributed 20,000. Each parent also contributed 10,000. Lin Feng meticulously organized these funds, planning to deposit them after the vaccinations the following day. That evening, Lung Minghan received an announcement from the school regarding the commencement of the new term. She began to feel anxious. Would Lin Feng be able to manage taking care of their 2 children while she went to work? Darling, perhaps I should refrain from working until the babies are a bit older, she suggested. Lin Feng, while assisting the little one with some exercises, replied without looking up. No need. I can handle both babies alone. You should go to work without worry. Are you certain you can manage? She inquired. Lin Feng smiled and reassured her. I believe I can. Noticing her lingering concern, he added, let us observe for a while and see how it goes. After a brief hesitation, she nodded in agreement. The following day, after breakfast, the family of 4 set out to get the babies vaccinated. After the new year, the clinic was bustling with many children, including a few infants, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a sharp voice boomed, capturing everyone's attention. A little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, terrified of the vaccination, broke free from his mother's embrace and bolted away. The mother hurriedly chased after him, shouting, "Come back. Did you hear me? Don't run. Stop. I don't want a shot. I don't want a shot. Why, I don't want it. You only have to endure it for a moment. Once it's done, there's no more. You're lying. You said the same thing last time. You tricked me." Despite his young age, the boy was remarkably swift and agile, slipping away like a little eel, much to his mother's frustration. Lin Feng stood up and said, "Dear, keep an eye on the kids." In an instant, he dashed out like a cheetah. Cold Minghan, still processing the situation, watched in astonishment as Lin Feng shot forward like an arrow. She was taken aback. My goodness, is my husband so physically capable? She suddenly thought, her cheeks flushing. It seemed he had indeed improved significantly. Lin Feng's intervention drew the attention of the onlookers, as well as that of the mother and her child. "Help me catch him," the mother called out. The boy, upon seeing Lin Feng, turned pale with fear, realizing he had no time to escape. Lin Feng swiftly scooped the child into his arms. Had it not been for the uncle's handsome appearance, the boy might have cried out for help. The mother approached, somewhat exasperated, and flashed a smile at Lin Feng. "Handsome, could you do me a favor?" Lin Feng tightened his hold on the boy, who wore a despondent expression and couldn't help but chuckle. "Getting vaccinated is good for your health, and judging by how fast you ran, you must be quite the brave little one. Truly, your mother couldn't catch you. And even I struggled to keep up. You will definitely excel in sports in the future." His compliments momentarily captivated the child's attention. "Ouch, that hurts. Oh no, it really hurts." The boy's proud expression suddenly froze, his features contorting in pain. His mother angrily interjected, demanding that he speak properly, exasperated by his incessant learning of such trivial matters. Ultimately, the child, tears brimming in his eyes, was still compelled by his mother to express gratitude to the uncle. "Thank you, uncle," he uttered, though his expression conveyed a complete lack of sincerity towards Lin Feng. Cool Minghan couldn't help but chuckle at the child's demeanor, remarking to her husband, "You certainly sprint away quite swiftly." After Lin Feng's stamina enhancement, he felt significantly more robust in various aspects. Soon, it was their turn. The doctor recognized the strikingly attractive parents of the twins. This time, it was the younger sibling, Xiaobao, who approached first, nestled in his father's embrace. The little one's face radiated joy as he gazed up at his father. Lin Feng diverted his son's attention, amusing him. "What are you laughing about? Share it with Daddy, so we can both enjoy the moment." Suddenly, Xiaobao's expression shifted as he turned to the doctor administering the injection. With a wail, he burst into tears. Lin Feng comforted Xiaobao, while Cool Minghan settled down with Dabao, covering her eyes. Dabao looked at her in confusion until the sensation of pain struck her, prompting an immediate wail of distress. After a half-hour in the observation room, Dabao was already drinking milk, while Xiaobao continued to complain to his father. Babbling incomprehensibly, the father and son engaged in their delightful, albeit nonsensical, dialogue. Chapter 92. The beauty of Dabao. On their way back, the couple took the red envelopes received from the 100-day celebration to the bank for deposit. Lin Feng drove to Wangfujing, recalling a baby supply store that offered what they needed. "Darling, since you're heading to work, We need to purchase a small refrigerator for the baby's milk. Additionally, we should buy storage milk bags and a breast pump. I believe there's a store in Wangfujing. Let us go take a look. Cool Minghan readily agreed. During their previous brief visit, Lin Feng had not paid attention to the specific location, only remembering it was on the second floor. This must be it, he concluded. A sales associate approached to inquire about their needs and proceeded to explain the features of two models of refrigerators. They were akin to small fridges, with a capacity of 50 liters, available in red, blue, and yellow. Besides this model, there was a white one with similar functionality and capacity, priced 200 yuan higher. Lin Feng inquired about the price difference, to which the associate replied, I'm not entirely certain, perhaps it's due to a higher purchase cost. Such a response lacked professionalism. In the end, Cool Minghan opted for the blue model, which was not inexpensive, priced at 500 yuan. The couple also purchased a breast pump and storage bags. They were unfamiliar with the intricacies of milk storage and did not think to ask the associate. While the associate was not well versed in refrigerators, he was knowledgeable about the breast pump, explaining its usage and how to warm milk, which the couple listened to attentively. The store offered home delivery, promising arrival by the following morning. Come, let us check on Annie in a bit. Nearby was a brand store for baby strollers. The store's decor is both simple and elegant, with a narrow pathway in the center paved with stones, tiles, and wooden flooring. However, what truly captivated Lin Feng was a pair of twin strollers. Given the rarity of parents of twins, the market for such strollers is even more limited, and thus two twin strollers were prominently displayed at the back of the store. A staff member's eyes brightened as she swiftly approached the couple, inquiring if they were interested in baby strollers. We have twin strollers here. Do come in and have a look, satisfaction guaranteed. What is this pathway for? Lin Feng asked. It allows customers to test the stroller's performance, such as the direction of the wheels and their grip, the staff member explained, casting an admiring glance at the two babies nestled within the strollers. Oh my, these little ones are simply adorable. The couple, not wishing to boast, couldn't help but notice how their own child paled in comparison to these cherubic infants. Another staff member approached with water, while the first attendant presented two models of twin strollers. These are the only two we have in the store. This one is the older model, and this one is the new version. The primary enhancement in the new model is the improved shock-absorbing springs, along with some professional insights provided in a detailed introduction that encouraged the couple to conduct experiments on the floor. Ultimately, they were encouraged to compare the feel of the strollers in their hands. It must be said, the handling of this stroller was superior. Navigating over the uneven surface felt as effortless as gliding on a smooth path. The wheels turned with remarkable agility, and the brakes were equally responsive. In summary, it certainly justified the price of 9,000. However, every business transaction involves negotiation. Lin Feng frowned. It's too expensive. Can you offer a discount? The staff member, sensing their need for a price reduction and recognizing they likely had the means, replied, This is a brand specialty store. You can check our official website, and you'll find this is several hundred less than there. Lin Feng chuckled. No discounts at all. If there were, I would buy it right now. The two employees exchanged glances. We truly cannot offer a discount, but how about this? I can give you some complimentary items. What items? Lin Feng inquired. How about 2 sets of baby feeding utensils? Is that all? You might as well give me a discount instead. Noticing Lin Feng and his wife preparing to leave, they quickly added, Wait, I'll call the manager and see if we can work something out. Lin Feng sensed the familiar sales tactic at play. Since they were already suggesting a call, a discount was likely forthcoming. All right, go ahead and make the call. One party was eager to purchase, while the other sought to sell. It was a dilemma, as the twin strollers had been in the store for some time. Those who wished to buy lacked the funds, while those with the means had no need for such a product. Our manager said we can offer you a straightforward discount of 500. If that doesn't suffice, we really cannot make the sale. 500 sounds reasonable. In the end, Lin Feng not only secured a 500 yuan discount, but also walked away with 2 sets of children's feeding utensils. As for the twin strollers, they would later be listed on an online marketplace or offered to families in their community with children. At last, Lin Feng took the card into the car before returning. Xiao Feng, what brings you here today? Zhao Ju greeted cheerfully while busy outside. Lin Feng inquired, Where is Yang Gu? Zhao Ju replied, He is busy in the kitchen. We have hired 2 new staff members, so the mother and son are not as overwhelmed now. And Xiaoyu? Lin Feng asked. With school starting soon, she is at home finishing her assignments. As they conversed, Zhao Yang approached, tying his apron and greeting Lin Feng. Zhao Ju had mentioned during the 100-day banquet that since Zhao Yang began assisting in the store, there had been considerable improvements. He now works from 9 in the morning until 10:30 at night and has become quite industrious. Lin Feng then noticed that Zhao Yang had gotten a buzz cut. Perhaps due to the recent busyness, he had lost a bit of weight. After sitting down to chat for a while, Lin Feng and his wife headed home. That evening, clad in pajamas, Lin Feng lay on the bed with his 2 little ones, turning over. "Look, Daddy. Hey, success." Xiao Bao beamed at his father, thrilled by his accomplishment. With persistent effort, De Bao also managed to turn over. Lin Feng encouraged, "Come on, let us crawl together." Cold Ming Heng was nearly in stitches from laughter. The 2 children looked at their father in confusion before bursting into silly smiles. Xiao Bao was an exceptionally cheerful baby, his eyes squinting into crescent moons whenever he smiled. Adorably so, De Bao, though not as prone to laughter, possessed a beauty that shone through when she did smile. Indeed, De Bao was both cute and lovely. Her large eyes, long eyelashes, and slightly curled hair made her resemble a doll.